Well, good morning to everybody, and welcome to Neo 16 here in wonderful, glorious Telford in Shropshire? Somewhere. My name's Nick Damon, we are RC Racing TV. To my right is Adam Johnson. Hello, Adam.
Good morning, Nick. It is rather nice to be here. It's a pleasure. The sun's come out.
You only had to say good morning.
Oh,
and
okay.
to go further right, it's Paul Bateman. Say good morning, Paul.
Good morning, Nick.
And behind Paul, it's our new man, Jan Egan. Jan, say hello, Jan.
Hey.
No, I said say hello. No, well, it's simple. We're not getting the simple commands right on the first morning. We can't just say hello or just say. And over with the camera, it's Frank. Nod the camera to say hello, Frank. Fantastic. Okay, we are here now for many. Oh, wave. We are here now for many hours. Thanks to Neo Buggy, and of course we're here for 4 days. It's practice today. We've got qualifying and some special finals tomorrow and on Sunday, and of course Bank Holiday Monday is finals day. We are here because we are RC Racing TV, but mostly, of course, because we are thanks to Phil at Neo Buggy and the SAW TRS. Was that TR5? TR5, sorry. I got a TR4A, but that's another story entirely. Agama, S-Works, and Absolute Hobbies, and we are awaiting the arrival of the drivers for heat number 7. The qualifying is a 5-minute process, but you have about 3 minutes of warm-up either side. You'll notice that the live timing is not currently up. We will just have a little minor problem we're going to sort out, and that come up quite soon. But I'm going to leave you unbelievably, in the capable hands of Adam Johnson, the youngest member of this team, which isn't difficult, the rest is all about 70, to take you through the first couple of heats. So, Adam, it's over to you.
Thank you very much, Nick. And this is, I'm really enjoying this so far. I'm looking at the track as we see it. The car's coming out now for this latest heat of practice. I'm going through 3 rounds of practice today. Today's all about getting you set up straight on point. It's about fettling every last millimetre of your setup through the suspensions, your shocks, your springs, your motor. Getting ready for the all-important qualifying tomorrow, where we'll have 3 rounds of qualifying tomorrow, and then several special events, including an SOAR Dash for Cash, which will be great fun. A couple more rounds of qualifying on the Sunday, then we get into the serious stuff, the lower finals for the 2 classes we have on display today. The Neo 16 is mostly a Nitro Buggy tournament, so that loud screaming sound you can hear probably over the microphones on the cameras, that's the nitro burning engines in these cars. They make an absolute racket, and normally I'm one that celebrates noise, but even I have had to resort to some ear defending equipment this weekend. These things make a hell of a racket, especially in the confines of this massive kind of shed hangar facility here at the Harper Adams University. It's a perfect indoor venue, this facility, but having such thunder. Basically, you remember those old clips of Formula 1 cars back in the early 2000s and the 90s, the V10 era, when they'd go through the tunnel at Monaco. It's like that for the whole lap and the whole race, as we got some scuffling down at the bottom end here, bottom end of the track. Just watch me go around the lap there to your left, right in the centre of the camera for a second. Anyway, oh, we're getting a replay. Here we go. Goodness me. Some already cars turned turtle in the penultimate corners of the lap. And it's one of those classic off-road RC tracks where there is no room for error, there's no rest for anything around here. The on-throttle time on this sort of track is surprisingly short. You are very rarely, if ever, on the throttle for a consistent amount of time on these tracks. It's all about blipping accuracy with the throttle, with your throttle hand, as they control them over these various jumps and tabletops and steps. As you see, they filter through the lap. There's a lot of dips. Here's a big tabletop near the end of the lap, the Agama tabletop. And another jump into the hairpin, into the S-Works steps. A pair of double jumps here. So many corners, so many jumps. There is nary a flat bit of track around this entire facility. As we come around onto the main straight, there's your pit facility off to the left. That will not see a huge amount of use. It shouldn't do anyway. If people come in there during the qualifying or practice setups, it's to fettle with the setup a little bit. If it's during qualifying, probably something wrong. But it'll be, as we progress through the later finals and the races get longer, that you'll see that pit facility interaction. We've got a car turned turtle in the middle of the track. You're going to see that a lot, folks. It's incredibly hard to get a perfect lap in here, and more hard than that to get consistent perfect laps around here. In fact, it's almost impossible. It's like the Nordschleife. You can just hope for the best, and if you chase perfection, you are doomed to fail. Lots of jumps, lots of ways to disturb the balance of the car. And what I found fascinating, I watched, they had a little bit of a test race, a little bit of a warm-up yesterday to set up the balance of the track. You can see, perfect example there, as the car goes flying over the jump. You misjudged your angle for the jump twice there. Beautiful demonstration. Thank you very much, that ran. We're having a replay here. You see, first off, goes over the DXR double jump there. Just slightly to the right coming off the burn, recovers, and then comes round and misses. Doesn't even miss the angle that much on the second jump, but it was just enough. But what I found fascinating is they ran a little test race here yesterday while we were setting up the cameras and setting up our equipment here. And not only was it quite amusing to see Nick having to dodge flying cars as he was setting up some of the camera cable, that was rather amusing. We weren't expecting them to come out while we were setting up. I also got a chance to have a look quite up close at these cars and how they behave and how they move in the air. Yes, that sounds like something out of a video game, doesn't it? Yeah, controlling your car in the air. Give over, that's a cheat from Grand Theft Auto, isn't it? No way. These cars do actually move in the air as they go through the jumps. You'll see them put the throttle on to redress the balance of the car in the air. If it's a little bit flying to the rear is too low. When it hits the ground, it will bounce onto its front shocks, disrupt the balance. Same thing if it's too far in front. You can, a little bit of throttle application in the air helps straighten the car for landing. It is a real art form that you're going to see demonstrated so well over the next 4 days of the Easter weekend here at the Neo 16, presented by SOA RTR5, Agama Racing S-Works, and Absolute Hobbies, and of course the great people at neobuggy.net who are responsible for putting on this great event. I'm just loving this venue. It is fantastic. I love the fact that normally this is effectively a cowshed for the students of the Harper Adams University, and today it has been transformed into an arena for these stars of the Nitro and electric buggy off-road scene to do battle. And it's quite the racetrack here as we're following on the camera here. Let's just go around a lap of this track. They're coming around, well, that guy was coming around to the front. There we go. Down the main straight they go, into the DXR burn, hugely banked first corner, over the double jumps, round off this little step, round the sharp left, over another pair of double jumps, right through the S-Works curve at the top of the track there, down again, and this is a big tabletop jump. You get some big air off that, but you have to be committed, and you have to make sure you know where you're landing. And we're right over the top there, down the dip, another big tabletop jump that you want to clear if you can. You don't want to go onto the top of the tabletop. There's the S-Works steps. Over it. There's a lot of double jumps on this track. There's one that's slightly more spaced out. You've got to make sure you get your run up just right to clear both. You don't want to take each individual jump. That's slower. You want to try and straighten out and nail as multiple jumps as possible if you can. That saves on having to let off the throttle. Cars going upside down, cars flipping, cars missing the track as you can see there. All very common, but helpfully for the marshals. I just saw out the corner of my eye some contact in mid-air. That's going to happen as well. This is really a fantastic battling you're going to see. I mean, this is only practice, folks. These guys are at the moment focusing on their own setup and their own times, which at the moment are coming through on around, the fastest in this session so far is at around the 35-second bracket. We've seen them down towards the 33s so far today. This layout, if you're watching, and you've watched this event for many, many years, you recognise that this is a different layout from last year, of course. There is no split section this time. Now, that was the thing that last year, where you could either take the option of going on a very large jump or a separate path that would have steps on it, those smaller jumps that you're going to see here coming down to the S-Works steps. There you go, blue card's going over them now, and that's track limit abuse there, but never mind, this is off-road racing. They're able to do that, just climb the barriers. But there is none of that right now. It is just the one route, which, to be honest with you, I think works better. There is no debate over which may be the faster line, which may be a tactical thing. I think it's nice and simple. Everyone on the same track. Everyone on the same layout. And it's a very enjoyable layout. There's a lot of challenge here and a lot to do. Now, as I say, you won't see guys hitting the pit lane area just off to the left of shot. Or you shouldn't do. Anyway, they won't be scheduled to do so until the later finals, which will be much longer. The finals, going up to the finals, which will be at about 45 minutes in length, where you'll be expecting guys to make at least 4 pit stops, maybe 3. We saw that in the final last year. Ryan Cavalieri was just too quick that even on a 4-stop strategy versus his nearest opponent's 3, he still made it work. So, it'll be interesting to see if anyone does try the 3-stop strategy this time, or whether it just will give up too much pace compared to those guys running flat on a 4-stopper roughly every 9 to 10 minutes. So, those will come into play much later. But of course, for now, it is all about flat-out speed, because from here through around midday Sunday, it is all about your one-lap speed, pretty much. It's all about your heat speed across these 5-minute sprints. There are, of course, as I told you, the bonus finals, the exhibition finals, if you will, tomorrow evening, including the Dash for Cash, the Oldies final, and the Juniors final, which will be really, really fun to see. some exhibition action, some all-star action in the middle of all this. A bit of a flip in the middle of the road there. You can just see just how the tiniest misdirection, as we see on the replay. Look at this. He looks like he's got it just fine. And then a change of angles as it goes down the second dip, puts him over, and gets him back the right way pretty quickly. That's the thing. Most of the time, as an off-road driver, as an off-road RC driver, you've just got to be adapting your car as it goes and surviving those moments where things won't go according to plan. You're going to have times where your car's going to land awkwardly or flip or maybe run a little bit wide. So you see them moving to the pin area there. Now watch that pin entry. It's incredibly narrow. It's very, very difficult to get right. Thank you for that demonstration right there, sir. It's incredibly difficult to get right. Now, for the moment, as I say, you won't need the pits during the races, or the qualifying heats anyway. But in those later finals where you do have scheduled pit stops, that is going to be all important. I guarantee you will see at least one race in the finals from Sunday onwards decided by that pit entrance right there. Just seeing someone flip over, lose time in there. It's a very narrow pit lane, but as soon as you get into it, it's fairly fine because the barriers are quite high. But it's that opening segment there that's just so difficult to get right, especially in the heat of battle in the middle of an intense race scenario. As you see the crews filter out of pit lane there. Those steps there will lead up to the driver's balcony, as they have a perfect view of their cars. I must say, we have a perfect view as well. We've got a great view of the facility from this far end in the crow's nest. Quite literally the crow's nest. It's built up. The only way to access it is a rather rickety ladder, which is great fun, as long as you don't look down. But it gives us the best possible view, best possible facilities and setup for the equipment to show you all the action coming out here. Want to be 4 days of Easter weekend action here on RC Racing TV. Many of you on Twitter like to try and share those Easter weekend lay-ins, those memes and everything on Twitter. Nah, not for us. Here, there are t-shirts walking around the pits with the slogan, Eat, Sleep, Neo, Repeat. That's us for the next 4 days. That is everyone in this arena. That's everyone here at the Harper Adams University for the next few days. It is going to be an exceptional few days of action. And even in practice, there's plenty to watch. Even in practice, there's plenty to consider. And we have to say a great shout out to the Harper Adams University team for their hospitality, for hosting the event here and hosting us so well, it has to be said. And we look forward to that for the next 4 days. It stayed here last night to set up. And even in these early practice sessions, there's a lot to tweak on these things. There's a lot to adjust. There's a lot to set up. These early times will all be leading down to the qualifying, which will start tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. sharp, as will we. We'll be right there on the dot. And most of you guys will be well versed in the art of RC qualifying. If you're not, if you're relatively new around here, of course the qualifying is a fairly standard procedure, 5 rounds of qualifying, and the times across the entire heat, as well as your best lap, will be taken from those, and you will have points scored. But I'm fairly certain anyway, normally how it works is it's your least amount of points across the 5 rounds that decides the order. You have 2 drop scores, that's what we've worked with so far quite a bit. I'm fairly certain that's what they're using here as well. So you can afford to drop 2 scores. I remember a couple of months back at the Reedy race of the Reedy 112 Race of Champions in Milton Keynes, that was effectively the entire system. So there's going to be reseeding through Saturday. So these practice rounds will count for seeding for the qualifying round. So that's why this is going to be all pivotal. Practice is not just for your setup. It is going to be vital for these guys to seed into the correct groups for qualifying. And yes, from the 5 rounds of qualifying, the 3 best results will count going forward. Those are the ones you want. To be honest, either way, the most points, the least points, still the 3 best times overall will score you those points or not, if it's the least amount. And that'll be what you're looking for. And your TK, your top qualifier, we've seen it before, how much of an advantage it can be to be guaranteed that slot into the later finals, into the A-main final. It basically means you avoid potentially 4 rounds of eliminators to get through to that point. So a TQ is absolutely vital, and it is a real honour to take as well, because it is so hard to do. I mean, this weekend, you're going to have 5 rounds spread across 2 days. it is incredibly tough to be at your pinnacle and be that strong for those many days. But to take that not only gives you the advantage of starting first on the road on the Monday for the A main final, it means you avoid those eliminators, those last chance saloon qualifiers. But it also, it's a real prestige. It's a real honour to take it out. And it really signals a statement of intent. Now, I remember last year at a few of the European tournaments we did, a slightly new system was trialled. A shootout was trialled where to get a second bye into the final, for second through fifth after the 5 rounds of qualifying would go out for single hot laps on their own. And I've never quite seen anything like it, because you think one guy at the track at the time, that's going to be pretty tedious, isn't it? No way. I have never seen the combination of the stands being packed and fans lining the track, but combined with almost complete silence. The tension, you could cut it with a knife. It was outrageous. And I find it ironic that I'm now going waxing lyrical about qualifying procedures, given what Formula One's been doing for about the last 3 weeks with their procedure. Tell you what, why don't you take a note out of the RC Racing book? I think it'll work quite well. It will certainly work better than probably the procedure they got right now anyway. But anyway, let's bring it back here. The car's rumbling through the steps, over the jumps. It is a combination of jump, stop, turn, jump, a little bit of throttle, turn in, make sure you get that right. Even down this main straight, there's barely any consistent on the throttle application, because you've got that jump around a third of the way down the straight, which can upset the balance. It is all about just the biggest precision in terms of where you place your car, in terms of, oh goodness me, speaking of placing, Marshall getting in the middle of the action there. A little bit of a traffic jam down on that turn. That's inevitable, that's always going to happen. Indeed, in the test race yesterday, somebody flipped right in front of where I was setting up one of the camera cables. I went to recover it and someone else drove into my ankle, which was a bit rude. But it's always going to happen. The marshals are often from other teams and other drivers. They all rotate out. It's their responsibility to the event to make sure it goes on. And they often do a very, very good job. It is, they have to move very quickly. I often say they have to take ninja training to do marshalling at these events. The speed these cars come at you. Now, the overall speed is not going to be as much as, say, some of the on-track events you'll see, because, of course, off-road with the jumps they've got, it's a lot more technical. It is a lot more difficult to maintain that high speed. It's physically impossible to do so, but these cars are still incredibly quick, and their acceleration is absolutely astonishing. We watch coming through the final corner here, watch as they accelerate up the straight. Look how quickly they accelerate up speed, even with those slight bumps in the road, which obviously means they can't go completely flat down that straight. But even there, that is a sensational amount of acceleration. And what will be interesting going forward across the few days, one of many factors to consider, is not only will the cars and the setups change, different tyres will be used in various rounds of the heat, but you'll also have the surface itself. Now, the track surface is compacted dirt, obviously, and it's all going to come together, but it's going to evolve as the sessions go on, with more and more cars on it. It's going to be kept swept off to make sure there is not too much of an excess kind of gravel layer on top to keep the loose dirt off of it. That's mainly going to be piled up to the sides as it's kicked up by the cars, but mostly it's packed down and it's almost fairly smooth for the cars to go on, but it doesn't mean that there's much of a grippy line on it. And it'll be interesting to see how, if any, tyre build-up amasses over the weekend. We see that often in on-road racing. We saw that also at the large-scale off-roads last year. You saw very, very clear, as soon as the sun started beating down on the track, you saw the compound of the tyres start to really weather in on the track, and a real line start to show up. Now here, obviously, that's going to be a little bit different, because we are, for the most part, indoors. Now, there are some slight areas you see on the front straight where there's going to be sunshine on them for a little bit, or light coming through, but for the most part, we are here indoors. We are undercover. There'll be no rain hitting this track. It's useful considering they've scheduled it on a bank holiday weekend. If you're going to schedule an event on a bank holiday weekend, probably best it's indoors, let's face it. So no rain is going to hit the track. You're not going to see rain affect the surface, but neither is the sunshine either. This surface is basically going to be fairly neutral, and the one thing that's going to change it as the weekend goes on is going to be the cars laying down a lot of laps on it, and there is a huge amount of cars. There are 270 entries in the top Nitro class, which is a huge amount, and I believe at last count on the website 60 entered for the electric buggy class. So across the two, rudimentary maths tells me that's 330 cars across the two classes. That is rather exceptional, and it's a testament to the popularity of this event that's becoming a real staple of the UK and the world RC scene. It's an absolute pleasure to bring you the coverage here on RC Racing TV. Of course, we thank Phil and the Neo Buggy team bringing us along as well as SOAR TR5, Agama Racing, S-Works, and Absolute Hobbies. And Mr. Damon's return. Well, he would.
Yeah, yes.
There he is.
But professionally, I'd turn my microphone off, but unprofessionally, I hadn't turned it back on again. So you've run through the whole thing. I haven't been listening. I've been we're having some conversations about timing things. So we're on it. There's timing in the hall, so that means it's just a link up. But it's only practice today, so nah.
As I say, the one thing decided from practice will be the seeding for the qualifying groups tomorrow. But
yes.
I'm sure we'll bring you that in due course.
That camera's having a great time with the sun, isn't it? It's sitting around going in. It's our auto camera, our pits camera. Comes into play again during actual races. Now, this is my chance to be social media correspondent if my microphone will reach. No, it doesn't. We'll sort that one out. Anyway, so we have thank you all for watching us. There's quite a few of you online at the moment. Tell your friends. We're here for 4 days, so we don't want to do it on our own. Get very lonely. So who has decided to talk to us is the question. And the answer is lots of you. So it's all on the chat's all on the YouTube page. Hello Jabberwock, hello to Stephen MCD, hello to It's Only LT8 Kiwi. Well, I'm assuming he's saying TLR for the win, but I'm assuming he's from very down under in New Zealand. Thanks for keeping the flag, New Zealanders. We love you too. Though actually, personally, I actually prefer the new version, but you know, not really Little Englanders, so that's fine. Hello James Armstrong, hello to, whoa, that's not good. Don't touch anything, Johnson.
You were yanking the mic cable out, that was an issue.
It wasn't you touching anything, it was me being an idiot.
Yes, we'll go with that.
Do you know what? That's a pretty good chance, really, isn't it? Now, you need to go to there.
Yes.
Otherwise, you're just too loud.
I'm too loud most of the time anyway, so I'm told.
Hello to William Scruderberg. Hello to Jabberwocky. I hope that my new trucky kit tomorrow is building it whilst watching the Neo. Okay. Agama Rules according to Jabberwocky as well. Hello to Francesco Desirdi, who wants to talk about Kyosho Power. Tony Ed Vodka, how you doing, matey? Evdoka, sorry, that's not good to start with hello, matey, and get his name wrong. Tony Evdoka, who has featured on a few of our 1/10 broadcasts. Trophy's going to one person, don't know who it is. Sven from MCD says, Soar! And we have S-Works and Mugen and Boots, says Francesco Desirdi. Another one for Kyle for the win, from Seth Schmidt, who I assume comes from Australia. And there's lots of you there. Good morning from Portugal, Daniel Fonseca. Hello, Daniel, who's been active on the RC Racing TV Facebook group. Don't forget that we have the RC on Facebook. We now have the RC TV page. And you need to go over and like us for all the exclusive content that's going to appear on the page, because we are going to have exclusive content on the page, which you'll only be able to see on the page.
Where you won't be able to see it anywhere else. Where will be the only place you can see it?
It'll be on the RC Racing TV page, not the group. The group's for all you to have a lovely chat with each other, but on the page, that's where our exclusive content, Mr. Phone. Yeah, I'd like to point out that interference there was from Adam Johnson's phone, and be prepared to laugh, it's a BlackBerry.
I feel like you always mentioning that I've got a BlackBerry. It's a bit like having a disapproving dad and I've just come home with a tattoo. It's a bit like, you don't understand me. No. My BlackBerry understands.
But if you had a tattoo saying BlackBerry, it'd be worse. But otherwise, if you just had any other tattoo, even one of those misspelt ones, is better than a BlackBerry. Anyway, so we're now focusing in on the rostrum. I'll be honest with you, we're in the middle heats here. I believe that is, so we're going to see it's Connor Cocker, Harold James, Richard Gasson, Ali Sharaz, Lewis Russian, Didan Ho, Lee Richardson, Gerd Pfeiffer, Mikael Kronostrom, which is a great name. It's like Mikael Stormclock Kronostrom. I'm not sure that is actually the translation from the Swedish, but Kronostrom, Stormclock. Alex Page, Tom Saggers, Mikael Bertin and Hampus Berg. Do not forget, if you want us to show one of your particular drivers or friends, if you give us about 10 minutes notice and stick it up on the YouTube chat, we'll see what we can do.
Marta.
Marta112 says, what is a blackberry? Well, a nice blackberry is a hedgerow fruit. A bad blackberry is a phone that was quite useful for the American security services in the early 2000s. And now all you hear is Johnson swearing at it.
That is untrue. I would like to refute those rumours. Mine works perfectly fine. I'm just assuming that you've had a pretty bad experience with one, seeing as you keep bringing it up.
Oh yes, I had them for 3 or 4 years because my company thought they were super secure and they're awful, and then eventually they'll forget it's your own phone, it's fine. We want Connor Cocker in this one, so Alan O'Brien. So Colin Cocker, who is car number, I think he's right, we need to find car number 1, the first, oh there he is, he's going over the jump, the saw jump, he's coming underneath time in scoring any second now. He's the yellow into purple cut. Where'd he go? There he is. Can't see right in there, down the main straight. That is Connor Cocker. That's not Connor Cocker. Who's on the camera? Frank, you listening to me? Connor Cocker we want. He's going over the DXR double now, going away from you, round the top corner. Car number 1. There we are. Now coming up later, but not that long to go, we will be having a double camera fest when we get to the top couple of heats, heats 16 and 17, am I right, Adam?
Let me just check that off for you.
Adam failing to manage a piece of paper there. Yeah,
yes.
17 and 18. So the last 2 or 3 heats, we're going to have our second moving camera. It'll be very exciting. I haven't decided who I've selected for that yet. That's when the top drivers are out. So at the moment, best lap times are 33.5. So these laps are actually quite a bit quicker than we used to. We've had lap times of 40 and 45 seconds at Neo races, so it's a slightly more. The track itself is slightly quicker, I think, a bit more technical. And once again, we have a tickety tick 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 from the BlackBerry there on the soundtrack.
Do we?
Oh, I'm very tuned into that sort of thing, I can tell you. So what we need to do now, I'm going to make you stand up for this.
Okay.
Not for any sort of like weird sort of, oh, let's get the projection right. We need to name the track. Now, it's not as much fun as normal, Adam, because they sprayed loads of things, which kind of gives us a clue.
Yeah, they kind of ruined it.
So we need to find, we're with Connor Cocker, and Connor Cocker is coming underneath us. We are effectively just underneath the thing saying loop. So as Connor comes over the thing saying loop, we'll see if we can do it on the fly, all right? And you can join in.
Okay.
And he's going on the loop. Now, this is the main straight. Do we agree?
Yep.
And then that's the berm. Not sure what that is. That needs a name. This is the DXR doubles.
Yep. The S-Works bend.
No, that's the top corner. Because you only have one thing per sponsor.
Okay.
So can you move that phone? It really is ticking along. I can hear it ticking all the time.
Funny, I can't hear it over here.
So it's the anti-BlackBerry brigade. So that failed due to our desire to not have you going tick-a-tick, tick-tick, tick, tick-a-tick, tick. Well, I have to point out that isn't actually just BlackBerry to do that, but it's for some reason that your phone is tuned into our... Where is Connor Cocker now? Upside down. He's upside down.
He got distracted by the people in...
Right, we have to start again. All right, so anyway, so this is definitely... These are the S-Works steps there.
Yes.
That's the S-Works steps.
Yep.
So you've got the S-Works steps definitely. Main straight.
Burn. All sorts of triple
DXR double.
doubles, yep.
I think that's actually the Agama turn, I think.
The Agama top turn.
Oh, very good. And then you've got the model tune bit there.
The model tune bit.
Yes. The absolute hobby step up.
Yep.
Oh, we go there.
S-Works steps.
The saw corner. So that top thing is going around the saw corner, and then you've got the timing and scoring bit.
And then on the main straight again.
Main straight, berm. Needs a name, that one does. I think it's a quad.
Yeah, I was going to say it looks like 4 jumps from where we stood up here.
So either there's something quad. Over the quad, around the Agama turn. Oh, he's gone past it now. And he comes down here, out of the hole, up to the absolute hobby step up, round through the S-Works steps, into the saw turn. Coming now down through timing and scoring underneath our commentary booth. And down the main straight again, into the berm, over the quad. Sweeping down to his left before he takes the DXR doubles. And the long, never-ending right-hand loop of the Agama corner. I'm getting into this now. In the Agama corner. Then up over the model tune section. That's what it's been called, the model tune section.
Model tune section.
Which I should be. And that's it. There we go.
There you go. There's your incredibly in-depth track guide.
It's amazing, isn't it? It's almost like I just made up something along. But no, what you don't know is last night at about 2 in the morning, Adam and I got up to walk the track and think about this very carefully. And Adam had a number of great suggestions, and Paul then woke up and joined us, and it took ages. I mean, we sat down and we literally had a long conversation, 3-4 hours about naming the track. Yeah.
No wonder I felt like I didn't get much sleep last night. I must have sleepwalked that.
Yeah, see. You thought it was just a dream. Oh, that's horrible.
Yeah, it's that main straight on that on that camera. It's the light coming through the windows here.
Yeah, it'll go in a couple of hours.
Well, it's a bank holiday weekend. The sun's not going to last.
Well, that's a very good point, well made. And also, it'll go as the sun comes up. So,
of course.
Having been here a few years, you get used to this. Hang on, this is me after all that. Oh!
Mr. Nice, shiny iPhone.
Oh my God! Oh my God! I would like to now issue a formal apology to RIM, the manufacturers of the BlackBerry devices, and Mr. Adam Johnson. It appears, in fact, it was my phone, the iPhone 6, that was making the clickety-click noises, and not the marvellously built and wonderfully reliable BlackBerry unit belonging to Mr. Johnson. I apologise for any harm I may have caused, and I unreservedly apologise in all forms, language, and social medias.
This is my winning face.
You've got a big smile on, actually. But no, actually, very good point. Yeah, it's not a winning face; it's smug B face.
Anyway, now we've clarified that all phones probably have issues of some kind. We take a pause between the heats. We're into heat 10 of practice 1.
How long it says to the top heats? The top heats are 16, 17, and 18, and they should start. And we're about to start heat 10. And are we on time? 10:30? Yeah, we're just about on time. A few minutes back, that's all. And the top heats will come on at 11:30 till midday. And then we get 4 heats of electric and go,
I can hear again.
Yes. And we'll also go, oh. So about an hour's time for the top heat.
I said this earlier. It says a lot that me, of all people, if anyone knows me, I am a celebrator of loud race cars, and even I had to break out the earplugs for this weekend.
Okay, we've got I like the DXR double. That's good. Thank you from Marts112.
That was one of my suggestions at 3 in the morning.
Quad of death, says Chris Lovell. I don't think you really want to advertise death in any motor racing sport, in fairness. A wall of death's fine, but let's avoid the death from there.
Quad of doom?
Alan says we need to name the step down as well, which is the hole, isn't it? Going
the
down
bottomless pit.
No, and now we have the step down of death. Damien Buxer says, hello Nick. Can you follow Matt Slaney in this heat? So Matt Slaney will follow at some point. Matt Slaney, he's not in this heat. So
he might have been in the last one.
Is this 10 or 11?
This is 10.
Okay, Matt Slaney is not in heat 10 anymore.
Although there's 15 per heat, isn't there? There's 13 on that screen.
Ah, excellent point, well made, young Adam. Yeah, he's number 15. Oh, this is why we employ university graduates, and they're desperate for work. He's
no
number
comment.
15. I'm really impressed by that. I just okay, no, it's not in the heat. Nah, it's not in it.
Can I just say?
Stuff. Yeah.
You remember that bit in Wallace and Gromit at Grand Day Out, where they're in the spaceship and Wallace walks across the booth with the headphones, and then it snags and goes flying everywhere?
It's going to be me, yeah, I know.
You with your microphone cable.
I will switch to a longer one. Misses later. So he's number 15. So are we on 15? I don't know. Frank, can we do a little bit of a camera change and let Jan on for a few minutes before this one starts?
15's going through the S-Works steps now, the red and white car. Oh, and he's now flipping, and he's turned turtle, and has recovered rather nicely.
There we go. There we are. And this is, I think, is now Mr.
There he is.
Jan's back on the camera. Whoa. Oh dear, those light pulls. This is Jan's our new man. So. Ooh.
A blurry, dramatic filter for a second there.
I think there's the light coming across is playing havoc with the camera.
It is, yeah. You can tell we're a British setup crew. We're not programmed for bright sunshine on our cameras. This is just not happening. Two cars going down the main straight side by side, and that just shows the advantage one guys get when you get on the throttle earlier over that first jump. I was just saying how there's hardly any consistent on throttle application. It's all about little dabs of it, control over the jumps.
Yeah, you're right. No, it is all about getting the power. So we're with car number 15, I think. Are we?
No, car number 15
That's
is...
car 4. Stay where you are, Jan. We'll find 15. Keep with your car 4. We'll find 15 for you. It's not actually started yet, the actual timing, so...
I believe car number 15 is going over the DXR. He's going through the top corner now.
We'll wait till he comes...
The Agama top corner.
That's the Burb, not the DXR.
Here we go. He's coming through now. He's coming through the dip and then the big tabletop here.
All right, he's the red and white car just going through the S-Works steps now.
There we go.
And round the saw corner, red and white car beneath you any second now, Jan. No,
coming on
red and white car beneath you, just going down. He's upside down, about to go through timing and scoring.
This brings back memories of the
There
first
he is,
time I
down the
tried
main
to operate
straight.
the camera.
He's on the main straight. And now he got him, and he's kind of off the track. So this is over the DXR doubles. That was a pretty impressive curse to the commentator because he couldn't find him, and he went round fine. But as soon as we found him, he crashed.
The curse is strong already, folks. And
And he's upside down again. 2 corners. No, that's the wrong car.
He's going to be wishing we didn't follow him now.
No. So it's. Oh, he's up. So he's just crashed again. And if you drop back one car, Jan, drop back one car.
He'll stop crashing.
That's the car you want. That's the 15 going around the saw corner. It's SOAR. It's not a corner that's got a little bleedy finger or anything.
The Jigsaw's not sat there going, do you want to play a game? Looks like the peak lap time so far in this heat is down to around the low 33s. We're into a 33.1 right now. Most of the field up around the mid-30s, 34s, 35s around there. We obviously expect this pace to drop as the heat goes on and we get the stronger ones come through. Do you expect this to be the pace throughout the weekend pretty much, or is there more to be gained?
It doesn't tend to put an awful lot of best lap speed on. The track might dry, well will dry, which tends to just make it different, but the ultimate lap pace never seems to change an awful lot. They will get a little bit quicker because they're low in the track, so I expect to see a second and a half from everybody, and the top drivers may well get close to 30-second laps.
That'll be impressive to watch, it'll be impressive to see, and obviously as we talked about it later, we'll talk about this more when we get into those finals in the longer races where you have multiple pit stops. That'll be ever crucial. If you get those really fast laps in, then it means you can do the 4-stop strategy just fine. You saw last year, fast 4 stops will trump a slow having to back 3-stop strategy. It will trump that extra pit stop.
Okay, so on the on-camera at the moment is that yellow and orange car going around the berm now. It comes over the quad. No, stay where you are.
You're seeing cars everywhere. Well, there are cars everywhere.
There are cars everywhere. Okay, cameraman's choice. Yeah, pick a car. We're going to talk you around the track. So pick a car.
Any car. There's the saw corner off to your right there. And there's actually an S there leading through the S-Works and the saw corner as well. So.
Oh gosh, you're so artistic. It's amazing.
I'm going to assume, by the way, because this is not like the Nordschleife where the graffiti on the track survives, I'm assuming that those sponsor names on the track will be repainted.
I think they'll have to be.
Yes.
It's they've already massively faded in 9 heats. So I think by the time we get to this evening, you'll be going, that's the squiggly, worn-out corner, and that's the other corner with no name on it at all.
That's the double.
There's a Snur corner and the Gefunten corner.
The Swift steps. It's all in the natural evolution of this track as it goes on today. As I say, with the weather won't directly play too much of a part in.
If it rains and the humidity comes across, it does affect it a bit.
Yeah, that's true.
Also with the engines need to be tuned to the temperature and the humidity, so it will affect engine tune slightly.
That's very true. So those would be your suffering.
Wheels off. We've got a tyre on
goodness.
the track. Where is it? Who's not glued their tyre properly?
We'll better get that mistake out of the way in practice, I guess.
Oh, there he is. He's right below us. So which car has got 3 wheels on his wagon is the next question.
I think going into the pits now.
Oh, what's he missing?
Looked like he was not driving entirely straight and true when he got in.
That was the man we were following, number 15.
Oh, we really have cursed his session, haven't we?
I know. He's left about £9 of tyre on the track as well.
We want to go fetch that. Or is that to me being tight?
I would do. He's got a very nice closed insert tyre on that one. They all drive into the... Still struggling with the difference in light camera. It's got a focus issue as well, hasn't it? Can you go and... Yeah. I'm now being accused of touching it, which is not strictly true.
That's just the way things work around here. If something's not working properly, it's probably Nick touched it in some way or broke it.
Sometimes it was just the insert. I'm not sure it was just the insert.
Either way, best to get those sort of problems out of the way now rather than in one of the finals. So that's pretty much a race over, I'd imagine.
Okay, so we have lead bunker. Lead bunker apparently is in car 15 in this one, and Gavin Utley is in it as well. So Gavin Utley is car number 4, and lead bunker I already know is 50 without you telling me to scroll down.
Now, this early in the practice session and this early in the weekend, what can be learnt in terms of setup going forward?
Everything.
That's a simple answer.
Because it's, one of the good things about being a track in a big shed is whilst yes it will dry out, it's significantly more consistent than an outdoor track, because there's a lot more elements, especially in England in March, that can affect it. So it'll certainly be it's quite. Talk about yourself.
Or I will talk for you. I'll help with the talk. He's absolutely right. Where the track will have less, it will go through less of an atmospheric and weather-based change. It will stay a lot more similar throughout the weekend. There will be evolutions, as there always are, with a little bit of tyre put down there as more cars run on it. There's obviously going to be, as Nick said earlier, the temperature changes in the track. So, in general, though, there's going to be a lot less, or not quite as much, keeping up with the track and the conditions as normal. It's going to be more subtle, but that in a way can make it that bit more difficult. And we just see there demonstrated there just the nuances and the difficulties of getting every jump exactly correct. It is absolutely vital. You see just 1 millimetre going off can translate into a car flying completely off the track by the time it rejoins terra firma again. And that's probably the most difficult part. That's why you see just that momentary pause as they come around the corner to line up, and that extra split second straightening up for the jump, absolutely vital.
Fire at the drone. Yeah, I mean, there's quite a lot of aerial stuff in the track this time, but some of the old Neos had unbelievably large jumps, which effectively really got kind of outlawed through health and safety, because you had cars flying at 9 feet near people's head. This is, again, quite a spectacular circuit, but designed with security in mind. Now, currently we are with the the pink and green car number 1, I think that is, which will be the machine of Josh Marshall, coming now over the quad, and he's going to just come out of the hole there and then go through the DXR doubles.
Is that the quad or the quad of doom?
No, well, Doom's fine, Death not. There's down to the model tune section here. That's the step up apparently. Now there's the absolute hubby step into the S-Works steps and round the soaring corner. And that's a lap. Now, we are coming to the actual time where they've now, so he's now started his run. So they get 3 minutes of twiddling around, tuning up, fueling up, and then have a 5-minute run. So this actually is the first timed lap for Josh Marshall.
And just how important is it to get these strong practice runs in to get you well seeded for the qualifying rounds?
It's always best to be with people who are around about the same speed as you. It's never great to be with people that are too slow or too fast. You're either letting people by or trying to pass people. So getting to be in the right place is actually very important because it just makes it easier in your qualifying. I'm not saying necessarily, if you did your 3 best laps ever in your life and then you're 2 or 3 heats too high, that'd be equally as bad as going to be blowing out and being in the bottom heat with me if I was at this event.
So that highlights just where the importance of these early practice sessions come from.
That's car 14 crashing conveniently on camera there.
Well, he thought he'd get some TV time.
He has got some TV time. That's the car 14 of Darren Hayden Ball. Now, we were asked to follow Gavin Utley, weren't we? And Gavin Utley is car number 4. So let's see if we can find car number 4. No idea where he is at the moment.
Look out the windows of the crow's nest, looking for him. Why is it always the crow in the crow's nest? It's not like the starling nest.
It's a pirate sort of reference, isn't it? There he is. So car 4 now is yellow into green, just going over the S-Works steps now, and into the saw corner. He's the yellow over green car. Underneath us now.
Onto the main straight.
Main straight.
There he is.
Round the berm, coming down over the quad of difficulty. And up through the TXR double and around. And this is the Agama sweeping turn. And one thing we do need to do,
yes,
is somebody needs to go downstairs and get a list of the drivers and entrants, so we can write notes on it.
That's a good point.
It's not really important in this first round, to be honest.
But it's always good to do some scribbling.
Well, I just feel it makes me feel more important.
Right beneath us. A bit of difficulty for Gavin Utley. And that was coming to a relatively flat section of the track as well. It just shows you how much these cars are moving around on the surface. And one of the marshals at Marshall Point Ford got attacked by a car flying at him. That happens. Sometimes as you're a marshal, you don't have to run to the track to get the car.
Yeah, but there is a lot of marshals being minorly attacked. Now, if you're wondering why it's now looking a bit foggy in there, it's because it's exhaust.
It's because it is foggy.
Yeah, basically, during the qualifying, it will get foggier and foggier and foggier, and then you can actually see it getting clearer and clearer and clearer. It's amazing.
That's quite incredible. We'll replay that on the screen.
Actually, I missed that highlight. It gets clearer and clearer and clearer during the electric heats.
Yes, there we go.
And he's upside down. Who is that? Oh, it's our man 4.
Utley?
Is he Flame? No, it was the thing about. So we also need to find. Who else do we need to find? It was car
15, wasn't it?
I think you said 15. I don't think that's the right person. Lee Bunker, it says, is car 15, but I don't think Lee Bunker is car 15. He's not. It's the wrong heat. So Max Johnson's car 15.
We'll keep an eye out either way.
He's upside down, as I said. Oh, it's really nice. It's Easter and someone has spammed us with some religious stuff on our thing. Oh, thank you very much to Priscilla L.Y. for giving us a bit of Easter Christian message. And you can obviously decide what to do with that as you like. Because let's be honest, religion, such a force for good in the world. Anyway.
This is a part of political message sponsored.
I have left that statement there. You can interpret it as you wish.
I'm just going to leave it sitting there and walk away. Right. Let's get back to the racing, the important stuff. We are still following, I believe, Mr. Utley. I don't think that. I think that's a different car now.
That's fine. I don't know. I think.
Oh my goodness! Good thing we were following that car either way. Spectacular.
Oh, you get a replay. Here we go.
Here we go.
I have to keep saying replay because we haven't got the graphics sorted yet. Oh wow, yeah, he just lost that. That's really weird because that didn't seem any reason why he'd lose that. he just landed and turned 11 to 3 times.
Suspension set too stiff, maybe? Just the smallest right in the road?
One of the things, of course, that, I think, you did a large-scale off-road event, and they're quite a lot heavier, so they kind of land with a thud.
Yeah.
One of the things about these things is that, when they land, because the track isn't totally even, unlike a proper racetrack, you can land 2 inches away from you did before, and you get a completely different result.
Pretty much. They sort of skate over the track a lot more, but when they land, it also means they respond to the surface.
Yeah, and
a lot
choose
more.
any car you like, mate, and we'll follow it round.
And we will demonstrate the point being made.
So he's gone there for the orangey number 2 machine, and that is the car of Matt Angerstad. Now, interestingly, already he is proving to be an ace cameraman because he's randomly picked up the leader.
Well done, Jan.
So Matt Angerstad, see now, look, we get some information about engines and things now.
Lovely.
What heat are we on? Next question.
11.
10 or 11?
11, yes.
So I can tell you that Matt Angerstad in car 2 has an Agama, one of the sponsors, with an OS engine. So that's the end of that run. As you can see, we're all very much settling into the whole thing.
There is a little bit of, it's like a long distance enduro, this broadcast, isn't it? We are building up. We've got the practice here, which was set for the qualifying, which will be hugely intense, and then more qualifying in the lower finals on Sunday. Then, of course, Monday, we've got the day of finals action. And over the next couple of days, even through today, we're going to be up to 12 hours, I believe, tomorrow of racing action.
Well, actually, it is over 12 hours, and it's because of that we actually have to start a bit later.
Ah, I see.
Because the maximum length of the stream on YouTube is 11 hours 55 minutes.
Ah.
And because they got finals at the end of the day, this happened last year, we were on for so long, we actually didn't manage to get the end finals
broke
archived.
YouTube.
You can watch them live, but you couldn't archive. So we're going to start about 9 tomorrow, it's about an hour in, to give ourselves a bit of a leeway to make sure we get the finals at the end of the day.
Also gives me time to have a nice cup of tea.
Are too long for YouTube.
They are. YouTube, we broke you. What do
Yeah.
you have to say about that?
Yeah, exactly. Bloody YouTube. Right, I'm going to go, carry on waffling, I need to look at the social media again.
Excuse me, I do not waffle. I spout interesting vernacular about things that are happening.
And that was the first use of the word vernacular on RC Racing TV.
A little bit of history for you. That's what you get from a media writing graduate. You get thesaurus up in here. But we're getting ready for the next heat. Heat 12 are on the will be on the track shortly. And are rolling out now. They
Now,
take the positions.
interesting that the official Neo practice list and the results on my RCM don't match. I think there's been a little bit of a resort. So if you're looking on Neo, you might find that for this first round, if you say that Brian's in heat number 13, car 7, he might not be.
Okay.
Which we'll explain when the last one was a bit. Most of them are the same.
I'm just watching the tension of Nick's microphone cable as it stretches across the crow's nest here. It's great to see so much of you getting involved already on the stream and in the comments as well. That's one of the great things about being on the job with RC Racing TV. The community's right here, and it's live. It's live feedback from you, the fans, and the viewers.
Yes.
Which I think adds a wonderful element to it. It feels like we have almost a live studio audience here. And I must say, the crowds in the arena are already fairly substantial. Mostly they are crew and members of the other crews observing the cars and the behaviour on the track. But those barriers will be fairly deep with fans, especially come finals day Monday. You have a brief replay here. Another car turn turtle there briefly. You'll get that a lot. A lot of the times these cars can actually kind of accelerate out of instance with those wheels that they have either side. Normally they'll land on some wheels and they can sort of recover it. But there is a sweet spot right in the middle where if they land on that, then they are stuck, they're turned turtle. And they have to be recovered. So far, it's all very nice, fairly smooth. No need, and that pit entry, I still feel like that is going to be a crucial factor in those finals later on in the weekend in deciding a race, where pit stops become more of a factor. It's getting into that pit entry, especially if you've got leaders, 1, 2, 3, or around the transfer spot. You're going to have guys close together battling. Crucial time can be won and lost in the pits and on that pit entry itself. It's a very tight hit entry that you have to get absolutely right. And I'm pretty sure, I am not much of a betting man, but I am going to tell you right now, keep an eye out, because at least one of the finals from Sunday onwards will be decided by that pit entry. So you have another car, Turn Turtle there. That's just after the DXR doubles. Well, that was the danger of taking that, because we have a replay here. And the second hit the DXR, they didn't quite clear it. You see it is so important. You've got to have the confidence to nail that double. But you can see just how big an impact. They really are all or nothing, those doubles, aren't they, Nick? They really are.
You need to attack them with verve and vigour.
Great choice of words, yes.
Oh, well now you've thrown in your clever words, your media writing course.
We're having a game of verbal tennis up in here.
I don't know about that.
But either way, those doubles can be, well, they're high risk, and a lot of the time, you'll sometimes see guys actually slow down to single them, take each one individually. That is slower, but of course, if you don't feel like you've got to, oh, goodness me, right in the middle of the shot there, if you don't feel like you're getting quite the best exit from the previous corner, the best run up onto those doubles, then you can single them and avoid any potential flips or anything. But a lot of the time.
Now, we were asked to follow Lee Bunker in this race, and Lee is car number 15. So let's see if we can find car number 15. There he is, underneath us. He's about to go over the S-Works steps.
He is indeed.
There
we go. I must say, I'm a big fan of that burn at the first corner. I'm a really big fan of that burn at the first corner. A little bit of front end action. You can see that as well. The buggies can land front on, and the wheels are clear of the front bodywork. So if you land front on, you can sort of watch the car come down, and if it hits front end on, if the front wheels hit the ground first, then you can sort of accelerate out of it. If the rear end lands first, that's where you're in a little bit more trouble. That can really unsettle the car. Rumble with Lee Bunker now. And there's that burn. I'm a big fan of that first corner. It's a nice flip there. I'll give that a 7.5. But there's a lot of different technical challenges here. Every corner is subtly different, and every jump is subtly different as well. It's one that you really have to learn on the fly, and it's one that every single lap will provide you with more information and more feedback around the car. That's an unconventional line through the S-Works steps. Probably wouldn't recommend that. That was trying to get the fastest line around the corner to a whole new level. Speeds onto the front straight again. And that was a good run down the front straight. You see, if you can get that smooth run out the corner, then you can run almost flat. You're stuck somewhere in the dip of something? Difficulty? Yeah, difficulty, that's where we went with that. The dip of mild difficulty. And he's taking a corner cutting route right now. Just get subtly caught one of the master's trainers. Got a nice pass there. You can see there is room to pass. There is always room to maneuver on this track. And there's room to make those overtakes in full high pressure race scenarios. Obviously at the moment these guys are going for individual speed. That's a nice save as well. A bit of breakdance in there. You'll see these guys looking for individual speed rather than trying to race each other head to head. So obviously in the practice sessions and the qualifying sessions you will see moments of guys kind of running almost isolated, if you will. Obviously they'll have to make the pass if they feel it's slowing them up. Whereas when you get into them finals where the guys will be racing head to head on the grid, you'll really see potential passing zones come into play, passing opportunities come into play. And really passes can happen anywhere. If someone gets a slightly inferior landing, as you can see just there, or a slightly worse run out of a corner, it's all about momentum, and it's all about getting the best drive out of respective corners, and that's where passes can be made. If the top guys get into an unbreakable rhythm, that's where it gets very difficult, because if you try and force the pass there, oh goodness, collision in the middle of the air on the quad of doom. Both guys continue about. You see their passes that literally can be made anyway, where it's on a dirt circuit. There's not so much of a strict racing line. Car upside down and the absolute hobbies dip over the S-Works steps and through the final sore corners. It's long complex here, as there are literally Thanks to Nick Damon. There are literally cables all over the studio up here. I am actually tangled up in some headphones right now. The mayhem is that you're seeing down on the track is continuing up in here, representative of what's going on down on the track. We are up in the crow's nest, observing the action from possibly the best position on the track. Oh, I have a feeling we might have a breakthrough in the great quest to get timing on the screens. I think we might do. Well, we do have timing showing on the screen for you. And I think we're just about there. So, if you're wondering where your drivers are, we're coming to the end of this heat 12. This heat 12.
Okay, and we have timing.
We do.
Now, there aren't 18 people, but some people have not registered the correct transponder, so we have some random transponders in there as well.
Hence, if you're wondering why you have drivers like 843, 405 and 831 registered, they're not random robots that have turned
I love
up.
831. I must admit, I think 831's not as underperformed, if I'm honest.
Yeah.
843, not so bad. But Ben, who would have been... was that heat 12 or heat 11? Heat 12, that would have been David Benito won that one.
There you go.
Actually, I could have just looked up there and seen that.
We've grown used to not having a timing screen for the first hour.
Yeah, so now it's actually worth angling it towards us, and we can get all kind of control over it. So next up, obviously following heat 12, is heat 13.
Really? I thought it was heat 16 coming up next.
Oh, you can show results, can't we?
Yes. So you'll be able to see the results of that.
And there we go. You need to take that one off first, Frank.
There we go.
But don't forget, it's not about this. It's about the fastest 3 laps.
Yep. So it's not about the overall total time throughout. It'll be the fastest 3 laps consecutively.
So
that's the same for qualifying as well, isn't it?
We can see who's in heat 13. Let's show the grid. And it is Barky Abernathy in 1, Mark Kay in 2, Michael Shaw in 3. That's 3 Brits. And an Israeli, Yaniv Sivan, Andreas Meyer, Ollie Connor, Andrew Ash, Kumar Roman, Swissman, Rob Raisey, Wes Miles, and Josh Powney, Davey Bales, or Bales Davey, I think the other way, David Gibson, Matt Perry, and Miguel Rodriguez Izquierdo. See? Easy for me to say.
But the full lineup of 15, there's no droids in this one by the look of it.
That's depressing, isn't it?
Yeah, I was rather looking forward to the appearance of 865 at some point. I think he's got a lot of speed to prove.
Okay, so we're on heat 13.
Here we are.
And there's 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I can count now, you see, it's really good.
Is that something you learnt in the off-season?
So we need to, at some point, think about getting our second camera up and running.
I think we do.
Who's going to be our second camera star?
I sense a game of rock, paper, scissors coming up.
I think we're going to obviously try to limit your ups and downs, Paul.
I was going to say, it was rather reassuring that I wasn't the only one that looked down at the top of the ladder and felt a bit daunted. Poor Paul, but he's a brave trekker anyway.
So we are now up and running with the warm-up to heat number 13.
Those droids have appeared at the bottom of the timing again.
Yeah, because it's random. Oh, it's gone again now, you see? They come in and go, there was 3, then there was none, then there was 2.
241, I'll be looking forward to him now. I want to see how 241 does.
I must admit that Jan's had a marvellous effect on this car number 14, because he's fallen off about 11-3 times, Matt Perry.
Are we just going to call Jan the Jinx from now on?
No, he's a cameraman. They're all jinxes. Every cameraman is a jinx.
Camera Jan? As we're ticking down, it's the final 10 seconds of the warm-up. They get about, 2 or 3 minutes to go into their warm-up.
3.
And then we'll commence 3 minutes, and then we'll commence into 5 minutes of flying laps.
Next time they pass the start-finish, they'll be off and running.
They will be looking for those 3 consecutive magic fast laps, and also that strong run across the entire session on the most laps they can get in. Because sometimes that can differ as well. Sometimes it can be about the most amount of laps you can get into a set time limit or a set session. And that is a important factor as well. That's the deciding factor. But here, it's all about those 3 consecutive super fast laps. And it doesn't matter where they come from in a given session. If you get those 3 off, those are the ones that are going to count going forward.
That's a relatively easy thing in things like, on-road events, because the track's the same and you're trolling around. If you get 3 good ones in a row, it'll be a nightmare. Like, I've got a good one. I'm upside down.
Yeah.
I've got a good one. I'm upside down. I've got a good one. Oh.
Pretty much. The frustrations of the off-road RC driver demonstrated aptly there.
Thank you to Andy91 UK911 saying nice things about us. Woohoo timing. Fredericio Tagisi, good morning guys. He's in Heat 3. Great coverage. It's Barclay Abernathy in this one.
He is. He's just gone to the pole.
Then we need to find car number 1. So you help out finding car number 1. There are 18 heats, Aaron. I'm not quite sure who Bill Banks is, but he's about to be banned.
Car number 1's coming over the S-Works steps now. He's the pink and black car.
Dustin Hamilton says good morning from Missouri. Blimey, he's up early.
He is. Thank you for joining us over your breakfast.
Steve Smith, don't worry about Bill, he's been banned. We're getting trolls today. I haven't had trolls before. It's fantastic.
It's Easter weekend. They're probably bored.
Nah,
Nothing
good
else
point.
to do. What ifs?
Do we have car 1 now? I'm not even looking at the screen, so I don't know.
Yes, we do. He is on screen right now. Barclay Abernathy from Great Britain. Part of a big British contingent, as you probably expect from a British domestic event, but the international presence here is as strong as ever. And the battles all across the field will be fascinating to watch. The pink and black car of Abernathy, very distinctive, almost with that first burn. There's the quad of uncertainty.
The quad of no name. See, the man with no name was menacing. Perhaps the quad of no name is menacing.
The quad of no name.
Model tune section done. Theoretically, as we go up these heats, they're getting more talented, or at least quicker. The Absolute Hobby step up and over the S-Works steps. Into the saw corner for the pinky ready car of Barclay Abernathy. And that last lap you saw him on was a 35.4.
Yep, 35.4.
Now I've been asked also to follow Ollie O'Connor, and Ollie O'Connor is car number 6.
Let's keep an eye out for him then.
We'll see if we can find car number 6. No idea where he is.
Would have laughed if it was that car we saw flip right in the middle shot. Jan's curse working strong right now. His curse
is strong with Jan.
The curse is strong with this one.
Now at this point, it is always the way that the car you're waiting for is about, that was unfortunate, about half an hour later. Oh,
come on.
Is he still going round even?
Come on, Ollie, we're waiting for you.
No, literally every single car must have been passed twice now. Not that I'm impatient or anything.
No, not at all. 2, 15,
8.
6.
There he is, 6. White
blue, and
nose.
pink.
Blue and pink, going over the S-Works steps now.
And Jan's found
Thanks, Jan.
And he's not crashed yet, so...
Yeah, he doesn't know the rules.
No.
Well, a fishtail wasn't really a crash.
That was close.
So this is Ollie O'Connor, who is driving a hot body with a OS engine.
Nice. He's
neither old nor young. He's not in the old group or the young group.
He's just in the 34-second bracket right now, with 34.9 is his fastest lap. I'd assume that that's pretty much the base area you've got to be looking for in terms of consistent laps.
Well, top lap is a 31.6 now by Mike Lewis, which sounds a bit quick. He may have nibbled a bit of a track off on that one, but it might be 31.6.
Well, there's going to be reseedings after practice anyway, based on these, so I assume if he keeps that up, he'll be right up in the top heats for qualifying.
No, he has to do 3 of them, remember?
Of course, yeah.
If you go 31.6, 95 0, Part of me, a good rugby score is also unlikely to get you on the top level.
Yeah.
There'll be a lot of fettling after this heat because everyone have gone out with their base setups and then now they're going, oh no, I'll do that a bit different, I'll do that a bit different. I'll put on more bouncy bits and less springy bits and that sort of thing.
The technical terms up in here is
Thank
just
you.
wonderful. So it's mostly about, I'd imagine the shocks and the suspension are probably the most pivotal areas of these setups. But
just so everyone knows, we are going to do a grid walk, by the way.
Excellent.
The proposed grid walk time, he says, looking, is about 4:30.
4:30. Okie doke.
Because then, when we say, what's it like, they'll go, I've not been out. Like, oh no, you've done 2 rounds.
There's no bluffing us.
Well, there is, actually, but...
They're aware of who's also going to be watching. Andreas Mayer on top right now, the Austrian driver, ahead of David Gibson and Yannick Sivan. Bells Davey and Matt Perry, there's the top 5. Parkley, Epitheny and Ollie O'Connor are down in 8th and 9th. We are following O'Connor as we speak. Tucks over the DXR doubles. Nice and neat and tidy as this session comes to the end. Davey Bales, or Bales Davey I should say, who is 4th overall. He has the fastest 1 lap speed. That's a 33.305.
Good old Davey Bales.
Very neatly done. It's really one of those kind of double barrel names. It's very difficult. Some of those difficult.
He's French though, isn't he? So he's, hello, I am Davey Bales, or I am Bales Davey. Either way, he'd look at your girlfriend and she'd melt.
Either way, we're going on to heat 14 coming up now.
We are. And we can do that. And we can do that.
There's Andreas Mayer there at the top. He's completed he completed the 9 laps in the fastest time there. 5 minutes 23 over a 5 minute 28 for Dave Gibson. You have Sivan, Bales Davey, Matt Perry, Rob Racy.
Not the Matt Perry, obviously, because he's acting in London at the moment.
Yes, yeah. Kumar Roman, Barkley Epitheny and Ollie O'Connor, our duo who we were told to pay a lot of attention to, and Wes Miles.
Who builds the track, so good old Wes, part of the DXR team.
He's the 10. And then Miguel Izquierdo Rodriguez. And then Mark Kay, Josh Powney, Andrew Ash, and Michael Shorey. Now, Josh Powney unusually shown as completing 7 laps there, but doing so faster than 2 guys who completed 8. It's rather interesting.
Yes. Yeah, that is quite strange.
Next heat runners coming out now.
So you've got Ben Williams, Philippe Liggett, Lee Ryan, not that one either. Oh, it's Ryan Lee actually. Sorry, it's Ryan Lee from Korea, the guy from Sweet. I was too busy doing my blue jokes to realise actually that's blue, not in rude, as in the band blue. Colin McKenzie, Jamie Clancy, Michael Todd, Lewis Jones, Ben Panic, Panagotis Terzis from Greece, and Robin Frischkopf from Switzerland. And then the others are Danny Choi, Edu Amijidi, Misha Vidmar, James Lefebvre, and a Korean, yep. And Runa Birgit. Now, I pointed out that Danny Choi is Korean. I'm not sure why Frank thought that was so important. It's a long way to come. It's a long way to come, that is true.
It is. Races have travelled far and wide to be at this New Year 16 event this weekend. It is a huge one in terms of the pantheon of off-road racing, and it's a prestigious trophy to pick up.
Yes.
And the road to the quest to pick up that trophy begins right here. First rounds of practice. So who are we following initially? Berm. Over the DXR doubles. Round the far corner.
Now we have a number of requests in this heat, I'm afraid.
Do we?
I need to keep on talking. I need to check which ones they were.
Right. At the requests, I feel like a breakfast or drive time radio DJ.
I've actually got a request for about 11 people in this heat, so that's a real nightmare. Right. So
Jan,
we need,
have fun.
Who is right? Zoom in on someone tight so we can see who you're with, Jan. You're with a red and white car. Is that what we want? Let's hope it is. It's car 13. Now who's car 13? Yes, we want this one. Stay with that. That's Misha Widmeyer. Whoa, that's Misha Widmeyer. They're going over the DXR doubles. Misha with the saw. One of the requests so far. So Widmeyer also using OS power as he now comes through the big hole. Through the step up. and then he'll start his actual time as he comes round the corner now. So the loop, to show you where the loop is, it is there, marked loop. Oh, good run down. Michigan gets a nice run down the straight there. Go through the berm. Kind of, oh, that didn't work well. That's his race starting. Oh, well, that's, you know, reinventing the circuit.
Nice way to salvage things. Good save, I'd say.
Okay. Next person we need to find. Anybody in the numbers I want here.
This is like bingo.
Okay. The car going round, yeah, the car's stuck on the steps, the S-Works steps at the moment, Jan, going round the saw corner. No, round the saw corner and onto the main straight any second now. He's on the main straight now. That's him over the burn, and that is the car off. I've forgotten if it was 8 or 7 now, but it's either Lewis Jones or Ben Panic, we both want it to be covered. So when he comes near again, my old eyes will get him. He comes down of the section and onto the model tune. And this is the car number 8 of Ben Panic. So Ben Panic from Australia, lives in Singapore with the Kyosho with the OS engine. So that's not gone badly, has it? I mean, he's off the track there. That didn't go well.
Right below our section, so probably the one area
So
we
he's
couldn't see.
actually actively cursed by the captain. Oh, he's come on. Oh, isn't he? He's going for a pit stop. Not right. Obviously, the 5 laps aren't important. Now he's got a tuning issue. Now he only has to get 3 laps. So that's fine and dandy. Of course, you lose the time of 2 laps by doing this. Anyway, so he's now off and running again and upside down again. So that's him we've done. Now we have a request for others as well, but it's a massive multiple request type thing.
What numbers are we looking at for?
Oh, we're looking at this car now. Number 4, that's going through the saw corner now. It's yellow and orange, or greeny yellow and orange. That's the saw corner now, about to go onto the main straight. Now, it's the car on the main straight. It's that's the one, round the berm now. Car 4. Over the double. Into the mod. This is Con Mackenzie. Fantastically named. Sounds like a dog toy. In the Mugen and the RC Concept engine, the new French company RC Concept.
Currently running 9th on the timing screens.
That's a very pithy interjection. Oh, running 9.
It was an observation.
So Mackenzie round the Agama corner at the top of the circuit there and coming into the model tune section. Sharp right-hand turn into the hole and out again. That's the absolute hobby step up before the S-Works steps. Now this is the whole of the saw corner. The saw corner goes all the way around here before they come to start onto the timing loop just underneath us there. And it's the main straight with the pools of light. Get used to enjoy them while you can because they won't be here tomorrow because it's cloudy. Now, who else do I need to follow? Car number 14 is my next target. That's 15. As always, it's never the next car along, is it?
No.
This will be James Pivot, the Guernseyman. There
14,
he is
yeah.
now, going over the S-Works steps and turning into the saw corner with the sort of quite pinky, purpley, whitey car.
Jan's picked him up very nicely.
Absolutely. The Pivot with the Kyosho and the Reds engine. Everyone, of course, really just feeling their way around because this is the first time these boys be on this track. So we're currently seeing them do about lap 7. They're still working out the best lines to everything and trying to find out where the things that can catch them out like that. Beautiful little flippage you just did there. Frank's sort of staring at the computer like he doesn't know what it is.
I think we've got a second camera ready to roll.
Oh! Have we? We had. Are you ready to roll, Paul? No, he's not. Okay, there we are.
Some more tinkering to be done.
You're darker than Jan, by the way. And that's Le Pivot falling off the track sideways. Jamie Clancy's leading this one, but from Lewis Jones, that's better. So with how long to go? Half a minute. Who have we got left to do? Lewis Jones in 7. Can we find 7 very quickly? My guess is no, because nothing's turned up quickly so far.
I was going to say, I like the emphasis on the word quickly.
Or at all.
Yes.
I don't know what the reverse, the curse the commentator, but the curse of trying to find another car. Because on average, there should be 5 cars to go past when you just see the one you want.
Here we go.
He's last. Okay, he's now going over the S-Works. Step up now and round the Saw corner.
There we go. And we're watching from Paul's camera. Camera 2.
That looks really confusing. Yeah, camera 2. There, hey, Paul. Whoa, he's got him. And the pools of light are working brilliantly there as well. So camera 2 livens up our day, completely confusing me because of the angles of the camera there. Oh, it's gone. You've gone to. Oh, it's smooth. Can you cut cameras again? Change cameras again. It should be, no, it needs to be cut, not smooth.
There we go.
Oh, I don't like a smooth transition. Oh, upsets me.
It's just too much.
Cole McKenzie built this track. Oh, there we are. It's showing off. We followed Misha with Maya, but you may have missed it right at the beginning. We got Lewis Jones for about 3 seconds. We missed Ben that time round. We'll try again next time.
Here's our rundown of the results from that heat.
Go on then.
With Dennis Holding. Well, that's the next heat that's come up. That'll be the lineup for the next heat that's come up. So we'll have Dennis Holding, Alex Anapoliotakis, Ashley Owen, David Crompton, Stefano Cantoni, Anthony Conroy, Bjorni Varhaug, William Skidmore, Joao Lopez, and Alvaro Madones Cantera. And the rest of the field, Carl Jackson, Marco Natale, Graham Miller, Sandro Bamer, and Burak Kilic completes the lineup for Heat 15. They're on your screens now. If you get ready to go, they'll go out for their warm-up now.
And we have a plethora of people to follow.
I would expect nothing less.
But it'd be quite nice just to follow some cars with Paul's camera for a bit so I can see what that looks like, so I'm confused at the moment because I'm old.
It's not hard to do.
No, so Paul could find car 1 or car 3, who are, according to the list, Dennis Holding and Ashley Owen. That'd be great, because then I can work out what the heck's going on with him. Where the track is that? Oh, right, okay. It's underneath us, okay.
Dual perspectives, it's not something we're
Down
used
the
to.
straight, any perspective. Upside down, that's our friend in car number 3. That's is
the
Ashley Owen. No, those 3 is Ashley Owen. This is him coming now down into the model tune section. There we go, yeah.
That's a good angle to get them coming over the model tune.
And then he comes into the big hole and crashes. And then he's into the... actually, the Absolute Hobby step up is a lot more steppy from this angle, isn't it?
Yeah.
This angle's giving you a lot more idea of gradients than the other one. Coming underneath our other camera position.
The camera's slightly lower to the ground, this one, so you get more of an impression. I love it when they come through the multitude section right in front of the position. You really see the height there.
Actually, the berm looks better as well, if I'm honest.
It does.
Yeah, it might have to change cameras. That one's got a mains power.
Now, watch as he comes through here.
Into the model tune section.
Oh, that was a bit disappointing. I'll give that one a 2.
Yes. Now, is Jan on car number 3 as well?
Yes.
Right, let's try cut. All right, just stay on this car for a couple of more laps. We're going to try Frank cutting between the 2, okay, mate?
There we go.
So under here with Jan.
Camera 1.
Down the. I pick it up on the straight now with Paul because I think it looks.
Camera 2.
No, before that, I pick it up.
Nope. Paul's got the camera curse working.
Stay with Paul during this part of the section, Frank. Stay with Paul, stay with Paul, stay with Paul, stay with Paul. Yep, and through the model tune section. And I would swap here. So basically as he does that corner, comes up through there, into the S-work section, bump, and round here, underneath, and then halfway up the straight, swap the Paul. That's it, perfect.
Looking good.
Because that's a much better shot of the berm with Paul's camera. All right, guys, that's great stuff. Well, as you've had, that's live TV direction. No commentary needed there. Just put you in that Ashley Owen is on an X-ray with FX engines.
Nice airtime there for the model tune section as well. I like the fact on camera 2 you can also see to the bottom of the Quad of Doom.
It's not the Quad of Doom, it's the Quad of No Name.
It's the Quad of No Name. It's the Quad
You're
of Mystery.
a bit too young for the good, the bad and the ugly and a fistful of dollars, aren't you?
Oh no, I have seen it.
Yeah, the man with no name, he was menacing.
Yes, yeah. I would prove that I've seen those films by giving you an accurate rendition of the theme, but I don't think that's appropriate right now.
I don't know, I don't mind a bit of whistling, but probably not now. Later on, you can whistle for me later. We also need to find car number 1, who is Dennis Holding.
Currently sitting 12th overall, though he doesn't seem to be putting any times in. I wonder if he's out there or if it's a case of transponder issue.
Good point, can't find him because he's not there. So he's not running or he's got a transponder running, so we'll probably not go for Dennis Holding this time round.
Car flamed out just behind one of the marshals there, to the left of Jan's shot you're seeing on the screen there.
Yeah.
Sat right behind a marshal is a flamed out car.
That is dead. That could be one I wanted. All right, well, I think we can have a... Right, the bright green car, bright fluorescent yellow car going over the berm now. Let's both try and pick that one up. It's about to go over the DXR doubles now. There we go.
Paul's got him.
Now, I have no idea what car number it is, just I picked it out because it's a man who's not spent any money to get his body painted, which I appreciate. And of course now it's upside down because on the camera.
I think that's car number 11.
It is, I think
Carl
you're
Jackson.
right. Good spot. Carl Jackson, top British driver. Yeah, and you're on the wrong car. You want to be on the all orange car going underneath you. Oh, sorry, orange. All yellow car, yellowy green car onto the main straight now.
Yeah, he's got him.
Oh,
over the Quad of No Name and the DXR doubles. You can really, as I say, get an impression on the height here. Here we go, through the model tune section. Look at that. Who said cars can't fly?
well, most people really.
Well, at least in short bursts, we're proving them wrong here. At least they can glide.
Yes, they can. I wish I could glide way up to the sky. But I can.
Coming through the berm now. Through the dip of No Name. And the DXR doubles. So those doubles are so important to jump as one consistent jump rather than two soaring over the model tune section. More dips. Now, sometimes maximum airtime is not entirely the fastest way around, but it's somewhere in between. And of course, if you clear those in the straightest of lines, it also means height also means that you've got the most acceleration coming through a jump as well. So that can be fairly speedy, but also it's all about everything being smooth, the landing being right on point. This is being demonstrated really nicely right now by Jackson, who is
sorry, with the TLR and the Orion motor.
Very nice.
So I'll inject some facts then.
Cool. He's working it very well right now. It's only an intense spot on the screens. But we are seriously getting down into a lot of the pacey runners out here. And the technique is on. This is smooth and good stuff from Carl Jackson. Not any mistakes. I'm almost actively trying to get the commentary cuts going now. But
we got a request for car 4.
Car 4, okie doke.
Which is Dave Crompton with the radio system in red. Car 4, where is he, little monkey?
Give it about 30 seconds, we'll find him.
Probably an hour. Paul normally finds him quicker than that, and I think he has found him quicker than that. And it's going around the Agama turn now and up through the model tune section. Right hand turns there, now going into the big hole. Coming up over that and out and through the Absolute Hobbies step up before the S-Works steps. And through the saw corner. and down the main straight.
Very neat and tidy. He's currently sitting 6th overall at the moment as we come into the final 30 seconds of this heat.
So Compo, Dave Crompton.
Huge jump over that tabletop before the absolute hobby step up. There are some big jumps on this one. As much as you say, they're not quite as excessive or martial endangering as previous years.
Well, that's the key one.
Yeah, they still get
Limit health and safety, eh?
Oh. Who doesn't want to see cars soaring 9 feet through the air and some concussions to the marshals? Probably the marshals don't.
I absolutely guarantee the marshals don't.
There's the end of the session. And as it comes to a close, we have Anthony Conroy topping the timesheets. Let's show them for you now as the field filters in, shall we? There we go. Anthony Conroy concludes the session on top. Ahead of Marco Natale. Burak Cilic, the German driver, ahead of Carl Jackson, who we've been following for a while, and actually for the first time today we've improved a driver because he was 10th before we found him.
I don't believe you.
Alvaro Mardones Cantera in 5th, just ahead of David Crompton in 6th. He pretty much stayed where he was. Dennis Holding 7th in the number 1. Graham Miller 8th, then Ashley Owen 9th, and Bjorn Ivar Haug completes the 10. Followed by Sandro Bamer, Joao Lopez, William Skidmore, and 2 non-runners, Alex Anapoliatakis and Stefano Cantoni. Got heat 16 coming up for you now. Into those final few heats really coming up now. The big guns, the biggest names out here stepping up. Milan Dragilovic will lead these guys off. Ahead of Bradley Baird, Graham Alsop, Lewis Beach, Jonathan Skidmore, Ollie Curry. There's a healthy British contingent out here, as you'd expect. Danny Bernabe, Kevin Bronston, Tony Truman, and Jeremy Pitay. There's the 10. And your remaining runners, Simon Willits, Robert Gustafsson, Hans Kaufler, Callum Niblet, and Yael Zerfleur. There's a grid concluding. And Nick, do we have requests from the stream viewers as to who to follow? I assume we do. As normal, Nick is monitoring our social media feeds very actively, and they are currently being inundated. Car number 1 is being requested to follow. That'll be Milan Dragislovic. Now he should be relatively easy to spot.
And car 5.
And car 5. This is going to be one of those things where you go, and car 8.
Well,
and car 10.
Typing, and they're 2 minutes. Remember, they actually were watching this for about a minute and a half behind reel.
That's true. But car 1 has Paul. Yes, Paul's picked him up. The camera ninja that is.
Camera ninja, it's dangerous. There is a ninja at this event. You'll see him on finals day. No, seriously. I'm not making it up.
I look.
Jan doesn't know where he is.
So car 1 now, down the main straight, white and red, just going through the berm right now, and through the quad with no name, up and over to the DXR doubles, round the Agama turn. He's just trying to get inside the blue car. It's the red and white one we're looking at, which is the number 1 of Milan Dragovic. And he's come off the track, and he's stayed off the track, and now he's up the absolute step up and into the S-Works steps.
Around Saw corner. SOAR corner if you want to be technical, but Saw corner sounds cooler.
Soaring like a wind.
Now onto Paul's camera 2. You see a great impression as they fly through the quad of no name over the DXR doubles. And this tricky top turn. Now here's the multitude section.
Now I know Brian says you should name this next bit Pro Line because it's got a banner on it, but it's not really a bit of track we're naming really, but I might say the Pro Line bit just so Alan can get pleased every now and again.
The Pro Line bit.
The Pro Line step down.
Pro Line step down, nice. The Pro Line escalator.
Yes, well it's step up and step down. It's not like those terrible 90s dance movies, isn't it?
Yeah.
Step up to the Neo beat.
Well, you are a fan of Strictly Come Dancing, so.
I am. Yeah, slightly different street dance in Miami, but even so, yes, I do like a good cha-cha.
You going to demonstrate that on the grid walk later?
Yeah, possibly, but I probably more like a quick step. Cha-cha, you really need a partner. No, I don't want you.
I've got 2 left feet, it's fine. Anyway.
That wasn't the biggest issue.
Anyway. Multiple cars being covered. I think the one is one
Are
of
they
them.
working? Yep, they are.
Now, who else are we trying to follow? The number 5?
Number 5 was our other fan.
Jonathan
Number
Skidmore.
5. Johnny the
5.
Skid. Oh, he got him. Oh, quick one. Yep, he's going around the saw corner now. Orange into grey.
Jan's found him.
Jan, the man, has him as he now comes under his camera position and goes down the main straight.
For the first time within about 5 seconds. We found the guy.
Well, we found him and Jan found him at the same time. So it's like, oh, we're just in perfect harmony when they're just there. And now he's crashed, obviously. As he changed cameras, he crashed.
Because of course he did.
He is, Skidmore has the Agama Racing, which I assume probably means he's got a bullet engine, as most of the Agamas do.
That's a tried and tested combo.
A couple of random transponders, random transponders leading the race. Well done, 909.
I fancy him to do well this weekend.
In fact, 309, the second transponder's in second, so it's a transponder leading from a transponder.
The droids are taking over.
Then people. But one of them is Callum Niblett, and one of them I think is Hannes Kaufler, or it could be Tony Truman. So had the Brits not put in their numbers properly. This heat 16, next 2 heats are the top heats.
And then we'll have some electric buggy action, won't we?
And we'll go,
Or alternatively, the heats where we can hear each other.
yeah, they won't know what rubbish we're talking.
The cover will be blown.
Yeah.
I rotate to the saw corner now onto the main straight. Expect left and pull. You can really see down that main straight. That little jump about a third of the way down, it doesn't seem much from opposition up here on the main camera, but you can really see how it affects acceleration. It's almost impossible then, even in a straight line, to get that consistent on the throttle action. Here is the model team section. Around, oh, a little bit of contact there with a stranded car.
I love your definition of a little bit of contract. He came to a dead halt after hitting him.
A little bit of contact.
What would a lot of contact be then?
I don't know, clearing that back door, leaving the shed altogether.
What? Both of them together?
Yes, in flames.
Get ready to hear Adam say a little bit of contact, quite a lot then, because I don't think anything's going to measure up to a lot of contact.
It's the British art of understatement.
Yeah.
Oh, we've hit to have a little bit of contact. That's a bit of a negative development.
They won't be too happy.
Meanwhile, we continue on. The car's continuing on. So far, looks like no one's really hitting any major problems or any major hits in terms of speed. The speeds have been coming down as the heats go through, as you'd expect. We're now hitting fastest times in the region of the low 32s. So those 31 and potentially magic 30-second laps could be in range. Nick's saying no.
Well, the track might speed up, but there are some pretty good drivers in here. I don't think the people in the top heats are 2 seconds faster than them.
That's very true. It's very true. I'm the optimist to Nick's cynicist. We'll see.
I'm the realist. Who is 909? Says Fabrizio Tagisi.
Dunno is the answer to that question.
A robot.
It's probably either Callum Niblett, Tony Truman. It's definitely either Callum Niblett, Hannes Kaufler, or Tony Truman.
Because those are the 3 not showing any times at the moment. We have 2.
I've had an idea. When it next updates 909, I'm going to look out the window quickly.
Yes, good idea. See if we can identify what number's up there.
Nothing up then. I'm kind of thinking it might be this one here.
Well, 309 has just gone to the top of the leaderboards again.
Hang on. My guess is that 909 is this one here.
What's this
It's
one here?
14. This is Callum Niblett. Yeah, 909 is Callum Niblett.
There's one ID for
There we are.
you.
CSI Telford. On my perambulations, I did reveal that the car was not scoring a score. I then had to find out exactly who was the car in possession of the non-registering transponder.
Rumours that Nick is starring in a reboot of The Sweeney are as so far unconfirmed.
And there's The auto camera for the time man had a little fit there, which is quite amusing.
I saw that. Just too much action to bear. Maybe the droids are hacking the camera as well.
Yeah, it could be, yeah.
The robots are taking over, he says, with the tinfoil hat on.
We had a conversation about that on the way up.
Over the S-Work steps and through the saw corner then. Round and round the laps go. Pick them off.
Oh, hang on, we got. Can we find Kevin Brunson in car 8 in the next 10? Yes, he's now. He's beneath us on the step-ups. He's orange into white. Going through the saw corner now. Underneath timing and scoring. That's Brunson. About to start the start-finish straight.
Where he was.
No, he's disappeared. Oh, he's pulled off. There he is. Going straight now. Orange into white. There we are. We've got him on Paul's camera. That's a request, a late request for Kevin Brunsden. Remember, we're a minute and a half ahead of you. And Brunsden is with an S-Works and an RB. So just about to finish the heat now as car comes in no second. So we should be here. Thank you to Saw and TR5, Agama, S-Works, Absolute Hobbies, and Phil the Neo Buggy for us being here to bring you this coverage of the Neo 60. It's Friday practice day. Calm, it's relaxed. The chance for Adam and I to argue about mobile phones. It's marvellous. And on the cameras we have Paul and Jan. On the buttons we have Frank. And next to me is Adam.
All good. The crew is here almost entirely. So, let's show you the results from that, shall we? Wrong thing at the wrong time. There we go. Tony Truman wins out that session ahead of Jonathan Skidmore, Jeremy Pitte, Graham Alsop, and Milan Dragijlovic, who we followed for quite a substantial amount of that session. Ollie Curry, Kevin Brunsden, Lewis Beach, Simon Willits, and Robert Gustafsson. In the end, the droids did not take over. They appeared unsuccessful in their quest. So let's look for the next lineup then. Miguel Matias, as this would be the penultimate heat. Is that right, Nick? Penultimate heat of the Nitro buggies. We'll have some electric buggy action coming up. Miguel Matias will lead off this one, ahead of Davide Ongaro, Ricardo Montero, Ryan Lutz, Carl McBride, Zach Ryan, Martin Walanka, Joao Figueiredo, Barufalo Marco Barufalo, that could be a little bit confusing, Joseph Quagreen, and then there's a 10. And then here's the remaining 5. Jean Neumann is definitely one to watch, Reno Savoya, Brian Baldo, Jacques Embling, and Elliot Taylor.
I love the way you said Jacques. Like he was French.
Out of nowhere. It's because I've been getting my pronunciation on.
Jacques Embling. Mais oui, il dit Jacques Embling. Maha. Just notice that.
Learn French with Nick Damon.
It is. It's the advanced level of French.
Serves you well at Le Mans, I assume.
No, I'm not allowed to talk to people. We have a request for Zach Ryan, the Western Australian coming car number 4.
Is it showing in car 6, actually?
Have you done this?
Yeah.
Is he? Oh yeah, it's car 6, good point. Zach Ryan is car 6. So car 6 is a request we have.
Now where is number 6? Swarm 3, he's in the blue, white, green kind of car. It's a mix of all sorts of colours. He's just flipped around the saw corner.
The blue, white, green kind of car.
Yeah, you'll see what I mean when it comes through. It's a blend of a lot of colours.
Toyota with an OS engine. Where is he?
Going down the main straight now.
Ah, okay. Car number 6, is that Ryan?
Jan's got him. Ryan, good run there. Now for the DXR doubles. Oh, well, couldn't quite make that double jump. You can see there. He would have lost some time there, but luckily he didn't flip or anything. But ideally, the fastest way around is to make the least amount of jumps. So if there's doubles, you take them as one.
Yes. That can be the fastest way, depending on the landing strip.
True.
He's been very polite, letting everyone through at the moment. He's trying to get some space. I don't think his car's set very well, if I'm honest. His setup he's brought over from Australia doesn't appear to be going very well at the moment.
No, but he's dealing with weather that's about 20 degrees cooler for a start.
Yeah, see? It's not. Now this is a car that is not set up brilliantly yet. That's what practice day's for.
Exactly.
It gives you a chance to, if anything, looking at it, I say he needs a little bit more ride height.
Yeah, it does seem pretty low to the ground at the moment.
It's really slapping out quite a bit. Now he's put it together now.
Pretty stiff suspension setup right there.
Yeah, it's certainly well damped, and that's the problem. If you've got a car that's too well damped, it hasn't finished damping before the springs are kicking it the next way. So it's off the track at the moment.
Yeah, definitely some setup issues needed.
That's fine. If that's what this is for. We'll go, right, I need to do this, that and the other. Well, there's about 1,100 people on the stream now going, that's not what's wrong with it. It needs 3 inches of towing or something.
Either way, that setup is not right. You can pretty much tell that it's running probably without enough give in the setup, because even the smallest of...
Well, every car that's gone past him is running a lot more front end ride height. So
yes,
whether he actually has a genius setup or not, I'm not sure, but it's not the same as everyone else's.
no. Maybe it was a genius setup they attempted.
Might
Hasn't
just be
quite
he's
got
not
right.
it might be it's not. It may just be he's not got as much front droop. Because obviously these cars will raise up at the front under acceleration. You can limit that with droop screws or droop devices. So it might be that, but it's just looking a little bit. I mean, I'm sure he'll be fine. He's in the second top heat, so I'm sure there'll be no problem.
Well, at the moment he's 6th overall on the timing screen, so, well, it goes to 11th, just as I say that, so. Yeah, you're absolutely right. That car just doesn't quite look very comfortable at the moment. It doesn't look to me like it's a driving technique issue. He just gets caught out by the quad of no name, as another driver does as well. Flips stylishly past him. Well, not stylishly at all, pretty spectacularly. And another flip at the top end, the top turn. But a nice recovery there. You'll see there with the buggies with their front wheels, they have no bodywork in front of them, so if they get on their nose, they can kind of drive out of it, which lends to some pretty spectacular recovery drives. But Zach Ryan's car not looking entirely comfortable at the moment. It's Jean Neumann taking the early lead in this session. We are only 50 seconds into it.
So is it Jorn, where is it? So Jorn is car number 11. Let's see if we can find 11, Jorn Neumann with a Serpent.
Many Serpent runners, real titans of the sport. You wait patiently, where are you, Neumann?
And again, nowhere near where we could ever find him. Come on, Jorn. This looks like his colour scheme, but somebody's got a colour scheme like his.
11, there we go. I think I just saw him coming over the S-Works steps now, the yellow and orange car.
Orange car? He's never in yellow and orange.
Perhaps he fancy changing it up this weekend.
He's changed his colours.
He's special. Oh,
there he goes, down the straight now, the yellow and orange car, Jorn Neumann, multiple European champion in electric off-road. And that's very high up the berm there.
yeah, I noticed he is also on the entry list for the electric buggy class. That doesn't surprise me at all.
Be an early favourite for that, I think.
Yeah, is he a native of either class, or is he known for being a
No,
motor and electric?
he's an electric specialist.
He's an electric specialist, but
That's
today,
where he's won his multiple European championships.
there you go. Now you don't get those by not being very good at electric buggies, do you?
Oddly, no. The definition of being European champion would be you're good at electric buggies. Like,
Yes, exactly. It's kind of the minimum requirement to even enter, I think.
oh no, there's been some right tuggers have entered in the past.
Barrett, what have you entered before?
Not that European championship, other ones I have done.
That was the exact moment RC Racing TV was born.
No, it's many, many years after that.
Neumann continues to lead the session though, putting out very well in the Nitro buggy class. Let's car go by there. No need to getting any spirited battling just yet. If you can let someone through and not foul your lap too much, that's always slightly preferable in these sessions where it is all about those lap times where you want 3 fast lap times, but as we've discussed already, they're almost impossible to string together consecutively. So you want 3 good laps. You can see there a little bit of interference, good height over the Model 2 section. And the battle for positions in the races, when we get down to them, will be fascinating to watch, because as I said, there's really no kind of set area for overtaking. There's certain areas that will be better, but there'll be areas where drivers will make mistakes off the jumps. There'll be drivers where times where drivers won't get the best exit out of a corner, and it's all about momentum in that sense. It's almost like Moto 3.
And he's upside down.
Paul's commentary curse is wearing off.
Oh no, it took ages to fall upside down there.
I know.
Let's see that. We'll see that again, Frank, on the replay.
Seeing that flip on the replay, just a second. At the moment, Elliot Taylor's taking the lead. overall in the cars, just ahead of Neumann. Where is the number 15? While we're watching out for a replay. It's the number 15
Like
car.
waiting for a baby, isn't it?
Here we go. Oh, look at that. That's the tiniest amount. This really doesn't take much for a mistake there, does it?
No. Let's see if we can find somebody else.
Elliot Taylor,
Yes.
our
Number
leader,
15.
number 15. Eyes to attention.
12's just broken down.
Yeah, the number 12's flamed out on top of the Karma step up.
We lost car 3 as well during the course of this event. That was Ricardo Montero.
Yep. Car 15 now continuing to watch 4.
Car 3's got a broken front end.
Three's broken down just behind one of the
Who's
monster
down
posts there. You
15
can see it there.
He turned up, lazy person.
Come on. Elliot. Here he is coming through the...
Ah, yes.
After we
Step
step up
ups
steps.
now. He's got a purple wing. He's got a red side flashes. He's kind of lilac-y ahead of that. This should be his last lap.
Yeah.
So we will get a lap with our current leader, Elliot Taylor, with the TLR with an OS engine.
It's a combination that's working very well. But look at that. He just didn't quite get smoothly through the quad of No Name into that dip, but he didn't seem to lose too much momentum out of it.
So according to this, he's finished.
There you go.
And he got less laps than Carl McBride.
Now that's interesting. Well, I wonder if it is...
They're ranked on top 3 laps, that's why.
Yeah, so that'll be it. As they come around to conclude. Should we have a look at the final results from that heat?
Why ever not?
Yeah, something that's
I was mildly confused a bit there.
I think that's a good idea. So Elliot Taylor, who we follow briefly at the end there, he finishes top of that session, just ahead of Bjorn Neumann, who led a lot of it, and is looking very, very strong. The electric buggy specialist showing very, very well in the Nitro discipline. Carl McBride, 3rd. Joseph Quagrain, 4th. 5th for Renault Savoia. Martin Wilanka, 6th overall. Jack Emling, 7th. 8th for Miguel Matias. Marco Barufalo, we're going to go with that for now. If it's Barufalo Marco, please correct us. He's 9th. Ryan Lutz completes the 10. And then have the remaining 5. And we have some sweets up in the commentary box. It's very nice. Zach Ryan, 11th then. We followed him earlier. Brian Baldo, 12th. 13th for Davide Ongaro. Joao Fagrido, 14th. And Ricardo Montero completes that roster. And we're now into Heat 18. And this is where some seriously big guns lurk, including our reigning champion of this event, Mr. Ryan Cavalieri. A man who, if you take one look at his Instagram, it'll tell you just how successful this man is. Literally every 3rd photo, maybe even every 2nd photo on his Instagram account is of him with some sort of RC racing trophy that he's just won. So he's the reigning champion of this event, and he comes in here, surely, you've got to say, probably the hot favourite, although it is incredibly difficult to predict this
Not
early
hot
out.
favourite, but probably mild favourite.
He starts first off this grid. Along with Robert Batil, Cody King, Ricardo Berton, Cole Ogden, and Carlos Dureas.
Let's pick up car 1, please,
Yeah, let's do that.
and show our reigning champion.
So we tuck into some sweets up in the comments box. Nice little sugar rush.
That's what I thought we needed. I thought we were flagging a bit. So where is car 1?
Problem is, we probably asked that question just after they've gone through where we can spot the numbers. We have to wait an entire lap for them to come round again. That's the
He's yellow and orange because that's the colours of he drives with. Is that him now? On the outside, going round. There we are. Marvellous pick up there by Paul as he comes now over the absolute stepping top up, yellow into red, over the S-Work steps. This is your reigning champion, Ryan Cavalieri, multiple world champion at electric buggy racing. Going down the main straight now, last of those cars down the main straight and turns around the berm.
over the quad of No Name.
And no, he's in the DXR doubles now.
Yes, yeah.
Come down onto the team, right at the model tune now. Skirts those two guys. They're at the back of those three cars. Car number one, there goes diving out the side of the 9 machine, which I assume is Darren Bloomfield by colour looks. No, it's actually Oscar Baldo.
It is.
Little accident there. Comes in for some fuel. He's now into the pits.
That's interesting. Will that be some sort of repair or just a setup?
Top up.
Top up of fuel. And we also have Elliott Boots in this heat as well in the number 8.
Reigning European champion. Let's see if you can find Elliott Boots in car 8. It'll be red and white. We're obviously nowhere near the camera at the moment.
Yep. When they come through that big jump, the Agama tabletop, just before the absolute hobby section, actually throws them right up in the air, right in front of our commentary position. There, the 8 of Elliott Boots. There we go, in the orange.
He's gone with the practice all orange shell. Now going around the S-Works corner. That's the 8 car. Coming underneath Jan right now. There he goes in the main straight. This is our European champion, won in Italy last year.
We also have Jared Tebow in this heat, and the number 5.
They're all in the heat.
They're all of them.
So Boots there, give it, traffic issues there with the white and orange machine car number 15 of Carlos Suarez. It's a busy little heat this, as the sun finally begins to go in.
Suddenly realised it's a bank holiday weekend, it's overstayed its welcome.
Yeah, it's got confused. So Boots now with the Kyosho and the Reds engine turning sharply through the into the S-Works corner now, and then down.
Now he's just coming through the DXR doubles now.
Anyway, I think it's time to shift focus, and let's see who's doing it. Robert Bataille, world champion from 2012.
Now he's in the number 11.
In the number 11, it should be a yellow and orange car, but who knows what Bataille goes to show. So Bataille is 11, is he?
11, and he's coming through the the S-Works steps now. Round saw corner, Paul's on him.
Underneath Jan right now, the 11 car. Very on main straight. Oh, he's just done a massive turny, twisty thing.
Bit of improv breakdancing there.
Picks up on the straight.
Round the burn. A very nice little technique there. Up through the DXR doubles, and he's looking pretty strong so far. Robert Bataille.
Mugen and Nova Rossi for Bataille. Of course, now owns his own little radio control, big radio control, indoor radio control centre in, I think, near Barcelona, RBR 36.
Very cool. Good to see these drivers starting to set up a legacy. Theirs coming on.
Well, they'll be in trouble in about 20 years' time when Red Bull bring out the RBR 36. They'll probably sue him. Doesn't appear to have a great deal of pace at the moment.
We do have Elliott Boots has just dipped sub 31 seconds.
Now, Paul is now with him. So with number 11 we're following, which is over the S-Works steps. And round the saw corner.
Right beneath Jan's camera position, and our commentary position, I should say. Onto the main straight. The orange into the yellow car. Very distinctive. Now there's a picture-perfect demonstration of how to take the quad of no name. You clear the triple jump and then right down into the dip, make it nice and smooth.
And turn up behind Boots now. This is Boots and battling for practice lap times. So our fastest man now is Jared Tebow, the 5. That'll be the white and blue car, or bluey, mainly blue, with a bit of white. So let's see if we can find Tebow in the 5.
Tebow number 5, let's watch out. 5,
there he
he's
is.
just coming, there we go.
Blue and white with some red flashes. There we are, coming over the S-Works steps now, up through the saw corner.
Oh, our auto camera is
having a fit again.
Having
not ours.
Grand old time.
Not ours. It's not a problem. So round the berm with Tebow. He likes it. He's ex-motocross rider, so enjoy a good berm over the DXR doubles. Obviously one of Kyosho's longest serving drivers. Recently changed to Pro Line tyres from AKA. Lands it.
The S-Works steps.
In many ways, I think this man's won this race 5 times before. Perhaps he's the favourite. Who knows? We won't know to get going again.
Yeah. To be honest with you, it's probably a grand statement to say someone comes in as the one singular clear favourite. This is off-road RC racing. This is the Neo. We have a huge field of highly competitive drivers. Jared Tebow was runner-up last year and a multiple winner of this event before. We've got Elliott Boots, European champion, Cavalieri World, and a whole host of drivers who are showing great pace early doors as well. So this field is pretty much anybody's from the get-go. Jon Neumann also showing pretty good pace in the Nitro buggies to start out, although, as you said, he'll probably be favoured considerably in the electric buggy classes that we're coming up soon as well. Has anyone ever done the double here?
Oh, good question. Don't think so. Ronefalk has had a problem. He's just flamed out. I don't know where he got going again. I can see Team Orion, Adrian Bertin working on the engine as we speak. So problem for Ronefalk. Because they can't really show him. He's not running around. So we're still with Tebow, 5-time winner of this championship. He comes now underneath timing and scoring. The big bird loop is just there. Whoa! Replay.
He nearly went for the nutmeg there.
Danger. Oh, he's walking away nonchalantly there, the Marshall. That must have hurt.
Tebow was so close to the nutmeg there.
He wasn't. He was so close to breaking his ankle.
That's true, yeah.
So let's see it again. Tebow there.
Here we go.
Marshall not looking.
Oh.
Bang.
That was unfortunate. He was trying his best to get off the track.
I like the way he looked at the car like it was like it was his fault.
How dare you drive?
How dare you drive into my leg when I shouldn't have been there in the first place?
How dare I stand on your track and you drive into me?
The problem was he marshalled it, and then what happened was, can we show it again, Frank? Is he marshalled it, and look at his eye, look where he's looking after he marshalled it.
Here we go.
He's not looking where he should be. One of the things about marshalling is you always need to look in the direction the cars are coming.
Yeah.
And that's his
Every time.
mistake. And then, because if he might have still been hit, but he could at least try to jump out the way.
Yep.
And now peace descends. Paul can put the battery back on charge again.
There we go. When we have our final runner from that heat,
It's
that
now
was Elliott
electric.
Boots.
Run away.
Elliott Boots won that heat in the end, ahead of Jared Tebow and Ryan Cavalieri, the three men we talked probably the most about in that session. Cody King also up there in the top 5, ahead of Darren Bloomfield, Neil Cragg, Ricardo Berton, David Ronefalk, Robert Batille and Oscar Baldo. They complete the 10. And then the rest of the field, Alex Zachetin, Lee Martin, Carlos De Reyes, Martin Bayer and Cole Ogden, all turning laps in that session. And I believe coming up now may well be our electric classes, our electric buggies. Certainly eerie silence in the arena, which is almost not known of. We've had...
Our friends are electric.
Indeed they are in this case.
Why are you waving a cable at me? It's broken.
Paul is trying to communicate in cable language.
He seems to have found a new RJ45. You can plug it in.
I wish you could see this
You
on the...
want one? It needs. You're hungry. You've got a microphone.
Jan, can you show this on your
You've
camera?
got microphone cable. Great. For me. Oh, thank you very much. Oh, see. And on this episode, to give us a clue...
Paul giving us a new version of sign
Oh,
language.
look, there's Lionel Blair. That's very much a UK Parocco 1970s joke for you. 80s joke, I think.
Hey.
Okay, fine. Right, so let's break now before it gets quiet, and it's going to be the electric cars. So what you'll see is by the end of these 4 heats of electrics, you'll be able to see again.
And we'll be able to hear again.
I won't push it too far. So 60 electric cars entered.
That means we'll have 4 heats of practice for them.
When you get towards the top heat, it's many names you just see in the last one going out again to try and win the electric championship.
Yep. Including the much talk about Jon Neumann.
Hear the noise.
Bring
Hear
the...
the
Oh.
noise. There isn't any.
Yeah. Bring the... Oh.
There's no noise. You cannot bring the noise in this one.
No.
No. It's your catchphrase. You can't do it.
Not this time.
I'm de-catchphrasing you.
Disgusting. Drivers lined up on the rostrum now. And this... It's weird. This lack of noise. It's so... It's almost
Quiet.
like we've been... It's a little bit strange. It's almost like we've been listening to early 2000s Formula 1 cars for an hour, and then Formula E has just come out.
That's exactly right, really.
Pretty much, yeah.
I mean, these are far more competitive than Formula E and more interesting to watch.
I'm just going to leave that statement there.
You can have an opinion on Formula E, it's fine. Oh my lord, that was over jumping.
Just a little bit. I think he disagreed with you. He wanted to come argue with your opinion.
I think he jumped in a different postcode. Frank, I don't know, Frank, have you added a layer or taken a layer off? Added one, okay. That's about 11. See, I have got a space heater down here I can turn on.
I was wondering why it wasn't on yet.
Because I'm not cold yet.
But evidently everyone else is.
Well, now I realise that I'll turn it on. Don't forget, it's all about me. No, we don't. No, don't get your clothes off.
We have Frank the Eskimo sat next to us at the moment.
Now we need to relieve Jan from camera duties at some point in a minute.
We do. Shall I have a go up there?
Well, do you want to do a bit of camera work? Because basically, because you haven't got to put your District 9 stuff on for this. Yeah, give a relief to the man. I'll press some buttons until Paul gets back, and Adam can talk. Very intuitive stuff. Go on.
Yeah, I'm going to talk some very intuitive stuff now. I'm going to do that. As the electric grid has... Who's just said food? I did. Oh, that heater has just been turned on. It's having an immediate effect, which is very nice. We will just run you through this grid for the first of the 4 practice heats for the electric class. Didier Ho, Mitchell Widmeyer, Ben Turner, Mark Rumble. Let's get ready to rumble. Berkan Kilic, Robin Frieskopf, Max Hess, Andrew Rennick, Ian Thompson. That's the name of one of my lecturers at university. And Yanis Perigianakis. There's the 10 for you. And Paul has returned, fresh from his stint of improv dancing up on the camera. And Zacharias Villalba Nielsen, John Hazelwood, Milan Drakoslovic, who is one of many we've just seen out there in the Nitro class, Scott Walker, and Frederick Cederberg complete the lineup here as the practice heat gets underway. And this is just, it's almost like the Nitro bikers have actually made me go deaf. And I'm now expecting there to be noise, but there isn't. But everyone is now in the pits just sighing. Nick is wandering around the back of the studio as if he's rediscovered the joy of hearing again, which most of us have, to be honest with you. And the electric classes are back out there. Frank is on the camera now. Frank is on camera 1. Paul is back in the safety of the crow's nest. Alongside me right now. Currently on the cameras we are watching car number 2, which is Mitchell Widmeyer. Goes over the S-Works steps. Now these electric bikes are going to behave a little bit differently to your Nitro classes, but certainly the speed is definitely there. It's definitely still there in terms of the 1 lap speed. These guys are all straight away into the low 32s. Most of them anyway. Straight into that low 32 bracket. So pace-wise, these guys are definitely on it. But it's a different discipline. These cars will handle differently. The way the electric motors deliver their power will be a lot different to those thrashing Nitro engines. Delivered in a lot more silent way as well. As I say, this is a surreal weekend. Anyone who knows me will say I celebrate loud race cars, but this weekend I like the fact we have electric cars out on the track. And if this is the Formula E, I'm expecting similarly fairly entertaining racing. And the only thing different, I think, is that we don't have a DJ for any slowdowns at the moment. So we know random dance music whenever there's cars being retrieved. But probably that's for the better. Car comes flying off in front of us. I think that's the number 3 we're tailing right now. That'll be Ben Turner, who is in 8th spot, although he's got 2 droids ahead of him. So Turner comes across the line now. He goes 3rd, actually. So Turner going well already in the white and blue car. Oh, big air through the quad of No Name over the DXR doubles. Car's running well out of the box by the looks of it. And he's operating very, very nicely, has to be said. Obviously, these electric cars, as I say, will deliver their power in slightly different ways. They've got a lot of speed behind them as well. As he just gets past there by the number 5 of Berkan Kilic, who's fairly close to Turner. They both have to go around a car that's been turned turtle in the middle of the track. But Ben Turner still fairly up there, but his 3-lap run will be disrupted severely there. It's currently Zacharias Villalba Nielsen who's at the top. Now there's 4 cars not showing as running any laps. Ho Didion, Mitchell Widmeyer, Ian Thompson and John Hazelwood. So those 2 random droid numbers we're seeing shown on the screen. Could be either one of those 4. As they rotate and continue, Frank continuing to pick up cars wherever they may roam. There's one car there, I don't think has any numbers on it. Well, whatever it is, it's flipped spectacularly, so we can't see any numbers if there were any on it. We're going to tail this orange and white car down the main straight over the quad of no name. That was only a 2 jump there. Recovered quickly, but as I say, just not as much speed. Nowhere near as fast. You really need to get the straightest, fastest run you can. Look at that. The front end really dipping. That's the number 7 car we're tracking right now. That's Max Hess that we're tracking over the Absolute Hobbies step up, over the S-Works steps, around the final saw corners, which is basically one longish right-hander that tightens right at the end there, with a little bit of berms and bumps in there as well. So intrigue and danger all the way there. Around that berm. I'm a big fan of that first corner berm. Off. A little bit of collision there in the marshals there in the middle of the pit in the quad of no name. But Max Hess continues on. Let's have a replay of that, shall we? Nice turn through the first corner. Comes up. It's a good run through there. Oh no, sorry, he did not hit the marshals at all. My apologies there. That was not the marshal's fault at all. He actually just clipped his left rear wheel just before the step down on the quad of no name, and that tipped him over in the dip. On first glance, you can see why I thought he just clipped the foot of one of the marshals there, but not so. We have a minute and a half to go in this session. At the moment, Zacharias Villalba Nielsen in the number 11 is your leader. Let's see if we can pick him up. He's in the pink and orange and rainbow coloured car coming through the S-Works steps right now. Over saw corner, round saw corner. He'll be right underneath the camera position as we speak. There he is. Incredibly distinctive, incredibly colourful car, that is, for Villalba Nielsen. And at the moment, it's really delivering the goods in terms of pace. Good stuff so far. His best one-lap speed is 31.87. So as I say, comparable pace certainly to the Nitro class runners. But there are different aspects to how they operate and different techniques to drive on how to operate them. So it's no easy feat to kind of switch across from both, but in the same scale and the same track, as Villalba Nielsen just gets lost underneath our crow's nest for a brief second. Nielsen overall running very smoothly. No one's really come close to him in terms of the best times overall, or the best 3-lap time anyway. That means those final 20 seconds over the Model Tune section, and a little flip there. Tiniest little impact on the inside corner there. The right front wheel just clipped the barrier. That was enough to tip it over. And we see that on replay. Trying to clip it in as closely as possible to the apex. Nick has returned.
No, I'm just testing a bit of wire. Replay.
No, he's back there. Replay still on. A little clip on the inside apex there. But I don't think that was disrupt Villalba Nielsen at all. And it certainly hasn't disrupted his run. And his run continues strongly. Over the Model 2 section again. Does he avoid the apex? Yes, he does at the time. And there's the end of his session. And it's one that Villalba Nielsen led pretty much the majority of. Despite those late mistakes, it doesn't appear that anyone was able to heed him. So let's observe the final result, shall we? There's Zacharias Villalba Nielsen. Takes out the win in that first round of, well, first heat of round 1 of the EL Buggy practice. Mitchell Widmeyer is second, Milan Dragilovic, who we just saw out in the Nitro class, third, Berkan Kilic fourth, Robin Frischkopf fifth, Fredrik Cederberg sixth, Andrew Rennick seventh, Yanis Perigianakis in the 8th, then Ben Turner and Mark Rumble round out the 10. Followed by Scott Walker, Didier Ho, Max Hess, Ian Thompson and John Hazelwood. Now John Hazelwood was the only one who didn't display any times there, so I wonder if those timing glitches were ironed out in the end. I believe they were. As we go into heat 2 of 4 for EL Buggy practice. In this one, Michael Todd, Jamie Clancy, Jonathan Skidmore, Ollie Curry, Carlos Durais, Stefano Cantoni, Danny Choi, Ben Panic, Burak Kilic, and Hannes Kaufler. Joining them will be David Crompton, Lewis Jones, Tony Truman, Jack Emling, and Rob Racy, and 4466925, who I've heard is maybe one to watch in this one. I've heard he's very good with these electric disciplines. Well, that's what he is. He is a robot. But let's get ready to go, shall we? Onwards into their warm-up. As the ringing in my ears subsides briefly. Very nice. And the sessions continue on a pace. I mean, so far it looks like the pace is fairly equal across the heats. Previous one was heat 1 of 4, and we already saw some lap times in the 32, plenty of 32-second bracket lap times. And that's interesting, there's a lot of divots and marks in the tarmac, just out of the final, not the tarmac, sorry, the dirt coming out in the final corner. A lot of marks on the track really starting to, not break up as such, but get marks, divots being created from the way cars land, and the bodywork hitting the surface, the track surface. So that's one way it's going to change. I'm not going to say dead smooth, but it is certainly going to evolve as the sessions continue on, albeit not as much atmospherically. I believe the sun is either high above us or has gone in altogether. That would explain the drop in temperature somewhat. As on the screens right now, we are following the car that's now flipped and flown through the front of our vision. Who is that? I think he was trying to avoid giving away his number to me. It was I think that's number 12 of Lewis Jones, is it? It's either that or number 13. Soaring over the corner of No Name. We have plenty of droid runners in this one. The warm-up still counting down.
I have a request for Ben Panic and for Rob Racy.
Could Ben Panic and Rob Racy please come to our camera point? Ben Panic and Rob Racy, please come to our camera point. Thank you. So let's have a look out for the car number 8. He is out there somewhere. The truth is out there. The panic is out there. This car's soaring over the DXR doubles. I'll let Frank know in due course when we see the number 8 car of Ben Panic. It could be a while, knowing us. So we watch to see them come through right in front of our camera zone here. There's car number 7, number 2. I'm watching because they come over the big dip here. That's number 4. Paul's also peering over the top as well. 6, I think that was a number 8 in there, wasn't there? The yellow-backed car with the blue and pinkish front. I think there's just a couple of cars in front of one Frank's currently following. He'll be onto the main straight right about now. There he's down the main straight and into the berm. Well picked up on by Frank there. There's Ben Panic for you. Panic over, we found him. And at the moment he's not showing a correct transponder, so I wonder if he's either 335, 773 or 766 that we're seeing in the top 15 there, because Ben Panic himself is not showing any times, but, well, you're seeing it for yourself. He's out there. So I wonder, as he goes wheel to wheel there, that was a pretty aggressive pass there. Well, literally goes wheel to wheel. That was a bit too aggressive, but he recovers quickly. That was one of those quick recoveries where it almost looks like they're going, no, I meant to do that. No, I didn't make a mistake there. Let's watch a replay of that. There you go. You just see he'll take a little bit too much on the inside there. A little clip of the apex. That throws him off as he comes over the first jump. Flips him over the barrier. But he quickly recovers, climbs over the barrier. No, no one noticed that. Nothing to see here. There's another car nearly flips nearby to him. Comes around a little bit of an inconsistent run so far. I'd guesstimate that he's probably showing up as car 773 on the... and he's flipped again there. So, not the best setup so far for Ben Panic, as we have Friday of practice for the EL Buggies, brought to you by our partners at ModelTune.com on this Friday of the Easter weekend. And Easter weekend is loaded full of RC racing goodness for you. We'll be live on the air to bring you all of it from both the ModelTune.com EL Buggy class and the main Neo Buggy Nitro class, presented by our partners. And it's been the Model Tune section that's been giving us some of the best hang time so far, some of the best air time. Ben Panic continues on. It looks like he's another one of those cars that may just need to make some setup adjustments. He's not quite getting the tune of the track just yet. He does very well for the quad.
Speak very softly with half a sweep. these cars are fast around the lap on the Nitros.
I was going to say, it's going up very, very well. So they're quieter, which I'm enjoying.
We're all enjoying that at the moment. A little break from the...
It's appropriate that we're whispering during the electric class.
Well, we've turned into Ted Lowe, haven't we? It's snooker.
Yeah.
Oh, and look at that. It's a marvellous pot.
For those watching in black and white.
Now,
Ben
Paul
Panic's
is
car
mouthing
is
me,
yellow.
why are they quicker? Well, in absolute horsepower terms, they probably haven't got much more, but of course you have instant torque with an electric motor. So you're not spinning up a clutch or anything like that, you just have instant torque and therefore instant grips. They will drive off the bumps much easier, pick up and run. They probably, have quite a bit of horsepower, but they're also a bit lighter.
They do seem rather lighter on their feet than the Nitro buggies.
I don't know. I question myself if they are lighter because if you think about it, an IC engine doesn't weigh a huge amount, and you've got some fuel. Where you've got like 4 packs of batteries in or 4S batteries. Do you know what? I'm gonna say they weigh the same, but it's the motors are much more racy.
Yeah, it's that instant torque coming on from the battery tech that really makes them more potent around a track like this, especially with lots of quick acceleration. That's the big key here.
When you're blasting out, every time you go slowly and you want to go fast, that's a big advantage to be an electric motor. If you're going fast and want to go faster, it's probably just you need the ultimate horsepower of a Nitro engine.
Indeed. Also, I have breaking news for you. The sun's returned.
It obviously has not read the script about bank holidays.
Part of me's glad it hasn't, but our cameramen probably aren't. But we continue to watch. Who else were we requested to follow in this? We had Ben Panic, who we followed for a while.
Yes, we were also requested to follow Dave Crompton in 11.
Dave Crompton, car 11. Let's see if we can find him. Me and Paul start peering over the top of our control desk here. Watching for number 11. Now that's 13. Now that's 14. So they come over this big jump here. That's number 10. We're close. We're literally seeing everyone except for the 11.
Well, that kind of goes
Without saying. Yeah, we've literally seen 10, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Luca Rouse says electric is heavier.
Ah, there you go.
And Luca may well know. I
Yeah.
think that's more than me.
Here's... No.
Now, Tony Evdoka has pointed out the reason they're faster is because they actually see where they're going and they're not staring through a mist.
I mean, that's a fair point. That's a fair point. Aha, no.
Excellent shot of mud now. Oh, look at that. It's the downside of the Agamo. This is a very arty shot there by Frank.
He's like the French sports TV directors. Yeah, there doesn't appear to be 11 actually out there.
Oh, yeah, it's not the right number. So Dave Crompton has lost his chance for television stardom with 25 seconds to go. So just pick up anyone, Frank, just to go round with.
We also have the number 3 flamed out.
Frank's gone for this one now, which is the number 1 of Michael Todd, from Spain. Michael Todd was a well-known actor, wasn't he? Long time ago.
You'd know.
Ow.
Coming into the final seconds
Paul's got a wheelie there.
of the session.
A little bit kind of hurt by that. Like ageist jokes, just because you're not old enough to insure your car cheaply. Have a go at me. And that is the end of the second of 4.
That is. And we have a flip just at the end of that there from Michael Todd.
Okay. I'm going to have a move around now.
Nick is to roam the booth up here whilst I continue. And let's look at the results from that session. Jack Emling in the end coming out on top. 31.094. I tell you what, he's not wrong about these cars being slightly quicker. They are really showing some great pace out here. Obviously not quite the spectacle of the Nitro buggies, but the fact that we can see and hear them. Well, actually, no, we can't hear them, we can see them. So there's your advantage. And food is being offered up. What have we got? Chips.
You saw it.
Cheeseburger?
Burgers and chips.
Cheeseburger. Food orders being briefly taken up here in the Crow's Nest because commentators have to eat too. We cannot mystically survive on a diet of water, the occasional sweets, and words. So the results from that one: Jack Emling, Jamie Clancy, Tony Truman, Burak Kilic, and Jonathan Skidmore. Your top 5 ahead of Hannes Kaufler, Ben Panic, Michael Todd, Danny Choi, and Lewis Jones. And then Rob Racy, Stefano Cantoni, Ollie Curry, David Crompton, and Carlos Durias did not get any running in that session, but As we know, that could easily have been transponder issues. No, they're still showing the previous lineup on the screen, so that's not the grid. So we wait for the next round to commence. For the timing to update, at least. As the next fleet of cars go out on the track. Here we go. So here's your grid. Zach Ryan. And a lot of guys here who you saw or will be familiar those who watch the Nitro classes. Lewis Beach, second. Rolling off third will be Oscar Baldo. Kevin Bronston, fourth. Joao Figueiredo, fifth. Martin Boulanka, sixth. Seventh is Danny Bernabe. Joseph Quagreen, eighth. Brian Baldo, ninth. And Marco Barufalo completes the 10. And then we have Davide Ongoro, Miguel Matias, Cole Ogden, Miguel Izquierdo Rodriguez, and Nuno Casal Ribeiro. And it looks like we might have some droid shenanigans in this one. We've got 4 false transponders showing up. Down at the bottom there, we'll see if they update once we get into warm-up. Let's retreat the time screen just for now. We'll see if they retreat during the warm-up. Once we get down into the full-on racing action. The sun continues to shine here at the Harper Adams University. And this buzzing Neo 16 event have really taken over this campus. Quiet for Easter. Well, it was until the RC masses turned up. Particularly the Nitro cars turned up. In the middle of this huge shed, this huge facility. Within it lies a fearsomely competitive RC track. One where these RC drivers will be looking to tackle over the next few days. Remember, this is just practice to start with. It'll be sessions that decide the seeding for qualifying tomorrow. And through Saturday, we'll have 3 sessions of qualifying plus 3 special exhibition events, an oldies final, a juniors final, and a dash for cash based on the top 15 after the first 3 rounds of qualifying. And on Sunday, we'll have 2 additional rounds of qualifying. Then we'll get into our lower finals. That's when things start to get really, really serious, and we start really on the road to finding our Neo 16 champion in both the Nitro and the electric classes. Bank Holiday Monday, of course, finals all the way, including last chance saloons and the grand final itself. And we're going to have it all for you live on RC Racing TV. Our coverage for the EL Buggy classes presented by ModelTune.com, as well as the great guys at neobuggy.net. And our coverage in the other classes presented by SAW, Agama, S-Works, and of course us. We present this coverage. So away we go. Let's flip down the main straight there. Now we are into full timing, and we also have a car upside down on the main straight. Now we've still got some droids showing up on here, so we'll see where they come to, or who shows up as what as the times come through. We'll try and work them out for you. At the moment we're watching, we're watching a car flip over and trying to right itself. That's not going to work. Momentum alone is not going to right you, but a kind marshal will. I think that was number 10, was it? It was indeed number 10. That is car of Marco Barufalo. The early advantage goes to Miguel Matias. We're still working through as to which transponders are not showing up correctly. At the moment, the guys who are not logging laps include Lewis Beach, Oscar Baldo, Cole Ogden, and Miguel Izquierdo Rodriguez. So you're seeing some numbers crop up on the screen. Those will be those guys for you. And it's updating all the time, as you see up in here. Joseph Quagreen is your current leader. Now he's in the number 8 car. Let's see if we can find him to start things off. Of course, give me a few seconds, Paul. We'll be here eventually. Now, car number 8. That's car number 5 coming over the Agama step. Big jump, that is. As I say, it's very, very impressive from track level It looks incredible from down there. We have multiple cars coming through. Car 3 coming through. There we go, we have a car 8. He's the lime green into dark green car going over the S-Work steps. Brilliantly picked up by Paul. And he continues on his way, setting the early pace in this practice session. A lot of these guys right down into the 31 and 32 second bracket. And if not in that class, if you're not in that bracket in terms of speed, then I'm sorry, you're pretty much doomed from the get-go. The pace in this class, very, very quick. Oh, nowhere near as many entries as the Nitro class, of course, but the strength in depth across this category is probably deeper as a result. You have 60 cars with incredibly even matched abilities and evenly matched speed. So as the e-buggy classes continue on, there'll be real... The contests across every class will be fascinating to watch, especially the electric class here. Presented on RC Racing TV by ModelTune.com. So he comes through the Model Tune section. Quad Green is just behind Oscar Baldo briefly, but he's still right up in the top 3 or so in this class. Obviously, one lap speed is not the most important factor. Not entirely, anyway. It is all about that 3 laps, the consecutive 3 laps you can put together. That's what it's all about, largely. Soaring through, just having to duck a flipping car there. That was not me using an assaulting word there. That was literally a car that was flipping through the air. So Oscar Baldo is your leader for now. We continue to follow Joseph Quadgreen in the number 8. 457 is second, and 457 could be any one of Lewis Beach, Cole Ogden, or Miguel Izquierdo Rodriguez. And those are the 3 names not showing on the timing screen right now, and there are 3 number transponder entries, so whoever's actually out there. No, we appear to be slowly fixing whoever it is. There's 2 cars who appear to not be out there right now. And Cole Ogden appears to be the man who was in second, but the man with no name. Let's see if we can just refresh that for you. There you go. So Lewis Beach and Miguel Izquierdo Rodriguez were the 2 not putting in any laps at the moment. But Oscar Baldo, Cole Ogden then in the number 13. Now he's second overall. Let's see if we can pick him up very briefly near the end of the session. We've got a minute to go. And knowing us, it'll probably take us about a minute to find him. There's the number 13 car. As the blissful, quiet whizzing of the electric class continues on. Now there's the number 10 coming over the top. There's the 13. Purple rear end, yellowy sort of mid-flanks, orange roof, a sea of colour, and it's a sea of speed right now as well, because Ogden is right up in the second spot, has consistently been just behind Oscar Baldo, and both of those men have dropped sub 31 seconds here. So great pace on show, these electric buggies, proving their speed so far. You consider the Nitro runners were doing well to get into the 31s. They were around that low 31 bracket, the top guys, but the electric buggies have broken into sub 31s now. A sub 30 second lap seems a bit too much to ask, but this is still seriously good speed. No mistake there from Ogden. It appears he's logged his fastest laps now. He'll come around here literally, I think he'll just get one more lap in there. I think he continues on for another lap. Heat's over, he literally just crossed the timing line with 1 second to go and a big flip. He tries to save it, he does eventually. He gets by with a little help from his Marshall friend. Round the top turn, down the Model Tune section, and there's all the cars filtering back into pit lane. Now that was heat 3 of 4 electric class heats, and let's show you the results from it. Oscar Baldo then takes out that heat, the practice heat, ahead of Cole Ogden, who were following there in the final seconds. Joseph Quadgreen, 3rd, Davide Ongaro, 4th, Nuno Casal Ribeiro, 5th, Martin Bulanca, 6th, 7th for Danny Bernabe, and 8th for Marco Barufalo, 9th for the number 1 of Zach Ryan, and Joao Figueiredo completes the 10. Followed by Miguel Matias, Brian Baldo, Kevin Brunsden, and our 2 non-runners, Lewis Beach and Miguel Izquierdo Rodriguez. Now, it could be that they're still fettling on the setups. You'd assume they want to get as much running in as possible, but there could be any number of reasons as to why those guys did not run in this one. So we have 1 more to go then. 1 more practice heat to go. Robert Badley Carl McBride, Jean Neumann, a guy we've talked about a lot here in both classes. There's Ryan Cavalieri as well. One of many guys looking for the sweep in this Neo 16 event. Renaud Savoya, Darren Bloomfield, Martin Bayer, Elliot Boots. It is basically like running through Nitro Buggy Practice Heat 18 all over again. Lee Martin, Alex Zanchetin, and then your remaining five: Ricardo Berton, David Ronefalk, Cody King, Jared Tebow, and Ryan Lutz. Great lineup in prospect, and more importantly, doesn't look like there's any transponder issues here. No droids have invaded this race, so we'll get on with it. It's that nice run down the main straight. So auto camera just off to our left in the commentary box appears to have settled down for now. It was going 7 shades of crazy a little while ago. It appears to have settled for now. The car's looking around for a little bit of warm-up to get things ready, to get things moving. And the warm-up doesn't appear to have officially started yet. It's certainly not showing on the countdown yet anyway. So these guys out running. Get those early warm-ups in, although the countdown has not started yet for the warm-ups. We wait for that now. Now this is the heat I would expect to see a lot of 31s and sub 30-second laps and brackets here. Now, of course, it's not all about that one-lap speed, that raw one-lap pace. It is about stringing them together into relentless consistency. But that one-lap speed, if you can get it going and if you can reel off 3 of those in a row, that has got to be absolute perfection, isn't it? And I think we may have a food delivery here in the commentary box, which is magnificent to see. Not that I'm hungry at all. 40 seconds to go in the warm-up. Just over 30 seconds to go as the countdown begins to the final round, the final heat of practice 1, the ER Buggy classes. Our coverage of them at the Neo 16, presented by ModelTune.com. And we look forward to following. We've had a request for number 2 car of Carl McBride. Have a follow. So, into the final seconds before the warm-up concludes. And away we go. So, let's have a look, shall we, for that number 2 car of Carl McBride, the Australian driver. Coming in blue too. Well, knowing me, his car probably isn't blue at all. There it is, the white and red number 2 car going over the S-Works steps through the saw corner, picked up immediately by Paul on the camera. Great job. Oh, and a little bit of a flip there. So the camera curse game, very strong today. Oh, the driver's going to be burning effigies of RC Racing TV t-shirts overnight. Hope to try and spring the bad luck out. And so, continue on, and food has just been placed in front of me. And Nick is actually taunting me right now about eating his lunch before me whilst I'm still on the commentary. But continue on with this 4th heat of practice 1. And the early pace setter is Jared. It was Jared Tebow. It's now Elliot Boots. But Boots and Tebow have started out the strongest. Still following McBride right now. McBride is, where is he right now? He is down in 14th. Well, let's see if we can pick up on Jared Tebow. He's running the number 14 car. And I believe he's just coming over through the absolute step up. There he is. The blue and white with a little bit of orange car of Jared Tebow. One of the super strong American contingent out here at the Neo 16 weekend. And, oh, and a flip in a straight line. Yes, these cars can crash in a straight line. Of course they can. But when the track is not flat in any way, incidents can occur almost anywhere and at almost any time. As Tebow just accurately demonstrated. He has still gone top of the charts though. Ryan Cavalieri close behind, with Cody King also in there too. But Tebow continues to be the pace setter right now. Running strongly. Running not quite smoothly, I have to say. I don't think the setup is quite there on Thibaut's car. It seems to be right on the limit. It's one that's right on the ragged edge. It's certainly fast. It doesn't look too stable so far, but I wonder if it's a case of adapting the driving style to the setup. So it just clips the wall a little bit there. Now over the Model 2 section. Sponsors for the EL Buggy coverage. Let's let their name to one of the most spectacular parts of this track. Do the S-Work steps now. Or to give them their less technical term, the bibble bobbles. But their technical term is the steps. Just lane straight, look at that. Look at the airtime he gets just off that minor jump on the straight. And we have just seen, I'm just looking on the time screen now, there is one so far sub 30-second lap displaying on the boards. It's David Ronefalk with a 29.898. So then, our claims about the electric buggies being slightly quicker. Now, where is Ronefalk? He's the number 4 car. No, he's not, sorry. He's the number 12 car of Ronefalk. Now, let's see this super speed car. He'll probably be going so quick we can't pick him up. But it's the number 12 car. Over the jump now, into the S-Work steps right about now. The yellow and orange flame front end with a bright green rear end of David Ronefalk, who is putting in some absolutely storming lap times, although his consistency doesn't seem to be right there because he's only down in 9th overall. And yeah, he's going faster and faster. He's now just put a 29.6 on the board. This is outrageous. But Ronefalk maybe struggling to put those laps together. Supremely quick, the quickest over one lap out there. But he just needs to string them together a little bit. Maybe he's almost going too fast for his own good. Just a pace that you can't hope to match over those laps. But certainly Ronefalk driving very, very well. His car looks very well set up. It looks very consistent. He looks pretty comfortable with it. He looks like he can pretty much throw it around where he wants, right in the middle of the air. You see it move in mid-air there as he brings the power on. It's the centrifugal force of the wheels sort of moves the car in the air like that. Brings it round now through the Agama step. Have up the step up and the S-Work steps. A lot of stepping. Going through there now. Saw corner. Do this little jump. Correction. Another jump. Straight. Slide. Jump. Straight. A lot of throttle. A little bit of a dip. Through the burn. Feeling the burn. Look at that car move spectacularly in the air, but it always seems to reset. Like those skateboarding games you get where all sorts of flips and stunts and tricks are happening in mid-air, but you always happen to land it absolutely perfectly. That's Ronefalk right now. As I say, that 3-lap speed doesn't appear to be there just, well, it wasn't. Now it is. He is now top of the timing screens by some distance. And to be honest with you, if he was putting together sub 30-second lap times, it was only a matter of time until he strung 3 of those together strongly, of which he has done quite comfortably. And I'll tell you what, his fastest lap right now is 0.6 of a second up on the fastest lap set by Ryan Cavalieri, which is quite exceptional. And the commentary curse is just coming to effect because he's upside down. So we'll ignore that. But Ronefalk running really strongly right now, and his 1-lap speed, which, don't get me wrong, it's not absolute. It's not everything you need. You need a lot more than just that. But it says a huge amount about the pace out here. I mean, Ronefalk looking very strong. We have 15 seconds to go. Ryan Cavalieri up in second, Jared Thibaut third. And let's see if we can find Ryan Cavalieri in the final few seconds of this heat. Right now, Jared Thibaut also in the 14. The heat comes to an end. It concludes with David Ronefalk, unsurprisingly, well out at the top of the timing sheets there, when he was putting in a fastest lap of 29.6. There was no way anyone was going to get faster than him. As long as he strung those 3 laps together, there was no way Ronefalk was going to be beaten, and indeed he was not. He concludes that as clearly the fastest guy right now in the electric classes. Ryan Cavalieri second, then third, just ahead of Jared Thibaut. Elliott Boots, fourth, Carl McBride, fifth, who we followed early on, Ryan Lutz, sixth, Cody King seventh, Jean Neumann eighth, Martin Bayer ninth, and Renio Savoya concludes the 10. The remaining 5 being Lee Martin, Robert Batley, Ricardo Berton, Alex Bataille, thank you, Alex Zanchetin, and Darren Bloomfield. And as you can probably tell there, Nick's back from lunch.
Which means you can go to lunch.
Thank you.
Yes, so it's got noisy again. That's the update from my world. Suddenly it is noisy. And we're back now down to the first heat, and we start the second round of practice. There are 3 rounds today. This round will run from now till about 10 past 4. So the top drivers will be back on again from about 3 o'clock, 10 past 3 in Nitro. Before they get another go at something else. Let's see who is taking part in this, the first of the second heat of qualifying, of practice, sorry. So it's Ali Al-Tarawa from Kuwait, Vic Zeng from Taiwan, Bart Mullink from Netherlands, Chris Long, David Brown, Chris Ely, Richard Barnett and Neil Downt from Britain. Dejan Panther is from BMU. Does anyone know where BMU is? Burma? BMU, I don't know where that is. British Mauritius? Bermuda! Excellent, yeah, Bermuda. Good call there, Dejan Painter. Darren Critchley from the UK. Adam Lewis, David Ishwood, Carl Chillingsworth from the UK. Bader Al-Samari, also from Kuwait. And Chris Aguias from Malta. So they're on their warm-up. Just about a minute to go before they start being counted. Not sure if I have any requests for Heat 1. I have Bart Mullink. So Bart Mullink, who is car number 3, is our first request to Paul and the camera to my right. He's confidently covering a car now going underneath me. Got the Mullick machine now going through the berm. The berm already taking on a kind of a darker hue as the cars have run over it now. It's had 3 or 4 hours of heavy use. Mullick now to the sharp left. Comes down to the model tune, into the big hole. The Absolute Hobby step up. Down the straight again for Mullink. Mullink with the Agama and the Bullet. And now we've started. So this is their chart. These guys know the track now. I mean, they are Heat 1, but they know the track. They've been around it a lot. And as we start the second round of practice, just like to say hello, we are RC Racing TV. We're here at the Neo 16, thanks to Saw and the TR5. Agama Racing, S-Work, Absolute Hobby, and of course Phil and the Nearby Gang. Hello, I am Nick Damon. You've been hearing the dulcet tones of Adam Johnson earlier. On camera, it is, at the moment, it's Paul Bateman. On fingers, it is Frank McKinney. And Jan Ergen is taking a well-deserved sit-down somewhere. He might be sitting down behind Paul, actually. He is. No. I would like to get thanks to James Parry for his technical help earlier today. Matt McCallum, the other member of the team, is also here. Matt and James are doing some special stuff for Phil. And don't forget to check out neobuggy.net. You'll see the daily videos, which was quite amusing today. And you get a chance, if you watch the Neobuggy Day Zero video, you get a chance to see Fat Phil from a few years ago. Phil has lost so much weight. It's amazing. You also get to see that time we had a girl presenter. With young Sean. We've got a replay of an incident. Let's have a look at it. Oh dear, land. That is. Ow. That didn't work out well for either of them, really. Worse for one. Okay, so leading this at the moment is hard to tell. Let's see if we can find car 5, which is David Brown. Some interesting lines being taken here. I think if I got a pound, I was stared out of a window waiting for a car to turn up when it's, by right, there should be the next one along. Car 5. Come on, car 5, where are you? Is this you now? No, it's got tiny numbers, whatever it is, that one. Right, car 5 may have broken down whilst we've been watching, I don't know. He is point. Oh, there's 2 cars with the same numbers on. Right, well, that's not happening. Right, so no number 5, no wrong numbers. Bang goes to Chance TV, Stardom D Brown Esquire. Let's pick up the next car, this blue car here that's coming over the jump, turning round now. Car number, small number 8, I think that is. Neil Daunt, is that? Why are they got small numbers? No numbers on that car, here it is. A lot of no numberage around. Not car 8. So we're with the yellow and purple car. Just failing to get enough of a run up against the DXR doubles, and round the Agama turn now. Coming down the straight. Whee! Oh no. And that is car number 7. Of Richard Barnett. And Barnett has an S-Works car. Oh dear, a bit high. Kissed the top of the berm there. And then fell over. They're not textbook really. Flame out for one of the cars over there being rescued, so problem is, because you've only got 3 rounds of practice, and if something goes wrong in one of them, you are very short of track time when it comes to qualifying tomorrow. Three rounds of qualifying on Saturday. It's when the stuff gets real then. Today it's a gentle day practicing in a large shed in Telford. Now, naughty David Brown, we can't see us leading this. We could try to find him, but he's just not around. Cameraman's choice now, Paul, just choose somebody else. And he's gone with car number 2 of Vic Zheng from Taiwan. Just as the race finished. But oh, the car with a broken suspension there. And there's Vic going into the pits. He's Vicked into the pits. At least his car wasn't broken, because some of the others were. Okay, so let's have a little look at the results. So that was the second round of practice, Heat 1. Our man with Bart Munich wins, David Brown second, Vic Zheng third, Dejun Painter, which we believe from Bermuda, was fourth. And I'm pretty certain you can actually read the rest of the results all by your lonesome. David Ishwood not taking part in that one. So what does Heat 2 bring us? So it's Abdulaziz Al-Shamari from Kuwait, Giles Blackwell from Britain, Stuart Smith from Britain, Jay Bowen from Britain, Israeli Tavor Mansour, Jordi Velde from Holland, Mark Morris, Gary Gregory from the UK, Stefanos Kalamakis from Greece, Matt Jessup from the UK, Paul Taylor from Britain, Morten Olesen from Norway, Wayne Davis, Sam Cosley and Steve Guppy, all from these wonderful shores of the United Kingdom. So 2 minutes of warm-up before their 5-minute session starts. Do we have any requests? Card 10 is our request. Card 10 is Matt Jessup. And there's card 10 in bright red going over the step up now. We're going to start finish any second, possibly. Appears to have lost his way actually there as he went down the short chute. Up onto the berm. That was better that lap for Matt Jessup. The good old UK, Matt is currently piloting an S-Works with an OS engine. Well, he was when he signed up for the event. I mean, he could have bought anything since then, but... I know to Adam did not finish his lunch.
I have restocked on energy as much as I need to.
The problem is, you see, that microphone is much louder than this one.
It is, isn't it?
This is the Coles mic. You have to drive a Coles mic.
Drive.
Yeah. That was more like bad opera sing, whereas mine was kind of a sexy rolling my R's. You see? No, right. We're now being asked for Paul Stumpy Taylor. So we'll carry on with this one for a while.
Paul Taylor will be number 11.
In a minute, let's carry on with this car as he goes through the model tune.
Okay.
That would have been a great replay of Frank him in a wake. No, not really, it's fine. I'm just...
Now it's like an alerted mouse.
Like an overexcited squirrel.
Wait, what? What?
So 45-second lap there for Jessup, which is not great.
No.
He's backed up with another mistake on that lap.
The camera stroke commentary curse is still strong.
Oh yes, he's strong in that one. Paul, move forward one car to the white car, or to near enough forward back, because that's the guy who's currently leading the heat, Jordi Velde from the Netherlands. And he's just had a tremendous traffic issue where he's had to get past about 11 cars. And they haven't helped, but he looks a lot swifter than the rest of it. I know this is heat 2. Oh, that was great driving. He avoided the car and the marshal.
He's also up. His fastest lap is up over a second on his nearest competitor as well.
This car, I mean, this is a lower heat, but his car just looks so much better than the rest of the cars in this heat. So I predict Jordi will not be in the second heat of the day tomorrow.
No. He will move up as a result of that reshuffling overnight.
Oh, is it? Guy had lights. Jordi Velde. Oh, okay. Are you playing that replay or just... No, I wouldn't really. It's so out of date now. I'm just saying that you sat there preparing it. I feel bad. Go on then, put it on. It's a replay from a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away.
This is a replay from last year.
It's just a replay now.
Go.
Here we go.
It's a car. 2, 3.5.
If he'd landed that, it would have been a perfect 10.
Well, yeah, absolutely. But in fairness to Frank, he wasn't even looking and he still found it. So well done, Frank.
Well done, yeah.
Round of applause for Frank.
Gone for that.
Marvellous. Right, I think I was asked somebody else. Who was I asked for? Stumpy Taylor, yes, who's 11.
Paul Taylor, number 11.
Number 11. The boys get up, they lean out to have a look.
There he is, coming over the step.
Oh,
now
my
the pink and
first
white
one
car.
ever. There we go. Pink and
Yeah.
white going. That's the first time that's happened.
Immediately.
Yeah, but the problem is now we have to wait 13 cars for the next one. But
True.
you've ruined my averages. I was getting upset with statistics earlier.
Right. And he's running in 8th right now. Fastest lap at 35.535, so all the 5s and 3s.
Yes, you should be a bingo caller. And now Adam Johnson, legs 11, 26. On its own, 14.
Well, at least he's got something to fall back on if this doesn't work out.
Two fat ladies, 34. Key of the door,
Car
95.
upside down, number 11.
Oh, that was accurate.
Yeah. Through the saw corner. Long right-hander that is. I think and white car continues on. You can tell the difference considering we were following Jordi Velder a moment ago. You can tell the difference between the two in terms of how they're handling and the stability of them. Taylor's car just not quite there yet. You can see the comfort level in the drivers and their cars as well from how they behave out on the track and how the confidence they attack the jumps.
Let's not beat around the bush. It's a talent level as well.
Exactly, yes.
So how long we got? Oh, okay, we asked for Steve Guppy as well, who's car number 15.
Number 15, let's have a look.
He's not doing particularly high level at the moment.
No, we
I'm
will
not-
find him for you.
I'm not sure whether he's actually still on the track. Oh,
There he is.
there he is, yep. Black, green and mainly white on the roof, just going very, very wide into the S-Works now and coming under. Yeah, he didn't crash, he had the cursor combination, but he's now apparently is having issues pointing his car in the right direction.
Which I think is a big issue for a race driver.
It's one of the major ones. There's a couple of positions on this track where I wouldn't want to be the marshal, I can tell you.
No. Which ones are they?
Well, number 4, there's a lot of scurrying into holes, which is never good, unless you're a Datsun. You don't want to go scurrying into a hole, do you?
No.
Well, there he goes now. He's waiting. Another car hit the other car into the hole. And now, accident there.
Meanwhile, a flip for number 15, Steve Guppy.
Can we have a look at Marshall number 4? He's just to the left of the DXR doubles.
Here he is.
He's got a terrible job. He's doing 2 bits that are difficult. Now, that's the easy side. It's when there's an accident in the hole that's a problem. Go on.
It's a
There we
dip
are.
where there's cars flying straight
Yeah,
at
I'm sorry,
him.
one car, he just came out. So now we have to, there we go. Oh, he did come out. So now I'm waiting for a car to crash. So I can actually see him have to scurry in. Because the last time he looked very unhappy about the whole concept of being in the hole.
Now
Oh!
Now we're actively trying to jinx someone.
We are wishing ill on all the cars. Oh, now Paul's going to see if we can get the accident
Paul's
that
got
comes in.
bored. Yeah.
And crash, no. Yes, yeah. Ah, now. Let's go. Wait.
That's still not a great place
Not
to be.
in the hole, but he's okay. So when he goes in the hole, he virtually disappears.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh,
And
there
the
you got
car's
him.
aimed at him. Yeah, you're right. That's
He's
not
off
really
again. Car number 2 is helping out there. So yeah, they're trying to get all parts of him. Well done, Marshall 4.
Well done.
He's breathing a sigh of relief. He's not dead. And look, he gets out a broom. Hi. Do you know what? He's my hero. I don't know who he is. Marshall 4. I think it's a Duffer, didn't it?
There goes your hero. Watch him as he goes.
Look at that.
Wonderful.
Sweeping. Super action on the sweep there. Marvellous wrist. Brilliant stuff. So the star of that event was obviously actually Marshall 4.
Yeah, that was all that heat.
There
was
were
about.
results though. No, they won't miss them. No, we'll miss the results. Someone won. Too late looking at the Marshall. It's now the grid.
Right. And the grid is Lennart Salmon ahead of Orr Balulu, Max Kempchen, Antonio Gomez Fernandez, Lloyd Bostock, Mick Walsh, Chris Smith, Andrew White, Aaron Ford, and Scott Pawley. There's the 10 for you. And then just behind them, rolling off will be Philippe Gross. Stadler Nick or Nick Stadler? I'm going with Nick Stadler on that one. Rajko van der Sluis, Edgar Torranteras, and Mishari Asale. Although there are a couple of random number transponders. The droids are back, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll see how they figure out in due course. As the cars get ready to roam out onto the track once again. So all into Heat 3 of Practice 2. It's starting to crack on at a fair old pace, I have to say. There's a lot of cars to get through and a lot of heats to get through. Practice today. Remember, today's practice is going to count towards tomorrow's first rounds of qualifying by providing the seeding for where the cars are going to turn up in each qualifying session, which group they will be in for qualifying. That'll be where the results of these practices come from. A lot of these guys, it's about hitting the ground running. And it's about showing raw pace straight out of the box, which we've seen, especially from David Ronefalk in the electric class. And it's about serving notice of your intentions and just how strong you're going to be across the 3 further days of action we have coming up here on RC Racing TV. Our coverage of the Nitro class is presented to you by SOAR TR5, by Garmin Racing, by S-Works, and by Absolute Hobbies, and of course, the folks at neobuggy.net for the Neo 16 across Easter weekend 2016. As the Nitro cars come screaming into action again. I'll tell you what, my idea at approximately 9:13 a.m. this morning to shove some cotton wool in my ears as impromptu earplugs has paid great dividends. Hope we can hear the sound over us in the commentary box. It's the echo being inside this big metal building. It's the echo of the already loud engines. I mean, they're loud enough anyway. I was there at the 1/8 and 1/10 IC Track European Championships last year. They're loud enough in open air. They're loud enough in the open spaces. In an indoor echoey amphitheatre like this, it is a hurricane of howling like nothing else you will quite hear. And the warm-up continues. We're coming down to 45 seconds to go before the warm-up concludes. And in this one, the selection of cars we have. Selection of cars and chassis on display. We have Lennart Salmon rolling off in a Kyosho with an OS engine. He's in the over 35 group, so he will be present in the Oldies Trophy. If he qualifies for it, he'll be present in the Oldies Trophy race tomorrow night. It's one of the several finals we have. We'll have the Oldies final for over 35 drivers, the Juniors final for the under 17s, of which Balulu, Lloyd Bostock, Aaron Ford, Nick Stadler and Rajko van der Sluis are in that class. So we'll have your junior final. And we'll also have the top 15 after the first 3 rounds of qualifying going in for a dash for cash, which will be really, really entertaining to watch. It's a little bit like this proposed qualifying race there for Formula One. It's the idea of trying to get them to go flat out, some action, some entertainment, some raw racing, as if there isn't enough of that in RC racing circles. But the dash for cash is going to be one really to watch to cap off tomorrow's action on RC Racing TV. In this heat, we have a mix of Kyoshos, Mugens, Team Associated, Garmin Racing's, X-Rays and S-Works. And we'll have a replay on screen as well. Oh, and there we go. Oh, he just recovered that very nicely. That was a pretty good save as it goes. And it avoided any trouble for our favourite Marshall, Marshall 4. Look at this. Goes plunging into the dip of no name, wheelies on the front wheels and kind of salvages it and keeps going. And I don't think he actually lost that much time overall. That was a really nice save. Oh, now who was that? That was number 9. Give yourself a pat on the back, Aaron Ford, number 9. The orange and yellow car in the middle of the shot. That was really nice. That wasn't so much. You applied your copy. It was going so well. You got yourself on camera and everything. But the current leader right now is Andrew White in the number 8 car. So let's see if we can find him on the screens. This is Paul as he's flipping again. But the number 8 car is coming around. We watch patiently, we wait for him. Paul believes he's found him. I think he might be right, because Paul was very quick on the uptake with finding cars as they fly by out in the field. a lot coming through the shop right in the middle of us now. We'll follow this one on the screens right now. Up over the DXR doubles, up through the top corner. Tricky top corner as you go up, and then round, and then down, over the Model Tune section. Just clipping those apexes really nice. Well, clip that previous one very nicely. Just at the right level of just hitting the barrier on the inside, just kissing the barrier on the inside, over the S-Works steps. And White setting a very good lap time so far for this session, as he's down in the 33.2 second bracket. That's probably not the fastest overall that you'll want, and for overall victory he'll need to shave at least a second, maybe more off of that. But certainly in this group it's more than enough to keep him ahead of Radko van der Sloot. And both of those guys are well up over a second over Chris Smith in third, and almost 2 seconds up on the rest of the field behind them. Although Edgar Torrenteras has set a 34.059 ultimate fastest lap. But of course, it's not just about your one lap speed, it is about consecutive 3-lap runs of the highest quality. Through the berm at the back end, got away with that. Through the quad of No Name. If you land just before that dip, normally it can really unsettle the car and cause it to flip straight into the dip. But he's motoring on well. See if we can find Radko van der Sloot in the number 13. And on the track, there's a little bit of gap before the next cars come through in front of our session. That's 7. We're looking for car number 13 right now. That's 15. 6, 11. Come on, we're getting close. 7, no we're not. 5, 4. Come on, he's out there somewhere. 12, we've got to be getting close now. 14, 9, 10. Van der Sloot, you're hiding from us, man. Max Kempchen has also jumped up into second place as well in number 3, so we can't find Van der Sloot just yet. We can always find the number 3 of the red, white and green car that's coming through the S-Works steps and round the saw corner now. There he is, Max Kempchen, in the vaguely Italian flag looking body shelled car. Oh! And the poor camera jinx works almost immediately. Within seconds of him coming on the camera, he flips over. Fairly solid flip there. As he continues on, he doesn't appear to have been affected too badly by that loss of pace, but he just has lost a little bit of rhythm, maybe a little bit of confidence. It's enough to flare. You just have an instant, it's enough to disrupt you and maybe get a doubt in your mind about where you're going around the track. And the mental strength and the mental game behind motorsport is something I'm always pretty fascinated in, and how these guys prepare, how you get in the ultimate headspace of concentration. Especially in RC racing, where the drivers are upwards of 20, 30 feet, maybe further away at times than their cars. They drive it from distance away. The most fascinating was the Super Bowl sessions last year and some of the EFRA European Championship series, where they have cars out on track for hot laps on their own. And you've never seen focus quite like it on a driver's stand in the driver's booth, and from the crowd as well. It was really something to behold, as Max Kempchen is now sub 34 seconds, so he's improving. Fastest lap in this heat overall is Antonio Gomez Fernandez with a 33.2. He's in 5th, so that was a good one lap, but laps 2 and 3 appear to have let him down. But certainly Kempchen right up there, and looking pretty strong, but you'd expect him to try and shave at least another second off if he can find it. And in these early sessions, now is the time to make the speed up as much as you can. Now is the time to make those setups changes that are needed to really get your car somewhere else, further up the order. And he just overshoots pit entry just as the race finished. He's actually stuck on the pit entry there, but it was a last second decision to go in. It's very much helped by the flagman, and into the pits he goes. And that concludes heat 3 of practice round 2. So here are your results. Andrew White finishes ahead of Max Kempchen. Both those guys, as well as Radko van der Sloot, all in the 33-second bracket. You'll expect them to need more if they want to challenge the very, very top end of the Nitro class. But for now, it's more than enough. And in fact, Radko van der Sloot only did 4 laps. That was why we couldn't find him. He was in after 4 laps, so maybe he was happy with the setup. Maybe something needed drastically tweaking, so he decided to get back on it right now, or something broke on the car out there. Leonard Salmon in 4th. Lloyd Bostock 5th. Antonio Gamis Fernandez, who had the overall fastest one lap of the session on 33.2. He's 6th. 7th is Philip Cross. 7th is Chris Smith. 8th is Chris Smith, sorry. Nick Stadler is 9th, and 10th is Edgar Torrenteras.
I'm wondering, because it shows that driver who finished 3rd, he only did 4 laps. So I wonder if the computer is already doing the sorting of the best 3 laps in sequence, because they have to do 3 consecutive fast laps.
They do.
So it looks like they might already be sorting that out.
Yeah, I think we worked that out because there's certain cars there you can see that have done less laps but are ahead of others. So I think it must have automatically be doing that. Confusingly though, it's not showing it on the actual timing screen.
That would be pretty tough for them to do, I suppose. But so it's pretty interesting.
It is.
It was 9, 9, 4, 8 laps. So it's
So we're getting ready for the next heat to get underway. This will be heat 4, and we'll see those lap times gradually increase across the session until we're up with the top guns right at the end of practice 2, at which point I believe it'll be around then we have our grid walk and our chat down in the pits to get a real sense of what's going on down in the bunkers and what is required and what's needed and what the drivers are going through right now in order to win a Neo 16 trophy in either the Nitro or the electric buggy classes, or both. There's a lot of drivers doing the double duty there. Show you the grid for heat 4. Colin Meyer will go with that on the pole, or rolling off first, I should say. James Tatlow 2nd, Danny Levers 3rd, Andy Prosser 4th, Tommy Kuzmanov 5th, Darren Molt in 6th, ahead of Tom Sommer, Gavin Powell, Marcus Dirks, and Wayne Wilson. And then the rest of that field for you: Simon White, Darren Smith, Sheil Mavadia, Gil Harush, and Robson White. There's your grid. They'll be through their couple of minutes of warm-up. I think they have about 3 minutes overall. It's 2 minutes that are officially counted. So they continue on. I'm just wondering, I'm sure we'll have some requests fairly soon for drivers to follow. We will honour them. If you are watching on the live stream, thank you very much for locking in. Share the link around with anyone else on your social media, get people involved. As many people locked in. This is only the Friday, this is the start of 4 days of racing action out here for the Neo 16. So we've got plenty more to come, plenty more to watch and pay attention to. And from here on out, past today, we're going to have finals of some sort on every single day. So on the Saturday, we'll have those exhibition finals, the oldies, the juniors, and the dash for cash. On the Sunday, we're going to start to have lower finals in the afternoon after qualifying concludes. And then Monday, of course, the whole thing is going to be finals across the board, leading up to the grand final, scheduled for 5:30 on Easter Monday. And there is action aplenty coming. Keep your requests coming for the cars you want to see out here on track. We're trying our best to follow the fastest and the best out of every session, the most spectacular, of course. So, drivers, if you want to put on some incredible stunts for us, that's exactly what they are doing. And I don't think they're even meaning to do that. They're trying to go as fast as possible, and in the process, they're being as spectacular as possible. So we have a bit of a pile up here in the warm-up segment on the S-Works steps. Cars get away fairly easily. And the heat should be about underway now. We are indeed underway. As we have a gaggle of cars here coming through the soil corner. Some good avoidance there as one flips, another one goes wide, and another one nearly spins. And it's Marcus Dirks who puts the first lap on the board, not necessarily fastest. Everyone else got to come through the timing, got through the timing loop, shall I say. Let's make sure you guys can see the same timing that we are. There we go. Wayne Wilson and Simon White also lodging laps. Also a car upside down there. I think that's number 7 of Tom Sommer. No, it might have been actually been the number 2 of James Tatlow. Yes, it was. So, laps being logged on the board early. We have to wait a little while for enough laps to be logged to give us a representative time, or representative collection of laps, I should say. And we are looking for car number 2 right now. Sorry, car number 11. Nick's having to clear up his sign language for me. Car number 11, Simon White. See if we can find him, shall we? That's one. That's only one of the ones. That's number 2. Myself and Paul looking, peering through the smoke of the nitro fuel being burned for that number 11 car. Where is he? It's going to take a while. He is definitely out there. It's not like in the last round. You know, will be one of the cars. So here we go. Number 11 car. Well spotted. Yellow front, pink middle, purple rear end, and a yellow wing. Plenty of colours on display. Awesome to see. Looks good for us on the cameras. Oh, and a nice sideways, I should say, on his side moment. And at the moment, he's doing pretty well. He's up in 4th overall with a 36.4 fastest lap. He'll want quicker than that. The fastest in this session, actually, Robson White with a 35.1. Now, good enough for this session it may be, and Wayne Wilson is currently leading the session right now with the best 3 laps, but certainly on overall pace we've seen, just won't be enough to compete with the top guys. And as we come into qualifying, these guys are looking for a lot of time to shave off. That's not a way to shave off time. Not at all. And number 11 continues on. It's a spectacular looking car, I have to say. It looks great on the cameras. Stands out clearly through the fog of the nitro smoke of the burnt fuel. Has to avoid a stranded car. He had to single the DXR doubles that time. Big air through the monsoon section. Needed Clatting and Marshall there as well. Marshals have taken their bravery pills before coming out here today. Over the S-Work steps. Looks to be untroubled over that. We are now on the lookout for car 15. That'll be our leader, Robson White. So let's keep an eye out for Robson White, shall we? Number 15 car. Paul, I'll let you know when he comes into my vision so you can keep tracking who you do. There you are. You are watching. Unless you're one step ahead of me and I'm already following our number 15, in which case I'll defer to you. Oh, big flip down here at the bottom end. That's 11. 10. 15, car 15, the white and orange car coming through the S-Work steps now. He was following him all along. Yeah, there you go. Paul the man so quick that we go to identify a car and he's already following, and he's already caused him to crash. There we go. Paul's camera curse game, exceptionally strong today. Powers down the main straight, just a neary hint of wheelie. They go over the second little ridge, over the quad, and over the DXR doubles. This is solid so far from Robson White. Very strong running. Down into the 34s now. He's still going to need more than that. James Tatlow currently holds the fastest lap of the session on a 34.8. But again, it needs to be more than that. We're talking the top guys, we're talking down around at least the 32s. You've got to be there. So these guys are going to be looking to knock at least 2 seconds off a lap. So this is going to be a huge amount of learning. And that's, again, not a way to knock that speed off. The Marshals also in a little bit of trouble there trying to recover the car. And that's not a way to gain 2 seconds a lap. It's a quick way to lose more than 2 seconds a lap as the auto camera is moving around heartily again. And Robson White continues on then, but really, you have to wonder where those 2 seconds are going to come from, as we've got a replay to show you of that instant. Here we go. Coming through Saw Corner, he just tips, and a little bit of a collision there as they both go over the jump. Both cars flipping there, well, one facing the wrong way, the other one in the middle of the track, and then as the Marshal tries to recover him, there was a little bit of an impact there as well, and Robson has gone off again. Really not enjoying that Saw Corner, that final segment of the track, is he? Oh, what a big flip. A big flip. He just clipped the front edge of that dip in the quad of no name, and he's now singling the DXR doubles. I just wonder if he's lost all momentum now. He has got those fastest laps in the session, but really, with those lap speeds, they're not going to cut it at the top end. So these guys are going to have to push hard, try and find something in them, try and learn the track stronger. That's, again, maybe cutting the track altogether might work, although I'm not sure about that. But they've got to find something in the setup, something in their own skill library, something of their own tricks. Try and make that time up so you get through that tricky pit entry. And that concludes Heat 4 of practice round 2. Let's have a look at those final results. Then Robson White finishes that session with the lead. As you can see there, on the timing screen. Apparently Simon White did 8 laps quicker, but of course we are taking into account the fact that this is probably sorting out the cars as of their best 3 laps consecutively. So Robson White takes out that one with Simon White just behind, Gavin Powell 3rd, Tom Sommer 4th, James Tatlow 5th, 6th is Wayne Wilson, Marcus Dirks 7th, Darren Malt in 8th, Gil Harush 9th, Darren Smith completes the 10. Just ahead of Colin Meyer, Daniel Evans, Andy Prozer, Tommy Kuzmanov and Shil Mavadia. So we wait for Heat 5 now to crank into action as the laps and the fast cars keep coming rapidly. I believe we might have had a change of cameraman, have we? Yes, Jan is now out on the camera, ready to go. His second stint out there. Paul is back in the sanctuary of the Crow's Nest. Heat are wearing away rather nicely. Yes, that's rather pleasant. Because although the sun is threatening to break through out here, it's certainly not spring temperatures. It's fairly cool out here near Newport in the West Midlands, here at the Harper Adams University. It's a great venue that's put us up here for the race weekend. Has also hosted the drivers and the teams and us impeccably. So in this heat coming up, we have Kamil Jablonski from Poland, Mark Westwood of Great Britain, Sebastian Mancia of Sweden, Kim Gjerstad of Norway, Tahana Craddock, part of a trio of Brits there, along with Alan Ward and Jason Patey. The Saudi Arabian driver of Masal Anawasa, Clive Maland, and that'll be Jeffrey Villalobos Cabezas, and the rest of that field will be, let's play it for you now, Ricky Clark, Paul Gilliland of Ireland, Steve Carrigan, another Brit, Axel Borrell of Sweden, and would that be one of our South African contingent, Brendan van Staden. You can still see them from there. Yes, I can see them down in the pit lane now. They're distinctive jackets. They kind of look like mock golf racing jackets down there, with the South African flags proudly displayed. They have come a long way for this event and will be looking to represent well as warm-up continues. Warm-up trucks on. And we have cars already running wide, funnily enough, just before the Agama tabletop. Oh, having some problems going through that corner in general. Best to get the mistakes out of the way in the warm-up, let's be honest. And we have the auto camera off to our left to settle down a bit. I believe that's our organiser's camera, showing on a display down in the pits. And inevitably you'll see everyone sort of huddled around it in the pits, waiting and just watching for any sort of hint of pace out there. As here we go, here's a demonstration of Marshall Point 4. There's a car stuck in the dip there. He's just being very patient, very casual, says, you know what, I'm not standing in the middle of all that. I am waiting until they all go through, and then, only then, am I picking it up. Now, plenty of cars spinning in this one, plenty of cars not facing the right way. And I think in this one, you're going to have to start seeing, well, these guys are going to have to start putting in at least 33-second laps to really be in some sort of contention. So you have a car upside down here. In the last few, it's been 34s and 35s, which are, as we've seen, just not going to cut it, even at consistency level. But we are seeing a lot of flips and a lot of instant at the start of this session. As I say, hoping just to get them out of the way initially. Get the mistakes out of the way as the warm-up ticks down and we are into the session proper. Let's display the live positions for you as they start to log their laps. We'll give it a minute or two for them to log their initial laps, their inaugural 3-lap stints. And remember, it is those 3 consecutive laps that are the strongest ones, so it will evolve throughout the session as Tahana Craddock puts the first lap on the board. 34.2. Expect that to improve a little bit, at the very least, going forward. Right. As more people put laps on the board, let's see if I can find Tahana Craddock in the number 5, who is your early leader. Now, I will See if I can identify the number 5 for you. Here we go. We watch as they come over the Garma step there at the tabletop, which has had a car flying wide. Number 8. Through. No, we're waiting for the number 5 still. That's Besal Anawasa, number 8 that we're following right now. Still looking. Oh, he's still looking for the 5, or has he been found on the screen? Ah, he's on him already. Thank you. Thank you, Frank. Obviously, it's me who missed the number that time. So well picked up. Tahana Craddock logging early laps and leading early as well. Well, that's a novel line around the track. Yeah, that's not going to improve your lap time. I'm going to speculate there. That's not going to be an improvement. But Tahana Craddock continues to lead. Head for Sebastian Mancia. Deary me, Tahana Craddock's lap has gone all 6 roads to hell. And even a wheelie down the main straight just for good measure. Almost like he's in show-off mode now. Off, and a flip in the dip, but straight back out again. And another flip there just before the model tune section. Around this section into the Agama tabletop. Now the Agama tabletop, you just saw them go through there. That's where we see a lot of, or that's where normally we identify the cars. It's where they come closest to us, where you can see the numbers. Through the saw corners, and then round through the final corner onto the main straight. And I've already hit the timing limit, remember, by then, but onto the main straight, round the berm, through the quad of No Name, and round through the DXR doubles. Got a few stalled cars to navigate there. Up round top turn, model tune section, sorry. Oh, and a flip, but a nice save. He keeps on going through the Agama tabletop. Absolute Hobbies step up. Across the S-Work steps. Round saw corner, including 2 jumps and 2 right turns. It's one consistent right turn. He goes a little bit wide there, saves it. Keeps on going. Now, while you continue following that car, I'll have a look out for Axel Borrell, who's second on the timing screens now. He's the number 14 car. I'll keep my eye out for him. When I've seen him, we'll let you know. Here we go. He's in the white car, just going across the S-Work steps now. There he is, right in the middle of his shop. There's the guy second on the current timing screens. He appears to have not done quite as many laps as everyone else. Now he's on lap 5. Everyone else appears to be on 6 laps. But Borrell obviously aware it's not about the most laps he completed the section. It's about the 3 that are the fastest. Those are the ones that count. So he's chasing down Tahana Craddock. But really, again, the fastest laps so far, the top lap is from Tahana Craddock on the 34.2. Ahead of a 34.6 for Axel Borrell. And you just wonder where that speed is going to come from these guys, and where they're desperately going to try and find it. They're trying to find their level right now and hope that that level is enough to compete, as Borrell has to avoid a car stuck right in the middle of the quad of No Name over the DXR doubles now. Right up through top turn. And then round down the little corkscrew, up over the model tune section. And right. Oh, and a front flip there, straight onto his back. That's how close it can be. Had he landed a bit further on his wheels, he maybe could have saved it. But he gets back going again. Fairly quickly, at least. Over the steps. And yeah, it's interesting how he's showing consistently as having done at least 1, maybe 2 laps less than everyone else around him, and yet he's still up there. So obviously he's 3 laps stronger than most of the field, except for Tahana Craddock. But these will be your guys that we'll watch out for in the lower finals, who will scrap away ferociously, looking for those bump-up positions, looking for the transfer spots to move up through. And that's the fascination with the lower finals. It's often not who wins those races, but the ones we focus on a lot. It's the guys in, around 2nd or 3rd spot, wherever the transfer spots may be. I believe it's the top 4 in this heats for this tournament that will be transferring per lower final. So those will be the great battles to watch come the lower finals on Sunday. And these will probably be the lower finals that these guys will be battling it out in, looking for some bump-up spots, looking for the double or even triple bump-up. We've seen that a couple of times. We saw that. Oh, look at that. Over a mildest of bumps, it shot his car forward onto the front axle. And I've just realised I'm just a natural pun machine. Onto the front axle there. And he saved it forward. We've got a little bit of a pile up here in the S-Works steps, or the corner just before it, I should say. There's a huge gathering down there. They're all coming to say hello. But it's the end of the session anyway, so not too much bother. And as they come round to complete the session, let's have a look at the finishing position, shall we? Tahana Craddock then led that one. Lights the flag pretty much. The strongest number, the 34.2, probably won't be enough, but his 3 laps here were strongest enough to take out this practice heat 5. Axel Burrell second, who we followed for quite a while there. Clive Mayland third. Mark Westwood fourth. Sebastian Mancia fifth. Ricky Clark in sixth. Seventh for Masal Anawasa. Jeffrey Villalobos Cabezas in eighth. Ninth for Steve Carrigan. And Kim Jersted completes the 10. Followed by Brendan Van Staden, Jason Patty, Paul Gilliland, Camille Jablonski, and Alan Ward. Rounds out your results for that one. And we got our next grid right on screen right away, very quickly. John Gorman leads this one away, ahead of Ashley Patterson, Enrico Juranic, Aaron Munster, Nick Blackwell, Michelle Gugigsberg, Johnny Truan, Gary Baird, Dave Blakely, Tristan Dieckmann, and behind them include the guys like Dave Stanley, Thema Alwarini, David Lee, Matt Box, and Robert Cockcroft. So there's your 15 for this. This will be heat 6 of 18, I think, to go through. So we've got a ton of guys to show you here, and they're all pretty much congregating on the DXR Doles there on that outlap. That's quite amusing to see. We have a huge amount of competitors. As I say, 270 entered in the Nitro class. And a lot of those guys doubling up. We have 60 in the electric buggy class. Our coverage of that presented by ModelTune.com. And really, we need this many runs to fit in as many people as possible. We currently have more than 15 cars on the track at the time. They wouldn't fit in the pits, they wouldn't fit on the driver's roster, and they wouldn't fit on the track. So with this many entries, it's inevitable we're going to have this many heats per round of competition. And certainly, if you're attending, you're watching live at home, then you are going to get your money's worth in terms of cars to watch here and action to watch out on the track and live on the stream. Our coverage of the Neo 16 live on RC Racing TV is presented by SOAR TR5, Agama Racing, S-Works, Absolute Hobbies, our EL Buggy coverage presented by ModelTune.com, and of course this is all under the auspices of NeoBuggy.net. As behind the Neo 16, they've given their name to the Neo event. It's become one of the greats of the RC racing scene, one of the trophies that off-road drivers the world over want to win and want to have in their collection. Jared Thibault has 5 of them. Juan Cavalieri comes in as a reigning champ and a world champion. It's one of those events that's a real crowning glory of people's careers in RC racing, and it's one that can make or break such a reputation. These guys warming up right now. I wonder if we'll start to see cars now dropping into the 33-second bracket. The fastest in the last heat was the 34.2. So we're close. Getting close, but not quite there. So we'll see if this is the heat where we finally have that breakout into the 33-second bracket as the heat gets underway now. So we'll start to see laps being logged on the board. And we'll start to see action get underway as things get going. And already we have a flip down in the dip. Oh, that was close. Marshal number 4, we were talking about, once again, that position. Multiple cars stuck in that dip. That car came flying at him, almost aiming for the Marshal. Obviously not deliberately. We were just talking about that. Marshal point 4. So important, so pivotal. And in the line of fire, pretty much. So early on, let's see if we can find John Gorman, the number 1 car. I'll keep an eye out for him and let you know when I see him. John Gorman in the number 1 car, leading the guys first off, and he's in the top 3 to start with. Here he is, the pink car with the purple top. Well, was about to go through the S-Works steps. There he is, now he is. He almost took a spectacular shortcut, completely ignored the saw, corner, but he rectified that mistake, got through, and continues on his way. There's the number 1 car, the number 1 seeded car coming into this. John Gorman, round the berm at the far end, and the quad of No Name. He triples it and then goes down the dip. Doesn't quite clear the DXR doubles. See how he is over the Model Tune section. Yeah, pretty good. Pretty solid over there. Has to avoid a Marshall there as well, recovering a car. And at the moment, he's showing his 2nd overall. But these guys have only logged 2 laps in the entire session, so a clearer picture will come once these guys start to lock their 3rd lap and start to get those consecutive laps on the board. But John Gorman at the top of the table for now, or he was. He's now just behind Dave Stanley. It's an all-British top 3. Dave Stanley, John Gorman, and, well, it was David Lee, until Aaron Munster has depleted them. I'm being told to pick up car number 11. 1 and 1 equals 11, so that's the car we're going to find, appearing over the top. There it is, the orange and yellow car coming round through the S-Work steps right now, just behind those 2. There's 2 cars you'll see there going through the SOAR corner. The one just behind, orange front, yellow rear, that is car number 11. That'll be Dave Stanley. And after that, well, we were just following car 1 actually. So with the requests coming in thick and fast on the stream, thank you very much for those. Keep them coming in. We have just been following the number 1 car of John Gorman, and at the moment we're tracking the number 11 of Dave Stanley, who's in a bit of a mess of cars at the moment. Look at this huge stack up down there at that first corner, which Stanley managed to avoid really well, I have to say. Half the field piled up down there. Now he's stuck with a car on the absolute hobby step up. Tangled together, front bumpers there. And now he's trying to attack one of the Marshalls. Things are all going pretty chaotic right now. Anarchy's broken out in this heat. But Dave Stanley continues on his way. Tries to make sense of that lap, or rather gives up and continues and just puts that one behind him, really. There's a lot of traffic out on track right now. Can't seem to be very much bunched up. There's a big group of them there. That's where things can get dangerous. That's where things can get difficult. Oh, 3 wide up through the top turn. I didn't even know that was possible. Of course it is. It's RC off-road racing. Anything's possible. We can make cars fly here. Through the dip, over the Agama tabletop. The absolute hobby step up. And then round through the S-Work steps. There he is. He's the middle of those 3 cars. The orange front, yellow rear. And the 11 of Dave Stanley. He's currently showing in 4th overall. So showing pretty good pace. And to answer my question about times dipping, most certainly they are. We've actually gone past the 33-second bracket, and Aaron Munster in the number 4, which we can pick up now. I'll have a look for him. And here he is in the yellow front with the sort of blackish rear end. The S-Work steps. Jan's picked him up very nicely, thank you. He is the fastest right now. He's got the fastest 3-lap speed, and he's also got the fastest lap of the session overall with a 32.521. Now that's a lot better. That, I'd say, is about where you want to be if you want to really be challenging for that A-main final spot. At least the 32s. So he's definitely in that bracket right now, logging some really, really quick laps. In fact, he's just gone for 31.358. I mean, the way he's going, he ain't staying in this. He's not going to stay in this heat for the qualifiers. I tell you what, he's going to be one of those breakouts who's going to be reseeded higher up the order. He's demonstrating he's got some serious pace in that thing. He's at the moment over 1 lap, over 2 seconds up on Matt Box in 2nd. Oh, and a little flip there. Oh, my commentary curse had to come into play at some point. Give me a break. Now over the DXR doubles. Salvaged it very well. Onwards he goes. Up through top turn. Our camera's tracking him really well. Avoiding a beach car just past the Model Tune section. And the car looks really sorted, looks really settled. And a low 31 second lap time, if you can keep that kind of pace up consistently, then you're in with a shout, at least at the A-main final. You're definitely on that sort of pace. So Aaron Munster will be very pleased with himself. The German driver obviously making some tweaks after practice 1. And the car looking very well sorted right now as we come around to conclude this heat. Oh, it just clips the inside of the top turn. It keeps going. Doesn't look like anyone's got any 3-lap pace that can match him. Certainly not with that sort of lap time in the bag. Yeah, the closest over 1 lap is Matt Box with a 33.673, which is 2.1 seconds down on Monster's fastest. Just as I say that, he loses track a little bit. And the field are returning to the pits. That's the end of the heat. And Aaron Munster will be very, very pleased with himself. That was some good lap times in there. His car is already up on the pit wall. And as the drivers recover their cars, let's have a look at the finishing positions of that heat, shall we? Let's do that. Here they are. Aaron Munster then, really strong at the end of that heat. Great over 1 lap and great over 3 as well. He takes out that heat ahead of Matt Box, Tristan Diekman, Gary Baird, Dave Stanley, who we followed for a little while, as well as John Gorman in the number 1. David Lee, 7th, ahead of Robert Cockcroft. 9th is Nick Blackwell, and Johnny Truan completes the 10, ahead of Thema Awarini, Michelle Gugisberg, Enrica Juranic, Ashley Patterson, and Dave Blakely. So that concludes Heat 6. We still have over 12 heats to go, but I'll tell you what, if Aaron Munster continues that sort of pace, he's not going to be languishing down in a meagre Heat 6 for very long at all. He is going to be really, really strong. That sort of pace, I have to say, is probably not the fastest outright, but certainly it's up there, and it is a main final pace, I have to say. But it's all dependent on it, whether he can keep that pace up across the runs and across the qualifying rounds, of which there are 5 of them. And even with dropping your best, or dropping 2 scores, you've still got 3 rounds of which to deliver strongly and deliver well. So we've got Mark Jock Beattie coming up for this session. We'll show you the grid.
Hello again.
Nick's returned. How you doing?
I've been doing stuff.
As you can see, I didn't leave and wander off for a chat there when I was doing stuff.
No. I saw you doing top secret stuff.
It's not top secret. There's been something weird has happened on Facebook.
Okay.
Let's leave it at that before I go, I can't believe they've done that. I've had a really clever, I've had a great idea now.
Have you?
Yes, I think you and Frank should swap. Because you need to rest your voice, and Frank's got something to say, I'm sure.
Well, I like the resting voice idea. I'm not sure he likes the idea of having something to say.
Everyone's rotating. Don't forget, no one knew this. I did a whole race when I was doing the cutting earlier.
That's true.
There were no cameras to cut, in fairness.
Right. Let's switch out. Now my headphones, use them well. Well, you have your own, actually.
Actually, can your headphones reach there, Adam? It's probably the easiest way of doing it rather than unplugging ear stuff. So Adam's now on the thing. Adam, do you remember how to do replays? Because I certainly did it when I had a go. That's for sure. I had no idea. And I'm joined by Frank. Hello, Frank.
Hello, Nick.
Lovely to have you on the microphone here at an RC Racing TV event.
Lovely to be on the microphone.
Now, who have we got requests for? I think we've got requests for car 7 by the looks of it. So we'll just do that, and we'll do that's going well. I need to do that. And we're about 25 seconds before it actually starts. So let's see if we can find car 7, which is Stefan Lundal, LJ from Sweden. Lovely LJ word to start with. And I've managed to absolutely tie myself in knots of paper. So Stefan Lundal, we are now in heat number 7. The top men will be out at about 3 o'clock local time. Actually 10 past 3 local time, an hour and 20 minutes. Or 10 past 4, obviously, if you're in continental Europe. 10 past 11 if you're in the east coast of the States, or 10 past 8 if it's the west coast of the States. If you're in other countries, I just don't know. Basically, it's on every single time of the day at some point in somewhere in the country. Now, is this car 7 that Jan has found? It is. Go Jan! So it comes up the short step up and goes. And they have now actually started their test. He'll start his time now. The 7 of Stefan Lundevall comes underneath now, down the main straight. Down, and through the berm. Up through the quad with no name. Oh, no. That's hello, Marshall 4, dead car. Oh, he came back on his wheels again.
He recovered.
That was a very cool Marshall 4. In fairness, hello, I'm just having a cigar, not caring. So through the model tune, still with 7. Oh, we've got a replay of the. Oh, Adam really is showing off now. Wow, that was at full speed though. You had to do half speed. So we're going to try again. I feel pleased. I couldn't even get close to getting it. All right, you've done it properly now. Well done. Into the hole, but obviously on his legs or his wheels. So that's not him. And then, there you go. See? So expertly picked up there by Yao when he came out of the hole again, because God knows which one it was.
That was perfect timing for the replay.
Excellent work there. So not only is Adam younger and fitter and more vibrant than me, and also he can work a replay without having to go, what? No? When? How?
Oh.
Okay, so we need to find somebody else now, because we've given him any other requests? No. Right, so it's our choice now. So let's pick up the leader, who is car number 3, who could be anywhere, and probably is actually. And he is now. He's going on the S-Works steppity steps, round the saw turn. It's a very attractive red into green machine of Alberto Pelaz Gamez. Alberto Gamez Pelaz, I think is how you actually pronounce it. And we are in heat 7, which is on the next page of my piece of paper. And Alberto is a hot bodies driver with an OS engine. As he hops down, big jumps now. Now, we don't appear to be seeing much improvement in lap times from anybody. So they don't appear to be going much quicker on an absolute lap. I know the track's getting slower, I doubt it. But there will be a sheen of dust now. I'm looking at you, Frank, if you just say something.
A sheen. I was looking for the sheen. I could see a haze of smoke, but not quite a sheen of dust.
As Adam checks his BlackBerry just to prove it's not making a noise. Talk among yourselves.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Frank here. Yeah, so the running order at the moment is Alberto Gamez, Mark Boone, Jock Mark Beattie. Beattie Mark? Jock from Scotland. I like how his doesn't say GBR, it just says Scotland.
Hey!
Well, they almost were a separate country, weren't they?
Yeah.
And then Stefan from Sweden, Mark Everett, Carlos, Tal, Michael,
Now,
Ben, Ivan?
Elvin,
Spain.
I think.
That's okay.
Or is it Ivan? No, you're right, actually. Ivan?
Yeah. Billy Talaska from the USA.
Go! USA! USA!
Well, his name sounds very similar to Alaska, so
Hang
I'm
on.
wondering.
We've got a request for Billy Talaska.
How about
So we
that?
have to find car number 10 now
Car
for
number
Billy
10.
Talaska. Everyone stands up at once going, where's number 10? He's not coming around so far, so and there's nothing coming for ages now. This is
the way it goes.
This is the exact reverse. Oh, is he broken?
I think the thing to do when you get a request is to not say the request until about 20 seconds.
There he is. It's the last car. There's this
takes-
gaggle going over the thing. There we go. Yeah, but I think the audience is joining with us with our frustration looking for car number 10. So this is Billy Talaska from the good old US of A. An Agama racing car hasn't put down its engine for us conveniently or inconveniently. The DXR double with the company of many other machines. And now swinging down through that section. Oh, way! That's a triple Salco with spin and everything else.
That was one of
work
those-
from Mr. Talaska there.
Yeah.
I'm pretty certain he has absolutely no idea why that happened. He probably did things exactly the same way as before, but let's see if we can find out why it happened thanks to Adam's replay. And he lands. Yeah, he basically just landed badly. That was a very good replay, but can you give us next time a couple of seconds more before?
Yeah, so we can see the lead in.
But he basically landed on his front left and it just caved under him. Yeah, I can't do mirror thinking. And that's the end of that session, so he'll come into the flag. The man waving the flag, come finals day, will be the ninja, everyone.
Yeah, that's our fire-spitting ninja.
I really don't think that Adam believes there is a ninja. But there is.
Well, he was practicing with dual whips last night, so that's...
I know, you can make... Oh, look at that, close-up of the 3. They have got some new numbers that aren't as good as the old numbers, which is really worrying. No, you need to take that thing out first.
Huh?
You got to take that out first. Not sure about those new no small numbers, I must admit. So this is heat 7 just finished. Heat 8 will be on the road in a second. The top guys really are in heat 16, 17 and 18. Following that there are 4 rounds of e-buggy, and then about the equivalent of round 2 of the next race, or 3, we will go for it. Well, I will go for a little grid walk. I think what we'll do is I'm going to go for grid walk today, and Adam will go for grid walk tomorrow. So I think so it's going to be a Nick Damon grid walk today. Obviously technical winnings. It's going to be an Adam grid walk tomorrow, and the third one, well, we'll just have a fight. Some sort of massive fight. Or you can vote. 0898, whatever it is, 50p a minute.
There we go. That's the race coming up.
This is this guy, I'm sure he's lovely. It's Pedro Jesus Vera Gallego. It's kind of a unique feature of the MyRCM software because it was written by a Spaniard. You know that Spaniards all have 2 surnames. We tend not to use one of them because it's the UK or the Western British tradition, but they all have their mother and their father's name in there. So, but you get both the surnames on each time. So he is Vera Gallego. For example, Robert Bataille is Robert Bataille Sanchez on this machine. On someone anyway. Scott Yang from Taiwan in 2, Billy Smith, Mark Rumble from Britain in 3, Abdullah Al-Fafa from Kuwait in 5, Stemenos Kokinakis from Greece in 6, Jack Willits in 7, Carl O'Connor in 8, both from Britain. The South African Jason Wraith is in 9, Kieran Cox is in 10, Max Hesse from Germany is 11, Jamie Cutter from Britain is 12, Jockey Jogadal from Sweden 13, Jeffrey Halsema from the Netherlands is in 14, and Ben Billing is in 15. Who knows if we'll get any requests? We have 1 vote for a fight, apparently, Adam, for us already. Hamish, how long? You may have heard of Hamish, I'm not sure how long ago you posted. The next top heats will be out in about an hour and 10 minutes. And we have a request for car 8 on this one, so we'll try and pick up car number 8, who is,
Carl
of course,
O'Connor.
Carl O'Connor. Girl, you're very quick. Adam doing his best. I'm at sea and I'm a pirate look. It's Captain Adam Johnson from the up here in the crow's nest of the Hayway. I cannot see that car at all.
Well,
brilliant.
Jan seems to be on a car, so maybe that's he's already on him.
He's been doing better than us recently. He started off, he's had a little think about it, and now he's better than we are. Going around the berm, there is car 8 indeed. He's got pushed off there, but we haven't started yet, have we? Oh, we have. He got shoved off the track there. Poor old Carl Cocco.
Well, he hasn't actually started his. He was on the main straight when the time started.
I would like to point out that at the end of the track, it's not a problem with our camera. It's a problem with a large amount of fuel smoke. A lot of work for that marshal. 3 goes at once. And there we go. Oh, no, that's not the corner. But he hasn't started yet still, so even though he's got the corners mostly wrong, he's fine, because that's a free lap. So any minute now he's just saying loop just about here, and he's off on the way on his 5. Oh my lordy, what was that car doing? Car number 6 was facing the wrong way at full speed. That's like one of those near-miss videos you get on Facebook where the person doesn't get hit by the bus or something.
I just noticed something really weird with the timing, the countdown timer, because it seemed to stay at 4 minutes 58 seconds, and then it would go to 56, and then it would go back up to 58. I think it actually as a new driver is starting over the timing loop, it resets the countdown timer at the top of the screen. So
it's 5 minutes for the last driver across. You're right.
yeah. So if you're wondering, if you were looking at that like I just was, that would be why the timing seems to be really weird. But now it's counting down, obviously, like you would expect it.
Okay, we now have a request for Jason Rath, who's also leading in car 9. Jason Rath from South Africa. My guess is he's leading. He's probably going quite early in the lap, but let's find out.
He's
Number 9.
He's a little over halfway through. Progress 60, 70.
There he is now. Yep, going through the steps. Yep. Where's the progress meter?
Okay.
Oh, you star. Why is it that you've sat down for a minute and a half and noticed 2 things I've not seen all day? So with Jason Rath, the South African driver, with a Muga with an OS engine. Just getting thrown back on the track again there. Come on, Rathy boy. Bit of a replay of Rath's feeling the wrath of somebody else, I think. Here we go. Comes in, bang. Again, you need 2 seconds before that. The action's going to be... And we want more build-up. See, it's typical of a young man, doesn't know about foreplay. Let's get the early stuff in. Let's caress us with a car going around a corner before straight to the money shot.
He thinks it's a fine.
Oh dear. Well, if I don't get kept taken... Luckily, see, the only person taking me off there is me at the moment, so it's fine. Okay, Billy Smith as well is requested. Billy Smith is car number 3.
Yeah. He is halfway through the lap.
Okay, so we can hear us soon then. He's got the Mugen and Bullet, so he should be... And there he is. That white car that's crashed, he is, isn't he? He's the white car in front of him, just crashed. I thought he broke his front wheels. I think he just had a little ping out there. He had to get of the servo. He's deranged his wing though. He has a deranged rear wing. And despite what people might say about these cars not going fast enough for the aero to matter, it matters massively. One of these cars without a rear wing would not actually be able to get around the circuit in any sort of speed whatsoever. It completely adds the balance, but he's got a real problem. His wing's not doing what it should do. Oh, he's now lost half of it, which is going to make it very hard to jump.
It's completely askew now.
He's getting some downforce for it. He's in yaw, basically, that wing at the moment, but he's getting some... It's just really hard to drive when you've lost, effectively, some pressure that's putting the rear wheels on the ground. Not so much now for grip, but actually when you're in the air. So let's see how he does the quad of no name. Very flat and landed it early. Over the DX. So, you know, he's basically adapted his style to run a little bit shorter into the jumps. Oh. See him there. They'll come up here. Go flat. Nice bit of driving. That's not handling well at the moment from Billy there. Yogadal I'm asked for. Yogadal. Who's Yogadal?
Stefan from Sweden.
Number 13. No, Yoki Yogadal, 13. Who has done 31. So he'll be coming towards us soon, Yoki Yogadal. In the 13 car.
I thought you were...
There he is now. He's red into black. Just about to turn onto the S-Work steps now. Thank you, Jan. Great pick up again. I think Jan's about 6 for 6 now. Comes underneath us. That always takes longer. When you can't see a car, it's like an hour and a half, even though it's just a couple of seconds. Oh, he's in the hole. He's in the hole. Needs to be come on 4. Come on. Oh, no, careful. What I like there, did you see he was hunched for impact all the time he was marshalling there? You might have noticed we're not reading out many times because the times don't really matter. It's the best 3 laps. So we've got a replay of him falling in the hole. And there he goes. He's in the... Oh, look, he was looking the wrong way, the marshal. He's in the hole. I'm in the hole. Excellent. That was enough at the front. Well done. Now, we do have more of Mr. Frightened Marshall now. Yeah. Oh, no. Stop. And look, he's hunched. The whole time his arm... Oh, no, I don't want to get hit. Don't hit me. Oh, I got out. Thank God for that. Oh, phew. Is what Mr. Marshall says. So, coming... Oh, We're back in the replay again for some reason. Coming back into the... Ooh. Is it over?
Yeah, everyone's
enjoy
done.
it. Oh, of course, this guy's watching the replay. I thought it was half a minute to go. I got some good news for you, Frank. You're taking this over now because I need to go for a natural break.
Right, so winning that heat of practice was Jason Roth, then Max Hesse, Jack Willits, Ben Billing, Jeffrey Halsema, Jesus Vera Gallego, Mark Rumble, Billy Smith, Carl O'Connor, Scott Yang in 10th, and Yake Yogadal. I'm going to have to get used to saying that name. Abdullah Al-Fala, Jamie Cutter, Kieran Cox, and Stamatis Kokonakis. I always love saying the Greek names. Right, and coming up, let's see if it's... nope, scratch that. It hasn't refreshed just yet. So coming up is going to be Heat 9, Round 2. Connor Cocker, James Harold, and Richard Gasson from the UK. Ali Shirazi from Kuwait. Lewis Rushton from the UK. Didion Ho from Taiwan. Lee Richardson from the UK. Gerd Pfeiffer from Austria. No points for guessing what Gerd's running. Michael Kronostrom from Sweden. And Alex Page from the UK. Tom Sagers from the UK, Michael Bertlin and Hampus Berg from Sweden, Ian Ford and Mike Foster from the UK. And we are now into the warm-up period of 2 minutes. 2 minutes, I thought it was 3, but yeah, apparently it's 2. And then we will have a running countdown, as we've seen and discovered, of the 5 minutes starting. The 5-minute actual practice time starting. So all this time, all the running right now is just counting for nothing. Hopefully these drivers aren't getting in each other's way and braking or anything like that. That would be an absolute disaster if you broke or flamed out in this warm-up period. Because then your engine's not going to be warmed up, you're not going to be used to the track, you're going to be just under that little bit much more pressure from yourself, from your own mind, as you're trying to get around this track with a minimum of fuss and a maximum of speed. So about, looks like more than half of this crowd, half of this heat anyway, is from the UK. We've got a Kuwaiti driver. Now there was a big Kuwaiti contingent last year, about 4 or 5 drivers. And this year they've got all matching Kuwaiti. Who's that upside down? Can't see the number. Number 1, possibly? I missed it. But yeah, there were several guys here last year. It looks like a few of them came back this year. But this time we've got a Taiwanese driver in this round, in this heat. Gerd is, no surprise to see Gerd here. Obviously he's pitting alongside Jorn Neumann. We've got a Korean driver. I think we've got someone from Singapore. What's just happened? What has just happened? Switch camera to something else. Sorry about that, folks. What is going on? That's showing the old replay. Oh, now it's back. We have no idea what happened there. We have a gremlin. Sorry about that. Oh, someone's stuck on a pipe, making plenty of noise to attract the marshals to come over and help out. It's car number 15 of Mike Foster, driving almost Gulf colors, so dark blue instead of the light blue. Paul's back. Hi, Paul. Right, so it looks like our timer has started. We've got Still waiting for Gerd and Mike Foster to cross the line. We know Mike's out there because we just saw his car. So Gerd is crossed the line. Mike will be starting or finishing his lap. No, he's down for a 13-second lap time, so I haven't seen him in the pits, but I don't know. We'll figure it out. So everyone started. We've got 4 minutes and 4.25 minutes left to go on this run. We've got James Harold presently out in front with Connor Cocker and Tom Saggers, second and third. Let's see if we can catch our leader out there, the car number 2 of James. Just so we have someone to follow. Let's see who can spot him first. It's a race. It's car 3 coming over the Agama tabletop. Is that the 2? He's going through the S-Works steps now. There he is. Jan's already on him. He's going through the Soar turn. And across the timing loop and down the main straight. There's the pits off to your left. 2 mechanics per driver allowed in the pits. That usually is plenty enough to take care of any very, very minor repairs that you can do in the pit lane. Refueling, engine tuning, or anything like that. As James comes over the Agama tabletop, up the Absolute Hobby step up and down, back down the S-Works steps. And a timing loop as he comes across right under us. There's a timing loop right there. You can just, if you're very, very quick, you can just see the word loop spray painted on the dirt. As it goes over the DXR doubles and around the top turn. And through the model tune section with that big tabletop, which you don't actually touch. Just fly right over that. James Harold still in the lead with that car number 2. Connor Cocker in second. Michael Kronostrom from Sweden has just popped into third, knocking Tom Saggers down. So we believe that the, I'd like to confirm this with the timing officials downstairs, but we believe that the fastest 3 consecutive laps are being live updated on the timing screens for us. So, and as Lee Richardson from HPI UK has just jumped up into third spot there, knocking Michael down and Tom down another spot. So yeah, we believe that the times are being live updated for those fastest 3 consecutive laps. So you are seeing the live seating, and the 3 consecutive laps go into decide the order of the qualifiers tomorrow. Oops, someone's upside down. Big squeal of an engine. So James is still out front. Connor Cocker. Ali Shirazi from Kuwait has now jumped into that third. Looks like no one wants to stay in third for very long. Let's see if we can find the car number 4 of Ali. And he's about almost halfway through the lap. So he'll be coming across here any second now. There he is, that multicolored car going down the S-Works steps. And Jan's already on him. Good work. Comes up on some traffic. Gentle tap to say, hey, I'm here. Oh, no, he's getting a bit wide. Okay, now he's past him. Motors down past that car number 15 down the straightaway. Over the table, that quad of doom, or the quad of friendliness and happiness. Oh, and smacks into the tire. That's the first car I've seen hit that tire all week. Well, all week. All day. So it's Ali Shirazi from Kuwait. One of about, I think, 3 or 4 Kuwaiti racers who are here. Prior track knowledge, meaning nothing because there's a completely new track designed by the DXR guys. A couple of those guys are racing here, but they're all in the lower heats so far. As Ali comes down the S-Works steps and into the Soar turn, starting with that double and over the, whoa, where did he disappeared? He got stuck somewhere. He's back on the main straight, down into the berm. The DXR Berman over the quad. And that is it. Everyone's done. So James Harold holding on to the lead in that one with 9 laps. We don't know the timing of those 3 consecutive laps, but it was James, Hampus, Connor, Ali, Tom, Lee, Richardson, Michael, Alex, Gerd. I suppose I can actually show this on screen, can't I? That's what the whole point is. Let's clear this. And there we are. There's the actual times. So this is the time of the race, not the actual times that they did their best 3 consecutive laps. But as I was saying, Gerd was in 9th, Richard Gaston 10th. And the rest of the runners and riders is Michael, Ian, Lewis, Didion, and Mike Foster. So we got about less than a minute before the next group is out on the track. So we'll show these guys. It's Carl Foster from the UK. The other Kuwaiti racer, Nawaf. Lewis Millman from the UK. Lauren from Germany. Steve Shakespeare from the UK. Mike Lewis, also from the UK. Eric Mo Lars from Norway. Johnny Roberts. Guido Erler from, is that Switzerland? Vincent Declat from France. And we've got 16 racers in this one. The unknown number 16 there. Harry Phillips from the UK. Ofer from Israel. Aaron Gerling from the UK. Romeo Grass and Matt Slaney. So they're already out on their warm-up laps. Less than 2 minutes to go, and then they're racing for real. Looks like they already need to touch up the paint on some of these jumps. I wonder if they'll do that. I'm sure Phil's pretty busy already, though. But that's what the DXR guys are for. DXR is the group of RC fanatics that built and designed the track and are maintaining it over the weekend. So if you wonder who they are, you see a lot of their logos on the track and banners. So we are RC Racing TV. We are here at the Neo 16. My name is Frank McKinney. I'm sat next to Paul Bateman, Adam Johnson. Nick is doing the social media. And we've got Jan, our new boy. Well, not boy, our new guy. Our new man. Our new very studly man on the camera. I didn't want to, I had to go overboard there because I called him boy. Sorry, man. Yes, so we are brought to you here at the Neo 16 by the Soar TR5, Agama, S-Works, Absolute Hobbies, and of course, Neo Buggy. So thank you very much, Phil, for bringing us along. It will be a fun and interesting and hopefully not too smoky and gassy weekend. So the timing has started for everybody. You'll see that that countdown clock kind of jump up and down a bit for the next half a minute or so. Lap times are about 32 to 34 seconds. So as each new driver crosses the timing loop, there'll be the countdown clock will start afresh. So here we are. We've got the first laps coming across now. We've got Vincent Decla, Harry Phillips, Guido, Aaron, Matt, Nawaf. They're coming through thick and fast now. So let's see if we can find, let's see who we can find. I don't know, car number 12 of Ophir Abaton from Israel. He's presently, well, he's stayed at the top of the board for a few seconds now. He must have had a pretty good first lap. 32 flats. Wow. So Ophir is just coming through the sore corner. He's about to come underneath us. There we go. Excellent pickup from Jan. Down the main straight, past the pits on the left. Screaming down the main straight into the DXR berm and over the danger quad. Oop, and he flies out, almost losing us as he goes over the double now, through the top turn and over the Model Tune tabletop section. As he comes over the Agama small tabletop. Down the steps once again, and we've been following him for a full lap now. That is Ophir Abaton from Israel, one of at least 2 Israeli racers that are here. First time that I remember is, oh, and he gets stuck in the hole. What happened? Is he going to be, no, he has recovered himself. Where did he go? Wow, he absolutely disappeared from our screen for a few seconds there. That's the danger of the hole. That's why we call it the hole. It's like a black hole. It just sucks you in if you get in trouble. So at the moment now, Mike Lewis is on top. Oh, we got a replay of that. As he gets into the berm, gets a decent line out of it, and then just a bit too much throttle as he comes over that first jump, and then just lands on his back end or his wing or something like that, and then he disappears off off camera. He swings around that section, that tabletop turn there. So Mike Lewis is now leading with that car number 6. Ophir, who we've been following, is in second. Vincent Decla from France is in third. Then we've got Lauren, Harry, Romero, Eric, Lewis, Aaron, and Matt is our top 10. So we've been following Ophir for a while. Let's see if we can find the car number 6. He's about halfway through. That's Mike Lewis from the UK. He should be coming through over the Agama tabletop now. No? That's a little bit more than halfway across the lap there. Did he crash? Oh no, progress is 22, so he must be in the top turn now. Car number 4. Okay, sorry, let's scratch that. Let's look for car number 4 of Lauren. We've had a request, so we need to honor our request and find Lauren, car number 4, who's almost done with their lap. The yellow car going into the berm now, I think. One of those 4 cars that just came over the danger quad into the top turn. Let's just confirm it. I think it's that car number 4, that bright one that's caught up to the 2 cars in front. Yes, it is. That yellow wheels with the yellow wing. Down the steps and into the sword corner. It's more of a sequence of turns. That's a dangerous corner. Everything's a dangerous corner here. And over the quad of doom. And letting someone pass, which is a good thing, because this is, well, I say only practice, but it is practice, but you don't want to get caught up in someone else's race and end up slowing them down while you're also slowing yourself down, more importantly. So you can see that that car that Lauren has let pass is gapping Lauren slightly, so which is fine. Do your own race and don't try to keep up too hard with anyone that catches up to you and passes you. So Lauren going over that DXR double now, around that flat top turn, down to a bit of a dip, and then over the big tabletop jump there. Get a lot of air, but there's a nice, very great gradual landing platform, which is fine. Makes it very not too difficult to place there. One of the less dangerous places on the track. Going over the start-finish loop and into the DXR berm once again. You see the drivers are definitely getting used to the track a lot better now. that first round of practice. Lots and lots of tumbles all over the place, especially when the cars are bunched up, but that's pretty normal for these open wheel off-road racers. As the time has come close now, and everybody's going to be pulling into the pits. So that's Lauren going into the pits. Very tight chicane going into the pit entrance there. And we're just going to be showing you the finishing order. As you can see, it was Mike Lewis, Ophir, Lauren, who we were just following, Harry Phillips, Vincent, Aaron, Steve, Lewis, Romeo, Johnny, Eric, Matt, Nawaf, Guido, and Carl. So that was Heat 10. We've got Heat 11 coming up. Just waiting for the timing screens to refresh so we can show you the names of all the drivers in the next race, or next heat. Fastest lap of that last race was Ophir, who we were following for a little while. He finished second. He had a 31.2 lap, which is pretty fast. And next fastest was a 32.2 from Mike Lewis. So the timing screen taking a little while to refresh here for Heat 11. Not sure if there's a hold up, or it seems a little bit longer than normal. Track's open, so letting everyone do their time, or start their warm-up. 2-minute warm-up, and then 5-minute practice. And everyone only gets 3 practice runs. Okay, and we've got these are the drivers that are out on track now. We've got Josh Marshall from the UK, Mats Angsarid from Sweden, Aus from Kuwait, Gavin Utley from the UK, Berkan Kilic from Germany, Winston Barnett from the UK, Timo from Germany, Ken Skalaberg from Norway, Ben Turner from the UK, Magna Berghans from Norway, Charles Godwin and Mark Fletcher and Kyle Boone, and Darren Hayden Ball from the UK, and finishing up with Max Johansson. So they're down to about 1.25 minutes of their warm-up time is remaining. As I'm watching Nick mess around with the loosest connection of headphone.
It was very, very quiet, but a lot of that is because you're very, very quiet.
I am being quiet.
You're being kind of a bit whispering Bob Harris, really, about the whole thing. And so when I listened to it, I couldn't hear anything, and then I just turned it all up and I could hear it. But then I also, as you say, had to go through the multi-connection thing that's not particularly working. So we can hear ourselves, nothing important.
Well, I haven't messed around with any of this stuff because I don't really know what much of that stuff does.
No, you see, probably what I would do is I'd do that for you because you're quite quietly spoken. See, what you have to make sure is your green line doesn't get too high.
Yeah.
We get excited. Oh, it seems
Oh!
fine. There we are. Oh, we just woke up everyone watching. So this is heat number 11. About to get started. We have any requests so far? No. Well, just choose a car then. Choose a car, Jan, any car you like. He's chosen the nice bright white one, which is car number 14 of Darren Hayden Ball. It's good to see he's gone straight the cameraman. I'm going to choose a nice bright car. Hayden Ball's car does actually have a few colours in it, but I didn't want to overexcite him with that information. So he comes now onto the S-Works steps round the store corner. See, now at the beginning of the day, Frank, you know, we were basically stating the obvious, weren't we, when we said the S works this and the saw that, because it was all written down on the track. Well, not so laughing
It's
now,
all gone
are they?
now.
Yeah, no one knows. It could be anything. Now they get very careful when they repaint it. They repaint it. I think they have to scratch off what's there, or make sure it's exactly the right place and they respray it. At the end of the day,
I hope they do repaint it, because it's you know, it's starting to look a little bit used now.
we're having a few
Track.
thousand laps turned. So we are RC Racing TV. This is the Neo 16 Friday practice, brought to you by Saul, the TR5, Agama, S-Work, Absolute Hobbies, and of course Phil and the boys from NeoBuggy.net. I'm Nick Damon. On the mic at the moment is Frank McKinney. Pushing the buttons and doing the replays is Adam Johnson, who actually got a shout out a minute ago saying, Adam Johnson, not a good name to have at the moment. No. Yannick is on the camera and doing a stellar job from... he needed about 3 races to warm up, had to think about it, he's come back, he's better than any of you. I didn't mean that, I'm sorry. But I was just telling other people. And Paul's gone off to do something before he does something important on the other camera. And this is heat 11 of practice round 2. There are 18 heats, top drivers in 16, 17 and 18, so they'll be on in about 45 minutes. So I suppose you'd probably say 3:15 UK time, 4:15. Yeah, they're running a bit behind schedule. 4:15 UK time, 4:15 for the top 3 or 4 heats. Following that, there is 4 electric heats, and then following after that, there will be a grid walk. My grid walk ETA currently is about sort of 5 o'clock-ish, I would say. So about 5 o'clock for the grid walk, perhaps about a few minutes earlier than that. Then we'll go around and talk to anybody we can find who'll talk to us. And often a lot of people who won't talk to us, we'll talk to them as well. So Jan now going for super close-up action with our friend here. We now have a request for car number 12 of Mark Fletcher. He's just finished his lap, so he'll be up the straight somewhere. So he'll be as far away as possible from us. I reckon one of those 2 cars going around the DXR turn at the moment. Unfortunately, we have to kind of wait until he comes back down in front of us. There he is right now. He's the red and the orange machine going around the saw corner. Hoppity hop. Moving slightly out there, putting the power absolutely hard down. Don't forget, for the top heats, we bring in our second moving camera, which completely confuses me by a different angle, but what it does do, actually, the side-on camera gives you a much better idea of the elevation change of this track. I mean, a couple of the shots you get from this camera, like you can see how far down that is, for example, but some of the others you do need that side-on camera to get a real idea of the cliff face that is some parts of this track. Many, many tons of dirt have been moved.
Well, it's a good thing this is held at an agricultural college, which has lots of earth movers.
Yeah, but I think they bring them in. I don't think they actually use theirs.
Oh.
They rent different ones. So it's a Timo Engelstadter leading at the moment, with Matt Zangazard, Burke and Kilic. But of course, it's all about your best 3 laps. And now we're being asked for Burke and Kilic in car 5. We've got enough time to find car 5. He should be coming right in front of us any second now. He's on 67%.
Burkon currently has the fastest lap of the race with a 32.1.
I think he's gone past us. We missed him.
He's a quarter away through the track.
Kilic 5. He's Kilic 5.
He's halfway through the lap.
And he's coming any second now. He's the orange car coming up now with the orange and black underneath us. Right, that's counted about 70 when he comes into our view then, okay. That could be an optical illusion. He seems to be running a more erect wing than the others. No, I think that's the way he's painted it. Not actually presenting a bigger blade to the air. Birkin Kilic, who by my memory is a youngster actually, a German youngster.
Oh, that was Burkon's last lap, because he's counted as 100 now. He's not counting up anymore. So
he doesn't
just
know.
waiting on...
He's still stunt driving for us.
Yeah. Just waiting on one driver to finish now, Gavin Utley.
Okay. Oh look, Paul's in position. You peaked too soon, Paul. He's off again. Okay, can we have a shuffle round? Frank, can you go and do District 9 camera, please?
Yeah.
I'm going to leave Adam in the switching spot for a moment. Because you can practice 2 camera switching. I know it's exciting, isn't it? Oh, how thrilling. And let's do that. So it was won by team, well the 10 lap version was won by Team Ingolstadt. Oh, that's interesting, I can't do that, okay. I'll do that. I've cocked that one up. And then we do that, and I get that again. Yes, it's always an A to B to C sort of thing, isn't it? Now, my recommendation to young Mr. Jan, is to have a masterclass Madam. We now have multiple cameras to cut, you see. Oh, it's training day here. I'm learning a lot. I'm learning that I can't do replays and Adam can. Oh, Sven Bierbauer was getting a bit upset with us, but we did actually do car 5 in the end. So sorry, Sven. I'm told to take a pen. Sven's speaking very harshly to me on the chat, and I have to write down heat 15, car 15, even though we're only currently on heat 12. So let's clear this, and let's show live positions, as we are now in heat 6. So heat 15. So can everyone remind me, car 15, heat 15? I'll feel very bad if I miss it again. As this is heat 12. So it's heat 12 now. And that means that it's Richard Lowe, Taro Craddock, Mitchell Booth, Scott Walker, Zacharias Villabia Nielsen, Nuno Casero Ribeiro, Alessandro Meyer, Yanis Peronakis, Peter Bird, Dave Benito, Oliver Evans, Frederick Cadberg, Ali Alfakawi, Adrian Svensson and Lee Bunker are your runners and riders. Let's try and find a way of doing that differently. Okay, so, right, so do we have any requests? I think we have car 5 as a request. So car 5, which is Zacharias Villabia Nielsen, is our first request of the day. There's lots of dumb people looking around going, oh, I can't see car 5. But none of us can see car 5. So this is like a kind of a test. Putting on a car that isn't actually in the race. Oh, you have bionic eyes. There he is, underneath us now. Grey and yellow, red. Sorry, grey and red. And he's on with Frank's camera, and I'm sure he's also on with our camera 2. Let's see. Oh, he's upside down on camera 2. Let's see, camera 2. He's been attacked from behind on camera 2. And that's where you want to cut, there. Up the straight. Oh, it's training day again. So we're now, as you can see on this reverse angle, you can see much better the elevation change. It comes around the Agama Code, it comes down. This bit particularly, as it comes in the model tune right, for dropping down past the Pro Line dip and into the hole, comes back up, and the step up. I'd probably go a bit later than that, but that's fine. And down through the saw corner. Under start finish. Down the main straight, and now. No, earlier than that. Halfway through the driver's rostrum. So this is the first lap that's going to count, I think. Let's see what it is. He's got a bit of traffic ahead of him. He just, oh, that's not the way traffic should work. It's a dance of the 7 Veils. So now you can show Jan how to do a replay. Let's have a look and see what happened to Rebeo. Comes in, looks for corner of the model tune, it's not there, and then they do the thing that these off-road cars love to do, which is the tango and two-step in a spinny round sort of way. And off we go. Right, now, I now check my... Oh, someone wants the leader. The leader is Scott Walker, not that Scott Walker, the singer, who lost that loving feeling, I believe, originally, not the Righteous Brothers. Car number 4, he should be coming through to us quite soon. He's on a 36. So where is car number 4? I think he's now underneath us now with white into yellow into green. I think Paul already has him on camera 2, and does Frank on camera 1. So Walker just did a 33.9 last time round. This time round he's slightly made a mistake of the actual... Oh, pitting, how exciting. Now pitting on camera 2, even more exciting. What's wrong with it? Not running properly. So a quick engine tune-up, which you wouldn't do in a real qualifier, because don't forget, he's just his best 3 laps, rev, off I go, Walker back out again. So that was something you can do during a practice heat. You can just try and get a little bit of a change to your engine tune. Could be down to humidity, could just be he's not quite right, he's running it in, it's running it differently. Round the Agama corner, coming down the straight to the model tune, and the right-hand turn, and he's not really on the track, that's fine. On the model tune, down the whole of the pro line, and then he lifts up now, and then climbs up the absolute hobby step, which is much steeper than you think. With a sore corner. And now, you could have, tried to avoid it and then just drove into it. That's the loop there. Very interesting. And normally, I know something we often do in RC racing meetings. Go, where is the loop? Where is the timing line? Well, they've written loop in massive letters on the mud, so we know exactly where it is. And they have a camera over the loop, which has been set up by a very, very talented timing guy. The camera itself was having amazing that's it, thank you very much, was having amazing mental fits earlier, but it appears to have calmed down now. Now, is there another Killich in this one, or is that a late request? That's a late request. Because there are a family of Killiches. And there's a car up there. That's car 4, Scott Walker, and he's stopped. So that tune-up didn't work very well. So he's obviously got engine issues. He'll be frustrated. He only gets 10 minutes on the track for today, and he's lost 5 of those. So our leader now is David Benito in the number 10, and should be quite close to coming towards us now in the 10. There he is, with the white into red with the yellow roof car. Just going around the saw corner now. That's the 10 of Benito. He has an other chassis. He's not written it down. So he's driving that very popular other chassis. It's like the... do you know who the most popular driver in motorsport is? Mr. TBA. He's always got to drive right up to the last minute, or he loses it to someone with a name. But Mr. TBA is always in the car. Sometimes he's sharing the car with TBA and TBA. The TBA triplets have got to drive. And in the end, some German with money turns up and gets it instead. Fritz von Deutschmark. And that's more... I get in terrible trouble for this national stereotyping. It is all meant in jest, everyone. I'm the first person to take the mickey out of the British as well, as much as we were earlier. So here's our leader, who our leader now has changed to Alessandro Ramia of Italy, number 7, who should be right underneath us now. Is he down the straight, actually? Ramia. Yep. So it's the number 7 we're looking for. I think camera 2 and Paul has him. Ramia, X-ray with a Reds engine. We've got a replay of something. No, hang on, he's pointing. So we're on number 7, Frank. who's now currently going down the main straight in the green car, going around the berm right now. Sort of half lands that before he goes up to the DXR doubles at the moment, and he comes round the Agama big curve and then sprints down what looks like one of the flatter parts of the circuit, brakes hard for the right hand in model tune, just over fishtails it round before going way downhill, for climbing and then falling right underneath me. I can see him upside down now. An unhappy little driver that'll be, but it doesn't matter because he may well have got 3 good laps prior to that. And that is the end of heat 12. And we've got a replay. Mr. Johnson is absolutely up on the replays here. It was all going so well. Look, he's turning left, right, trying to give in, and he's lost it. That's just unlucky landing, really. He did seem to have a bit of a flow on there where he's kind of giving it a bit, I'm giving it a bit. And then he gave it too much. And it all went to pot. Now, I've got an idea now for the next heat. I like Jan to be on the buttons with you helping him. So heat 13 coming up. Now I have to do my housekeeping now of timing, so I clear the live positions and I publish the results, which is going to show that in the end, oh no, I've lost the results. I was too slow again in my talking to other people. So it's the grid now for 13. Which is Barclay Abernathy, Mark Kay, Michael Shorey, Yaniv Sivan, Andreas Meyer, Ollie O'Connor, Andrew Ash, Roman Kumar, Rob Raisey, Wes Miles, and then Josh Powney, Dave Bales, David Gibson, and Matt Perry. Thank you to Chris Shiko, saying nice work from us. I don't know, it is just doing what we do, in the way we do it. So this is 13, top drivers out in 16, 17 and 18, so about half an hour, approximately. TKR for the win, that's Mark Kay. So we have some requests for car number 2, Mark Kay. So obviously I need to clear this grid line up first. So number 2 is our target. Not even started yet, honestly, but looks like Paul's confident he's got him. There he is now, going underneath onto the S-Works steps, turning the Sorcon. He's the blue car, just hopping over the green car. Down the main straight, a bit close to the rostrum there, Mark. Mark, of course, is TKR Graphics, doing clothing, graphics, painting, you name it, one of the sponsors of the event. I think he probably produced the majority of the banners you see around it, certainly the ones with Neo written on them. Comes down the model tune turn. So down the straight he comes. We're going onto the berm again. How high is he going to go? And over the quad. Turning right into the TKR. DXR double. Unorthodox corner in there. We've got the model chin again. He's got a bit of traffic in front of it, a little bit of dog traffic when he gets inside it, but they haven't actually started yet. So all this good luck and good fortune he had is completely wasted. So it goes underneath on the saw, and now start finish. Whee, down the straight. Oh, that's all gone a bit wrong. Landed in a hole. Yeah, we have a replay. Okay, let's go. Need a bit more at the beginning, but there we go. Okay, we've actually lost the timing feed again. So that's everywhere. That's not just here. That's also my timing feeds behind me. Out of interest, the best lap so far was a 30.7 by Yared Tebow. So we also need to see car number 1, which is Barkley Abernathy. Where is Barkley? Cheeky monkey. I think Paul may have found him because he's looking like quite definite about. No, he's not sure. He's giving me the wavy hand of not of doubt if that's car 1 or not. That's 7. There he is. He's the pink and the black car going around the S-Works now. The last of those cars turning into the saw corner. Car crashed in front of him. But he takes the quad with no name. He's upside down, it's Mark Kay again. So anyway, so we are now running through with the, we're just fitting our time at the moment, by the way. Yes, take over it, Adam.
Just hitting things with spanners up in here to try and figure out what's happening with our timing right now. Jan doing a good job on the switching to start with, though. As the session continues on, at last count, Barkley Abernathy was leading the session. And right now, the timing screens are not showing us diddly squat. So we're hoping for a refresh. Hoping for something. We had some minor issues to start the day up here, but that was more resolved before we went on the air. And I wonder if this might be a legacy of that. We'll see. We can try and rectify that. Time screen appears to be not giving us much at the moment. You continue to watch the action. Cars cycling round. Cars continuing on their way. trying to figure out the cause of where our timing is, and 2 cars there completely ignoring the track limits. Just ironically, it's probably not going to have got them much faster, to be honest with you. Climbing the track limits like that, it's actually going to slow them down somewhat. So we do have some timing, and here we go. I think we've got something. Yes, we're back. We've got timing back online. This is a good thing.
Well, it is, because we know what's going on otherwise. And we find that with not much longer to go, Davy Bales is leading. In fact, with no time to go. So I'm sorry, all Davy Bales fans, we were spending our time just getting the time back on again of Heat 13. So I apologise for that. And people who wanted people in that heat will be disappointed and probably crying and trying to hit me with a brick. But we were just trying to make sure we had timing for the top heats. Any second now, we will see. Well, this one gets out in time because I've missed this about 4 times so far. And here we go. No, don't do that. I was doing all right there. There we are. So Dave Bales won that, Andres Mars second. Now, interestingly, I have now found the seeding list. It's exciting, isn't it? So currently, the top 3 laps after one round, and this will include anyone who's driven so far in this round. So it's all done on your 3 fastest laps. Elliot Boots is the fastest 3 laps, so 1:33.1. Jared Thibault is next, so 1:33.4. Ryan Cavalieri, 1:34.0, 1:33.4, 1:34.0, 1:35.1 for Cody King, 1:35.3 for Bloomfield. Cragg 6th, Burton 7th, Elliot Taylor is 8th, Runnefelt 9th, Yor Neumann 10th, and Alessandro Reymer, who we saw a while ago, is the highest of people who've run 2 runs. He's up in 13th. So it's Boots from Thibault and Cavalieri. Thibault, of course, has the fastest individual Nitro lap time of 30.7 seconds flat. And here we go. For 14, then we have 15, 16, 17, 18, 17 and 18. Well, 16, 17 and 18 are the big one, with your big names. Then we have some electric qualifying. Then we have a couple more rounds, and then about 5 o'clock local time, 6 o'clock in the Europe, we'll do a bit of a grid walk. Technology allowing. Okay, right, so I'm now one behind everything again. Honestly, I think I know what I was doing now. Right, okay, so now we're about to start race number 14. Let's show the live positions. There we go, they aren't actually started yet, got a minute and 10 to go. It's 14, I think car 15, has car 15 been reacted? Now car 2, please. Okay, we can do that in a second, I'm not sure. Martin Hjertas, what's your request for car 15 in the last heat or this heat? So calling Martin Hjertas. Martin Hjertas, just tell me which one was which, because I don't know. So the first request we have is for car number 2 of Philip Lutzgert. So Philip Lutzgert in car number 2, everybody. First person to find him will probably not be me. The car's having a row down there. Oh, there he goes. On to the step up now. And coming round the saw corner. Is that him? Is that 2? Not sure about that. Because I can't see, that's my biggest problem, mould. So we are on car 2 as he goes now into the DXR doubles and right in front, complete wrong place. That's why I was looking at the wrong place. He's now round the saw corner. That's Philipp Lütgert from Germany, and he is with a Kyosho, and the engine is a Ninja. And as we know, the Ninjas are very much prevalent around here. We get a free Ninja at the end of the day. Not even we pay for your Ninjas, I suppose. So we are running, and time is on its way. So Lütgert now coming down the end of the lap. Just going over the loop now. We'll put him down the straight. And that. I need to cut earlier than that. As they go down the straight. Oh, direction from a third party. Always very good. Always good. Always makes good entertainment. Comes the model tune. And underneath a step up. So Lütgert's currently his most recent time, and that's his second lap, when it clicks through on the timing screen, was a 34.8, so not earth-shattering by any means. So we also have a request within this one for car number 13 from Sven MCD. He wants Misha Wiedemeyer in 13. Wiedemeyer should be just finished his he's probably beneath us now. Maybe just finish his lap actually, 13. So Misha Wiedemeyer in 13. Let's see if Paul can see him, because he'll be underneath him first. No, Paul looking blank and confused. Wiedemeyer leading this after 3 laps. And there he is underneath us now. I think that's 13, just going over the saw corner, blue and orange. I think that's 13. Down the main straight, the blue and orange car. DXR. Coming over the DXR double now. Orange and blue. It's virtually on top of you, Paul. Is that 13 there? Yes, it is. I got it right. Go my eyes. So Misha Wiedemeyer. Saw, one of our sponsors, thanks to Saw, Agama, S-Works and Absolute Hobbies. An OS engine. Oh, he's picking up some speed there, blasting past the car on the straight. Bit of a tight turn. A bit fishy on that one, wasn't he? Just couldn't quite get the drive down properly. And a bit fishy isn't a comment on whether he smells or not. It's actually entirely a comment on the fact that he was waggling his tail a little bit. Oh, we've got Edward Pickering has asked for car 0, who doesn't exist, which is taking the mickey, but I've got a request for car 6, which is Michael Todd of Spain. He should be coming towards us very soon here in the booth. And he is. He's that green car with a mauve top just going over the S-Works area now. Done the S-Works steps. Now he goes down the straight, round the berm. Oh, very much in the air. Oh, a terrible landing there for Michael Todd. He manages to get back on his wheels again and pops out on his own through the double. Gets a bit of a nibble from behind by someone. Getting more and more misty down that end of the track. So he struggles around to get another lap. This lap is not going to be very good now because he's fallen over on the steps and got involved in argy-bargy with about 11 cars. But when you're looking for a 3-lap run, you should just really try and get a bit of space and just concentrate. But I suppose other accidents will close that space up very quickly. He's literally wide there as well. So that isn't a lap that Todd's going to be pleased about. 40.9. Fast lap really is a 32.33 seconder here at the Neo 16 at Harper Adams. I was going to say industrial estate, but it's not. It's an agricultural college. The last few seconds of this heat number 14, second practice, and it's Misha Vidmar who has the best time of overall. 1:35.8 is the best 3 laps, I believe. 1:37.2 for James Le Pavot. 1:37.3 for Jamie Clancy. And they are the 3 lap averages. None of them are going to really trouble the guys at the top of the 3 lap average thing. As they finish with the last, all time has expired. Most laps of Jamie Clancy did 10. He actually did more laps than Misha Vidmar, but Vidmar managed to produce a better 3 lap average, or 3 lap total. As you can see, he's got 10 laps in 5:31, but he hasn't got as fast as Jamie Clancy, that is, a 3 lap average. This is the bottom end of the heat. All the guys doing 9 laps in the time required. And of course, as sure as night follows day, heat 15 will follow heat 14. And we are getting very close now to the stars of the show. 18 heats. So sit back and enjoy 35 minutes of top practice action. Will we get a sub 30 second lap in Nitro? We've had a sub 30 second lap in electric. They're all enjoying the monster talk. Not talking about monsters, not going to have a chat about Godzilla or something, you know. They'll go, oh, Godzilla's much better than Dracula or something, or Frankenstein. No, it's the talk, T-O, oh, I can't spell it now, T-O-R-Q-U-E. Actually, do you know the Americans, that's a weird spelling, do the Americans spell talk the same way as we do? Because they normally spell things far more sensibly than we do. But do they spell it the same as us? If you're an American on the stream, can you tell me how you spell talk, as in the engine's twisting power? Is it the same as us English, i.e. sillily, or is it more sensible like a lot of your rewritings of our words? Apart from colour. Colour needs a U in it, definitely. C-O-L-O-R. Okay, so we're out now with this heat. 15, Dennis Holding, Alex Anapolotakis, Ashley Owen, David Crompton, Stefano Cantoni, Anthony Conroy, Bjorn Ivar Howe, William Skidmore, Hal Lopez, Alvaro Mardones Cantera, Carl Jackson, Marco Natale, Graham Miller, Sandro Bamat and Burak Kilic. Oh, hang on. I was told heat 15, car 15, don't miss it, you'll be in trouble. Do you remember that? 15. No, it was. You've worried me slightly, but I'm sure it was car 15. Thank you, Anne. So we need to find car 15 because I'm on pain of death if I miss him. I don't know where he is. I'm sure the driver's standing on the box. He's a little lad. That was 14. That's not 15. Tremendous understeer there from car 15. He's about to go over the S-Works steps around the saw corner now. Mostly blue with some white flashings and a red roof. Going over the loop any second now. It's got it. It's now down the main straight, but not on the main straight. Having a kind of a jiggly period. Round the this isn't counting. So young Burak can do what he likes, really, as long as they don't break the car. They haven't started the 5 minutes. A few seconds to go. We'll start it next time round. So he does need to get himself calmed down. Get the car in position. And now he's on the cap. So the next one, he has to do properly because he's going to be counted it. So, double hop there, under the loop. Pushing hard, massive wheelie there. Great stuff on the back wheels. Didn't lose any time, I don't think, doing that. He's going to turn now to the DXR doubles. He's slightly correcting the fact the car was wrong, but he then fishtailed all the way up the hill. And lost a lot of time to the Garma call up there. Now he's not actually on the track, which doesn't help. And on the monotune right, lost a bit of time there. Switches over. This is a very steep step up there, the absolute hobby step up. Oh dear, it was all going relatively poorly actually, but doesn't matter because he now will start and reset. That lap isn't going to count as one of his 3. He can now choose some more to make going. Now Good old Sven has actually said thank you for me actually getting it right this time. So I feel Sven and I are friends again. So I was worried that we'd fallen out. Also have a request for our Norwegian, Bjorn Ivar Haug, number 7, who's just about finished the lap now, I think. So he's finished the lap in car 7. It'll be a while before he comes in front of us, but Paul might find him before that, car 7. And there he is, in blue, in red and white. So Bjorn Ivar is a Kyosho with an RB engine. Oh, that's gone off nastily. And then decided to get stuck on the wall a bit. Running high. I take 2 bites there. At the Nagama corner, it's slightly tricky than it looks. You spin it round, but it's got a kind of a foot, a sock sticking out the end of it, which makes it a bit wider. Watch it next time we come round it. It's not as constant radius as you'd think by the hole. It's transcribing a large hole, but it actually then picks out a bit more to make it just a little bit more difficult. And whilst it's not really caught anyone out massively, it does make them check up. So this is Bjorn Ivar up the straight, goes round the berm, hits the quad with no name, turning round sharply, and here we go, the DXR doubles. And this is the corner coming out here, the Agama sweeper, which looks simple, but goes around the hole. Look, pointing out there like a little finger of fate. And good footwork by the marshal there. That was very natty to avoid being hit, though he was helped by the fact that Bjorn Ivar had slowed down considerably. A lot of conversation in German now. I don't understand on the thread, so I will have to leave that one. Who's leading? Anthony Conroy in car 6 is leading. Let's see if we can find car 6. He should be coming towards us now because he's about halfway done. And there he is now, going over the S-Work steps right away. Blue, white and orange, making it look quite light. This is Anthony Conroy, who's kind of oscillating for the lead with Carl Jackson. Conroy with the Radio Sistemi Universe engine, so he's absolutely bucking the trend of the vast majority of people here with a new Radio Sistemi car. Let's see how this one handles. Oh, and he got caught out on the danger sock. Deep down, climbs up. That isn't the angle you want to be at. I mean, some good improvisation there. Through the saw bend. And there's the loop. Real impression of speed there from Paul's camera as they come down the straight. Oh, that's all gone horribly wrong. Can Jan show us that again in a second? Oh, he's gone horribly wrong again. He made 2 corners further wrong again. Let's see that one again. So he's coming up. Oh, that's why he got it all out of shape on the berm and lost the momentum he thought he had, and that's why he was always wrong. So that was because he touched the berm to begin with, always wrong all the way down. Thank you indeed, Jan. Excellent replay, just the right amount beforehand as well. Well, the annoying thing is, Adam's not listening to this. He's out on a recce. So the leader now is, we've got enough time for this. Let's see if we can quickly pick up Carl Jackson, who's in car 11. And probably just at the end of his lap now, probably going round the back end of the lap, I would think. From memory, I think he might be that bright green car. The fluorescent lime green car, I think, is Carl Jackson underneath you, number 11. So I'm remembering things already now from about 4 hours earlier. So this is Jackson who's leading at the moment. And blimey. That's his last lap. Has he finished? Yes, he has. He's finished on a 9.502. Oh, lovely air there. Now, there's no point doing a really good lap now, Carl, because it doesn't count. At this point, you are merely wasting fuel. You should rein it right back, ease back, save the tyres. Just wave to the crowd, press the button on the radio going, thanking your team. And that is the end of heat 15. So 3 more heats left of this round of qualifying. So that's the results so far. Let me see if I can see whether anything has changed. Misha Vidmaier is 9th overall now. No, that's the only ones who've actually pulled themselves up from these countings. Yeah, 136.6 was the best there, which is going to put Carl, it does put Carl into 15th on the list overall. So the fastest 3 laps is still Elliot Boots 133.1, Yara Tebow 133.4, Ryan Cavalieri 134.0, and then Cody King. Fastest is Misha Widmeyer of the round 2 as he's 9th overall with his saw with a 135.8 for 3 lap average. So good result by Misha from a couple of heats ago. So he'll move up tomorrow. Who is in this one, you're asking me, Nick? Well, I hope you're asking me that. I don't know if you are or not. And here it goes, and it is Milan Dragovic, Bradley Baird, Graham Allsop, Lewis Beach, Johnny Skidmore, Ollie Curry, Danny Burnaby, Kevin Brunsden, Tony Truman, Jeremy Petit, and Simon Willits, Robert Gustafsson, Hannes Kava, Callum Niblett, and Yale Zerflu. And do we have any super requests for people from this one? No. So we are building up now very much to the top heats. A lot of people in this heat are probably hankering after an A final appearance come Monday morning, or Monday afternoon. So I have my own, I can just choose any way I want to choose now because no one else. Let's see, I think the winner of the last time round was number 14, Callum Niblett. Let's play behind 14. Young Mr. Nibbles. The white and red car, I think, on frame at the moment. It's Callum Niblett. Agama and Bullet. It's not actually doing anything. None of this counts so far, so it's just warming up. Oh, nice landing. He's kicking slightly back there, you saw that one, so you might want to look a little bit at his rebound damping, but it might just be a bad pop up. Very, very wide to get the maximum speed. Got a risk there, you go very wide, get maximum speed down the straight through the berm. The quad of no, oh, and he blew the quad of no name. It's all looking so good. And I'm sure his ire will be doubled by the fact that he's going to get to see it again. Oh. Still, didn't count, so it's fine. Not a problem, I shall crash if it doesn't count. So Niblett there having a no count crash. As he flies around this, a little bit high on the berm there, coming towards us. Oh. Oh, that's just bad luck. because you can actually see the hole. He hit his bumper in there. So that's one of those things. I'm sure that landed in, and now he's letting people go. Have a bit of space, it's fine. So I think we're going to have to change now to our current leader with 31.5, which is car number 10 of Jeremy Petit. So let's hit one again. We've got that one at the stopping. Oh no, we haven't. So it's Petit from Allsop from Willits from Skidmore. As a quick warning to you on the stream, it's likely we will have a few seconds off air in a minute. We just need to reset something on the computer. The way this heat finishes, we need to reset something on the computer, so we may be a few seconds before we're just briefly off in a couple of seconds' time. Okay, let's see if we can find car number 10 of Jeremy Petit. He's halfway around. Is that 10 we're on at the moment? Oh, he's got 10. Sorry, Frank, you had 10 all along. There we go, that is Petit on 10. We're staring at a computer that's not doing what it's supposed to at the moment, which is slightly worrying. So 2:20 of this to go. So as I say, we're going to have a couple of seconds off air, possibly in a few seconds' time. It will stop for a while. Don't worry, we're coming straight back. Just need to reset something at the end of this heat. This is heat 15. And Simon Willits now, car number 11, is leading. He is coming under this quite soon. He's the all-white car beneath you, Frank. That's Willits. Going down the main straight now, the all-white machine. Into the berm. So Willits currently his top 3 is 1:35.6. And certainly on 10 lap pace. So actually he's only got, I think it might get 10 laps. He should get one more. So looking for good for an overall pace. But don't forget, it's just the top 3 laps today. But tomorrow it's all about the entire run time. So they'll be looking for a run time of the whole 5 minutes plus, 1 lap effectively, or 5 minutes and then finish a lap. So thank you all for being with us. We are RC Racing TV. We're here at Neo 16 with Saw and their TR5, Agama Racing S-Works and Absolute Hobbies. And, okay. Can I suggest you delete some of the replay? Let's lay off replays for a bit. Okay, we don't need to reset our computer anymore. It's come back on again, rather surprisingly, so that's all right then. Someone wants Bradley Baird in car number... Next race? Is he here? Oh. Car number 2. I think we've run out of time. Sorry about that. We were having a minor conversation about technical issues there for a second, and now it's sorted itself out. So we'll get Bradley in the next one, and that came from DJI. Sorry, DJI. Which car is Simon running? Asked Kirsten Besler. Well, Kirsten, according to all my Well, on one piece of paper, he's running a dash other. I haven't got the information either. He's also running a plain white body shell, which is a bit interesting, which you kind of think he's trying to keep it all a bit secret squirrel. If I see him during the grid walk, I will ask him. So I'm doing a grid walk later, Kirsten. So I can't do. I always like talking to you. Can't do it there because you're not here at home in Germany. But Kirsten, we will find out if we can what Mr. Willits is driving. So that is heat number 16. 2 more heats to go. Did any of those people trouble the top ranking is the question. And the answer is yes. Simon Willits has moved to 6th overall. James Pettit has moved to 7th overall. And 9th overall is Kevin Brunsden. And 10th overall is Graham Allsop. So that best 3-lap run was 1:35.5 for Willits. The best one we've seen so far is a 1:33.1 for Boots. Heat 16, car 13, write that down. A bit late for that now, isn't it? Is that heat 16? But I will write down Hannah's Kaufner for next time round, don't you worry. So we're having got a Carl McBride request for this one. But I've never seen it do that before on the computer. Not end up in having a massive fit. So we are waiting now for Heat 17, which is going to see a number of names you recognise very well, including former European champions and podium finishers. So let's have a look at who's actually in this one. It's Miguel Matias, it's David Ongara, who did so well at the Euros last year. It's Ricardo Montero, who also did pretty well, the Portuguese driver. Ryan Lutz, who wins an awful lot of things everywhere. Carl McBride, the Aussie #1. Zach Ryan. Martin Valanca, who was the runner-up in the European Championships a couple of years ago. Hal Figueroa from Portugal. Marco Barofalo. Joseph Corgreen. JQ, who has both his own fan club and his own haters club, depending on where you sit on the political spectrum in America on the whole. Jorn Neumann, Renault Savoia, Brian Baldo, Jack Embling, and Elliot Renault Savoia, 3-time European champion Renault, who's obviously just changed from HB to TLR. And we will start, if we can, with car number 5, who is Kyle McBride. I've lost my thing to clear that. So let's find car number 5 of McBride. McBride with the associated with the Nova Rossi. And we're doing that standing looking thing again for car 5. We haven't got the colours yet, that's why. It gets a lot easier once you do it for a while. There he goes, white into red and red, through the S-Works steps and up through the saw corner. Kyle McBride. Young Aussie. I think he's not as, well, he's obviously not as young as he was, none of us are. I think he's about 18 or 19 now, Kyle, but I'm sure I'll get corrected on the screen quite soon. There's McBride. Coming back toward, oh dear, and away on the DXR. In the model tune right, and they'll be starting in 23 seconds. I think actually Kyle may well have another free lap after this. He goes through the steps, which are fast running out of anything resembling paint. Oh dear, McBride. Oh, no, that's not good. I don't think that matters. I don't think he got hit because they're just starting now. So he is. That was a free crash for McBride. Turning sharply now through the saw corner. Be able to start and finish. This is his first time lap now. Just a lovely little fishtail there. Now, how high up the berm's going to go? Not too hard. Braking as he turned in that point. Lands beautifully into the quad of no name. Again, has to avoid the sock that's sticking out the edge of the Agama corner. And this one again is where a bad landing. No, it's nice. Very nice. Carrying speed and momentum through the model tune. A little bit wide there, managed to break and turn, but he lost a lot of momentum going outside wide there on the absolute hobby step up. And another bad, see that now, that's not very good. So he's across the line, we'll get his time in a second. First half of the lap, I give him an A-. Second half of the lap, at best a C. Perhaps a D+, and the actual net result was a 32.6. Good time compared to a lot of the other heats, but a 32.6. Right, McBride now lines up, coming down this section here in model tune. It's all good to this point. And it actually went wrong after this jump here. Went too far to the left of the camera, getting a bit, but not too far. So he managed to control it, drive it down. Nice front end bite. Then that's just bad luck. That is just bad luck from a landing there. Nothing you can do, just bad luck. So, but you know, he needs to get 3 laps together, and that's just over ambitious. So let's see if we can find someone else. Let's see if we can find the current leader, which is Martin Valanka in car number 7. Should be right underneath us, Valanka, and he is. He's actually going through the second half of Saw now. Multicoloured car going through start finish now and down the main straight, Paul. He's the only car on the straight into the berm. Valanka with the X-ray. Nice low spin. More colourful version of his car than normal. Valanka. He's running a kind of a blue into yellow, into orange, into purple, into green. He can drive a rainbow. He can drive a rainbow. So is he going to do what? No, he's much more central than McBride and carried nice. But had to fight that thing to get the thing on 4 wheels there, did Valanka. I think Valanka's the whole package. I think he's got the FX engine as well. Yeah, he's a full X-ray package. A little bit higher that time. He's beautiful driving now. A lot of drivers are really getting their eye in now to a number of these jumps. Still waiting for our first sub 30 lap. Valanka has done the fastest lap so far of anybody with a 30.498. So Valanka has, that includes all the last round's top heaters as well. So Valanka is the man who's really looking good at the moment. His 3 lap average is 34.7, which will drive him up the field. 33.1, the 3 lap average to beat. So eased out there at that point. So now Ricardo Montero's taken over the lead, car number 3. Let's see if you can find 3 of Ricardo Montero. He is probably coming towards us any second now. And there he is now with the white into red car, just going through the Saw corner at the moment. Piles it down the straight really quick. Through the DXR. A wiggle to keep the thing flat, and he's quite a low run into the DXR double there. Flying high into mulching, goes quite wide, and he's kind of getting slightly upset by the car aside, and he was pretty much unsighted by car number 7. So Martin Valanka, who is no harm, no foul, just where he was on the track, which did leave Barufalo upset. But now we have another new leader, and that is Ryan Lutz in car 4, who is almost, is the car now going on the Saw corner now. Red into blue, that's Lutz. Going under me now at the moment and hits the straight now. That's Lutz. Had more pink last year. Ryan Lutz with the Techno RC Alpha machine. Or Techno. That's what we all want to say, isn't it? And Lutz running well. So this is the penultimate heat of this round. All the big names up next. Unfortunately, Ryan Mayfield can't be here because he was due to fly through Brussels on his way over here, and of course that wasn't possible after problems in the Belgian capital earlier this week. Oh, so massive fishtail for Lutz there. Great point, he got gathered up and pointing the right way. His best, he's done a 1:31.8 3-lap average. So there's a lot of people who are going to move a long way up on the list this time round overall. As Lutz turns right, and he's absolutely flying down the straight now. I think Lutz is the fastest in the 5-minute run, as well as the best 3 laps. Carl McBride's recovered from the problems he had when we saw him earlier. He's second overall in this one. And that's obviously been judged on the best 3-lap average. Not average, best 3-lap total, sorry. So Lutz finishes now. And a good result was had by all for Lutz there. So as soon as they declare race over, there'll be an update. We can tell you who everyone is. And race is over, so let's see the live positions. Oh, no, there, see, I just chose the wrong thing, honestly. Can't take me anywhere, you know. So Lutz, it's really where he is overall. And we haven't got the update yet, so a bit to wait for my RCM to update those overall times. So you can see the order of the cars. Okay, so we have that now, and the overall result is that Ryan Lutz now has the best 3-lap average of 1:31.8. Carl McBride is second with 1:32.0. Valanka 1:32.0 is third. So the 1-2-3 from that heat have become 1-2-3 overall. Then Elliott Boots with his time from last time, but it's obvious the track has picked up some speed, and it's also obvious the drivers picked up some speed. So expect to see a number of the drivers going very, very quickly indeed. So this is the ultimately top heat indeed, and let's have a look and see on it. It is Ryan Cavalieri, Alex Zanchetin, Darren Bloomfield, Neil Cragg, Jared Tebow, Lee Martin, Martin Bayer, Elliott Boots, Oscar Baldo, David Ronnefeldt. So it's world champion, European champion, world champion, world champion and European champion, European champion, European champion, European champion. So Alex Zanchetin, Oscar Baldo are the ones there who haven't got a European or a world championship or both to their names. And then we have Rod Batalla, world champion, world champion. You get the drift, really. A lot of very fast people. So what we're going to try and do here is see as many drivers as possible in this heat as we can, a lap or lap and a half with both of them. So I'm going to need top action from Paul and top work from everyone else. So let's see if we can pick up, to start with, car number 1 of Ryan Cavalieri. He is our defending champion. He is our number 1 seed. And he's underneath us now, and he's going in a little dance with some other cars, and he is the yellow into purple car, Paul, going down, start, finish now. No, not now, sorry. Going down, start, finish now, or actually the pits now. So he's just pulled in the pits. Can you see the... There we are. Getting some service. They've all pulled the pits, really. So. Yeah, it's working. And there goes Cavalieri into the murk that is the dust. Comes over the quad. Now turns sharp left over the DXR double. Through the Agama turn. Yellow wheels in his car. Comes now through the model tune. Getting a little bit... oh dear, that wasn't help. I think he's getting a bit tied up with car 5 of Jared Tebow. So he's just right behind Tebow. There he is. He comes round the bottom corner. And now they're starting the clock. This is his first time lap. And the DXR. Quad with no name. Now it's great. He's got Tebow in front of him who can actually kind of time himself against. He's gaining on Tebow quite noticeably here. So comes to the model. Tebow makes a mistake and now he's almost blocking. So Cavalieri just behind Tebow in the Kyosho. Now, they want to get past, and I think at some point it let through. They go around. Okay, can we make the focus of the cameras now? Tebow, just move half a car ahead for Jared Tebow. 5-time winner of this event. Oh dear, oh Lord, that didn't work well. And he got stymied by one of the other cars, but again, it's not the end of the world like it would be in a 5-minute run, because of course it's just the best 3 laps. So Tebow, 5-time winner here, world champion in electric, obviously multiple Raw champion. He now fishtails as he turns into the model tune, now going through the Saw corner. Carries down the straight. Okay, if we can now drop back to start finish in the loop and the mostly white and blue car, that's Darren Bloomfield going down the main straight now. Bloomfield on the berm now. So Bloomfield currently running second, Cavalieri currently running first in this one, with Bloomfield going to the double. Darren, of course, the Agama with the Bullet engine. And Agama, one of our sponsors here, along with Saw, S-Works and Absolute Hobbies. We're RC Racing TV. I'm Nick Damon, and I'm being ably assisted by Adam Johnson, by Jan Egan, by Frank McKinney and by Paul Bateman. So, nasty landing there, and going a bit wide out for Bloomfield. Last lap for him was a 30.9, so it's a good time. No one near Ryan Lutz's. Oh dear, he's upside down. Ryan Lutz's time of 30.1 is the best so far. So as Bloomfield now comes through the model tune. Let's drop back one car, and that's the orange car of Elliott Boots, who's not had a good run so far in this one, but is our fastest driver over 3 laps at the moment. Just goes past Bloomfield, her bad start. Very brave Marshall walking down the outside of the straights there. Blimey. So Boots now looking to try and climb up it. It's just the 3 laps he needs. He is fast at the moment, but he's not really showing much at the moment. His 3 lap average is awful, so he's obviously not put together any sort of 3 lap runs. Comes up to the absolute heavy step up, and now it's down the S-Work steps. Boots giving it pretty much everything he can. Again, not over aggressive on the DXR. Comes around, tries to avoid the sock that's sticking out. Chance to get some real speed up here. Brake hard and turn right from Molotov. Oh, up on 2 wheels, very nice stuff. So this looks a bit better from Boots. He seems to have settled down after a bad couple of laps. Still trying to get that 3 lap average is what counts. Last time round was he's on a 30.1. Just a few hundreds slower than Lutz. That lap round for him was a... Can't see his last lap. It was a 30.5. So he's done 2 really good laps. So there's a very good chance that at the end of this lap, if he can put it together clean, he will actually now go to the top of the timesheets overall. He has a 1:31.3 to beat, and that's not what he wanted. And that's not what he wanted again. And this is the problem. Putting out 3 perfect laps is a really difficult thing to do. But I think he's had 2 good runs, and it's, oh dear, this lap's a bit of a nightmare. I don't think he's going to race at all. That last lap was a 31.6, and he's still in 3rd place. So it's Thibaut from Cavalieri from Boots. That's Ronefalk in car 10, who's next. Let's see if we can find Ronefalk, the Swedish double European champion. Not Jim McMahon, that was Boots we just saw a second ago. So Ronefalk, hopefully, here he comes towards us now. And he goes up the absolute hobby step up and round the steps through the saw corner. The Swede, I think he's 19 now, so the advantage of being in Britain is he can drink in the pubs later, whereas the American races he has to stand outside and just get cold with a Coke. Obviously with the HB, should hear some news about the future of HB and HPI in the next week or so. I think it's good. I think it'd be good news for everyone. So nicely out of the big hole as he goes to the step again, but he's got a bit of traffic in front of him. That traffic, can't quite see where that is at the moment. I think it's gone wide, they let him through, so it knew it was traffic. Oh no, it hasn't gone back in. It's gone back in front of him again, so it wasn't traffic after all. Ronefalk going left and right, trying to get past the driver. Oh, that's all gone wrong. He's unsighted, and he's just hopped up slightly ahead of the orange and white car. So Ronefalk has 30.7 with his last lap, best 30.4, and we've gone sub 30. Boots is on a 29.8. So he really has some phenomenal speed in that car, Boots. So Ronefalk now, just about to finish his last lap. Thibaut Cavalieri's got 10, so you'll see that Boots here has moved up to a 2nd place ranking. He is finished. His 3 lap average isn't quite good enough. So the 3 lap average for Boots is not quite good, though he does have the fastest lap time. Ronefalk also has finished. They're all going to drive the whole thing in. So at the end of that one, we can show you the results, and that is actually the results overall of the after round 2. It's Jared Thibaut who will have the overall lead, Boots 2nd, and it's just in seeding, of course, as seen later. Cavalieri 3rd and Cragg 4th. Not overly sure how far down. They will still be faster than, I think it's Ryan Lutz who was the quickest beforehand. Let's have a quick shifting with my RCM. And they tell me that Ryan Lutz will actually still be in 2nd. They might have dropped to 3rd. So in the overall rankings at the end of round 2 of Nitro qualifying, it is Jared Thibaut who is 1st with a 1:31.0 for 3 laps. 2nd is Elliott Boots, 1:31.4. 3rd, Ryan Cavalieri, 1:31.7. 4th, Ryan Lutz, 1:31.8. Cole Ogden, 1:32.0. Carl McBride, 1:32.0. Martin Valank, 1:32.0. So it's quite close. And that is the end of the second round of Nitro qualifying. Now the air is going to clear, the sound is going to go, and we're all going to have a bit of a relax and a breathe in, because it's time for electricity driving, for want of a better terminology. Well remembered, Johnson. So, time for you can come back now, Paul. So we'll have a bit of a rejig. Okay, I'm going to pass the talky bits to young Mr. Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Damon. That was a fascinating second round of Nitro Buggy practice in terms of drivers getting on the pace, teams contending off the first round. Never done it. David Ronefalk was the fastest over one lap in that first round, and this time around a little bit more to look at, including Elliot Boots laying down a new marker over one lap. But of course, it's all about that 3-lap average. That's the crucial bit. That is pivotal. That's exactly what you want. So as we look up for the first of 4 rounds of practice for the EL Buggy guys, this is their second round. So I'll have 4 heats here. Lilian Ho, Mitchell Widmeyer, Ben Turner, Mark Rommel, and Berkan Kilic will lead them away. Ahead of Robin Fritschkopf, Max Hess, Andrew Rennick, Ian Thompson, and Yanis Perigianakis. There we go. And there's 10 of your 15. The final 5 are Zacharias Villalba-Nilsson, John Hazelwood, Milan Dragilovic, Scott Walker, and Frederick Cederberg. A couple of guys in there pulling double duty, as you'd expect. Plenty of people doing exactly that throughout the day today. Including me, technically, I've done double duty as well. I've commentated and I've switched. I've done replays. At the moment, Jan handling the replays and the switching very well. Although I have to say, we've been a little bit reticent to touch the replay button after what happened a couple of heats back. Basically, what ended up happening, folks, is you know when a program goes into the freezy, spinny loading wheel of doom and says it's not responding, the entire computer basically locked up and said it wasn't responding. And we sort of nervously looked at the stream, but it kept going. It kept going even though effectively the program had crashed. And then 3 minutes later, it just came back to life. It just worked again. It lived again, and touch wood, ever since then it's been okay. So we're hoping it holds together. We are RC Racing TV. We've been bringing you many, many hours of RC Racing action already, and we still have many more to go, including Nick Damon's fabled grid walk, which will be happening fairly soon, I think. And we have this round of electric buggy practice to go, as well as a complete 3rd round of practice to go today. So plenty more still to come for you. Let's bring some live timing up on the screen. We're down to 1 camera for now. Paul is being called back in. Frank is still on the camera. The main one you'll see. And wait for the first few rounds. So nice, I can actually take these earplugs out now. Hey, isn't that nice? I can hear the world again. The EL Buggies cruise around. Now, it'll be interesting to see where the lap times are at, because they were setting some 29-second laps earlier in the first round of practice. And we've seen Elliot Boots go sub 29 seconds in the Nitro class. It's 29.8. And it'll be interesting to see what the best guys out here in the EL class will be able to do. There are 60 entries in the EL class. A lot of guys doubling up from the Nitro class as well. So the relatively slightly different characteristics of both cars will serve them well. Our early leader after a couple of, well, there's a car upside down in the S-Works steps as Paul returns to the sanctuary of the Crow's Nest and breaks our headphone adapters up. There we go. Well done. And yeah, that is a trip hazard waiting to happen, isn't it? But meanwhile, we continue. And the early leader in this practice section is Zacharias Villalba-Nilsson. Now, he's the number 11. Let's see if we can find him, unless Frank has already. I think he may have done. Our cameramen have been very, very good today, I have to say. All right, we're looking for the number 11 car. I'm waiting for it to come over the step now. Of what? Well, we were sure earlier in there. I think it's a garment. There's the 11. There it is. Many, many colours on that car. And many, many fast parts on it too, because it is doing the business right now. Sets the best time straight away. And is running well after 3 laps. His first 3 laps are in the book. A best time of 1 minute 34.6 over the 3, so that's not too bad. Remember, these guys will be lapping just over, on average, just over 30 seconds, although the fast guys will be just under. So your fast times will be around the 1 minute 30 mark. At the moment, Vlaber Nielsen is kind of on his own on a 34.6. The next closest is Birkan Kilic on a 139.3. So almost 5 seconds back there. Vlaber Nielsen, of course, these guys will be reseeded going into tomorrow's qualifying rounds. So this practice is useful in terms of getting the pace down on the board. And plenty of the sponsor paintings on the track fading away. I wonder what they'll look like by the end of the day. I wonder if they'll have to try and match them up to anything. Will there be anything to match them up to? I think certain parts of them are being worn away more than others where they're on the racing line, as you can see. There's more of a racing line, and where traditionally they're more sort of run over. Now, Vlaber Nielsen's got a little bit of traffic to deal with here. Tries to pass him in the quad of no name, and that goes horrendously wrong. Because not only did he make a mistake in the quad, he then flipped trying to take the next corner, which is no fun at all. Through the model tune section now. He continues on. Well, let's see if we can find Birkan Kilic now. Let's, Frank, stay with Vlaber Nielsen for now. He is our current leader. Second is Birkan Kilic in the number 5. And where is he right now? I'll let you know when I see him. Frank might pick him up before me. He's doing an ace job at that at the moment. The 9, the 10. We're looking at the Agama tabletop. As Frank found him at the top end of the track. I think he might have done. Or is the 5 pulling one of those stunts on me where he's actually not out there anymore? He might actually be, because he's on one less lap than the others. 4, 3, 2, but still not seeing any 5. And funnily enough, the 2 that's coming through the Saw corner now, he's actually our third place driver of Mitchell Widmeyer. He'll be up onto the main straight now. But Zacharias Vlaber Nielsen continues. We found the number 5. He's going to be coming around. He's on the main straight now. He's the orange and mostly orange car going through the burn now. There he is. We found him. Good work there, Jan. 3 pairs of eyes. Eventually we found him. Our second place car, Birkan Kilic, who has improved his 3-lap run. But his fastest 1 lap is still almost exactly a second behind Vlaber Nielsen. And his 3-lap run is still almost, just as I say that, he shaved another second off of it. So this is, oh no, sorry, that's Mitchell Widmeyer who's now gone to second. So, Frank, let's stay with Kilic whilst me and Jan try and find the number 2 that's going great guns at the moment to improve. He's driving really, really strongly at the moment. There he is, coming through the S-Works steps now. He's the orange and blue car. Here we're coming through the Saw corner now. There he is, coming right under our commentary position. There's the new second place man of Mitchell Widmeyer, who is improving lap by lap. His fastest lap now, 31.8. Best over 3 laps of 136.1. So not too bad at all. He's improving steadily. I wonder if he's got one red-hot lap to click off that will knock that 3-lap run down. I thought that was him that just flipped for a second there, but not quite. He keeps going. Now, people are just flipping all over the place now. We have got to the end of the session. There is no time to improve now. That is it for our first of 4 heats of electric buggy practice. Out here at the Neo 16 Live on RC Racing TV. And the electric buggy section presented to you by ModelTune.com. And of course the great people at NeoBuggy.net who are putting on the entire event. All of it happening right here, live, right now. So there's your first group going in there. I still can't get over that pit entry. So here we go. There's your results in the first round. Help if I did that thing of clearing the live positions off first. There you go. Zacharias Vlaber Nielsen ahead of Mitchell Widmeyer, Birkan Kilic, Fredrik Cederberg, Max Hess, and then Robin Frichkov, Milan Dragilovic, Yanis Perigianakis, Ben Turner and Mark Rumble are your 10. And the rest were John Hazelwood, Scott Walker, Ian Thompson, Didier Ho. and someone who has been lost to the depths of time because they've just reset the timing screen on me. There we go. Here is the next starting grid. This is heat 2 of 4 for the electric class. And it is Michael Todd who will be leading them away. Ahead of Jamie Clancy, Jonathan Skidmore, Ollie Curry and Carlos Duraes. Then it's Stefano Cantoni, Danny Choi, Ben Panic, Burak Kilic and Hannes Kaufler. A couple of guys who have definitely been noted down from the Nitro class as well. There's 10 of your 15. Now the 5 are David Crompton, Lewis Jones, Tony Truman, Jack Embling and Rob Racy. So they're going to crack on with their warm-up. They've got a minute to go of it. And it's very interesting observing the electric cars and how they behave over the dirt and over the surfaces, especially straight after the Nitro buggy. I mean, the biggest difference is, of course, the sound. I can actually hear myself and my colleagues up here talking, which is a nice novelty to have. And I can see the cars as well. There's not the fog of Nitro competition, Nitro burnt fuel in the air. And it's amazing how quickly it dissipates as well. But just watching how the cars behave over the bumps and across the corners, as Nick said earlier, these electric motors bring instant torque. The power is brought straight on, almost like a switch. There is no waiting. And that gives them a great acceleration if you can control it, and a great instant torque over the jumps. Gives them great power and great acceleration, great throttle control. As you see cars having a little bit of an instant, they'll then wait just to gap in just behind the next car in line. Give them a little bit of space so they can run their 3 laps in peace with no interference. That is the best strategy for all. And we are about to go green for this session. And away we go. We will see the clock reset every time guys go across the start-finish line. There you go. You're not going mad. You generally are seeing that clock go from 4:56, 54, 58, 58, still 58. It may be 57 in a minute. But that is how it is. It's when the last guy comes across the line to start his lap. That's when the timer starts properly. As we get underway, cars flying and soaring over the jumps and ramps, over the DXR doubles, up through top turn. Top turn, deceptively tricky because of the climb up to the corner. You have that slight climb up, which then loads the car going up and to the right. It puts a lot on the left front, especially if there's a slight ramp to it. Over the S-Work steps, round the stricken car, and through Saw Corner. 4 jumps and 2 turns of the game. Down the main straight we go then. And early on it is Jack Embling with the early speed. See if we can pick up car number 14, shall we? Now he should be, I think, coming around right beneath us. But me and Jan are on the lookout once again. Number 14 car, Jack Embling, is who we're looking for. 15 soars right in front of us here over the Agama tabletop. Spectacular height achieved. There's the 14. It's the all-orange car going through the S-Works steps right now. There it is. That's Jack Embling with the early pace. Now he's completed 2 laps. This will be his 3rd. His first 3 laps on the board then. His 1-lap pace is very strong. His 3-lap pace, also fairly strong out of this group. Well, it was, until he got lost in the dip of the quad of many disasters and many names, actually. Jack Embling trucks on then in the all-orange car over the Agama tabletop. Just positioned his car very well on the exit of that corner there, just to avoid the wall. It's about as close as you can get. There are some tracks like that where you can sort of ramp in a way that sort of takes you over the track limits in a way. A couple of rallycross tracks like that in full-size racing that you can do that in. You have to be a fairly brave man to do that, though, with the barrier size in full-size racing. Here, they're fairly small even for the scale. Carlos Duraes is your current leader, but we're following Jack Embling now, who has pretty much the closest to strong 3-lap pace. The strongest in this heat is pretty much 136s across 3 laps. And we're seeing if Jack Embling can get back there. But whilst Frank follows him, I'm going to have a look for the number 13 of Tony Truman, who's just jumped up to the top of the timing screens. It's fairly tight at the top. There is no one real sort of dominant driver there. Number 13 just coming through Saw corner now. That'll be Tony Truman. He'll be right beneath Frank's camera position. It's not that car, it's the one that will come past it any minute now and has actually crashed into it. There you go. Going up the main straight now. First of those two cars. That is Tony Truman, who is still your leader. That 3-lap average won't have helped. We've also been requested to pick up the number 10 car, while we can, of Hannes Kaufler. Now, Kaufler is proving very popular on the stream, I have to say. We're just following Tony Truman for a moment because he is the leader overall. Having said that, Hannes Kaufler, he's 4th overall as well. So, very competitive. As me and Jan once again peering over the top of the computers here, to see where that number 10 is, and watching them fly over the Agama tabletop is quite something. It has to be said, the control, watching the cars move in the air, is quite spectacular. The number 10 car, the Hannes Kaufler, the white car is over the S-Work steps now, through Saw corner. Will be coming underneath Frank's commentary position any minute now. There he is. There he is. Frank's got him. So the viewers requesting some Hannes Kaufler for your eyeballs. There you go. There he is. And he is running 4th overall with a best 3-lap run of 1 minute 36.852. Basically, the 136 bracket is the top run so far. Truman holds it with a 36.1. The fastest over 1 lap is Jonathan Skidmore with 30.9. So we're back here on the second round of electric buggy practice. This is heat 3. We apologise if you noticed a brief stoppage there. Had to hit some things with spanners. As Zach Ryan is your early leader in this third heat. And we continue onwards. We'll show you some timing as well.
Hi guys, apologies for the brief outage there. It just caused me a bit of a sound problem. We're now back with you and I'm handing back to Adam.
Thank you very much. There's your quick explanation of what's been going on up here. We are back indeed. And early in this session, it's an early lead for Marco Barufalo. Well, it was, until Miguel Matias took the lead overall there. But these are all on 2-lap runs. Their third lap waiting to be logged and waiting to get going. So we're getting ready to see those 3-lap runs posted on the board. And as soon as they complete those 3 laps, we'll have to have a little bit more of a 3-lap representation. Now that's interesting. Again, we have a fast lap of sub 31 seconds, Martin Wulanka. But right now he's down in 9th. We'll see how his 3rd lap measures up. It's maybe a little bit more telling. No, he's still 9th. Still needs to complete that 3rd lap. When he does, we'll see where he's at. And he's up to 6th. But it was so interesting to see that those fastest lap times not really translating to 3-lap speed right now, although Davide Ongaro, who's lapping consistently in the low 31s, is down on a 133.5 for the overall segment. That's his best 3-lap run, but still, guys who are sub 30 seconds are not really showing much over not really showing as much over 3 laps. It's very, very unusual that way. And it's fascinating to see that, the consistency of those fast 1-lap runs just aren't quite translating. Now, Davide Ongaro, see if we can find a car for you to follow, for us to follow, I should say. Let's find the number 11 of Ongaro, your current leader. And he's, I thought he was near flying through the air, taking down a marshal there. Not quite. That's white number 12 car. There's a car flipping right in front of us. That's the number 14. Now, where's Ongaro in the grand scheme of things? Ongaro is the orange and white guy. He's going over the S-Works steps right now. There's your current leader, right in the middle screen. Davide Ongaro. So we get about halfway in this session. This is heat 3 of practice round 2. And he's running pretty strong. His best 3-lap run is 1 minute 33.5. And his fastest so far is a 31.0. So certainly he's got pretty good speed, but it's really interesting how in this electric class it seems to be more about the consistency of the lap. Miguel Matias, though, maybe about to disprove that. He's just hit a fastest lap of 30.74, and his best time has jumped into the top on 133.3. That's if we might just pick him up in a minute. For now, we continue with Davide Ongaro. Let's see if Ongaro has any response just yet. Over the model tune section. It's the sun fairly lowering now, or getting lower, I should say, in the afternoon. It stayed consistently sunny today. We're just surprised that it's lasting more than anything. I've got to say, this being a British bank holiday, sunshine should not have even turned up for work today. Well, if it wants to turn up for work along with us, then fair enough. It'll make things far more pleasant. We are indoors, though, so atmospheric conditions can change all they want, as much. But it shouldn't affect things as much at all. So Cole Ogden, interestingly, has now jumped to the top with a 1 minute 32.4. So we can find where Ogden is. He's the number 13 car. 13 car just going through the S-Works steps right about now. Purple, orange and yellow. Number 13, very distinctive, very colourful, and very fast right now. He's on a fast lap of 30.8, and he's lost. The wheel has gone missing. Someone has lost a wheel. In fact, it is Cole Ogden. Wow, even for us, that's a commentary jinx really working. Really working spectacularly, I have to say. It's very rare that we've screwed someone up that much in a commentary jinx that we cause them to lose a wheel. So we continue on our way. Well, Cole Ogden doesn't continue on his way. His session is probably done because there's just no way of fitting in another 3 laps now. In fact, the session is now over. So that's the session complete. And Cole Ogden looks to have taken it. Martin Wulanka with the fastest lap, though, 30.4. Interestingly, still in 5th. Just could not string those 3 laps together. It's very interesting how it's turned out that way. And either way, we will demonstrate to you the final result, shall we? Yeah, let's do that. The session concludes. There we go, session over. And publish the final results. There it is, Cole Ogden takes the victory in that heat, despite only completing 8 out of the 10 laps that most of the others did. There were quite a few people stopping early. I wonder if there were some people back in the field who just weren't happy with their setup. Decided, you know what, let's can it, let's go back and fix something. Let's go back to the shed, let's go back to the bunkers and try and fix something up. Because Joseph Quagreen and Danny Bernabé, as you can see there, only completing 6 and 5 laps respectively. But Cole Ogden beat out Miguel Matias, Davide Ongaro, Marco Barufalo, and Martin Wulanka, who took the fastest individual lap of the session. Joseph Quagreen, Joao Figueiredo, Danny Bernabé, Oscar Baldo, and Nuno Casal Ribeiro. That completes the 10. Then the remaining 5, Brian Baldo, Zach Ryan, Kevin Brunsden, Miguel Izquierdo Rodriguez, and Lewis Beach, who probably ran those 4 laps and probably can be fairly safe to assume, seeing as Beach isn't showing as completing any laps, he was quite probably transformed into Droid 228-5204. As we get ready for the 4th and final heat in practice 2, practice round 2. As we get ready to get going once again. We're just waiting for the fresh grid lineup to display. We see Robert Tille, Carl McBride. Well, I see them. Let's show you them, shall we? Robert Tille, Carl McBride, Jean Neumann, Ryan Cavalieri, Reno Savoia. Some seriously quick talent in this one. Not that the guys before have been any slouches. Darren Bloomfield, Martin Bayer, Elliot Boots, Lee Martin, and Alex Zanchetin. There's 10 of the 15, and the final 5 are Ricardo Berton, David Ronefalk, Cody King, Jared Thibault, and Ryan Lutz. So I should correct myself earlier. I said David Ronefalk was the fastest in practice 1 for the Nitro class. He was not. It was actually the electric class that he was incredibly quick in earlier. Phenomenal over those laps. Let's clear them off the screen for you and get down to it. We've got about a minute or so to go of warm-up before we get running again. What will be the final session of action for the EL Buggies, which will complete the overall round 2 of practice here at the Neo 16. Our coverage of this first day of action, and all of the days of action actually, presented to you by the great folks at neobuggy.com. And the electric section presented by modeltune.com, live on RC Racing TV. The first of 4 days of action across Easter weekend, because we just want to spoil you. So here we go, session underway. Now, what have these guys got? What have these guys got? Session begins and the early laps will be logged. As soon as the guys start hitting that 3-lap mark, we will start to see representative pace data, if you will, or representative pace timing. And well, you wouldn't have seen that on the stream, folks, but I've just been caught out by an awkward gap in the floorboards up here in the crow's nest. That was rather marvellous. I think that was probably waiting to happen to someone at some point. Thank you, Frank, for rescuing me there. And we return to decorum. We return back to the action. Enough distractions. There's enough action going on up here in the crow's nest. Let alone out on the track. So I'm just going to move back a little bit to make sure that doesn't happen again. Frank's now anxiously looking down as well. But it's like something out of the trap door. Well, at the moment, we're tracking right now on the cameras. Pretty good bet. It might be our... pretty good bet that it's Cavalieri. And there's a very good reason for that, because he has just gone fastest, lapping in the 30.1 range. Jared Tebow has already broken through into the 29-second bracket with a 29.8. They're coming around to complete 3 laps now, and their 3-lap pace is going to be very, very fascinating. Jared Tebow completes his first 3 laps in 1 minute 32.6. See if we can pick up Tebow, shall we? The number 14 car. The mostly blue car, I think, of Jared Tebow. He's to be the number 14. Him and Ryan Cavalieri seem to forever battling. Here we go. He's coming through the S-Works steps right now. There he is. There's Jared Tebow, who's battling away with Ryan Cavalieri. And Cavalieri has hit that magic 1 minute 30 mark for 3 laps. Thanks to 3 very low 30-second laps. A 1 minute 30.6 overall. Off the back of 3 really, really strong laps. And they seem to have banked him pretty good points so far. We're following Jared Tebow here. Tebow, whose fastest so far is the fastest of the session, 29.8 over 1 lap, but his 3-lap run was a 132.6. So obviously he gave away a second or two in his other 2 laps in those 3. Surely he has something to respond with, though. Almost certainly he will. And Cody King and Ryan Lutz cause a US 1-2-3-4 lockout right now. Renier Savoia is in 5th. The Frenchman ahead of Jean Neumann, the German. And then Lee Martin in 7th, Alex Zanchetti in 8th. The Italian Elliot Boots down in 9th, the Brit. And Carl McBride 10th, the Australian. So have a little bit of a stunt at the final corner there for Tebow. He's now sitting in 5th. He's slowly falling away. Renier Savoia has actually moved up into a 1:31.014 3-lap run. Let's see where Renier Savoia is at right now. The number 5 machine. Now we're following Tebow. And we are looking out for the number 5 car. Number 5. There's the 4 Cavalieri. I just see that. Being really quick as usual. Actually, David Ronefalk has hit the top yet again. Actually, let's see if we can find Mr. Ronefalk, the number 12. I've seen that car out there. Sending all sorts of messages to Jan at the moment. I apologise. We'll dedicate this to David Ronefalk because he's just taken the lead overall with some more stalling lap times. The 29.7. Here he is coming through the Absolute Hobbies step up now over the S-Works steps. He's the second of those 2 cars in line with the green rear end. And kindly, that car in front of him just seemed to get scared all of a sudden and duck out of his way. Down the main straight he goes. There he is into the burn. The orange, white and green car, David Ronefalk again. The Swede showing phenomenal pace out here today with a 1:30.5 over 3 laps. Based mainly off of a new 1-lap record, which is 29.745. That's 4/10 quicker than the fastest from Cavalieri. And nearly a good 2/10 quicker, or at least a 10th quicker than the fastest 1 lap that we've seen from Jared Tebow. Oh, goodness me, he was very close to going in the pits there. I don't think he meant to. I'd be very surprised if he did, put it that way. Over the DXR doubles. round top bend. And Ronifox just looks to be so settled. As I say that, he flips over. He puts a lap record in, a lap record for this session of 29.3. Cavalieri's not able to match him over 1 lap, but he has matched him over 3. He retakes the lead at the top with a 130.518 to Ronifox 130.537. These two trading 3-lap runs and fastest laps. Ronifox a 10th quicker over 1 lap. Cavalieri's a 10th quicker over 3 laps. Or less than a 10th of a second quicker over 3 laps, I should say. These two really engaged in battle at the moment. We'll stick with Ronifox through the conclusion of the session. See if Ronifox has any answer, or anyone else for that matter. Elliot Boots is pretty close. He's moved up to a 1 minute 30.756 across 3 laps. So very, very close and a very solid third for the moment. Looks like he's locked that up. That's the end of the session then. Session concluding. A big bit of airtime there from Ronifox. But ultimately, I don't think he did quite enough to regain that 3-lap speed. Not quite enough anyway. It was a close run thing. And as they come round to complete the session and head back into the pit lane, should we show you the finishing positions? Yes, I think that'll be a very good idea as we conclude Heat 4 of Practice 2 for the EL Buggy class. That concludes the entire round of Practice 2. Ryan Cavalieri then takes it out with a 1 minute 30.518. Plays Ronifox on a 1 minute 30.537 over those 3-lap runs. And that was absolutely crucial. Elliot Boots 3rd. Renio Savoya 4th. Jared Tebow 5th. Cody King 6th. Lee Martin 7th head and Robert Batelet. Ryan Lutz 9th. And Alex Zanchetin complete the 10. And then your final 5. Martin Bayer, your Neumann, Ricardo Berton, Kyle McBride, and sadly Darren Broomfield did not get out there for any laps at all in that final session. So then, I hope you enjoyed that period of peace and quiet. Relative peace and quiet anyway. Because here come the Nitro cars again. The Nitro Circus is coming out again. Ready to make some serious noise once again. And so, Heat 1, the final round of practice for today, starts up. Coming up on 4:30 local time. Bearing in mind, these rounds are taking a good 3 hours plus at a time. There's a lot to do. There's a lot of practice to be done. But I believe as well, as long as the 3rd round of practice beginning down on track, you're going to have a look inside the garage area, inside the pit area, and where all the activity going on. And you'll be seeing that on a patented Nick Damon grid walk fairly soon. But now let's show you the starting lineup for this. First heat of round 3. Ali Altarara, Vic Zeng, Bart Mullink, Chris Long, David Brown, Chris Ely, Richard Barnett, Neil Daunt, Dejon Painter and Darren Crotchley are your top 10 of 15. Completing that lineup is Adam Lewis, David Isherwood, Carl Chillingsworth, Bader Al-Shamari and Chris Agius. There it is, complete so far. There's your run so far. And we get ready for this, our coverage presented live on RC Racing TV in such fine style here today, in sound and vision, by SOAR, TR5, Agama Racing, S-Works, Absolute Hobbies, and of course the great guys at neobuggy.net. That's a .net, by the way, not a .com. Our coverage live, and we'll be seeing you through to the conclusion of today's action. Scheduled to end around 8 o'clock local time here in the UK, but we are not running entirely to schedule, so maybe a little bit later than that. Either way, we're not going to let you down. We'll bring you all the coverage we can and everything we can do. So we're just preparing. I see preparations furiously ongoing behind me for the patented Nick Damon grid walk, which will be fascinating to see as he wanders the pits. Has a look for guys to talk to, give some guys to talk to, give us some any insider information on what's going on, any setups, how things are preparing, how things are going on to start up the day. Start the weekend, I should say. So these guys have been practicing all day, looking for setup refinements where they can. And those pit walks are always fun to see. It's always great to see the hive of activity going on down in the pit area. It's great to see the activity that's going on down there. It's great to see the buzz that happens down there. And you can see up in these top classes the average 1 lap time over here. It says a lot. The fastest right now after 1 lap is Bart Mullink. But we're looking for laps to be logged here and laps to be put on the board. A little bit of contact in the middle there. Let's have a look and see. I don't think I can see any requests at the moment over on the stream. Then again, I'm sat quite away from it. Also quite anxious about my seat position after the previous disaster. Bart Mullink is your leader though. Started after 2 laps on the board. Now currently following the number 13 car, that's Carl Chillingsworth, who's second overall. And cars will start to put their... We've had 2 cars flipping all the way down the front straight there. That was outrageous. You'll just see them being recovered there. Now as everyone comes through to complete 3 laps and put them on the board, we'll start to see more of a representation of the pace of these guys. And I think Bart Mullink has it on lockdown for now. Ahead of Carl Chillingsworth and David Brown. And David Isherwood, who briefly for a while was showing up as 637. He has not become one of the drone hive people. He's still very much with us and he's 10th overall at the moment. Or was, he's just been knocked down to 11th. Bart Mullink continues to be your leader, so let's have a look for the number 3 car, shall we? Let's peer and observe. At the top, I'll let Jan know when he's coming through the shot. Mullink, we look for the Agama tabletop. That's where they come flying towards us, basically. Here we go, the number 3 car, the mostly white with blue things. He's on the S-Work steps right now. There he is. Jan's got him. The erstwhile lead with this session is Bart Mullink. Carl Chillingsworth remains second. David Brown third. And it's 4th for Neil Daunt, with a 5th for Darren Crutchley right now. And it says a lot. It's a demonstration going from the back end of the last round straight into this front end of the 3rd round. Now, having said that, we have got a fastest lap in this race of a 29.382 from Darren Crutchley, but I'm not sure how representative that is. It seems startlingly quick for this heat, given that the next fastest is a 33.7 from Bart Mullink, who's hit a 142.5 over 3 laps. And it's kind of startling to see the level in time and the level in pace between the back end of the last round of practice and the front end of this round of practice 3. And it shows you the various levels that the drivers are at, all trying to improve, all trying to strive forward. Remember, this is the day for constant improvement and constant flying through the air by the look of it. This is the day for fettling. This is the day to get the best possible seeding. You see the sun arcing through that back door down there on the far side of the track. We continue to follow Bart Mullink, who continues to lead the session fairly easily at the moment. Over the DXR doubles, round top corners. You have a little bit of traffic. Gets out of his way nicely. That's very smooth, very, very nice, very nice. There's no need for shenanigans there, no need for drama. And he presses on. A little bit of a clip at the inside apex. Didn't seem to have slowed him too much though. Not a huge amount at the very least. And onwards he goes. Down that main straight again. Great acceleration. Oh, goodness me. And he had a car sliding all over the place right in front of him. He's in fact gone back on himself. That was quite something. But it didn't seem to disrupt Mullink's rhythm at all. which is very impressive, given the way that that car was fishtailing around in front and slipping and sliding all over the place. And again, more traffic here for Malink to deal with. He avoids it very well. And I can tell you that we are setting up for something of an exclusive preview here. I can just see on the other screen, the camera is setting up ready for our pit walk through the garage, through the pit area. And we'll be looking forward to showing you, hopefully showing you all the hive of activity that is the pit walk, the pit area, even on practice day, even on training day, if you want to put it that way, even on practice day. There's an incredible amount going on. Up the main straight there goes again, and Mullink has really had this session pretty much on a lockdown from the start. There's your, there's the end of the session for you. You can just hear that over on the townway. You can hear the sound of it, the sound on the townway of the round coming to a close. So round 1 of practice 3. Bearing in mind we're going to have 22 of these going on through the rest of the day into the evening. Who says we don't give you value for money here on RC Racing TV? Clear that off. And as they come back in, we will show you the final result of that first heat. It's Bart Mullink taking it out ahead of Carl Chillingsworth, David Brown, Ali Altarawa, sorry, Neil Daunt, Barda Al-Shamari, Vic Zeng, Dejan Painter, Chris Long and Darren Crotchley are your 10. And then the remaining 5 in that heat, Chris Ely, David Isherwood, Chris Agius, Richard Barnett, and Adam Lewis. Close that one out. Pretty well. So we're looking to move on through the early rounds of practice for the Nitro class in practice 3, the early heats. Also looking to bring you fairly soon, hopefully, a nice pit walk and a nice preview of the action down in pit lane. The busy activity that goes on down there. The activity that does go on down there. Before then, let's give you a grid lineup, shall we, for this latest heat. Abdelaziz Al-Shamari will lead him off ahead of Giles Blackwell, Stuart Smith, Jamie Bowen, Tabor Mansour, Jordi Velder, who was pretty fast earlier, surprisingly fast over 1 lap at least, and was very quick, looked like he could break out of his seeding. Mark Morris, Gary Gregory, Stefanos Kalamakis, and Matt Jessup are 10 of the 15. And here's the final 5 for you. Paul Taylor, Morten Olesen, Wayne Davis, Sam Cobley and Steve Guppy. 4 out of those 5 Brits, and with 1 Norwegian. Completes that lineup. As we get ready for this heat to commence, we've got about 1.5 minutes to go of warm-up, and then we'll be underway. And our live coverage continues here on RC Racing TV. Presented by SOAR TR5, Agama Racing, S-Works, Absolute Hobbies, and the guys at neobuggy.net. Bringing you all the action here at the Neo 16. Keep chatting to us on the chat stream, on the stream. Keep chatting to us away on the chat stream, in the comments over there, as I avoid getting tangled up with myself. I have some requests coming in once again. Had a look out for Gary Gregory in this heat, car 8. Also have one for car 12. That'll be Morten Olesen. So during the heat, we'll have a look for those guys for you. We'll keep an eye out on those guys for you. So this heat's going to get underway any second now. We should have about 10 seconds to go before we get going. And Abdelaziz Al-Shamari will lead them away. This is heat 2, the final round of practice. Once we get this round of practice in the books, we'll have a much better representation, or have a very accurate representation of the lineup for qualifying tomorrow. We'll have a much better representation of the overall pace, the contenders this weekend, where everyone's looking to settle down, where everyone's looking to run for the weekend, and what teams still have a lot of work to do. For many, I think they'd all argue a lot of work will still need to be done, even if they are top practicer. That is not an official thing. Top qualifier is. And that's what they're all setting up to do tomorrow. And we'll be on air from 9 a.m. to bring you 3 rounds of qualifying tomorrow, plus 3 special races. The Oldies final, the Junior final, and the Dash for Cash, which will be on tomorrow evening. Which will be absolutely enthralling to watch. Those 3 races will be really, really exciting to watch. Fairly short sprint races, I think, if I have my facts correct. I'll just check that off for you. But it's a very novel format, means they have finals on. They're 10-minute races. They have 10-minute races tomorrow from 7:10. The Oldies final, who are the top 15 qualifiers who are over 35, using the best 2 rounds from the first 3. The Juniors final, similar format, except with the top 15 runners who are 17 years old or younger, of which there is a frightening amount of talent. And then the SOAR Dash for Cash rounds things off tomorrow. The top 15 qualifiers overall, regardless of age, will start in reverse order, using the best 2 rounds from the 3, and the top 3 will be gunning for cash prizes. Now, they don't call it the Dash for Cash for nothing. So that'll be really where you want to be watching tomorrow. So the SOAR Dash for Cash will be really entertaining to watch tomorrow. I'm looking forward to it. I hope you guys are as well. I'm sure you are as well. Meanwhile, practice continues here on the Friday of this 4-day Neo 16 event. A long Easter weekend, full of racing, full of action, and full of drama and intrigue. Even in these early practice sessions where not a huge amount is counting, there's still storylines to buy into. There's still things to look at and trends to observe. And one thing we've got to say that you've got to observe is that Jordi Velda is looking really, really good value for breaking out of his heat here, breaking out of his qualifier. He was looking fastest. He was setting lap times that were down in the 31s earlier. He's not managed to do it so far. He's in the 33.2s right now, so I wonder if he actually went backwards on the setup a little bit. I wonder if he did go slightly backwards on the setup there. So, it'll be interesting to see what sort of lap times they can get in. Let's see if we can follow Jordi Velda, actually. He is in car 6. Let's see if I can find car 6. May well mean that Jan's picked him up already. Now, there is a big gaggle of cars coming through here, and he's none of them to the Agama tabletop. We're watching for the number 6 car of Jordi Velda over the Agama tabletop. There's 5, there's 1. Waiting patiently. As always, it's going to be the last one that comes through our shot. He's on, I think we've got him here. Yes, here we go. The white with slightly black flashes. He's over the S-Works steps right now. There he is. Jordi Velda is top 10, or rather at the top right now, leading right now. So Velda continues on with not too bad a pace, I have to say. Not too bad overall, but certainly earlier on he was putting better times in. So Velda continues on comfortably the leader in this one. His best 3-lap run is 3 seconds quicker than Abdelaziz Al-Shamari, who's on a 146.2 right now. Maybe there's a chance that Velda is protecting his stuff. He knows exactly what he's got here. He knows exactly that he's got the pace here in this round, in this heat. He knows he's got enough to break out. And he's got everything ready. Every setup good to go. And I wonder if he's just got enough from his practice speed. So we're coming to the end of this session. So we're coming to the end of this heat. To the very end of this heat, and it'll be great to see that hopefully in a minute. So we're coming to the end of this session of practice, and a quick rundown of the results for you. Jordi Velder then easily on with Abdulaziz Al-Shamari, Matt Jessup, Morton Olafson, Giles Blackwell, Jamie Bowen, Stefanos Kalamakis, Stuart Smith, Steve Guppy, Gary Gregory. There's the 10 for you. And then Sam Cobley, Paul Taylor, Wayne Davis, Tavo Mansour, and Mark Morris. There's the completed lineup. And I believe any minute now, we'll be throwing it down to Mr. Damon as he heads out on the pit walk. So we'll wait and see. I can tell you that the...
When you see him give the thumbs up, cue him in to say, here go.
So, we're waiting for the signal. You'll see as the track is being swept off. We are waiting. Nick is almost in position. We should be, anyway. And we're waiting. And the pit's already a hive of activity down there. Are we ready? I think any minute now we might be. Might be just about. And in the meantime, the heats of practice continue on. We're into heat 3 now. We're into heat 3. And we're getting ready to go. We'll keep you updated on everything that's going on in the heats and all the results. As well as hopefully throw it down to Nick any moment now for the pit walk. We're waiting just for some signal. And meanwhile, the next group of cars ready and waiting to go.
Paul, the signal's black. There's no picture.
Well, we will endeavour to bring you the pit walk at some point at the moment. We have some bits of tech that just aren't playing ball with us today. Such is the way of modern technology. It's rather annoying like that. But for now, we will continue to bring you coverage of the heats. The action on track continues. Trust me, that's never going to stop around here over the next few days. And so we continue on that run. And as soon as we have a chance to go down to the pits, we'll let you know. But for now, we're staying with our coverage of the heats. We're into heat 3 of practice. And our coverage is always presented on RC Racing TV by SAW TR5, Agama Racing. I have been corrected, it was just SAW, not the acronym I've been tuning in as most of the day. SAW TR5, Agama Racing, S-Works, Absolute Hobbies, and NeoBuggy.net. So this heat, we're counting down to a start. I'll just run you through a quick lineup. In this heat is Leonard Salmon, Orbalulu, Max Kempton, Antonio Gomez-Fernandez, Lloyd Bostock, Mick Walsh, Chris Smith, Andrew White, Aaron Ford and Scott Pawley. There's 10 of your 15 and the other 5, Philippe Gross, Nick Stadler, Radko van der Sluis, who was pretty quick earlier, Edgar Torrenteras, and Mishari Asale. There's your lineup for this one. And the heat will be getting underway in a minute. We're going to continue to bring you live coverage out on the track. You won't miss a thing up here. Still trying to hit things with spanners, try and get our pit walk underway. But in the meantime, we'll continue our coverage of the heats and the action going out on track. So there's climbing up in the corner. Just pull that away. If we have to cut away fairly quickly, we don't want Nick's face obscured by a nice timing screen. Although, could be a slight improvement, who knows. Over the DXR doubles then. The field heading out early. I'll let you know what's going on the timing screens for you. And Jan is keeping us well on the cameras. He's keeping track of everything that's going on track. As we have this group of cars coming through now. This car we are on right now, going through the final corners. I think that might have been the number 5 of Lloyd Bostock. Might have been, although I'm happy to be corrected on that. But car's only having done 1 lap so far. So we do have something of a picture from down in the pits right now. So see if it holds together, does it? Will it hold together? Is it time? It might well be time, I think. Hold your horses, not quite yet. Not quite yet. Technology can be so infuriating sometimes. Just a little bit. But for the meantime, we'll continue. Oh, goodness. That was a close call for one of the marshals there. We'll continue to bring you live coverage of the heats. And if we can get down to Nick for his grid walk, that'd be really, really cool. And we will let you know as soon as we can do it. There's sunshine coming through the model tune section now. And I'm not going to get my hopes up just yet. Let's see. And we're hanging together. Here we go. Down to Nick Damon for the pit walk.
Hello and welcome to the pits. Now, this could be the world's shortest pit walk, because after testing everything perfectly yesterday, guess what? And it's back. See? Hello? No. Stop. Don't move. This is our, I just love technical stuff. Hello, this is Nick Damon from the pits at the Neo event. This is Paul standing at the Neo event, not moving in case our RF camera decides to go wrong. So I can talk to anybody within length of this cord. Don't move. Oh dear, it's such a laugh. Anyway, so can you actually show can you show a vista? Can you vista around the pits? Oh yeah, 2 bars still. Vista back again. Having a bit of a vist. Now I'm trying to think what we can do. This is one when technology really works well because let's keep coming. Yeah. Oh, I can see the 2 lights. And we're getting further and further into the area where I may find an exciting subject for a conversation, but they're all hiding back there, which is not a good idea. So what I'll do is I'll talk to this man. Now, hello. Oh, he's running away. Can't run away. And he's not supposed to be here. It's Good Friday. You can have the day off, you know. Right, let's meander around to this side here. Oh, still 2 bars. This is going well. And we have the Techno. Now, someone's got confused because they bought a truckie. We're not racing these today. But so confused. Not sure whose that is, actually. Let me come and talk to these likely lads here. As we're on limited amount. Which likely lad would like to be likely to talk? You, sir.
Yo.
You're sporting a very interesting beard. I shaved mine off this year. Sorry, you are, sir?
Daniel. Oh.
Apologies about that, folks. We'll hope to be back down to Nick as soon as we can. A little bit of interference issues in here. A lot of metal around the place. Can be rather frustrating like that. But endeavour to bring you back down there as soon as we can, if possible. Let's see, is Nick back? I think he might be.
Missed a technical knockout. We're back on again. See, I can see when it's solid 2, I know it's on. Right. Hello, Mr. Tico.
Hello.
You're lucky to be within the range of our strangely unwell radio. So how's it going for you? Because you're actually racing.
Okay, better. Yeah, it's getting better. I'm doing slightly better in the last round, so.
Which heat are you in?
I'm in the first practice heat. So.
And do you think you'll be bumped up to like heat 3 or something?
I don't know yet. We'll see. I'll find out later, but we'll.
So that's one of the more ordinary of the drivers. What are you finding is particularly challenging about this particular Neo track?
It's quite a hard bit to see just here. And it's the big aerial to try and help see, but.
I'm liking this. It's basically another old bloke with vision issues. That's always great. Fantastic. Thank you very much. Right, we're going to carry on just risking this. See, I'm even walking slowly to try and. You just spin that way. I'm going to trip you. Oh, that was kind of posh. So let's go this way. Oh, it's all going this way. Problem is you're going to move away from his thumb in a minute. This is actually the most fun I've ever had, where I do the world's slowest grid walk. Oh dear. Right, so up here, I'll keep walking. If it says 2 lights, I'll keep going. If it doesn't say 2 lights, I won't. Right, let's keep going. We can see a genuine superstar here. I need to avoid his father first. Excuse me, Mr. Ronnefolk.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to get to your son. Okay, we've got 2 lights. Okay. David,
Yes.
how are you?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
What's it like? I'm very well. Oh, isn't he sweet? What's it like being in a country where you're allowed to drink again?
Yeah, it's nice, but now it's a racing, so normally I don't drink anything. I stay to Coke or water. Maybe
Profession-
yeah, maybe after finals, who knows? It depends on how it's going.
Oh
for
yeah.
sure.
Professional. Now, I'm no kind of mechanic, but that car appears to be a great number of pieces. Is that just precautionary, or are you trying to change things around?
No, I'm just putting a longer chassis on my car. I started out with the standard short chassis, but I decided to go for the long one because the track is kind of bumpy. So I think to have a car that's a little bit more lazy in directions might be easier to drive. So.
And what do you think about the layout of the track this year?
I think it's a good track for sure. They always put a good track in here for the races, and last year was probably one of the best so far. But I think this one will make up for good racing as well.
It was noticeable between the first couple of heats, everyone got faster. Was that because the track got faster, or just you guys all worked out how to set the car up?
I mean, the track might got a little bit faster, but I think everybody got used to the track as well because it's quite difficult. You really have to be super smooth on the trigger to just keep the line and don't do anything crazy, because then you send the car all over the track. So the key is for sure to go smooth and tight and stay clean for sure.
David, thank you very much, and hopefully we'll all have a drink with him at the end of the weekend, but not before. Though I intend having at least 2 pints of Guinness tonight, just so I can walk this slowly and keep those 2 blue lights. It's very important. Now, where shall we go next? Let's, there's all sorts of people hiding around the corners here. We're getting in, this is quite good. I'll lift this up. Now, as you can see, there is a very, very large area of people doing a very large amount of work. Now, as is my want, I don't do every single event here. I don't recognise every person there is here. So I'm going to randomly have a word with someone, and I'm going to randomly talk to this young man here. Hello, sir. Who are you, and what? This is like my Scylla. Who are you, Chuka? Where'd you come from?
Darren Hayden Ball, Essex.
Oh, no, I know you're actually racing because I've seen your name.
Yeah.
So how are you finding the track?
Oh, yeah, good. Challenging, technical. The grip's coming up a bit now, so yeah, it's good.
So you've got one more heat today, have you?
Yep.
And what have you changed from the previous heat?
I've just gone up on the diff oils a little, just changing the tyres, trying a different clay compound tyre, as they seem to be the ones working now, so we'll give them a go, see how we get on.
So as a general sort of club racer, I mean, what do you bring with you? What do you is it a new set of tyres every run, or is that ridiculous for your level of investment?
No, I mean really here it's the tyres seem to last quite well, so you get a good few runs out of them. But yeah, you bring a few sets with you, and sort of it just depends on how much you want to spend really. But yeah, probably a set of tyres of work for the day if you can get the right tyre.
Brilliant, thanks. They don't then. So that's still got 2 lights. This is going terribly well. I don't know what's going to happen here. I just seen.
Right, apologies once again, guys. Nick and the team are doing their best down there for the pit walk, but at the moment there is just technology's not playing with us today. Technology's not our friend, and it's very annoying. But hopefully we'll get around down there so Nick can conclude his grid walk, complete with a beautiful array of hand gestures. I love the motions down there. I love the percentage style. I'm not sure I subconsciously picked up a lot of stuff. Who knows? But meanwhile, we will lock back in to, while we're trying to get that sorted, what you're seeing on the cameras is heat 4 of practice round 3. The Neo 16, just 18 rounds to go of practice today. 18 heats still to go. So in this heat currently that you're watching right now, we'll keep you updated if anything happens downstairs once again. We might have something, it just teases us. It's a tease. But for now, out on track anyway, we have heat 4, practice 3, which is currently being led by Simon White. The fastest laps right now in the 33-34 second bracket, so not much too special in terms of the overall speed. Nothing much that will bother the A-main finalist, or potential A-main finalist, I should say. But Simon White and Tom Summer is up in second place now. Colin Meyer has just moved up. There we go, got timing back for you. Unfortunately, Nick had to curtail his pit walk down there. It's a real shame. He gets right into his flow when he's in front of the camera. It's quite magnificent to see, but hopefully you saw enough of it to get an idea, to get a general idea of the hustle and bustle of the pit area down there, even today, even on practice day, even on setup day, and everything else. So White continues to lead here. We're just over halfway in the session. A 1 minute 45.8 across the 3 laps. Colin Meyer second, the Dutch driver. Third is Robson White. I don't know if there is any relation between the two Whites there, Simon and Robson. Well, maybe that's something Nick can ask if he gets his pit walk working again. They have returned to the bunker. They have returned to the crow's nest here. Glaring, annoyed at most pieces of technology.
World's best grid walk ever.
The bits of it we did see, your hand gestures were wonderful, I have to say. Just magnificent. I think he's headed off in a Divas drop, I think. not that I blame anyone, but hopefully we'll get Tech to play with you a bit better, or play with us a bit better as the days go on. For now, we're back into practice. Paul is rolling his eyes. I tried to give you orders down there. I don't know if you can even hear me down there. It just didn't work out. But as I say, we saw enough of it on the stream. You saw enough of it there briefest bit of talk, and enough of an indicator to see what was going on down in the pits, on the bustle and the vibe and the flow, everything going on. How much teams are fettling with their cars right now and their setups, and just how much work is going on down in the bunkers to set up their cars and prepare. Now, Simon White appears to have got this heat on lockdown as we're into the final minute now. He's on a 1:45.8. He's comfortably about half a second up on Gavin Powell, his fellow Brit, who's moved to second now. Third is Wayne Wilson. Tom Sommer is fourth. Colin Meyer, fifth. Tom Sommer has actually jumped to the lead, just as I say. Simon White's got this heat on lockdown. More fool me, but considering that this one was a lockout. Tom Sommer, I don't know if we'll be able to pick him up in the final 30 seconds. He's driving the number 7 car. And who's actually just flown off at the... No, that's the number 2 car, sorry. The number 7 car is the orange and yellow car coming over the X-Works steps through the saw corner. Right around, there he is, right in the middle of your shot. Yeah, there he is. There's the current leader. Tom Sommer, the German driver who broke up the British lockout that was occurring in this race so far. And the clock ticks down to 0. 0 p.m. at the end of this race, the end of this heat. Now this will be, bearing in mind, these drivers coming out, the drivers you'll see for the rest of the day, this will be their last round of practice. This will be the last time they really can afford to fully fettle their machines. I mean, of course, no one goes home after qualifying, no one gets knocked out there, but qualifying is when things start to get really, really serious. It's where things really start to get locked down. That's where you're deciding where your group positions are going to be, which heats you're going into, which finals you're going into, and just how difficult your job is going to be to win that illustrious Neo 16 trophy. And the difficulty ranking ranks from very difficult to almost impossible. Mission almost impossible for some of these drivers. But as they file back into the pit lane, let's show you the final result, shall we? There's Tom Sommer, who locked out that one. I wanted 44.6 across the 3 laps. There's not a huge amount to shout about in terms of overall pace. These guys have been looking for more overnight. Simon White second. I thought he had this one on a lock. Third for Gavin Powell. Fourth for Wayne Wilson. Colin Meyer is fifth. Sixth is Robson White. Seventh is Marcus Dirks. Eighth is Darren Smith. And Shiel Mavadia is ninth, ahead of Darren Malt. And then that completes the 10. And then the remaining 5. James Tatlow, Daniel Evans, Andy Prozer, Tommy Kuzmanov. And sadly not making any laps in that session, Gil Harush. So evidently probably not entirely happy with the setup. Or maybe he was, conversely, and decided to retire to the bunker for the night. Save his stuff for qualifying. Wasn't too fussed about the seeding, or had already got 2 results in that were at least good enough. But the next lineup is coming up. This is Heat 5 out of a total of 22. 18 for the Nitro classes, and 4 final ones for the electric classes. Or rather 3 at the end of the day, I should say. They're technically kind of rotating around. And away go the next group. Let's show up a starting lineup, shall we? Let's throw up the starting lineup for this one. There'll be Kamil Jablonski, Mark Westwood, Sebastian Mancia, Kim Jerstad, Tehana Craddock, who was pretty impressive in this heat last time round, Alan Ward, Jason Patty, Mesal Anawasa, Clive Mayland, Jeffrey Villalobos Cabezas. There's 10 of your starters, and here's the final 5. Ricky Clark, Paul Gilliland, Steve Carrigan, Axel Borrell, who was also pretty strong in this heat earlier, and Brandon Van Staden, one of the South African representatives out here at the Neo 16. So, I'll show you some live positions in a minute once the warm-up has concluded. I'm also keenly aware that I'm almost about to have another floor-based disaster, so I'll move my chair before I suffer that embarrassment again. It's the perks and the things that can catch you out up here in the crow's nest. It is very much like a sort of pirate's ship, the far mast or whatever. My pirate law is not so strong recently. Well, coming into the final minute of this warm-up, we'll get ready, and we have been requested to follow 1, 5, and 10. Right, okay. Nick's sign language is improving, ladies and gentlemen. I can confirm his sign language is improving. Far from spelling out for me, I have to say. Kamil Jablonski then in the number 1, Tehana Craddock in the 5, and Jeffrey Villalobos Cabezas in the 10 have been requested from our viewers online to be followed in this race, and that's exactly what we shall do. So let's throw up the live positions. And let's start off with a little bit on Kamil Jablonski, shall we, Jan? Let's see where that number 1 car is. I'll let you know when I see him. We're all doing the traditional peer over the computers here. Oh, 3 cars just in front of our screens here, getting a huge amount of airtime. So where are you, Kamil Jablonski? So I'll tell you what, the number 15 just crashed into one of the marshals posts down here. Here's the number 1, Kamil Jablonski, the red and white car. There he is. Perhaps I think Jan was following him already. Well done. So Jablonski getting his bit of TV time as requested by our fans and viewers on the RC Racing TV live stream. I hope you're enjoying the sound and vision out here today. We're enjoying ourselves so far. It's going to be a long 4 days, but they're going to be packed full of action. So they're probably going to end up flying by. That's felt like a heartbeat. Not quite, considering we have up to so many hours of racing per day that it actually breaks YouTube. That says a lot. But we've got a lot of action ready for you. And right now we're following Kamil Jablonski through his final round of practice. Now Jablonski has looked okay so far in these sessions. Okay in terms of overall, good in terms of this. So he's 2nd overall after 1 lap. But of course everyone's trying to complete those 3 laps. Oh, Jablonski, that's not the track. That's not the route. That's a new version of taking the top turn, which I don't think, in the end, was beneficial to him. Certainly not. And so he comes round through the saw curve, which has kind of 3 elements to it. And it's rather convenient that Tahana Craddock wants to, or some people want to see Tahana Craddock in this one, because he's doing everything he can to get on TV regardless. Running 2nd at the moment, but the 3rd lap's for everyone coming up now, so we'll see what Kamil Jablonski's got for that 3rd lap. See if he can push him higher up the echelons. Jason Patty is your current leader. Well, he was, and then Ricky Clark just possessed him, so we now have an all British 1, 2, 3, 4. Jason Patty, Ricky Clark, Clive Milan and Alan Ward, but that changes almost second by second as Tahana Craddock now jumps to the top. So I think now's a good time to fulfill that viewer request. See if we can find Tahana Craddock, shall we? The number 5 car. I'll let you know when I see him, Jan. He's doing a stellar job on the cameras today. Learning on the job, the best way to do it. There's fond memories of the first time I was on the job here. It was out of the, funnily enough, it was the large-scale off-roads in Austria last year. There's the number 5 car, Tahana Craddock, right beneath us. He was a little bit delayed there. He just got stuck on the Absolute Hobbies step up because he was avoiding some other cars, had to let off the gas and then got stuck on in the incline, could not clear it. So that was a little bit frustrating, but we now follow him. And unsurprisingly, Axel Borrell has moved ahead of him in the overall standing across 3 laps. And again, he's just in a big glut of traffic right now. That's a problem, and they're having incidents all over the place. There's kind of no way through, really. And certainly he's being held up by a lot of those guys in the pursuit of that magic 3-lap run that will take him back up. And at the moment, these guys not really setting any pace that would trouble the top guys at all. They're all in the 34, 35 second bracket in terms of lap times. And their best times, well, Axel Borrell's at the top on a 149.0, so there you go. And the other guy well, I hate to disappoint our listeners, or viewers I should say, but Jeffrey Villalobos Cabezas doesn't appear to be out there. So people requesting a little bit of screen time for the number 10 car. Well, obviously he got camera shy because he's not out there. And there doesn't appear to be any extra data entries on there, which would seem to indicate a faulty transponder or something like that. So pretty sure the number 10 car is not out there right now. One car that is right now, and I'm quite curious to see it, Tahana Craddock's now set a 34.1. That's the car we're tracking right now. So his 1-lap speed is pretty good as far as this heat goes, but it's that 3-lap speed that they need. It's what they really have to strive for as the laps go on. And I tell you what, let's see, as we come into the final 90 seconds here, let's see if we can find Axel Borrell. Tahana Craddock sits 3rd overall in this practice session. We are looking for the number 14 of Axel Borrell. I might actually change that to, oh, surely not. Don't then set the fastest lap as soon as we've gone off you, Tahana Craddock. That's not how it works. That's not fair. But we're still actually following Tana Craddock. Well done. He has now jumped to the top. He's determined to stay on TV, I think. And he's doing absolutely everything right to do that. Fastest lap now at 34.0 with a 145.5 3-lap run. Again, not too bad, but just not enough pace overall to trouble anywhere near the top finals. And he's certainly not going to with technique like that. But I have a feeling he's probably logged his best laps of the session. In fact, he has just gone better, a 144.097, despite that mistake near the end of what was evidently the third lap. So it's Craddock at the moment, leading from Alan Ward and Clive Milland in what is now a Great British lockout for the podium. Axel Burrell has been demoted to 4th, but expect to see him at least have a say in the final rundown before the end of this heat, which only has 10 seconds to go, actually, so you better make that final say quick. Better sneak that final word in quickly. As Tahana Craddock continues on for another lap. This will almost certainly be his last one, as the session is about to conclude. As the heat is about to conclude. As the cars filter around into, well, through Marshall's legs and basically everywhere, we have the final positions will be displayed in a minute for you as they filter around. Filter around coming through, and now let's show you the final result, shall we? Tahana Craddock then takes out that heat fairly easily in the end. Alan Ward, 2nd, ahead of Clive Milland. 3rd for Axel Burrell. Jason Patty, 5th. Sebastian Mancia in 6th. 7th for Ricky Clark. 8th for Kamil Jablonski, the guy we followed at the start. Mesal Anawasa, 9th, and Mark Westwood completes the 10. And then here's your final 5. Kim Justad, Brandon Van Staden, Paul Gilliland, Steve Carrigan, and Jeffrey Villalobos Cabezas, who we were hoping to show on screen, didn't actually get out there for any laps, which is a real shame, because one of our viewers wanted him out there. So, sorry to disappoint you guys. But Villalobos obviously retiring to the bunkers for the evening. And hoping, or trying, to get some setup and get some speed in that car for tomorrow. So let's see. Oh, it's amazing how you fiddle with that a little bit and suddenly I sound so much clearer. It's the voices in our head, ladies and gentlemen. That's the art of commentary. Mastering that. So let's show you the next grid, shall we, for Heat 6. This is the 3rd and final round of practice here at the Neo 16. What is a long enough first day, but a long day of fettling and a long day of tweaking of settings. It'll be John Gorman that leads this lot off, ahead of Ashley Patterson, Enrico Juranic, Aaron Munster, Nick Blackwell, Michelle Gugigsberg, Johnny Truan, Gary Baird, Dave Blakely, and Tristan Dieksman. There's 10 of you 15. And here's the final 5. Dave Stanley, Thema I always get hung up on that name. Thena Alwairini. There we go. Alwairini. I'm just going to say that again just to make sure I get it right. David Lee, Matt Box, and Robert Cockcroft complete the 15. And there's your starting lineup. So they'll now have a couple of minutes of warm-up, which has not actually even begun yet. So we have a moment to tell you about the people who are helping us present this coverage today and for the rest of this Easter weekend, packed full of RC racing goodness, because how else would you want to celebrate Easter? The coverage presented to you by Saw and the TR5, by Agama Racing, by S-Works, by Absolute Hobbies, and by the guys at neobuggy.net. And of course our coverage over on the electric buggy side is presented by motortune.com, modeltune.com. Amazing just how a simple sip of water can bring you back, right? And I'm being told that the requests for this round are number 2, Ashley Patterson, and number 14, Matt Box. So, once these guys get running, which they will do in about 30 seconds' time, we will bring you just those. We'll show you whoever we feel like watching. But seeing as you very kindly requested both of those, then what other option do we have? It'd be a bit rude if we didn't follow those guys. Unless they do, well, as we saw in the last heat, and just not turn up, which would be no fun, really. We don't want that. So here we go. We are underway in heat 6 out of a total of 22 for practice 3. And let's see if we can pick up Ashley Patterson straight from the off. Here's the number 2 in the white into yellow car. He's going through the S-Work steps and now round to the saw corner now. There he is. He's the first of those 2 cars. The car's just flipped, turned turtle. Our commentary curse working very well as usual. And then he comes round out of the final corner and along the main straight. So, Ashley Patterson pleasing as many fans around the world who want to see car number 2 out there. And seeing Yang on the job this weekend is pretty interesting because it's reminding me of the first event I did. It was last year's large-scale off-roads. Interesting, it was an off-road event as well. And similar to what Jan's doing this weekend, ended up doing a bit of everything. On the camera, switching, bit of commentary, bit of reporting. And overall, really fun, really entertaining weekend. Not quite as, I almost said racketatious. That's not even a word, is it? Not quite as much of a racket because it was outdoors and they were petrol-powered engines rather than nitro. But still, hugely entertaining weekend they were. Across the RC racing spectrum, there's not really much you could ask for in terms of quality of racing and quality of action, really. As we continue on with Ashley Patterson, he's down in 12th at the moment, needs to step it up. Maybe the pressure of being on TV is just too much. But right now, the top 3 are Gary Baird, Tristan Dieckmann, and Robert Cockcroft. Now, who's the other fella that we wanted to have some screen time for? It would be Matt Box, the number 14 of Matt Box. So let's see if we can find him for you now. A lot of cars coming through in a big morass there. Look at those shards of light coming through that back door. Something out of the Lion King over there. Certainly looks very dramatic. And certainly I don't think we were expecting this much sunshine so far for a bank holiday weekend. Now waiting for the number 14 to come through. Always annoying when cars go flying. Matt Box, the blue and white car. There he is. He's just at the bottom. He's not that car, the third of those 3 cars. There he is. The blue and white car. He was caught up in a bit of a conflagration there. And Matt Box on screen and in 5th place overall. So not a bad start early doors. Just trying to work out if he was Matt Box was the 3rd in line of those 3. I think he might have been, but we'll see when they come round again. As they come through the dramatic shards of light. That is the 14. I should never have doubted you, Jan. Look at those. Look at those beams of light. They look magnificent on the stream. They're playing obviously havoc with the colour balance on the cameras, but still, they look pretty epic, I've got to say. And Matt Box is running so far. He's on a 147.5 best. Aaron Munster, who was 3rd overall, has now dropped out of the top 3. Is your fastest over 1 lap with a 32.626. And finds himself just behind Nick Blackwell, Dave Stanley, and Gary Baird. As you see Matt Box go through the beams of light, beams of sunlight through that back door. And Box continues on his way. He's still in 5th, just ahead of Johnny Truen and Robert Cockcroft. Of course, these will be the last sessions for these guys to really settle in any settings, changes and updates for the cars that they want to. And if the cars aren't running right by now, or by first thing tomorrow morning, then you've kind of had your chance after that. As much as it not starting to affect your weekend fairly severely. But Dave Stanley is the current leader. Now let's see if we can pick up where the number 11 car is. He's progressed about halfway around the lap, so I'll keep an eye out for him. 11, there he is, he's 11, and he's just come through. He was just about to go over the absolute hobby step. Coming through the S-Works steps now, the orange and yellow car. Orange front, yellow rear. There he is, right in the middle. And he was leading until that prang, until Matt Box decided to take advantage of the fact he wasn't on camera anymore and wasn't therefore jinxed. And he's now jumped to the top of the standings himself. So Dave Stanley with a spectacular run through the quad of many names. Well, he seemed to get away with it just about in the end. Dave Stanley, just getting caught up in all sorts of traffic now. This must be frustrating. I don't foresee any improvement because I just don't think he'll have the time, and especially now he's flipped over there. And you see there the arcs of sunlight. No, he's still coming up. There he is, I think. He's one of those many cars coming through. There he is, right in the middle of the shot. Is the second. Just went to dive bomb at the inside there, but cars all over the place. A lot of traffic in this heat. Big issue there. Big problems with traffic, causing major issues. So at the moment, it looks like Stanley's attempts to regain the top will be in vain, especially as we are now ticking down to the final seconds of this session. And Aaron Munster has dropped to the top now, just dispossessing Matt Box of the top position. Munster putting in a 32.626, which is much better than the overall status of where we are in the heats. This is heat 6, remember, so a 32.6 is a lot stronger. A 140.9, not too bad. Still will probably need another second per lap off if he's really going to start troubling the A main. So as that heat concludes then, let's show you the final result, shall we? There it is, Aaron Munster takes it out just ahead of Matt Box, whose brief appearance on TV seemed to help no end. Dave Stanley third, Nick Blackwell fourth, fifth for Gary Baird, Johnny Truan in sixth, Dave Blakely seventh, Robert Cockcroft eighth, John Gorman in ninth, and David Lee completes the 10. And the remaining 5, Tristan Dieckmann, Ashley Patterson, who I think definitely was affected by being on camera, Thema Alwarini, Enrico Juranic, and Michel Gugigsberg completes the 15 for that heat. We're getting ready for the next one, including the venerable Mark Jock Beattie from Scotland. No Britain for him. This is Scotland he's from. And it's not even an abbreviation. That's what I like. It's not SEO in caps. It's Scotland. Full one. Give you credit for that, sir. That is dedication to your flag and to your country. So we'll show you the starting lineup in just a second. There you go, Mark Jock Beattie leading these guys off from Scotland, because just 3 letters was not enough for his Scottishness. Michael Heseli from Britain. Alberto Pelias Gomez from Spain. Chris Sharp-Simkis from Britain in 4th. Tal Siles from Israel 5th. Adrian Eaton 6th, Britain. 7th is Stefan Jungdahl, the Swede. 8th is Ivan Despenes from Spain. Mark Everett 9th for Britain, and 10th is Billy Talaska from the US and A. And there's 10 of you 15. And here's your final 5. Frank Lemke from Germany. Mark Boone from Britain. Another Israeli in Shalom Shuva. Portuguese driver Carlos Fonseca. And Ben Woods. One final Brit rounding out the 15. And they have just got underway. Let's bring it in. Paul, are we seeing any requests for drivers to follow in this heat? Billy Talaska? Aha! Billy Talaska, the number 10 car. We also have some American fans in here. And there's dramatic shards of light pour through onto the track. We are peering through the fog and the smoke of the Nitro engines, looking for car number 10. Where is he? Billy Talaska, show yourself unto me. Number 2 is coming through. The amount of divots in the road now of the various cars jumping through is quite something, it has to be said. I don't know if that will really affect grip too much in the surface, but it's still interesting to watch. And Billy Talaska is one of the fastest starting out. He's so fast right now, we can't see him. Typically, he's one of the last through. Here he is, the number 10 car, the orange and white car, coming through the S-Works steps right now, Jan. There he is. Round saw corner. There is Billy Talaska from the US. And so far, he put in the 4th fastest lap on the first lap, but obviously everyone still getting into speed, still getting up to something representative speed. But Talaska running pretty well so far. First 2 laps, his best was down in the 37s though. He'll need to pick that up hastily. Alberto Palaz Gomez is on a 33.7. Again, probably have to pick that up to challenge the very sharp end of town. But for now, not a bad pace to start out with. I wouldn't imagine anyone's really sandbagging right now. I don't imagine that's going to be a thing anyone's going to be doing in this discipline. I don't really see that as something anyone's going to be doing. And we've also had a request to follow Mr. Frank Lemke in the number 11. And, well, that was a good request to make because Lemke is currently leading. So, good start there from Lemke. He's on a 33.9 best individual lap and a 144.3 best overall 3 laps. So let's have a look out for the number 3, shall we? We're tracking Billy Talaska. Now, where's the number 3 car? The number 11. Frank Lemke. I have seen it out there. It's definitely circulating. I'll let you know when I see it, Jan. And around. Sometimes the way they arc the nose off of the Agama tabletop can make things quite interesting in terms of visualizing their numbers, especially on the front of the car when they're looking straight at you. Here's the number 11 car. It's the blue front, a little bit of yellow, mostly yellow rear end. Just going through the saw corner now. Second of those 2 cars. They just flipped a little bit on the jumps. And he's lost, I think. There we go. He's found his way back home. Oh, he did. Oh, he's actually got damaged left front. That'd be why. Our commentary car's working a bit too well there. As Frank Lemke, who had been leading the session, picked up some damage there. You can just see, look at the front left, the way it's bowed like that. That's got to be the end of the session. I don't see them fixing that and getting it back out there. I don't see why you'd get too much out of that. So it looks like that's an early session over there. Sorry guys, I wanted to see Frank Lemke out there. He was putting in some very good laps, and then unfortunately picked up some damage. Let's instead have a look at Alberto Palaz Gomez, the number 3 car. He's the orange and green car, just coming through the S-Works steps right now. Just a bit ahead. There he is. Right there in the middle of his shot. He's the current leader in the session, having taken that lead from Frank Lemke, who did lead for a while, but had dropped away, or has now dropped away. In fact, Lemke's 3rd, Billy Talaska showing 4th. And Alberto Palaz Gomez, the guy we're showing on the screen right now, right in the middle of the shot, is the current leader on the timing screens. As this battle continues on, the scrap goes on and on at the top end. So onwards goes Palaz. And he still looks fairly safe despite a little bit of disruption at the top end there. And he continues trucking on his way. And a little bit of a flip there. I think his best laps in the session are probably behind him now, as we're into the final 20 seconds of the session. I expect some people might be on fast final laps of their 3. We'll see if anyone can improve. I don't think Palaz will be after that disruption there, but he's got time to make one more. So we'll see if that combination is any good. Oh, and he's got a flip there just on the entrance to the DXR doubles. That's definitely going to put Bay 20 fast up, especially that. Maybe more contact now. So everything getting a bit messy at the end there for Alberto Palaz Gomez. It doesn't matter, it shouldn't matter too much. He's going to be the fastest in the session. Probably not fast enough overall, unless he does keep setting those 32.2s and improves on them. A 137.6 is not a bad 3-lap run, but he'll certainly need more, just a smidge more pace than that in order to threaten the very top end, as he's just recovered there late on. And I think he's actually flamed out. Or, oh no, I think he's got some steering damage as well by the look of it. Hard to say up there. It looks like it's something more to do with the drivetrain. But either way, an incongruous end to the session for Alberto Pelaz Gomez. He's doing pretty well out there, not too bad. As we move past half past five local time here in the UK. Let's have a look at those finishing positions. So as we see Pelaz Gomez's car being recovered. There's your top 10. Pelaz Gomez, despite that late misfortune, he's top of that practice session. Ahead of Mark Everett, Ben Woods, Frank Lemke, Carlos Fonseca, Billy Talaska ended 6th in the end. Tal Siles, 7th. 8th is Mark Boone. 9th, Mark Jock Beatty. And Michael Heseli completes the 10. And the remaining 5 are Adrian Eaton, Stefan Jungdahl, Chris Sharp-Simkis, Ivan Espenes, and Shalom Shuva. Everyone turning laps in that session. But probably a lot of people, or for a lot of people, their best pace has already been found. There's not a huge amount to gain now. So moving on into Heat 8 in just a minute. Heat 8 of 22, 18 Nitro rounds and 4 electric rounds to conclude the activities today, to conclude the track action today. And it is the most Spanish name in the world starting off this session. Pedro Jesus Vera Gallego, ahead of Scott Yang, Billy Smith. Tell you what, be an idea if you guys can see the starting lineup as well, wouldn't it? There you go, Pedro Jesus Vera Gallego, ahead of Scott Yang, Billy Smith, Mark Rumble, Abdullah Al-Falah, Stamatis Kokinakis, Jax Willis, Carl O'Connor, Jason Rath, Kieran Cox. There's 10 of your 15 starters. And here are the others. Max Hess, Jamie Cutter, Jockey Jogadal, Jeffrey Halsema, and Ben Billing complete the 15 out here. As we get ready for another heat of practice action. Having a look at some of the stream comments right now. Look at any requests. Is there anyone you want us to follow? Get a bit of screen time for your favourite driver. That's how it works on practice day. A lot of contact, yeah, I can see that. Yeah, a lot of contact, yeah, we can agree in that session. That did get a bit pretty messy during that session. To be expected in the lower practices. Things sometimes going awry. And we have just had a comment in the RC Racing TV Facebook group, over in the group. Stuart Wright, thank you very much, saying he wants to see a bit of Carl O'Connor in this heat. We'll duly oblige for you. Carl O'Connor rolling off in the number 8 car. And as the timer counts down to 0, gets ready to cut this field loose. Ready for what will be their final round of practice. So we can have a look out for the number 8 of O'Connor. Even may have followed him earlier in the day as well. Certainly proven popular. Now here's the number 8 car. The mostly yellow car coming through the saw corner now. There he is, right in the middle of his shot. That's Carl O'Connor on screen for you. And narrowly avoiding a bit of an incident with the marshals there. As we get this heat underway, there's still a car turned turtle just out of the first corner. Very scrappy final session here. I wonder if some of these teams, the concentration might have flagged just a little bit. Some of these cars just trying to find some sort of pace out of somewhere before the qualifying rounds get underway tomorrow. The intensity is still ready to crank up for tomorrow. If you think you've seen everything out here in practice, well, you're very foolish. As the marshals, I'll tell you what, have to be alert, have to follow the old maxim of motorsport, never take your eyes off the race cars. Some of them, I think, are going to have eyes in the back of their head, the way they're looking. Sort of 360-degree view, heads like owls. Carl O'Connor continues on. So, O'Connor trucking on really nicely. We've also had a request to follow Billy Smith, because according to Brian Pound in the Facebook group of RSU Racing TV, his mum is sat with us watching. So I'm sure we can oblige. So Billy Smith, who is currently leading the session, so that'll be one proud mum up in here. Let's watch the number 3 as it comes round. Where is Billy Smith's? Right, there it is. It's the mostly white car coming through the S-Works steps right now. White car with the yellow wheels. Round saw corner. It's just jumped over a car. Now settled in behind those others. Billy Smith briefly in the lead of this practice session for a little while. And then down to, well, back into the lead actually. So he's running pretty smoothly so far. Running just fine over the doubles. And around. And down again through the midsection. So the race continues on here. We are tracking Billy Smith. We also have requests coming in on the Facebook group right now. Jan, we've got a fresh one for you. We are following all sorts of people. Billy Smith still running pretty well early doors. But now we have a request to follow. Well, we have 2 actually. It's just been inundated. We have Ben Billing and Jockey Jogadal. Now Jogadal's number 13. Billing is number 15. So let's see. Whoever we pick up first, we'll follow them first, and then we'll follow the other guy. Sounds fair to me. So Jan, keep track of who you are right now, or who you're following right now. I will look out for number 13 and number 15. Jockey Jogadal and Ben Billing, respectively. So onwards we go. There's the 15, Ben Billing. The most blue and white car. There he is in the middle of his shot, going over the S-Works steps right now. Through saw corner. And he's through and he's good. That's good stuff. Important food options up here. We are following Ben Billing right now. We also have a request to follow Jockey Jogadal as well, who's in the number 13 car. Or driving the number 13 car, I should say. Where's Jogadal right now? He hasn't turned quite as many laps as the others, but his pace is not too bad as it goes. Let's watch and keep track on as cars are being recovered from the dip. Jockey Jogadal, the number 13, he's just down at the Absolute Hobbies step up, and he's getting in an awful tangle down there. He's through the S-Works steps, round saw corner, and there he is, right beneath you. Yeah, just had him for a second. Actually, I think it's the car behind. Yeah, Jockey Jogadal, just behind those 3. It's difficult to keep track of the amount of incidents we're having out there. Little knocks and wobbles out there. And well, we're having a request to follow Kieran Cox potentially, but I think he's out of this session already. I don't see him circulating right now, unfortunately. So the requests coming in thick and fast, though. We're enjoying it. We're enjoying this level of interaction, merely on practice day, which is great to see. So that is Jockey Jogadal down the main straight. Jogadal right now down in 12th. We'll need probably a lot more than that. 32.8 is the fastest one lap so far from Jason Rath, the South African leading the session. Had a little bit of an incident at the top corner. That's an unconventional route. Just redefine the track altogether. Redefine what you believe in terms of track limits. But Jason Rath has the best 3-lap run so far on a 1 minute 40.0. Not too much the top of the very top guys, but a good enough run for this session. Abdullah Al-Fallah and Max Hess are your top 3, and in fact, that's session over. That's heat 8 over. for the session. And I'll tell you what, let's throw some results up on the screen, shall we? I think we should. And in fact, we just had a late request to follow Jason Rath. We've run out of time for the heat to do that. But I'll tell you what, we'll talk about how good he was in that session because he won it. He won that practice heat. And we will show the result for you. Jason Rath at the top end. You have some support from Brandon May. Thanks very much for the comments. And fastest out there across the 3 laps with a 1 minute 40.0. We'll probably need some more speed overall to trouble the very top guys, but strongest enough in this practice. Abdullah Al-Fala, second. Max Hess, third. Mark Rumble, fourth. Pedro Jesus Vera Gallego, fourth. Fifth, Jack Willits. And sixth Jack Willits, sorry. Ben Billing, seventh. Jeffrey Halsema, eighth. Ninth, Billy Smith. And 10th, Carl O'Connor. There's the 10. And then Scott Yang, Jockey Jogadal, Kieran Cox, Stamatis Kokinakis, and Jamie Cutter complete the lineup for that run.
I'm sitting here a bit frightened, if I'm honest.
Why is that?
Because there's a massive great hole where you fell through the floor earlier.
Well, it was there already. That's how I fell through it.
It's a much wider. You've pushed all the scaffolding boards apart, so we've now got this trap where you could lose a small child.
That was not me. I did not do that on my own.
Well, I think you did actually, and frankly, I'm disgusted.
Really, really.
Yes.
Oh, I see.
Because I want to put my chair there, you see, and now I'm either going to be too close or too far.
I think we're all having that issue now.
Also, you appear to be having all the heat as well.
That's just where you placed it
I did
earlier.
kind of wonder why you were sitting there in a t-shirt while the rest of us were wearing 73 layers.
That's just where you placed it earlier.
No, I realise that. Anyway, so
let's get on to the next lineup, shall we?
if I put the wrong thing up, I do apologise.
There you go.
So it's Connor Cocker, James Harold, Richard Gasson, Ali Shirazi, Lewis Rushton, Didan Ho, Lee Richardson, Gerd Pfeiffer, Misha, Michael Kronstrom, Alex Page, Tom Saggers, Mikael Bertin, Hampersberg, Ian Ford and Mike Foster. They are your runners and riders here on the, whenever it is, where are we? In the heat number 9 of 18. So we're about an hour away from the top drivers. That's an hour and 10 minutes away from the top drivers. No, an hour. So it's currently 5:45. By 7:15 they'll be out. Good news is that Adam will be well fed by then. And let's clear that because I'm getting people looking at me going, why are you doing that? And they all flick in again. And we have a request for Alex Page and a request for number 3 as well. So we need to find number 3 and number 10 during this exciting event. So where is number 3 then, and where is number 10? That's the question. Where are they? Number 3, in fact, is going underneath us right now. Well, about to, with the green tail and the pinky sides. Here he is. This is the car of Richard Gasson from Britain. Whacks it down the straight, spins round the berm, takes the quad with no name. That's the DXR double. And then the Agama turn. It's a very big hole they go into before they hop up there, over the steps. And the light now is even more confusing than before. Apparently it is going to rain solidly from about tomorrow lunchtime, so we'll have no problem with sunlight then. Just constant damp. Now the team's gut bucking themselves. Oh, curry! Right, so you're going to eat curry and cut the pictures. Okay, not bad. So still with the 3, the time has now started. Richard Gasson. Okay, our next victim is car 10. Now he's the yellow car, just going around the saw corner now, Jan, and coming underneath you. And you'll pick him up. There he is. And that is our that smells really nice. Now I need one of those. I wasn't hungry till you did that. I've now got a chicken tikka masala waft. Are these from East Devon's finest curries? Frank, is that one of East Devon's finest curries? Listen, is that one of East Devon's finest curries, or is that the general thing? Oh, well on.
It is one of East Devon's finest curries.
You know how I said I don't want one, and you went away and came back, and I completely changed my mind.
You can have some of Adam's chips.
No, I don't want chips. I want a curry.
They only have lamb mint medium, chicken tandoori, which is what I got, hot, and I added mixed pickle.
What's the boy got?
That's chicken tikka mild.
All right.
So do you want mild, medium, or hot?
Which is medium again?
The lamb mint.
I'll have that one.
Okay.
No, but eat yours first. Eat yours first. And that was on-air live food ordering. We like to get through all the basic functions of life. There's arguing, there's food ordering, there's drinks, obviously. Drinks break, a la the cricket. So leading it's Tom Saggers in the 11 car. Hampusberg from Sweden is coming around. Mr. Gasson, thanks. No one else. Ian Ford, someone's saying. Ian Ford, who is car number... I think Ian stopped. Oh, no, he hasn't. Car number 4. Car number 14. Probably just started another lap, I think. I'll see if I can... I'll find him, Jan. I'll tell you where he is when I see 14. It's Ian Ford. Still Saggers from Berg, from Gerd Pfeiffer. Of course, the man who designed all sorts of cars. Not immediately forthcoming, number 14. There he is. 14 is about to go over the S-Work steps now. The orange topped buggy. Thank you there, Jan. Did you ask Jan if he wants anything? Okay, good. And down goes Ian Ford. There's about a minute and a half to go of this. Oh, bit wide there. He did that last section. He didn't do anything wrong, but he was kind of in the wrong place for most of it. It was costing time all the way down that quad with no name. Coming to the model tune corner there. Down the pro line drop and into the hole before leaping up for the absolute hobby step up. A bit wide going into the saw corner. And that ages as he disappears out of my view and then does that little double and then goes across the thing marked loop. It's the loop. Oh, let's see if we can find. We've got a very short amount of time. It's one car 6 is Din Dan Ho, which is one of our one of the men up the straight now. I think he might be actually at the end of the straight now, because he is of course the man behind Saw, not the film franchise, behind SOAR, the car. Now somebody's died. That might even be him. I don't know. So number 6 we're looking for. And I've completely missed him. Oh well. Oh, I think because he stopped, that's why. So if they didn't know, we'll get it next time. God, there's so much sun-kissedness on the camera now. Whoa, that's a great one, that is. Unfortunately, producer was having a curry. It's all right, don't worry about it. Oh, he's trying to prove he can do it now, even with the curry. There we go. All right, that was very quick. Well done. Excellent curry-based producing there. He's the vision mixer with the most. Actually, are you vision mixing or are you directing, would you say?
Vision mixing.
You're not directing then?
You're directing.
Oh, okay. I like to bring everyone into these shows, obviously. Means I can say less for the same money. Oops. This is a Christmas tree of plugins there. So that has come to an end now. And the results were Dindan Ho, the other one, Tom Sackers was second, Campus Berg was third, then James Harold Konakoka, Mikael Kronstrom, Gerd Pfeiffer was in seventh. Oh, it changed right at the end. They resourced it. Lee Richardson was in sixth, and now it's gone. Oh, that was very useful, that was. I was trying to get the second half of the grid, and it went horribly wrong. What can you do? Anyway, drivers took part, and some of them did quite well.
Medium lamp.
So I've now been very awkward and now ordered some food. So this is the next one. It is heat number 10 of 18 in Nitro. Then we had the final round 3 of Electric. Carl Foster, Nawaf Al Abdul Razik, Lewis Millman, Lauren Sispowski, Steve Shakespeare, Mike Lewis, Eric Mo Lars, or Eric Lars Mo, I expect. Johnny Roberts, Guido Erler, Vincent Deckler, Harry Phillips, Ophir Avitan, Aaron Gerling, Romeo Grass, and Matt Slaney are your 15 drivers for heat number 10. Do we have any follow requests is the question. Let's have a look. Lars Eric Moe has a vote. And yeah, 2 votes for Lars Eric Moe, that's good news. Don't forget, in about an hour, we will have, well, actually before, let's say now, about 45, 50 minutes, we should have the top drivers came back on again. All the votes are for Lars Eric Moe, actually. Lars Eric has a big coverage. So once they get rolling, Lars Eric will be car number 7. He's actually underneath us now in the yellow and the orange into blue car, just stuttering up over the sore corner, making some space for himself. So he stops now on the sore corner and he's going. He stopped. Lars Eric Moe is faffing about. If you pick him up, Jan, he's now gone back on the track. He's coming now over the absolute step up, Jan. Can you hear me? Yeah, and if you can hear me, can you wait on the camera? Just there. Thank you. Now, I'm not sure if number 7 is still rolling. Let's pick up the next car through, which is the number 10. That's Vincent Deckler. So he'll be starting his run at this point now, the Frenchman. Has the close attention through the orange and blue machine. I wouldn't say it's Lars Eric Moe, but I think it's a number of blue and orange cars. The car that went by, it is actually, that was Lars Eric Moe. So move forward 1 car to the orange and blue car. That's Lars Eric, who had an odd practice, but now he's going round. Nice pick up off the corner there. And actually got the fastest lap time that time round with a 34, despite having to overtake people. Not the greatest takeoff in that last one. So Moe throwing some big air through the first part of the model tune. Lars-Erik Moe is the current Norwegian champion, by the way. There we go. So we have the champion of Norway. Someone say Matt, please. Is there someone called Matt? Yes, Matt Slaney. So the next person we want to find will be car number 15. But he's just started the lap, so don't worry too much at the moment, Jan. So it's car 15. He's coming towards us now. There he is. That's the red and white car going underneath us right now, Matt Slaney. Look close attention to number 2 there. He let through, which is the car of Noaf Al Abdul Razak. So Slaney up the top of the corner there at the Agama turn. No, oh, no, he's going to complete a lap and it all went wrong there, so he's still keep going, Slaney. Mike Lewis is leading at the moment. Harry Phillips is second. Mike Lewis is 1:35. Mike Lewis is 7 seconds faster than the rest of anyone else, so he's obviously in completely wrong heat here. He's got a 1:35.6 best 3 laps. The next best is 1:42. I'm not sure if that's correct. Let's find car 6 if we can, who should be finishing his lap about now. No, he is that quick. So car 6. Lewis will be coming down towards us in a second. There he goes. Right now, and he's in the multicoloured car right there. There's a replay there. So Lewis is in the multicoloured car halfway around the store corner, now going underneath us. And you get up to the end of the straight around the berm through the quad of no name. Minute and 40 still to go for some of these drivers. Many of them have done a lot more than that. So mistake there. Coming off the Agama from Mike Lewis, because unlike in qualifying tomorrow, because it's the best 3 laps, he's got those in the bank already, it's not really going to affect things very much. I'm pretty sure that he's going to move up several heats, because he is 6 seconds faster for his best 3 laps than anybody else in this heat. So this is heat number 10, Neo 16 Friday practice, round 3. We're a chunk of the way through, just so you know, we'll be starting at 9 o'clock tomorrow. 9 o'clock, it's actually after qualifying starts. We need that, we need some overhead for the amount of, for a 12-hour day. So we're starting at 9. And we'll go on probably to just after 8 in the evening. Sorry guys. That's tomorrow. You'll find this way, same bat time, same bat channel. You'll find us on the interweb thing. We are RC Racing TV. We're here thanks to Saw and the TR5, Agama, S-Work, Absolute Hobbies, and of course NeoBuggy.net. You've got Jan on camera, you've got Paul on fingers, you've got Frank on getting food, you've got Adam on chips, and you've got me on the mic. So there's still actually 11 more races to go at the end of this one today. Actually 12, I think. Yeah, 12 more races to go. 8 more Nitro and 4 of the electric ones. And this heat is over. And who has won, I hear you ask?
Sorry?
And who has won, I hear you ask?
Who did win? It was Mike Lewis.
You are no good at this, are you? I go, and who did win, I hear you ask. You then say, who did win? You don't just make your own sentence up. Jeez. Honestly. It's like working with amateurs. No idea how to do it a two-way. Ooh, misses. So look, they did win. Yes, Mike Lewis did win. Declan Vincent was second. Lauren Shapowski was third. Offa Avitan was fourth. Harry Phillips fifth. Aaron Gerling sixth. Mo Lars was seventh. And I believe most of you are literate enough to read the rest for yourselves. So it's not long before Paul has to make the weary journey over the other camera for our two-camera action. It's Mark Fletcher now. We've got car 12. Beate Erstad said, I suggest we remain the unnamed section Benny Hill. But then you just get a number of scantily clad ladies running round and round it, and that'd be really weird. Oh, I've been given the get the graphic off your silly twit. Quick look at it. Let's have a look at this in this one. There we go. Those 10 people will be joined by these people. And we currently have requests for car... iTaz Design, big thanks today. Thank you very much, iTaz Designs. Apparently now, beyond he fails to see the issue how he's we're running around the track. Well, it's against health and safety. They get hit by a errant car, and if you're only wearing a bikini, that's going to hurt. So it's Mark Fletcher, car 12 was the request we have for this one. Let's let them roll out. Yeah, and you can choose any car you like. Any car you like, yeah, and just choose one. I know, it's too much. It's too much for him. He's gone mad. And he's chosen the blue car number 9. So he's gone with Ben Turner from Great Britain. No relation, apparently, to the great painter. Derek Turner, who does ceilings and hallways in the Lewisham area. So they're coming together in front of him there. You got a bit wide. That was what, oh no. So he got past those 5 cars. They went wide and they went past him. So now he's a melee of destruction. But luckily, again, none of this counts yet. But it will count next time he goes round because it's got 23 seconds till the buzzer goes. I don't think he'll make it in there. Oh, it's really tight. 17. Come on, Ben. Would you want to make it is the question. Yep, he's going to make it for another lap of nothingness. So the clock's running. I'm trying to see whether Johnson's eaten all his chips or not. Has Johnson eaten all his chips is the question. And he has eaten all his chips, everybody. Or have you, or not? He's eaten his chips. He's had his chips. It's car 12 you need.
Car number 12 is what we're looking for. That'll be Mark Fletcher. As the session gets underway, let's... When will Nick have a chance to have his dinner? And me to have a chance to get my words out. And let's find Mark Fletcher, shall we? I believe that's him right there, the blue and orange car. Right in the middle of his shot. Good job. Jan has done a stellar job on the cameras today, has to be said. And onwards into the session they go. Mark Fletcher, we're tailing. He's 8th fastest overall. Now down to 10th, actually, as we said. The early leader in this one will be Charles Godwin into heat 11. And bear in mind, 18 heats of Nitro Buggy action per practice round. So we've still got a little ways to go before we get into the real sharp end of competition, which is around the final 3 or 4 heats. And then we have the electric buggy rounds to complete the qualifying session, practice session, I should say. Qualifying is tomorrow. And we have a replay to look at as well. It's the quad of No Name. That didn't catch him out. It was the next bit that did. Turned him turtle. A little bit of catching on the wrong wheel there, at the wrong angle. Done all the hard work getting through the quad of many names. Didn't quite make it through that one. Anyway, for now, let's see if we can pick up Timo Engelstatter, who is in the number 7 car and is currently leading the way. He is around halfway around the lap. So let's have a look for this number 7 machine. As there's cars leaping and jumping all over the Agama tabletop. Hard to keep track of who is who, especially when they all come through in one bundle like that. Issues all over the track for certain drivers. Engelstatter's onto a fresh lap, so he's in that group of 4, I think, that we've got on the screen right there. Certainly setting a good pace early on in this session. They'll come around to complete. Frank's just checking with Nick whether the dinner is just fine. I think the fact that Nick took about 30 seconds to look up because he was tearing into the... Yeah, literally. It was like one of those cartoons. See him just devouring food. I'm not going to lie, the little portion of chips that I got was going down pretty well as well. Oh, and some sideways stunt driving action there, up on 2 wheels. Yeah, not particularly fast. Well, it looks stylish. It's entertaining. That is the number 7 of Timo Engelstatter. So he continues on his way. His best lap's a 31.5, which is pretty good in the overall pantheon. Best 3 laps of 138.6 will probably need a little bit of improvement. And that 31.5, you get the feeling, is almost a great one-off rather than consistent pace just yet. But if he can turn that into something more consistent, well, he's not going to do it with driving like that. Let's be real here. He's not. He's just not. So Engelstatter continues on his way. We've got a minute and a half to go in the session, about 90 seconds to go in this heat 11 of 22. So we are halfway home through final practice, going into tomorrow's qualifying sessions. The session's so long tomorrow, including the 3 special events at the end of the day. So much RC racing tomorrow that it will actually break YouTube. But we have made accommodations to make sure that won't happen. And on goes Engelstatter. Oh, and he just gets caught out a little bit there. It's not his own doing, to be honest, at all. Engelstatter continues trucking on. I'm just going to keep an eye out for Charles Godwin, who's running 2nd at the moment. Who's 2nd on the screens. Now, the number 11 car is just coming through the S-Works steps right now. And then round Saw Corner. It's the sort of white with multiple colours on the top of it. That's just, it's still before, not that one right there, I think. So many cars all came through at once. No, it's the one just behind that. It's the white car with some colours on it. Not that one. We need to drop back one. Drop back one. That's someone else has come through now. It's going to be one of those heats, I think. Charles Godwin has gone missing across screens. I'll keep an eye out for him. That was a spectacular flick to catch on the camera either way, so it worked out pretty well in the end. I think actually Charles Godwin may have stopped circulating. I can't see that car out there at all right now. But one car that is still circulating and doing very well is Timo Engelstatter. Now he's in the number 7, and he will most likely be the winner of this session, as it has just come to a close. Cars being recovered, cars moving their way into the pit lane. So, let's take a look at the final finishing results in that one, shall we? So here's your top 10. It's Timo Engelstatter with a good run in the end, a good 1-lap speed. If he can translate that into something more over 3, then he will be a real threat, but he has easily enough to take this session. Charles Godwin 2nd, Burkan Kilic 3rd, Darren Hayden Ball 4th, 5th is Max Johansson, Josh Marshall 6th, Matt Angserid in 7th, Mark Fletcher 8th, Kyle Boone 9th, Ben Turner is the top 10, and the remaining 5. Al-Nusif, Gavin Utley, Ken Scalaberg, Winston Bonnet, and Manya Berghans completes the 15 for that round as we move towards round 12. Countdown towards the seriously fast end of practice continues unabated. So continue on, it's 6:15 local time.
When you say not that car, another one, it's not very comfortable.
I'm well aware there was a big mess. Frank explaining, when you say not that car, the next one or the other one, it's not very good when there's cars passing each other in a big bundle and there's cars stacking in most corners anyway. Yes, it was a little bit difficult times out there.
Do you want to finish your chips?
I'd love to, thank you.
Okay, and goodbye, Adam. So Adam now finished. Sorry, I didn't realise you hadn't finished. You had a break. I think it's a natural break because you put the top on them, you see. So I felt that was fine to jump in with the curry. We are about to start Heat 12. Cars are about to be released. Let's very quickly look at the who's in it. And the answer to that is, it is Richard Lowe, Taro Craddock, Mitchell Booth, Scott Walker, Zacharias Villabia-Nilsson, Nuno Casa Ribeiro, Alessandro Mayo, who was very quick last time, Yanis Permagakis, Peter Bird, David Benito, Oliver Evans, Frederick Kaderberg, Ali Al-Fail Al-Akwaki, and we might actually have, I'm not sure, with Adrian Svensson and Lee Bunker. I'm just wondering whether we actually do have camera B up there. Are we a second camera up? No, he's putting his hat on. Okay. Hi to Stephen Barrington, glaving this all day. Now, lots of people have put numbers down. Car 10, no, that was the last heat. Okay, so definitely car number 6, which is Nuno Casa Ribeiro. Yeah, there are a few from the last heat which we're rather too involved in eating, if I'm honest with you. All right, number 6 is one we need to get at some point. Nuno Casa Ribeiro. So, we're currently driving along with a car. We start. So Jan is with this, it's a pirouette thing. I think it's number 6 actually, he's showing off. Is that number 8? Getting that stage today, my old eyes and the reflection makes it really hard to tell. That is number 6. Well done to Jan again, straight on the man requested, and then he has now actually started his race time. This is his first race lap. Comes down towards us. Something odd's going on because Paul's looking over the side. So Paul, your camera's working. And let's see if we can find our leader, car number 7, Alessandro Reyma. He's just 3 quarters into his lap. Here he is now. It's that green and white car just. Oh, is that him? Yeah, I think it is. Looking number 1 actually. No, it is him. So he's the green and white car, just about to go down the start finish straight. Raymond from Italy. Coming towards, we've got a replay of his problems, have a look at that. Comes in tight, oh, he's hit the tyre. The one solid thing on the whole track and he's hit it and fallen over. Still the best 3 laps, but nothing like the best 3 laps he did last time. Now I've been asked to show Frederick Kaderberg, who's car 12, and he has just literally turned in front of us. His white roof and light yellow body going through the saw corner now, underneath Jan at the moment, and down the straight, it's white over yellow. That is Frederick Kaderberg, the Swede. So he is now currently not on any of the cameras. There he is now. He's going underneath us. He's going through the saw steps. So the S-Works steps right now into the saw corner. That's Kaderberg. Going round underneath us. That's him. So sitting on the camera there, Jan. So it gets more difficult as the natural light goes. Now, of course, one of the exciting things is that obviously we lose an hour's sleep on Saturday night, which means that it'll be sort of lighter at this time of day. So actually would have finished by this time of day anyway, so it doesn't matter. As the clocks go forward on Saturday night, to add to our growing fatigue and insomnia. So Kaderberg over the steps. He's now coming underneath the timing and scoring area. Quite timid actually, came around that part of it. Didn't really belt it at all because I think he found himself not where he wanted to be. And in fairness, he's not really setting the lights, the tracker light with a 33.9. Mitchell Booth has got himself in the lead. There's a minute to go. Let's wonder if we can find Mitchell in car 3. He should be very close to where we are now. And he is. He's that green and orange car going over the steps now. And turning onto the saw corner now, and underneath us, green and orange. Oh, sorry, not green and orange, green and yellow. Yellow and orange, green and orange. It was green and orange. Well, that's pink, isn't it, really? But they found him anyway. The cameramen have him. As he comes now, about to go over the DXR double. And around the Agala with a little bit of a sock on the end there. Oh, excellent little pirouette on that tyre there. As he comes now through down Model Tune. And he's, this is not a lap. This is a lap he would rather not be on telly with. He turns sharply, and he's now with the S-Works steps. And underneath us here, the green and pink car. There we are. So race is now over. He has finished actually, so this heat is finished, heat 12. Getting close to the very, 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 very sharp end now. We have 13, 14 and then 15, 16. So we are now beginning to get to the point where you want to start, putting down your Saturday night takeaway, if that's on yet, or whatever the light entertainment show of choice is in your country, and getting yourself in front of the telly. Frank's off for District 9 himself. And let me show you the results of that one. Mitchell Booth wins from Zachariah Villa-Nielsen. Jan comes here after some sterling camera work to have a sit down. Doesn't get any time off, obviously. Oh, he's done the. I've been working so hard. Oh, it's like I'm sitting in. Oh yeah, oh my back. Oh, it's fabulous. Oh, I can't believe it. Whereas Adam's just sitting there digesting chips. Oh, I love chips. Oh, I love chips. It's my favourite thing, chips. Can I have some more chips, please? So next up will be Heat 13, rather obviously. We've asked for Richard Lowe. I'm not sure if he's in this one or the last one, actually. He was in the last one, so that's a bit late. You need to give us, don't forget, you are a few seconds behind on your visioning. So it's people who you would like us to follow in Heat number 13 would be great, but you need to do it right away on the YouTube chat, because that's the one I'm looking at the moment. I will just go and do a quick check of the Facebook group. It's Carl O'Connor, man. Is he in this one? I don't know. We're waiting for the grid to come through. It's very exciting. Got Carl O'Connor, the man to watch. Hi, guys. There's some Mooga Graphics. Hi, Mooga Graphics. Bit of a delay in this one. Let's hold this one slightly. See if there's anything on the RC Racing TV page. In 13, follow David Gibson, aka Fat Jesus. That seems a little bit unfair to call him, but I don't know. So we need to follow David Gibson, aka Fat Jesus, and Carl O'Connor. So David Gibson, who we'll try and find him. He's car 13. In his propensity as a slightly weightier Messiah. I think that's him going down the straight now with the English flag on the very wide, coming towards us with the orange, blue and green car. He's just right in the middle of the Agama turn now. Is that 13, Paul? Yeah. So he's the second of the second car to come over the big hole now. There he is, going round the. He just bumped on the S-Works and round the saw corner. This is Fat G. Am I allowed to say that? It's Easter. It's his big time. You know, it's JC's big time of year.
I mean, that was the name suggested by the commenter on the stream. So
yeah, I'm just thinking. You know, it's his big day. Oh, actually, today's a bad day. Today's the day he died, isn't it?
Yes.
He's dead today, but by Monday things are looking up.
Well, maybe it was Fat Jesus. Maybe Good Friday takes on a different meaning.
I don't know. I just if you think about it, do you think he kind of skipped Easter Sunday? He's a bit of a dirge while we're praying, and then on Monday he's up and he's like, "Hey, let's go down the shops."
Yeah, I'm back.
That's probably 97 levels of blasphemy there. So better leave that one level off.
Blasphemy.
Yes, yeah. I only said this piece of never did Monty Python.
Now there's a reference I do get.
So the race has now started. So I think it's probably enough of Mr. FJ. Car 15 is a request from someone. That was Miguel Izquierdo Rodriguez. Easy for me to say. Car 15, where is Miguel? Obviously, as always, not appearing in this. Oh, he's just done a lap. He's a long way away.
Nick.
Yes.
I have a question for you.
I'm still looking for number 15 before you ask the question. Okay, 15 is this bright green car just going through the S-Works steps now and turning right into the saw corner. Yes, ask me my question.
There you go. Are you good for
yes
a refreshment?
Yeah, I'm fine.
You're good. Okay. Paul, are you good for water? Although it's probably not a good time to ask him. He's mid-filming.
Yeah, we're all fine. There's two waters there.
Oh, so there is. So there is. Okay, completely ignore me.
Well, we've been trying.
I don't make it easy.
Yeah. So it's with Miguel Thingy Bob. As he comes to the steps again, the green machine. Now he actually, not only is he in a green machine, he's also driving and I pause now because as always I have the wrong piece of paper in front of me. He is driving a Mugen and it's powered by an Ultimate engine.
Ultimate engine.
Hello, my name is Barry Ultimate Engine.
Fat Ultimate Jesus.
Yeah. As you can tell, it's been a long day.
As if we're not making that clear.
Yeah, well, you know, it's now past tea time, so we're looking for sympathy. Forget professionalism. I want to... Oh, we haven't put the timing on. Dear oh Lord, that was entirely me.
We're not going to get
So
sympathy
I'd
off
like
that.
to point out I should have been reminded by a certain video editor. He's been sitting down for over 2 minutes now. He's just smiling at me like I'm not listening to you. Don't make me laugh. No, it's not on.
Does he realise it's blame it on the new boy?
You're enjoying this. You were the new boy all last year.
I know.
That was Mitch Fielding. I must admit, he did say he couldn't see the time. The timing isn't massively useful today. Tomorrow it's going to be incredibly useful because they're actually qualifying.
Yes.
I think we should find Davy Bales, or Bales Davy from France. A, because he's leading, and B, because I think we should find him. So it's
Yes.
car 12. There he is now, actually, in the light green and white car, going over the S-Works steps and turning into the saw corner.
Frank's found him very nicely. I believe
think-
Paul's got him as well.
Oh, we're doubling up, we are.
Oh, goodness.
As he spears towards the berm, comes swiftly round. Oh, grip roll. Well, slidey, grippy rolly type thing.
Pushed a little bit too hard for the top turn on those left side tyres, and they just dug in at the wrong moment. That can happen. Over the S-Work steps he goes. Through Saw Corner. And doesn't survive Saw Corner.
That sounded... I didn't even... Basically, he jumped out of frame as I'm watching, because I'm watching it through the window. And I thought, he's pushed that one too hard.
Yeah. He contacted basically the outside wall of the entire facility, let alone any of the barriers.
I've done that. Not with these saw cars.
No.
I was driving a 12th car, and I said, do you know what? I haven't broken anything on this car all season.
Well, that
And
was
the
your first mistake.
The next race I went out, I clipped someone, got air under the car, and hit the wall at about, it's a modified 12th car. I hit the wall at about 9 feet up and smashed it into tiny little pieces at 40 miles an hour. Just went, how I laughed.
And sobbed.
No, not really. It's one of those things.
How you swept it in the bin.
I snapped the chassis. Could have been worse. Didn't hit anybody.
No, true.
So slightly off the track there goes Davy Bales. In fact, Matt Perry has finished doing his play in London and has come up here to be fastest of this heat.
Where is the number 14 car on track, I wonder?
None of these people are going very fast. I've noticed this. I wonder if the track slowed down. The best 3 lap times for heat 13 is not particularly impressive. Last few seconds here. Can you follow Davey? I am following Davey. Moo Graphics is asking for Room and Q. I'm afraid for Moo Graphics. I've looked around the corner a bit late for that one. We're only in the last few seconds. We won't pick him up. This is a very slow heat. I don't know why.
Well, that is quite puzzling.
Perhaps they're all being tactical, looking for space on the track. So time is over. There's a few cars to finish. I think there's one car to finish actually. Mark Kay and Matt Perry both need to finish. Everyone has indeed finished. Well done, everyone. Chance now to yeah, see, it's very delicate. You moved your foot then. Suddenly I couldn't hear anything. That's because we split this one as well now. That's why. Ah, that needs mending later.
With gaffer tape.
Oh yes.
Gaffer tape fixes everything, that's a fact.
Apart from marriages.
Oh, I thought it fixed those as well.
Well, not really, because by the time you've bound and gagged them, they're really annoyed.
Life
I've
lessons.
heard that.
Yeah. Life lessons from Nick Damon.
Obviously, if it's consenting, it's fine. Terry Kennedy says, is this on TV as well? I don't think so. It can be on your TV though. If you have a PlayStation, Xbox, or computer, you just use the apps for YouTube, and you can see it in full 65-inch glory if you have a 65-inch glory TV. How big's your TV, Adam?
Good question. About 30 inches or so.
Is that all?
Is that all?
How big's your mummy and daddy's TV?
Slightly bigger. Substantial.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you were going to watch this in your downstairs television,
Yes.
it'd be 50 inches of fun, or do you think more than 50 inches?
I'm just a little bit uncomfortable with the term X amount of inches of fun.
All right, I'm sorry, I go metric, X amount of centimetres of fun then. I didn't realise you youngsters didn't like the use of the word inch. I'm very upset. Who's in this one? It's Heat 14. Getting very, very close to the real sharp end now. As MRC Utopia says, if you can't fix it with gaffer, well, then it is broken. Terry Katie's asking how we are. We are fine, if a little bit gabbly and babbly. So we've got Ben Williams, Philip Lafitte, Ryan Lee, Cog McKenzie, Jamie Clancy, Michael Todd, Lewis Jones, Ben Panic, Panic got it, Curtis Panic has got it, that one, Robin Fishcroft, and there we have Danny Choi, Edu Amiji, Misha Vidmar, James Vivo, and Rune Berget. I've got in capitals. Someone has written in capitals. Ben Williams, please. In capitals. Shocking. Shocking use of capitalisation, if you ask me.
Was the word please written out in full, or was it literally PLS?
Hang on. That's a really good question, actually.
Was it plus?
No, it was please.
Oh, it is please. Okay.
Yeah.
Ben Williams, please.
No, it's Ben Williams in capitals. They shouted, Ben Williams, please.
Ben Williams, please.
Like, Matt Damon, Ben Williams, please. Okay, so let's find Ben Williams, please. He's car number 1. The Welshman. Wasn't in the last one. He had a problem. I'm hoping he's in this one.
Yeah, he's definitely in this one. He's shown on the time screens.
This light is now really bad for my old age eyes. I might have to employ a spotter.
Well, me and
7,
Jan are now assisting.
2. Is it the blue one here? No, it's 5. That's 13. I haven't seen 1 yet. 11. There he is, the pink boy going round the S, waiting by the S works. There's Ben waiting to start his time. Big Ben Williams. So down the straight he goes. Whizzes it round the berm. I wonder how much faster that end of the circuit is with a berm rather than just like a hairpin. My guess is quite a lot. That should be interesting in finals, though, shouldn't it? They're trying to go around a berm off about 15 yards.
Yeah.
My guess is Carnage. His name is Carnage. So a bit of traffic in front of Williams now. He gets slightly hooked up with the 8 machine of Ben Panic. So a double Ben. Big Ben and Ben. Oh, never mind. I was working it so there the brain wasn't going to play with me. So Ben and Ben are going down the straight there. It would work better if one of them was called Bill, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh! Is he going to come out of there? The lack of interest by the marshal makes me think he's going to come out of that big hole, and it does. Nice bit of drive off the second part of DXR. The damage is done by the roll. This lap is gone, as are the previous 2, because it won't make 3 laps of any use with that accident. So he now needs to get 3 perfect laps.
And he's not going to do it driving like that.
Ryan Bourne says, what heat is this? This is heat number 14 of 18.
Plus the 4 heats for the electric buggies after that. But for the Nitro buggies, this is heat 14 of 18.
Yes, and then former. Right, someone's car 15, who is
Rune
Rune
Berget.
Berget, the other Norwegian. Obviously, we know that he's not Norwegian champion. He's just also ran in Norway. It's not even a top Norwegian. What number's next to his name?
15.
No, I meant the how far around the lap number.
52.
Oh, that means he's almost here. Is it that orange car? I think the orange car is it. Yeah, the orange car down the straight is the 15.
Paul's picked him up rather nicely.
Bright orange, can't miss him, coming towards us now, about to turn left. Oh, and doing a bit of oh, that's quite clever. And now he's got to try and get up that hill with no lead up. You could do that with an electric car, you can't do it with a Nitro, you need a bit of a chance to get the engine engaged. So he is now, have to wipe off that lap. This is Rene Berget of Norway. Now I know you're asking, what does Rene drive, Nick?
Nick, what does Rene drive?
See, he knew what to do. Frank couldn't do that. It's an S-Works with OS engine.
Thank you for that piece of information.
Which you asked for yourself.
Yes, I did. Rune, I should say.
MRC Utopia says, I love the work yours. I can't reread it out. They're being nice to me. But he just say, keep it up and cheers from Sweden. And a big shout out to all RC drivers. Out to the RC Massive. All staying in for the weekend. Now leading now, with a couple minutes to go, is James de Pivot, the young Guernseyman. He is car number 14 with, if I remember rightly, a bit of pink in it, but...
About a quarter of the way around the lap.
Machine. We are now perilously close to top drivers in 15, 16, 17 and 18. There he is, it's purple and white going through the S-Works now. Turning onto the saw corner, this is James de Pivot. Hops in, turns and goes under the loop. Now brakes under the loop. She went when he broke under the loop, that's weird. Nice clear of the corp with no name. Apparently it's Benny Hill, but I'm not calling it that. And the Agama. Don't know why, but that bit there, that bit of straight, that's my favourite bit of the track. The bit into the model. Oh dear, oh Lorks. Oh, and he landed it. Oh, 5.7 from the German judge for that one.
Good save.
See, all this bit, this is all really exciting and clever track, but the most simple bit I actually really like. So obviously that bit is interesting, and the berm's good. I will show you my favourite bit of the track, watching now with our purple machete friend.
Okay.
So you got James de Pivot. So when you come around this bit here, not from here, from here, there. They come flying over there, brake, and then turn sharp right. I think that's great.
The model tune section. That's a really good bit of track, actually.
Is my favourite bit. I mean, I'm probably now being laughed at by the 1/8 aficionado. Oh my God, you're liking the bit that's so simple. We can all do that. Even with 3 months old, we can do that. And
to be fair, have you seen how many people have misjudged the model tune jump?
Yeah, I like it. It's jumping, it's flying, it's braking, it's turning.
All in one.
Well, at various times.
All in one section.
You do all one at the same time, you're going to get a big mess.
Yeah, that would be difficult. Braking in the air, this would be difficult.
That is the one thing it's very hard to do, unless you had an automatic air brake.
Yeah. Now, I know they've got some pretty trick gear on those Rio spoilers, but I don't think they've quite got one of those
movable.
yet.
I think there still is a ban on a movable aerodynamic device, much as is say with F1. Anyway, so Mr. Pivot now is finished his time, and he's still leading. 1:35.6 is his overall time.
31.554, fastest lap over 1 lap. That's pretty good pace. If you string 3 of those together, consistently,
you get 34.5.
You do, and you also get pretty good pace for this contest, I'd say. Not too bad.
No, good. No, I'm not disagreeing with you. I was actually thinking a bit. Sorry, but I'll stop that now. Right.
Is that why I saw sparks coming out your ears?
Yeah, it was pretty much exactly what's going on. There's the results.
And the full rundown of the results for you then. James de Pivot has a good run there. Comes home with the win in that heat of practice. That'll be his final round of practice. And he goes in tomorrow looking pretty good. If he can run more 31.5s like that, then he's going to be a pretty decent Vettel, I've got to say. Ben Williams second, third for Lewis Jones. a British lockout. Then Michael Todd 4th, Philip Lutgert 5th, 6th for Kong McKenzie, 7th for Danny Choi, 8th for Panagiotis Terzis, 9th Jamie Clancy, and Mitchell Widmeyer completes the 10. Here's the remainder of that field, the final 5. Ben Panic, Rune Bergay, who we followed early on, Robin Frischkopf, Ryan Lee, and Edu Amejide completes heat 14. And now we're on to heat 15. It's these final 4 heats that we've been really emphasizing where a lot of the real pace is going to be. Now, we said back then in Le Fauveau is going to have to bring out the 31.5s consistently in order to really threaten at the top end if he's on that sort of pace. We're going to show you why from these heats onwards. 15 through 18 is generally where the very strongest contenders lurk. And here is your lineup for heat 15 of 18 for the Nitro Buggy class. It's Dennis Holding who will lead them away ahead of Alex Anapoliatakis, Ashley Owen, David Crompton, and Stefano Cantoni.
Well done.
The top 5. Thank you very much.
Excellent. I'm very impressed by that. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Anthony Conroy.
You didn't even take a run at it. Alex and
Yeah, there you go. It's just some names you click, you go with. Anthony Conroy 6th then. Bjorn Iver Haug 7th. 8th is William Skidmore. Joao Lopez will roll off 9th. 10th is Alvaro Mardones Cantera. There's 10 of the 15 starters. Here's the final 5. Carl Jackson, Marco Natale, Graham Miller, Sandro Bamer, and Burak Kilic.
I've just noticed there was obviously a bit of a track hold there because they've only just got the drivers up.
Yes, you're right. I wonder if there was some damage to one of the barriers somewhere around.
Cleanage or something. I don't know what it was. But yeah, a couple of minutes extra delay there. Not that it really matters in the scheme of things, but they just held for a couple of extra minutes while they were doing something.
Although I think we are moving a little bit back up on schedule, aren't we? Because we fell behind a little bit early on.
Where are we now? I know we're in Harper
Quarter to
Adams.
7 and heat 15.
Yeah, we are actually only 5 minutes behind.
That's pretty good, gotta say. I think it was a lot further down early on after, I think, some track issues earlier.
It's a very long day, regardless.
It
and this is why we have to build some flexibility into our timings for tomorrow.
Yes, yeah. The day of racing so long it breaks YouTube.
Yes. I don't think Ryan Lutz or thank you to JP Sweck to follow cars, but they're not actually in this heat, which makes it. Given the fact we are bears of very little brain, that does make it quite difficult.
That is pretty tricky. But I think Lutz is in heat
Please
16
follow,
17.
Yeah, 17. Yeah. Please follow people who are not in this heat. What we have to remember, you're asking for brain work.
From Nick at this time of the day.
I wouldn't put much money on it at 9 in the morning.
True. You get some from me after I've had my morning cup of tea.
I'm going to go and find a tie. I'm going to go and find a tie wrap actually, so I'll be back in a second.
That's a very good idea.
Don't forget number 4.
No. David Crompton, the man himself, as Nick goes to forage for bits of fixing equipment, things to fix things. I'm going to avoid also breaking the headphone jack. Reach for some water. Jan looks on a little bit bemused at everything going on. Don't worry, this is your standard first day at work for RCTV. He's back and he's found a cable tie to repair our headphone multi-jack, which is all sorts of bust right now. It's being held together with crossed fingers, I think, right now. It's going to be held together in a minute by crossed fingers and a cable tie. But in the meantime, we have 30 seconds to go before we get into this final round of practice, and the darkness has really come in over the facility. The sun is setting outside. It was well set by now, probably about 10 to 7. As I say, it'll be interesting on Sunday. And then, well, Sunday in particular, because by Monday we'll be finishing slightly earlier anyway, because we'll have the main final at around 5:30. That's when it's scheduled to do. But Sunday will be the interesting one because it will stay lighter a little bit better. And I think Nick has bodged a bit of a fix there.
I am Mr. Fix-It.
You're like the 80.
Yes, do you know what I am? Actually, we are like the 80 because Paul won't fly. So Paul won't fly. Go give me that plane.
Paul ain't getting on no plane.
He ain't getting on no plane. So there's 5 of us. So hang on. So who else from the A team? We've got George Peppard. Sadly, that'll have to be me because I'm the old one. So you're left with the geeky like mad technical one, and
I want to say Frank.
Starbuck out of Battlestar Galactica the first time round. Yeah, it's not working there, really, is it? I think we are. I think this, as a team we're missing a sex symbol, if I'm honest. obviously, when Matt's here, that role's gone.
Oh, the heartthrob.
Yes. A million middle-aged women can't be wrong. He's a cover model for Women's Realm. And he's done nude shots in People's Friend.
So Matt McCallum successfully bringing an entirely new audience to RC Racing.
Yeah. But he's not on air. So car 2 is who we've been asked to cover.
That'll be Alex Anapeliotakis.
That's probably why. Car 2 is just starting his lap, so be a while before he comes round to our cameras. Can Paul find car 2?
I'll keep an eye out for him.
He's looking down.
Maybe he suddenly realised he doesn't like flying, so now he's realised he doesn't even like heights either. Car 2, here we go.
There
coming
we go.
through
He's
the S-Work steps now.
He's yellowy green to blue, around on the saw corner now. This is
Alex Anapeliotakis.
So Alex is doing quite well then.
He is, yes. Mr. Anapeliotakis. I'm going to stack on that name so badly in a minute. Just at the moment I get cocky.
I'm just waiting for it, yeah. You spin off on the second syllable. Oh no, he's in the trees. Whatever, he just got completely... he tripped on the second syllable and it was it. It was on a slick of the third and the fourth. So he comes in now, Alex, and one of the cars just moved the broom.
No, that's inexcusable, really. One does not simply mess with a marshal's broomstick.
No. Who knows what might happen? There might be a bed knob near it. So a bit high up on the berm there. Alex is going round, but I'm not getting the impression he's going round at any great speed.
No, he's only showing 12th at the moment on the screens.
Last lap was a 34.5. Fastest lap in this one currently is a 31.8.
A 31.5 actually for Marco Natale.
Oh, man can read the screens.
The fastest 3-lap run so far will be Stefano Cantoni, 1 minute 37.2. I'd assume with those sort of lap times, Nick, you probably need to shave about a second off per lap to be in real top-end contention.
Well, to just keep on moving forward. Yeah, he's a little bit behind.
But in terms of this heat, it's good enough. Carl Jackson second, instead of David Crompton third.
We have got a request for David Crompton actually,
yes,
so we'll have to go and find Mr. Crompton. I can tell you who he is. I cheated and looked earlier. He's just going round the Agama, car 4, going round the Agama corner now, coming down into the Model Tune turn. He is yellow into purple with a yellow wing. Number 4, up and into the S-Works steps there.
There he is.
And then on the saw corner, this is Dave Crompton. Number 4 in heat number 15 with the radio, another one with the Radio Sistemi, the second person with the Radio Sistemi, the Reds engine.
Big air through the quad of many names, and a bit of contact now through top turn as well. So this sequence of laps is not going to go particularly well for David Crompton. He might have to reset at the end of this lap if he has time to. He might do. 1 minute 40 to go.
Yeah, you get 3 laps in that. You need 1 minute 35, don't you? Really?
Pretty much.
And of course you get the extra lap. It's like F1 qualifying where you have to start at a certain time, you get eliminated, and then you don't get eliminated, and they change the rules and change them back. The rules for this event are already written and will stay the same for the whole weekend.
Now that's a radical suggestion.
Hey, you know me, I'm out there on the edge.
Well, Marco Natale continues to lead overall in the number 12.
We should really try and find him, shouldn't we?
Yeah, we probably should.
What's his number? Not 12.
49%.
Right, he'll be here any second now. There he is. He's the orange and yellow car just about to go onto the saw. And he's now underneath Frank now. Orange and yellow. Yeah, 40 oddly, because that counting is behind reality. They're about 45, but they're about to pop into our view.
I'll just say, he was about to go on the saw there, did you say? Now that would be an interesting hazard to put in one of these Neo races.
More for the marshals, if I'm honest. I've fallen over on the saw. Why is there an Iron Maiden? Sure, Iron Maidens didn't exist. Did you know that? You know the Iron Maiden?
Yeah.
Never a real thing. Invented by Gothic Victorians.
And then popularised by Bruce Dickinson.
Well, popularised by all sorts of popular Victorian myth-making writers, yeah, but the Iron Maiden was never a thing.
Still a great metal band.
Oxymoron there, great metal band, but keep going. Unless you run to the hills.
Oh, I see what you did there.
Thank you very much. I'm here all week. Actually, I am here all week. Please tip the waitress try the veal. So with Marco Natale, who's leading this quite comfortably, only 135.9 for a 3-lap average. About 3 seconds off what it should be.
And we're coming to the end of the session now. That should be at conclusion. It should be him taking this one home, but I think you're right, Nick. We'll probably need a little bit more qualifying if he really wants to threaten the A main or the TQ positions.
Well, they're a second a lap, or at least 0.8 of a second a lap slower they need to be.
That's going to be difficult to find overnight.
Yeah.
But not impossible.
It isn't impossible, because it's virtually all of that will be in the sticks. It'll be the nut behind the wheel that's causing the problem. Obviously, I can say all this because I've experienced the same problems.
Yeah.
Of being the nut behind the wheel. So we are now right up to the gas now with the top 3 heats of the final round of practice in Nitro.
And there's your result from the heat just gone. Marco Natale, and Stefano Cantoni and Burak Kilic. 2 Italians there, 1-2. Carl Jackson and David Crompton. Top 5. 6th, Anthony Conroy. Sandro Bomer, 7th. Joao Lopez, 8th. William Skidmore, 9th. And Ashley Owen, 10th. And then your final 5. Graham Miller, Dennis Holding. Alvaro Mordones Cantera. Alex Anapoliotakis. Bjorn Eva Haug completes the line up there. And we'll move on in just a minute. Heat 16 of 18. We're into the final 3 heats of practice for the Nitros. The Nitro Buggy. And let's have a run through the starting lineup for you, shall we? Here's Milan Draglajovic, quite a few drivers doing the double duty. He's got a car out in the electric buggy class as well, which we'll see later on. Bradley Baird, Graham Alsop, Lewis Beach, Jonathan Skidmore, Ollie Curry, Danny Bernabe, Kevin Bronston, Tony Truman and Jeremy Pittay. There's 10 of your 15. And right here's the remaining 5. Simon Willits, Robert Gustafsson, Hannes Kaufler, who's been very popular today on the stream, Callum Niblit and Yael Zurfleur. There's your 15 that'll be rolling out for this Heat 16 of 18 in practice now.
Absolutely no one so far has troubled the top 20 for their 3-lap time. The best one so far in round 3 was Mike Lewis, a long time ago, who's currently sitting in 26th place. I think he was in Heat 10, so he was a long, long time ago.
Surely we'll see somebody start to threaten that order out here in Heat 16. You would imagine. These guys got to be getting to that level now if they really have ambitions on progressing to the A-main final on pace. Which of course there's a lot more to it than that. If you don't get the TQ and go through the lower finals, of course the qualifying all important in that it qualifies you into the least amount of lower finals needed.
Yeah, you get less. Actually, the better you do, the less value for money you get.
Yeah, basically.
But there's more chance you actually make it the main show.
Yeah, I always like talking with the TQ in the lower finals earlier in the day before the main final later, because they are the most relaxed yet the most nervous driver in the paddock.
Indeed.
Because not only do they relax because they don't have to go through the lower finals, but they're also nervous because they know they've got more time to sit around stewing on the fact that they...
Oh yes, they can blow it all. It was all there for me, and I've blown the lot of it. What a nightmare. So we do have a couple of requests for this event. So we have requests for Danny Burnaby, car 7. God knows whether any of those cars was car 7. That's definitely one.
Right, car 7 is currently, it's not showing progress because it hasn't started yet. Which is useful.
That's 3 and 5. That's 1 again, eh?
The difficulty of differentiating between 1 and 7. Especially
10,
through the haze of
2,
nitro fumes. 15.
4. Now you'll hear men read numbers.
Tonight, a man reads numbers.
It's number 11. There he is, little cheeky minx. No, it's car 1 again. Is it 7? Is that 7? It's a bad 7. So it's the car now going over the sore corner with the white nose and the red tail. Let's see if that is him. Oh, no, that was him. Right, Danny Burnaby's not really being covered, mainly because that wasn't him, by the way. He's not being covered because he's not put the right numbers on his car.
I'm not sure he's out there.
That would be ironic, to say the least.
But he's still not showing us completing the lap yet.
Oh well. How we laugh. He's not there. Okay, that's good. Right, so anyway, so the next one we were asked to show us car 6, which is Ollie Curry.
Now he is out there.
What
He's
number is
turning
he
laps.
on the thing? Where is he?
Who are we looking for, sorry?
Ollie Curry, car 6.
Ollie Curry, number 6. 17, 21.
Right, so he'll be here soon.
Sorry, he rapidly jumped up the time screen, so I lost track of where he was on the time screen. Looking for car
So Ollie
6.
Curry in car 6 is...
There he is. Yellow front end, bluish rear end, going over the S-Work steps right now. Through Saw corner. And
He's
flipping.
upside down. So you should be on that car, that's right, which is car number 6.
Do you think
Just
they crashed
coming
deliberately?
underneath, possibly underneath Frank now, with the white into blue, down the straight, round the berm.
Do you think they crashed deliberately to make sure we get them on camera all right?
My guess is no.
I'd assume not.
That would be a very limiting concept.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Ah, someone's lost. Come in. Let me hand the microphone.
Hello.
A man who's got completely lost and come to the wrong event is Tom Cockrell. Hello, Tom. How are you?
I'm alright, how are you?
Not bad.
You got a nice little tent set up
yeah,
up here.
more importantly, look, we've got a heater.
Ah.
So Tom Cockrell,
I'm going to be sat out there in the cold all day tomorrow.
are you doing commentary?
I am,
Don't
yeah.
shout because we end up hearing it.
Hey?
We'll hear it if you're shouting.
I don't. I get a bit excited at bump ups, but
Oh, you're not excited till Monday then?
no.
So I didn't realise you were here because obviously we all know you as a 1/10 person, a person of of electric fun. But now you've decided to come and do some nitro.
I'm not actually racing.
No, I know you're not.
I'm just here to waft
comment
around and take in the atmosphere and a bit of nitro fumes.
So many people don't know that for many years you were the development engineer for Schumacher Racing, and then you went to get a real job. How is a real job treating you?
Well, everyone in that office tells me it's not a real job. So
Right.
although I've stepped up in the world, well, in the terms of realness,
Yes.
still not quite made it to it real industry, but the job is really good.
So who do you work for?
It's a company called Manufacturing Technology Centre, and we make cool stuff.
Make cool stuff.
Yeah,
What, fridges?
planes, planes, cars, boats, you name it. We have something to do with it.
They've got a suitably neutral sort of name, which makes you think they're actually a cover for some sort of James Bondian company. It's all going on. We're going to, unfortunately, we'll cover what's going on, but thank you very much for chatting to us,
No
Tom, and
problem.
enjoy your commentary.
I'll see you through the day.
Thanks to Mr. Cockerell, British
to hear from him.
champion. And so Simon Willits is leading this one in car 11.
Should we find him?
Why ever not? He should be coming any second now. He should be coming near us.
11 are we looking for?
There he is, the all-white car, going round the S-Work steps now. Remember, there are 2 more heats to go of qualifying. And you probably heard the background noise increase because Tom's doing a bit of his commentary action.
Additional voice for those in the arena.
Where is it? My arena. Ah.
Callum Niblett has just jumped up to the top. Briefly, granted.
And Milan Dragovic is down at the top. So there's a British triumvirate at the top there with an Irishman, Bradley Bird, in 4th. Let's see if we can pick up Bradley very quickly. He's the blue and white car just about to go underneath Frank now because he was asked for last race. We missed him. There's Bradley Baird with the JQ. It was a JQ. I'm not really sure. It may have changed chassis actually. Yeah, it's Kyosho now. It was JQ for so long, he's now Kyosho with the Reds engine, Bradley. Ireland's premier racer of this class. Into all sorts of events we've been to. You know what we've not done this time, don't you?
What?
That.
Oh, yeah.
But once again, I blame Jam for that. He's supposed to worry, point at us like that. If he haven't got the timing, he point at us, go, where's the timing?
Frank's got that down to a T, I have to say.
Actually, now someone's saying that Bradley's now in a TLR, so he's now gone from JQ to Kyosho to TLR. It says Kyosho on the piece of paper, but he is running a TLR, and obviously the people who are looking will probably know. And Grant noticed the lack of the lap times. They're back again.
Well, there's the end of the session.
He is now running a TLR. Bradley Bird obviously has an inability to stay loyal to a chassis and has changed again. So I was following my piece of paper, and my piece of paper lied.
How dare it?
Oh, no, I can't believe it.
So your final result then, Milan Dragoslovic takes that out ahead of Callum Niblett. Now, those guys running around 135, 136, low 36 I should say, for 3 lap runs there. Cross 1 laps from 30, some brief dips into the 30s, but mostly a mid to high 31 seconds, which is kind of all right pace for the top end. If you want to be near there, then it's not a bad place to be. Simon Willett's 3rd, Bradley Baird 4th, Jeremy Pitte 5th, Tony Truman 6th, Graham Allsop 7th, ahead of Robert Gustafsson, Lewis Beach, Kevin Brunsden. And then the final 5, Hannes Kaufler, Ollie Curry, Jelle Zerfler, Jonathan Skidmore, and the guy we were looking for about 2 or 3 minutes, and then realised he wasn't out there, Danny Bernabe.
He did it deliberately. His mates, he probably broke down and he goes, "Oh, tell those idiots to try and follow me." All right, I will. I'd just like to say thank you to David Carr, who has posted a picture of his daughter, who is at best 9 months old, probably younger, being forced to watch us on a tablet rather than Peppa Pig or Dora the Explorer or whatever bright-coloured, shiny things small children like. So well done for indoctrinating her early. That's what we need to know.
We appreciate that very much. So on this starting lineup, it's heat 17 of 18. This is the penultimate one. And in this one we have Miguel Matias, Davide Ongaro, Ricardo Montero, Ryan Lutz. Now Ryan Lutz, people were requesting to follow him a little while back, weren't they?
Yes, completely too early, you're quite right.
Yes, well now he's here. Carl McBride is also there, along with Zach Ryan, Martin Wilanka, Joao Figueiredo, Marco Barufalo, and Joseph Quagreen. And then the final 5, Jorn Neumann, Renaud Savoya, Brian Baldo, Jack Embling, and Elliot Taylor.
You sounded surprised by Elliot Taylor there.
I don't know why.
And Elliot Taylor, like, oh my God, what's Elliot? Wow, it's Elliot. Whoa, amazing.
Oh my God, it's Elliot Taylor.
Like you knew him. Like he's like your old, oh, he's my old mate from Elliot, oh, he's a great, do you remember when Elliot is, oh, amazing.
Oh, Eltays.
Do you remember when he rented the wrong video? Oh, hang on, sorry, I realise now that I make myself sound incredibly old. Do you realise when he downloaded the wrong video? So again, they've held them a bit to clean the track out.
Maybe because they have a little bit of spare time to do so. We're on 7:05 now, so...
perhaps they're just trying to get a nice clear surface for everyone else.
Probably.
I'll make sure that's on now, look, see?
There you go.
So again, no one cracked the top 25 with the times in the last one. Well, actually, just Milan Dragovic was 25th. So the top 30 drivers, theoretically, are about to go out and try and improve their time. But I'm not overly sure whether the track hasn't got a bit slower. But we'll find out now.
I've got to say, there was only one car in the last heat that got into the high 30-second bracket. All the rest were 31s and up. So I would support your theory of the track not being as fast as it was earlier today.
So we've got a lot of requests now, so it's going to have to be quite a jumpy, bouncy thing.
Like a game of Mario.
Yes, because obviously tomorrow when it's qualifying, we might be a little more concentrating on who's going fast. But today, we will try and when we look round behind myself often enough, answer all your things.
Try and give power to the people.
Power to all your friends. Yeah, Cliff Richard, the Eurovision Song Contest entry. That's 73, might be 74. Yeah, you don't want the look that Johnson just gave me. It was like, oh my God, I'm going out with my senile grandfather. So let's take the leader. It's car 1, who's just coming round now. The first of that train. Paul is lounging about with his mask, doing nothing. That's Miguel Matias, that car 1. Down the straight now. Portuguese driver.
Paul sprung into action
Recently
now.
signed for X-Ray, the Ultimate Engine.
He did.
Very good English and quite tall, Miguel Matias. That's just advice to you if we get the RF cam working for tomorrow. Now, interesting, he is none of the driver we actually asked to cover was Miguel Matias, but hey ho.
Who are some of the drivers we were asked to cover?
Right, what I'm doing is I'm now looking for them.
Ah, I see. Very clever. And in the meantime, we've still got a minute to go of warm-up. This is heat 17 of 18.
So we were asked to cover Savoia. Now Renault Savoia is about to go underneath Frank now with the yellow into the orange into yellow car with blue. That's Renault.
There he is. Frank's picked him
Oh,
up.
it's dead car, dead car. Oh! Have we got that? We need to see that again.
Oh my goodness, another car ramped off him as well.
So let's have a look at that one again, because what happened there was it was an accident you could all see happening in advance.
Yeah, absolute anarchy.
As he comes round and
Sideways. Car's already stopped in the middle of the track.
straight, and I've hit him.
And
bad
then,
luck for Savoia there.
what's this after?
And then that's a brilliant ramp that was.
God,
Now
just
he
ramped clean off him.
He
That's
could have
spectacular.
cleared the whole thing there. So
Yeah.
that's not the best start for Savoia.
Could have ended up in the car park.
We pick up again underneath us here in the saw corner.
No damage on either car. Seems pretty impressive.
Yeah. Let's see if we can find Ryan Lutz, his car number 4. What number's next to him? Oh, we haven't started yet.
The long pause of observation.
The observation pause.
There it
There we
is.
are. Underneath us now, pink and blue. Turning round the saw corner. Underneath Frank as we speak.
Oh, and he's flipped.
Well, obviously, because we're looking at him. They hadn't actually started his time then, so he just got a ramp up. So Ryan Lutz with the Techno over the DXR double. Took a little bit of a kind of a skittish run up towards that. Turning sharply there, and now into the big hole. So Lutz working that car quite hard. Now, it'll be interesting, he was actually currently in 4th overall. It'll be interesting to see what he can do lap time wise. So Marco Bruffo's gone sub 31. Lutz's first time lap is a 33. That's not very good. 31. No, it's 31.4 there. So not where he want to be.
A little bit of an incident there for Lutz as I come up through top turn. And I'll tell you what, there's a couple more guys in this heat starting to break into the sub 31 second barrier, so I don't think the track's certainly not gained any speed. It might have lost some, but still speed in abundance out there for the top drivers. And I really think if you want to really threaten, you've got to get your lap speed consistently down in at least the low 31s at the very least.
So we've got a request for car 7, Martin Valanka.
27,
So he's
30.
coming towards us in a minute. He had a plain body shell earlier, but I think he may have done something else with it since then. But there he is now. He's just going right onto the saw corner now. He's blue into orange into yellow. Martin Valanka, the Austrian. Oh, he's upside down. He's all over the shop. He's not moving. So that went well for him. Actually, was that him or was that somebody else? Have I actually got myself confused about drivers there? Was that somebody else who actually ended up on his backside? It may well have been there. There were a couple of cars that looked very similar, very close. I do believe there should be a rule that every race is one solid colour each. Like greyhound racing. So Valanka's, oh, he's got a problem there. really not going very well. Well, I don't know who we're with, but it's not Rolanka. Anyway, right, let's try it. Let's go somewhere else. Carl McBride's our fastest driver. He's car number 5. So the Australian McBride is number 5. He's going to be coming towards us soon. There he is. He's the white into red car going onto the saw turn now and under young Frank at the moment. So that's our 5 car. Carl McBride, the Australian, with the Associated.
Currently leading and with a fastest 1 lap with 30.397. Fastest 3 laps as well, 132.022. That's pretty respectable pace, got to say.
Yeah, still not fast enough though. The 30.6 is okay, but the 3 laps needs to find another half a second. I mean, I think he's going to bump himself back up in the top heat.
That'll be interesting to watch as tomorrow goes on and evolves.
Not really sure how much of a they don't always do a massive resort. Sometimes if you're only like a heat out, they'll leave you where you are.
Yeah.
Whether it'll be a full you betcha resort, who knows? So McBride now, just finishing the lap and about to go down the main straight.
Yes, I think he's listening to you actually.
What, because that's what he's doing?
Well, he's got a 1 minute 31.655 now. He's improving his best 3 lap run, but problem is Ryan Lutz has just trumped him with a 131.5 over 3 laps.
Lutz is doing 30 and a half. He's done 2 of them. He did 34. His best is 30.425. His second best is 30.468. So that's what he called quite consistent. But you need to go about, the fastest lap is a 29.8 from Elliott Boots.
And that was in amongst a phalanx of low 30-second laps as well. So
we're now coming to the last lap. This is McBride's last lap when he finishes this one, which is not far away because he just has to turn around and jump up the absolute step up, turn through the steps and round. Oh, he's rolled over, but never mind. It probably isn't one of the laps that's going to count anyway. And he finishes heat 17. So we are now just waiting for heat 18, which is the final heat of the day. Oh, we've got JQ. I promise we'll do JQ in qualifying tomorrow. I'm sorry, everyone. We will. JQ. Sorry about that.
Sorry about that.
Mervelicious. Sorry, Mervelicious. I didn't do JQ. I was. Mervelicious, make sure you're here at about 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, or actually about 11, half 10 tomorrow morning, and we will have JQ on camera for you.
There you go.
JQ you to death, basically.
Right, let's show you the final results then from that heat. Ryan Lutz takes that in the end with a pretty good, solid 3-lap average. Good over 1 lap as well. Marco Barufalo actually took the fastest lap over 1 lap, 30.178. Now, if you can string multiple laps like that together, then you're going to be very, very tough to beat. Carl McBride second, Marco Barufalo third, Davide Ongaro fourth, Reno Savoia fifth, Jack Emmerling sixth, Joseph Quagrain seventh, Ricardo Montero eighth, Joao Figueiredo ninth, and Martin Hulanka complete the 10.
We're now getting threats about not covering JQ.
Oops.
It's the first time I've ever seen a flick knife emoji, I must admit.
That's a bit extreme. Zach Ryan, Brian Baldo, Miguel Matias, Elliot Taylor, and Jorn Neumann complete the 15, although Neumann was not actually out there.
Neumann did nothing. So again, maybe they're slowing them down the changeovers at the moment. I think they're just, as you say, getting a good chance for a good old sweep up. So we're about to start the final heat of practice for Nitro for today, and in fact forever, because we go to qualifying tomorrow.
We do.
So who's on there? And it is these people.
Ryan Cavalieri, Alex Zanchetin, Darren Bloomfield, Neil Cragg, Jared Thibault, Lee Martin, Martin Bayer, Elliott Boots, the holder of the fastest lap so far today, Oscar Baldo, David Ronefalk, who's been supremely quick in both classes today. And then the remaining 5, Robert Batley, Cody King, Ricardo Berton, Cole Ogden, and Carlos Dureyes completes a seriously strong 15 out there for this final heat of Nitro practice and our Nitro coverage today, our Nitro Buggy coverage on RC Racing TV today, presented to you by Saw, the TR5, Agama Racing, S-Works, Absolute Hobbies, and of course, NeoBuggy.net. We're going to have 4 rounds of electric buggy practice as well after this.
Yes.
Include all practice for the Neo 16 ever.
Ever,
As you say.
whatever, whatever.
Whatever, yeah. Because when we arrive here tomorrow morning, it'll be qualifying time.
It will.
And Jared Tebow is the man who currently holds the best 3-lap total at 1:31.0. Elliot Boots 1:31.5. Ryan Lutz is pinned into third there, 1:31.5, so he did go slightly faster. 1:31.6 for Carl McBride, so they're finding a small amount of speed, so perhaps the track isn't much slower, but they're obviously going quicker as well. So it's a kind of a, who knows which bit is it, but they've gone quicker if the track is saying the same. Is it still faster? There's so many questions that need answering.
I wonder if the
answering.
I wonder if the cooler temperatures are playing a part, help the engines run a little bit better.
Oh, I don't think that the difference between British cool and British hot will make a blind bit of difference.
Well, who knows? When it gets down to the finest of fine margins.
Yeah.
The field are about ready to be unleashed out of pit lane. And really, this field is such a stacked deck. I believe Nick made the point earlier about how most of this field out in this heat either have European and or World Champion trophies to their name. And the ones who don't, well, they're fighting to earn those trophies alongside them and be the latest to take those trophies. Well done.
Okay, get a prize for that.
Nicely done.
Got a number of requests. I may ignore them after being threatened earlier. No.
Who are we looking for first?
Let's see if we can find Cole Ogden. He's 14 and normally his car has purple in it. So it's number 14 of Cole Ogden. There he is. And he's just going over the steps now with a bit of fluorescent purple on the rear and up and underneath Frank at the moment. Yellow flanks to the car. Taking a bit of liberties there at that corner, Mr. Ogden, but he got away with it.
Nicely done.
So Cole, TLR and a Reds. TLR, Team Losey Racing chassis and a Reds engine. We haven't yet started yet, so the next time they come round, whoa, skipped over the top of Cavalieri there. We're with Ogden, who's just about to complete the lap. He comes down now. I think actually he will get caught. Yep, so the time starts, and he very sensibly brakes there to give himself some space from the cars ahead, gives him a little tiny bit of room. He's got Bloomfield all over him, and Bloomfield lands on him basically. Apparently Cole has now changed to Mugen, I've been told. So all sorts of chassis changes here, not reflected in the entry list. So it's Mugen for Cole Ogden.
We'll trust your up-to-date information in the feed comments. It's remarkable how all these cars just look so well balanced and well set, and at this point in time it's an issue of driver focus when they are just that close to the limit. The cars are looking good. They've had 3 rounds of tuning on them and are ready for qualifying tomorrow. There'll be very rarely you'll see any singling of the doubles we've got out there or anything like that. The angles are just so, especially here on Nick's favourite segment of the track, the model tune section. Through across the tabletop. Now the S-Works steps.
So the cars have actually managed to get themselves in a big line, which is a bit silly. They should be looking for some space. Obviously 15 cars is quite a high density. Cavalieri again comes in to take on some fuel even though the race has started, or take on a bit of tuning, I think, if he can. We've been asked to find Martin Bayer, the Czech driver.
He's in car number 7 and he's about halfway around the lap.
So we're seeing him any second now. There he is. He's the orange into blue car going over the S-Works steps now. Under Frank. That's Martin Bayer, of course, who is a European large-scale touring car champion and a European four-wheel drive electric off-road champion. Slightly different things.
Very much so.
And his brother, Alice Bayer, won that large-scale touring car championship this year in Austria with a great performance, a zero-mistake performance over half an hour.
That is quite incredible.
Immense pressure from the current Bernard Arnaldi, who was the reigning champion at the time. And you can see all that on RC Racing if you look on our archive. You can watch all classes of RC. As Martin has skipped out of that to get oh no, he's trying to find some space desperately there to get 3 runs. It's a very messy sort of heat this one at the moment with some of the cars in the middle.
It is. Everyone's sort of tripping over each other, trying to avoid each other. They're only bringing them closer together. Up through top turn now. Down to the model tune section. Over the jump. Very smooth, very nice. It's almost a thing of beauty when you get it right like that. But it can get pretty horrendous when it goes wrong.
Okay, our next target is Lee Martin, the British multiple European champion again at electric off-road drive. But here he comes. He is car
number 6.
He's just going onto the S-Works steps now. It's blue into orange. There's probably quite a few people going to take liberty to that bottom corner.
They really
and
are.
onto the straight he goes now. Goes a bit wide. See how high he goes up on the berm. And Martin, the master of electric off-road, he managed to pick up another European title in two-wheel drive. I say just up the road, but it's across the country actually, near Newark in Nottinghamshire in the summer. To add to I think about 5 or 6 he already has. Four-wheel drive went to Michael Lowski, of course. And prior to that, Jorn Neumann, I think, won 3 out of 4.
It's Elliot Boots, unsurprisingly, to the top of the table. The man with the fastest... In fact, the man with the fastest lap right now is currently shown as David Ronefalk with a 0-second lap.
That's a brilliant lap.
Oh, that is amazing.
That is an absolutely fantastic lap.
He's gone so fast, he's achieved the singularity.
Interestingly, Boots is now the fastest of the day. He's beaten the 131 by for 3 laps of Yared Thibault with a 1:34.75. So Boots showing some stringing together the laps, and he's managed to put a decent time in. We're still looking at Martin. Let's see if we can drift back to Neil Cragg. I've been asked for. He's just starting his lap, so Neil Cragg will have the yellowy orangey car. Just follow him for the last minute or so. World champion in electric off-road in 2005, sorry. There he is. Car 4, orange, going on the S-Works steps now and turning round onto the saw corner, yellow into orange. More simple, like a simpler body shell normally. It's a bit more, not a very solid orange there. There's a lot of yellow into orange cars, it doesn't help. But that one there, about to go over the DXR double, is Neil Cragg from Great Britain. He was moaning on Facebook yesterday that he had to take the train to the event. His dad had gone a day earlier in the caravan. Now Adam took the train to Milton Keynes and I drove him here. I chauffeured him here from Milton Keynes.
Well, you offered. I wasn't going to turn it down.
I know. To the person I am.
Well, coming quickly towards the end of the session, it appears to have gone by in an absolute blink of an eye. I wonder if that's because of the sheer pace that's been putting out there. Elliot Boots with the 29.5 fastest lap and a 1:30.4 fastest 3-lap run.
Elliot Boots has got some serious speed. He is the fastest person out there by a very large margin.
Yeah.
So Boots has taken this one, and whilst Adam sticks on the results, I will try and find the actual end result of qualifying.
Okie doke. So here we go. Here's your final result from that heat. Elliot Boots with an absolutely phenomenal run through that heat with a 1:30.4 in the end. Takes now also with a 29.5 fastest lap. Cody King second. Ryan Cavallari in the end third. After all those stops for refuels and fettling of the engine. Robert Batley, 4th.
It's still Bataille.
Bataille, sorry. Bataille, I will get that. There we go. Neil Cragg, 5th. Darren Bloomfield, 6th. Lee Martin, 7th. Alex Zanstein, 8th. 9th is Carlos Durias. And Jared Thibault down in 10th.
So the overall standings at the end of practice, which mean nothing, but that's what it is. Elliot Boots, best 3 laps, 1 minute 30.47. Half a second ahead of Jared Thibault with a 131.09. Cody King was third with a 131.1. Ryan Lutz is fourth with 131.5. Ryan Cavalieri is fifth with 131.5 as well. 131.6 for Carl McBride, a 132.0 for Cole Ogden in seventh. Marco Bruffalo is eighth overall with 132.0. Another 132.0 but slightly less, Robert Bataille in ninth, and a 132.1 for Neil Cragg in 11th. Ronald Falk 12th, Bloomfield 13th, Martin 14th, Renaud Savoy is 15th. So that is practice done for Nitro. The air will slowly clear and we will have some lovely, quiet electric cars.
Yes, we will.
How super.
Wonderful to see and hear, because the haze will clear out of the arena and the sound will die down significantly, which is really a good thing, considering how long we've been on the air today. So Didier Ho roll off the start of this 4 heats of practice 3 for the electric buggy class, with their coverage on RC Racing TV, presented by ModelTune.com. And Didier Ho will roll them off. Mitchell Whitmire second. Third will be Ben Turner. Mark Rumble fourth. Fifth for Birkan Kilic. Sixth for Robin Frischkopf. Seventh, Max Hess. Andrew Rennick eighth. Ian Thompson ninth. And Yanis Perikianakis 10th. There's 10 of you drivers. And here's the other 5. Zacharias Vilala-Nilsson, John Hazelwood, Milan Draglovic, Scott Walker and Frederick Cederberg. There's your runners for the first heat of 4 practice. Final round of practice for the electric buggy class here at the Neo 16. Presented, as I say, on RC Racing TV via ModelTune.com and great folks at NeoBuggy.net. Nick, do we have any requests for people to follow in this heat? Not a diddly bird right now. So, let us know if you do have any. These will probably be one of your last chance to do so. We might be able to have some room tomorrow in qualifying. Or if your driver's doing well, then we'll follow them anyway, because that's just what we're doing. But as things slowly start to ramp up in seriousness, don't start yawning. You're going to start making me yawn in a minute. As things start to ramp up in seriousness across the weekend, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. So if there's some personal favourites of yours that you want to see get some TV time, let us know, and we'll do our best to do that for you. I'll say some of these guys will be doubling up across the classes. We've got a minute or so of warm-up left to go. So let's put those on the screen, shall we? There we go. These are your final 4 rounds of practice for the day in either class. Neo Buggy will have that lineup. Clock ticks down and haze slowly clears away a little bit in the air, and it is basically like night and day up in here in terms of the sound. Not quite in terms of the speed. They're almost on par, if not slightly ahead of the Nitro runners, these electric buggies. Some serious performance in them, and I'll tell you what, it's wonderful now that the loudest thing in the arena is the tannoy announcer, just off to our left outside of the crow's nest. Makes a pleasant change. Now, coming down into the final few minutes of practice, and I sense that Paul will be on his way back soon, as his duties on camera 2 are done for the day. And so, we get into it. Begins. Didier Ho lead them around. We'll see who's the early pace setter. Hard to get any sort of read on pace, obviously, just yet. I've not set any laps yet. So it's when the session has not yet begun as well. You'll see the clock in the top right moving around all over the place. And when it starts ticking down consistently, will have been when the last car will go across the line to start his lap. So it should be now by the looks of it. Unless anyone's been particularly hanging back on the start. I'm just doing some aerobic stretching up in here to get us through the final half hour or so of the show today. This is only Friday as well, you realise. 3 days, although I'll say Sunday might be a little bit nicer because it won't feel as late because the sun will be up slightly later as well, which will be nice. But Monday will be the one where things get really serious. And I guess, well, I know this for sure, as soon as things start to get more and more serious, things start to really pick up in terms of pace of the day, in terms of things rattling along, results coming along quickly that really have an impact on the progress of the event of the weekend, and our progress towards finding a winner in the Neo 16 event, both for the Nitro and electric buggy classes. Now early on, Zacharias Villalba-Nilsson was the early leader, his multi-car car, but he is now stranded at the final corner. I think it's actually flamed out as Paul returns from the second crow's nest. And Milan Dragslovic has taken an early lead, ahead of Mark Rumble, Berkan Kilic as well. We're just waiting for laps to come through until we see who to really follow here. At the moment, we're following the number 14 car, Scott Walker. He goes through Saw Corner. Well, that's the alternate line. Marshall looks a bit bemused. Nearly hit him in the back of the head, which is not very nice. So early on, it looks like Berkan Kilic has the early pace, and he's in car number 5. He'll have probably come around to finish his lap now. I think he's kind of going down the main straight now. I'll wait until I've got a positive ID on that, until I tell Frank to track him down. At the moment, still following Scott Walker. Walker makes his progress through. Just looking for Berkan Kilic, the number 5 car. There it is, the white into orange car. He's going through the S-Works steps now over Saw Corner. White into orange car, mainly orange car. Dominantly, there he is. Berkan Kilic, who's been one of our top runners so far. He's just been pushed down to third a little bit. And has just gone back above Mitchell Widmeyer. Those two dueling away for positions. He just had to avoid a stricken car there. I think that was number 3 in front of him, Ben Turner. Just ahead of him. And onwards he goes on a good early stretch of laps. A best lap of only 32.1 so far, with a 138.3. And Milan Dragslovic is really putting in some phenomenal early laps here. Well, some pretty good stuff for this heat anyway, to get the early advantage going in the electric class. And it's Mitchell Widmeyer, the fastest one lap of the session so far, 31.185. Two cars side by side in the air, a little bit of contact in midair there between number 5 and it was number 7 of Max Hess. But they both continue without too much trouble. It's not often you get away with mid-air contact like that. Very, very rare indeed. So as Berkan Kilic continues on, you can have a look from Milan Dragislovic, the number 13 car. I think it's the car coming through the Saw curb now, right beneath Frank's camera position. White into maroon kind of car. And on the main straight now, through the burn. I think that's fairly certain that is Dragislovic. As you have multiple incidents down in the, we had multiple incidents down in the DXR doubles. Car flamed out down there as well. They go through top turn. And we're watching Dragislovic continuing his way. Yes, that is indeed car number 13. Who's leading rather handily at the moment. His fastest 3 laps, which has got a request to follow car number 5, Berkan Kilic, who we have been following quite a bit in the session. But we will return to him at the request of our viewers for the final minute or so of this heat. Where is Kilic on the track? He's just starting a lap, so I think he's in the early part of the... He's in very much the early part of the track. Milan Dragislovic still running hard. The number 5 car, Berkan Kilic, we're on the lookout for now. Might be Kilic coming through now. Yes, the white and orange car. We've followed him already. He's just coming through the S-Works steps now. And then the saw corner. White into orange car. There he is, right there. A little bit of camera time. Additional camera time at the end of the session. It looks like he's locked up a solid third in this practice session. Behind Mitchell Widmeyer. And Milan Dragoslovic, who Dragoslovic has looked very strong in this. He's been 1.2 seconds up in terms of fastest 3-lap runs. He's not been the fastest over 1 lap. That's Mitchell Widmeyer, but it's across the 3 that counts in practice. So that's where he's made up the hard yards in this section. And that's the end of the first heat of 4 for the EL Buggy class. So let's have a look through the finishing results for them, shall we? Yes, I think that's a good idea. Milan Dragoslovic takes it out then, fairly comfortably, ahead of most other people in there. And Mitchell Widmeyer second then, just ahead of Birkan Kilic third. Max Hesse fourth, fifth for John Hazelwood, sixth for Frederick Cederberg, seventh for Mark Rumble, eighth for Scott Walker, Ben Turner ninth, Ian Thompson completes the 10. Didier Ho, Zacharias Vilama Nilsson, Robin Frischkopf, Andrew Rennick, and Yanis Perogianakis, 2 guys there at the bottom end who did not take part in that session at all. And a couple of those guys there only ran 2 laps, so either they were fairly happy with how their setting was, they didn't think they were going to improve much, and rather get ready, get some rest, and get ready for tomorrow's qualifying trials and tribulations. Let's get ready for Heat 2 of 4. To conclude today's action, it's been a long day, but it's been a fascinating day in terms of working out the early runners and riders. It's been interesting studying the setup, studying which guys are fast out of the box, which aren't, which ones have come good across the session. And to be honest, our early form, the early form man, certainly in the Nitro class, Elliott Boots, you've got to look to him as going into tomorrow's qualifying with the momentum. And David Ronefalk, I've got to say, has been very strong in this category as well, in the electric class. But there's 5 rounds of qualifying to do across Saturday and Sunday. And we also have tomorrow's fun exhibition finals, if you will, the oldies final, the juniors final, and the dash for cash, which will be really entertaining to watch. But after Sunday's 5th round of qualifying, only then will we really have a firm indicator of who's in with the best shout to win. It'll be fascinating to watch it unfold. Here we go, the latest heat out there. This is Heat 2 of 4. Michael Todd leads out Jamie Clancy, ahead of Jonathan Skidmore. Ollie Curry, Carlos De Reyes, Stefano Cantoni, Danny Choi, Ben Panic, Burak Kilic, Hannes Kaufler. There's 10 of your 15. Here's the other guys. David Crompton, Lewis Jones, Tony Truman, Jack Embling, and Rob Racy are your squad for this one. 90 seconds to go before their heat begins. Warm-up underway. Just observing if there are indeed any requests for guys to follow in this race. I don't think there are any at the moment. I'm sure if there's any guys who want to follow in this one, I'll be happy to oblige. We'll do our best to anyway. Frank out in District 9 right now. Not quite as cloudy. I love the fact that how quickly the both the rigging in my ears and the smoke in the arena dissipates after the Nitro classes go away. How quickly it returns as well when they do come out, but I'll have a little bit of peace and quiet for the end of today. As peaceful as electric buggy racing can be, it's peaceful on the ears, it's still not peaceful on any of the senses because it is still fast and furious and very much intense. It is great racing provided, and I'm sure we'll have plenty to talk about as we move through qualifying tomorrow. Remember, qualifying tomorrow will be on the air starting at, I believe, 9 AM. Is that correct? On air at 9 AM. If we run on any earlier, we would break YouTube. That's a fact, ladies and gentlemen. So we're on at 9 AM for the first rounds of qualifying. 3 rounds of that tomorrow. And then our exhibition finals, the oldies final, the juniors final, and the dash for cash. Sunday, we complete qualifying with 2 additional rounds. And then we start to have our lower finals. We have some of the e-buggy finals, these cars that you'll see out here on the track. We also have some of the lower finals for the Nitro buggies. Then Monday, it is finals day of the Neo. And by that stage, we'll be really careering towards the sharp end of this contest. And we will decide our champion in the e-buggy class at around, I think, midday or so on the Monday. And then at 5:30, the scene will be set for the grand final of the Nitro buggy class. The Neo 16 will come to its spectacular conclusion. For now, we have 3 more rounds of practice to go here, which we're in the middle of one right now. And then we have, well, it'll probably be maybe another pizza or so from the Union Bar here at the Harper Adams University that have been great hosts for this event, both at this venue, allowing this great facility to be built here, this great track to be built here, and also the hospitality and places to stay for the event. So early doors, it's Jack Embling who's leading this one. The number 14 car, which I believe Frank may have picked up already because he's just that good. Yes, he has. Jack Embling. The bright orange car right in the middle of your shot there, you'll see it. Fairly hard to miss, let's be honest. Powering round onto the main straight now. Instant acceleration out of those electric motors, really giving them somewhat of an advantage. I say somewhat of an advantage, it's not a huge one over the Nitro buggies, but it's just been enough to make the comparison between the lap times very, very close indeed. There's been barely anything splitting the two. So Jack Embling continues on the orange car. Bright orange number 14. Rattles on. And then through the berm, first corner, through the quad of many names. It has been given many names today, including Benny Hill, strangely enough. But Jack continues to lead in this heat. Coming down about halfway through. Coming down to halfway through in about 20 seconds time. Tony Truman is second instead of Jonathan Skidmore. In third, Jamie Clancy and Stefano Cantoni round out the top 5. Spectacular airtime in the corner of no name there. One car goes flying. It wasn't Jack Embling. He gave that car a bemused look and continued on his way through the model tune section. And this middle bit over the Garma tabletop. The S-Works steps. And saw corner. It's multi-apex, multi-jump segment. It's the penultimate area to complete the lap. As the car goes barrel rolling down the straight, right in front of Jack Embling. It's all happening literally around Jack Embling. And now it is happening to Jack Embling. I was going to say that camera curse was not going to, he was not going to be immune from that camera curse forever. But for now, he's certainly proving to have enough 3-lap speed. Here, it's only a 134.6. It won't be the biggest gain. It won't be the biggest or the fastest around here. But his 1-lap speed is not a million miles off. And in fact, the fastest 1 lap is held by Jamie Clancy on a 30.8. Instead of a 30.9 for Jonathan Skidmore. It's a 31.2 for Jack Embling, sorry. But it's his 3-lap speed that counts. As he come down into the final minute or so now. We have Tony Truman in second. Let's see if we can pick up Tony Truman now. Where's he in the lap? Tony Truman in the number 13. I think he's probably coming through the final section of the track now. Frank, stay with Jack Embling. Some cars already leaving the pit lane area. That's probably Hannes Kaufler on one of them anyway. Jonathan Skidmore now jumps to the top. He's car number 3. whether he's about to spring a late surprise of some sort. So, in fact, Jack Emling has now taken the fastest one lap with a 30.366. Yeah, Jonathan Skidmore now coming through the S-Works steps and now over Saw Corner. Round to the final section. He's in the, he's wheeling the orange into blue car, going down the main straight now. And at the moment, he is top of the times. Looks like it might well stay that way unless someone puts in a really fast last 3 laps, which is exactly what Jack Emling's done. Starting out with that lap record, or this record for this session, 30.366, ending with a 1 minute 31.998. A pretty good 3-lap run in the end. And that's a very good way to conclude the session. We jump up like that. Pretty good 3-lap speed overall. So, here's your result from Heat 2 of Practice 3 for the electric buggy class. Jack Emling, Jonathan Skidmore, Tony Truman, Jamie Clancy, and Burak Kilic. The bottom half of the top 10 is Ben Panic, Lewis Jones, Stefano Cantoni, Michael Todd, and Ollie Curry. Then your remaining 5, Carlos de Reyes, Danny Choi, David Crompton, Rob Racy, and Hannes Kaupler, who we saw leave the scene early, to retire back to the bunkers and work on the car overnight for tomorrow. As we get into the qualifying sessions, as I say, the event will really start to pick up pace through the qualifying sessions, where we really start to read a lot more into speed and results and times. Things will start to pick up steadily, particularly from Sunday onwards, when we start to move out of qualifying into those early finals. That's when things really start to gather pace and will start to snowball towards the conclusion of this event. For now, we have just the 2 more practice sessions to do today in the electric buggy class. The coverage of it here on RC Racing TV, presented by ModelTune.com, as well as the NeoBuggy.net crew. And away goes Heat 3. So let's show you the lineup for them. Zach Ryan will lead off Lewis Beach, Oscar Baldo, Kevin Brunsden and Joao Figueiredo, Martin Walanka, ahead of Danny Bernabe, Joseph Cogreen, Ryan Baldo, and Marco Barufalo completes 10 of the 15. And the final 5, Davide Ongaro, Miguel Matias, Cole Ogden, Miguel Izquierdo Rodriguez, and Nuno Casal Ribeiro. There's your 15 for Heat 3. And they'll have 90 seconds to warm up here. It feels like they have slightly shorter time to warm up, although it might be my imagination. Maybe it seems to start earlier.
No, it's less time.
It is less time. It did feel to me
they're
like
electric cars, so they don't need to warm
they
up
don't
their
need to warm
engines
up
or
as
anything
much.
else. The other thing, you were slightly criticised at one point for using the term flame out.
Was I?
Yes.
I apologise. What was
no,
the correct term?
Well, an electric car isn't going to flame out, is it?
Oh, I thought I used it during one of the Nitro class heats.
Doesn't matter, I'm joking. They might thermal out, but they won't flame out.
Buzz out?
Buzz out, yes. Buzz off and buzz out, you cad. They're all squeaking around now, aren't they, at the moment? Have you got anyone asking for anybody in this one? Hang on. Dave Ronafalk is top at the moment, did you know that? Got follow.
I did not know
Hang on, we've got to follow. Yeah, JQ's car 8. Otherwise, we'll get shot. See if you find the Quagri machine there at where is it? That's 40. No, number 8. Where's number 8?
I mean, that is the ultimate question.
Well, there's many other ultimate questions in fair. Where is number 8 is not the ultimate question. It's an question. No. Come on, number 8. Where are you?
Come in, number 8. Your time's up.
Time's not started yet. There he is. Bright green pleasure machine about to go round the S-Works and up through the Saw corner. It's the more green, the leading green car there. JQ with his never-ending supply of fans within the chat room of our particular stream.
Very rabid fans by the sound of it.
Well, I wouldn't want to assess their infectious level.
Threatening us with flick knives would be fairly...
I made that up. That didn't actually happen. I made it up.
Well, you can get emojis for anything these days, so...
That is true. Oh my god, I got an emoji for anything, darling.
So JQ, at the moment, up in third. That's only after one lap, though, so give them a few more laps.
Then he'll put 3. He's in a great bunch of traffic. That's the problem.
Yeah.
He's not getting a free run with the JQ car. I know that JQ's running a JQ car. I know that. I think he's got a Reds motor as well. As he comes up the inside there, has he got clear run? Oh, he took a little bit of barrier there, and the car spun in front. Kind of a massive problem. Now, right, you've got some free mud in front of you now. You've got Clay to the front of you, Clay to the back of you, and somehow you've managed to lose momentum, and lose position.
Losing track position when track position is all key, never an ideal spot.
Well, the next thing really to do is just forget about it and go back a bit.
Yeah.
There's a kind of a row going on here with several of the cars, between the two and the two of Lewis Beach.
They're racing drivers against their very nature to give up a position.
But see, that you have to race with your head sometimes, Adam.
Indeed, indeed.
It's important to race with your head sometimes.
Yeah, agreed.
Who else have been asked to cover? Some goes. Follow anyone Portuguese. All right. Car 5, How Figueiredo. Where is he at the moment? He's coming up in front of us. There he is. He's the yellow and orange car right underneath us now. He's yellow. He's orange.
There he is going through the top turn, a little bit of contact at the top end though. See, that's smart. That's what he was doing, what you were suggesting before. Just let them through.
Do that. That's Figueiredo from Portugal. How car number... when you got the wrong piece of paper on, it's... Figueiredo is with the Kyosho.
Prepared to be immediately corrected because he's probably changed to something else.
Yeah. They're so promiscuous, these racing drivers. So leading at the moment is David Ongaro in the number 11 car, but he's gone past us a second ago.
Just keep a close eye out for that number 11 car.
Well, he's going to come around in a second. Any minute now he'll be here. As in, here he is now, orange into white, onto the S-Works steps and through the Saw sweeping corner, hopping underneath us now and going past the loop and onto the main straight. Track beginning to show quite a few signs of wear in various places.
I'm surprised.
Berm. Nice jump over the quad with no name up to the DXR doubles around the Agama, avoiding the little extra sock just there. Well, he didn't quite avoid the sock, avoiding the tyre of doom, tyre of circular destruction.
You make it sound like an arena hazard from Robot Wars.
Yes, it is. They want it back now for the new series. It's the wheel of a Reliant Robin from 1974.
And now Ongaro getting involved. Oh dear, a bit of a tangle at the final corner there.
Ongaro in tangle shock. So this is the towards the end of the penultimate heat of the day. Just remind you, we'll be back at 9 o'clock in the morning UK time, which is 10 o'clock in Europe, early in the morning in America, middle of the afternoon in Bangkok, and late in the evening in Australia, depending which bit of Australia you're in. And other time zones are available. And the race is declared over.
That'll be it. That'll conclude. The clock's counted down to 0. And Davide Ongaro.
Davide Ongaro wins. Cole Ogden second. Oscar Baldo third. Win. Just got the best times. 1:31.8 for his 3 laps. 1:32.4 for Cole Ogden and 1:32.5 for Oscar Baldo. Here are results for you to see for yourself. As you can see, some people did 10 laps, other behind people did 9 laps because they did their 3 fastest laps faster than the guy. Anyway, you've been here 3 days, for the top 3 days, been here for several hours, you know how it works.
Is that how long it feels like we've been here already? Got 3 more days to go.
I know. It gets easier after it starts to count for something.
I know. Does it, as things start to count more for something, does that mean we stop talking high pitch?
No, get higher.
No. By the time we get to the A main final on Monday, we'll be talking like this.
No, only backs will be able to understand the commentary. They'll be going, for goodness sake, stop commentating. I'm trying to catch a flipping bug on the wing. Oh, but really, is Elliott Boots leading? How exciting. Obviously, they're camp bats. So this is the top electric heat, and they'll recognise many of the names. Robert Bataille is in 1, Carl McBride is 2, Jorn Neumann is 3, Ryan Cavalieri is 4, René Savoy is 5, Darren Bloomfield is 6, Martin Bayer is 7, Elliott Boots is 8, Lee Martin is 9, Alex Antotin is 10, Ricardo Berton is 11, and David Ronnefeldt, who is 12th, is currently the fastest. Cody King 13, Yara Thibault 14, and Ryan Lutz is in 15th.
The thing is, this could basically be Nitro Buggy Heat 18.
Yes, it could. You're absolutely right.
Very few drivers in there that I can note.
Now, we've got a note here.
Have we?
Twisted Blades video. Is the whole race going to be broadcasting like this? Now, is that, oh my God, your broadcasting is so good, or oh my God, what are those 2 English idiots wittering on about?
I'm hoping the former.
Yes, Twisted Blades video, it's all going to be here and it's all going to be free.
Yes.
Whether or not you like our commentary, nah, not so. Well, I am. Obviously, my sad, overindulgent ego is bothered, but I'm going to say I'm not bothered now. And I'm being pointed at to take off this from the thing and put this thing on instead.
You're going to say you're not bothered, and then over a pint of Guinness after the broadcast is over, you'll cry, yeah?
Cry. Like a little girl. In fact, actually, I think little girls and little boys cry the same amount with their babies. That's one for the parents out there.
Hey. Where the parents at?
Yes. Just, we've all got jobs at the end of this.
Yeah.
We're not all going home.
I know.
Oh, actually, you're doing one of the jobs.
Well, Adam's leaving all his stuff around.
I know.
I figured I might as well
Yeah, I would as well. Adam.
Yes, all of those bottles are clearly mine.
Well,
every single. The Diet Coke definitely
The vodka's
wasn't.
yours. The gin's yours. The dark rum. Who's the dark? Oh, that's yours as well, apparently.
No. My Jack Daniel's in the corner. That's mine.
Oh, right. It's the baby sham that's yours. So let's pick up a car. Any car, Jan, who you can choose. Which one is it? It's that one. Okay. And I've missed the number. Oh, I think that's the colours of Cody King. I might be wrong. I think it's blue actually in that one. No, it probably isn't actually. I think it might be Ricardo Berton. Let me see what it comes underneath us. I'll just randomly mention names so I can read the number. So here we're with the little yellowy car. It's 11. It was Ricardo Berton. See, right second time. The Italian. Here was some stopping. Interesting combination in these races. Some of the cars are pretty much just converted 1/8 Nitro buggies. Others are bespoke electric buggies, written with different chassis and very narrow ones that take advantage of the different packaging you can get with electric motors. And of course, There's a school of thought that centralising the weight is the thing to do.
What are your thoughts on that school of thought?
Theoretically, but there's more about balance than centralising.
That's true.
Because there are advantages. Don't forget, in all cars, there are advantages and disadvantages to roll. You get roll can induce grip. Now, everyone thinks, oh yeah, I want to have stiff anti-roll bars, not have any roll, but actually controlling the roll is the key point.
Well noted.
So we've still with Montero. Drop back one car, and that will be Ronafalk car 12 in the green-tailed machine with the black wing. He was our fastest qualifier after 2 rounds. And he just dropped to 39. We've seen 29.8s and 29.5 from Ronafalk last time round, and a 29.8 the previous time. So he's doing some pretty impressive times here. Hasn't done 3 laps yet. He's doing the first 2 have been very quick, so if he can do one more quick one, he's cementing his position near the top of the table. Here he comes, up and out the hole. Sharp with dropping 2 wheels. So this is the 3rd lap of his 3 completed by Ronafalk, and that clips through as a 29.7, so he has a 1:29.1, and he is comfortably by 1.2 seconds ahead of the field. So Ronafalk definitely setting the pace here, the young Swede. For this, the final practice for, watch out for the marshals, about 100 of them there. The final practice of the day. Of the sportingly car 10 of Alex Anchetin there, just brake to let him through.
Very nicely done. No need to risk anything right now in practice.
No.
The battles for every inch of the track will intensify, particularly on Sunday through the heads-up races, but even in qualifying a little bit. But there's a lot more give and take here, mainly because it benefits both sides a lot more, I think. Ronafalk continues on. And I'll tell you what, he's been pretty much the class leader over in the electric buggy class. He's been very strong in the Nitro buggy, don't get me wrong, but in electric buggy he's really come alive.
Are you positive about that? Yeah. Anyway, there will be several other bad jokes about electricity later in the weekend. You can, if you want to complain to your MP about it, don't bother. So Ronafalk completes his 5th lap. Let's see if we can find somebody else. Where is Ronafalk at the track? He's there. I'm trying to find car 1. Let's pick up car 1 of Cavalieri. He's just about to go underneath you. He's yellow, purple into yellow there. Oh, sorry, 1 of Robert Battle. Sorry, it's Battle in car 1. There you go, down the straight now, yellow and red. He's the second of the cars, 3 cars over the DXR. There he goes, hopping up, lands it. Any second now he's going to do the DXR. So Battle currently running in 5th Spaniard in this heat. Now it's back a bit of traffic. And a car that looks slightly strange. I don't know whether it's got a strange body shell on it. I don't see straight his handle. Oh, it's there. He's got the way it's painted. The way it's painted makes him like he's running sort of spats behind the front wheels. But it's just an optical illusion of masterful airbrushing, which Frank knows all about.
Nick, brief question.
Yeah.
What differences are there, if any, between the body shells of a electric buggy and a nitro buggy in the same scale?
Well, unlike touring cars and some of the racing you do, where one body shell fits all cars,
yes,
these body shells are all actually tailor-made to the individual chassis.
Okay.
They may have a couple of subtly different. They'll fit the under tray exactly, and they'll fit the points. They are all slightly just to be custom fit for the car. So they will have a design, and like all of them, the aero is supposed to play a big difference. And you have different, and obviously you need a combination of aerodynamic pressure, and you need to and also you need to get cooling into these cars as well, because the electric cars produce a lot of heat. And as you know, with the nitro cars, they have big cooling fins on the top that stick out the body, and most of these are solid sealed machines, so they just try and get a little bit of heat, because they are prone to the potential what's called thermaling, which is the electric equivalent of flaming out when you're speaking to one of the guys, too hot, I'm not going to blow up, I'm going to turn myself off. And that's called thermaling, which is blooming annoying when it happens.
I can imagine.
You can actually cook things, but they have these safety protects now.
Yeah.
So 10 seconds to go, and Ronafalk has comprehensively won this one.
Oh, he really has.
1.2 seconds better over 3 laps than Yara Tebow. Cavalieri third. Martin fourth. Bataille fifth. Renault Savoia in sixth. So this means that when this race comes to an end, we will be finished our broadcast for the day.
And
so
the race has
thanks
indeed come to an end.
to Model Tune.
Yep.
Thanks to Saw. Thanks to Agama. Thanks to Absolute Hobbies. And thanks to S-Works. And thanks to Neo Buggy. Let's put the final results up here. Do not forget,
Do not forget.
if you're in the habit of forgetting things, do not forget that we'll be back at 9 o'clock UK tomorrow. So there'll be a few races down at the first round of qualifying, but we need to do that because it's such a long day. And as Adam is so pleased to say, we will break YouTube. We won't break YouTube, we'll break one of their rules about live streams not being on 12 hours. So we'll be on for about 11 hours and 50. I will just give you in a second, I'll try and give you the final round of the final practice for this. And it hasn't yet updated.
Well, it probably should be
Has
done
now, and it's
There
Ronald
we go.
Falk is fastest in electric, 129.1. Tebow second, 133. 130.3. Ryan Cavalieri third, 130.4. Elliott Boots, 130.7. Fifth place, Renault Savoia, 131.0. Lee Martin is sixth. Carl McBride is seventh. Cody King is eighth. No. Robert Battle is seventh. Carl McBride is eighth. Cody King is ninth, and Ryan is 10th. Anyway, it doesn't really matter because it's all practice and it all changed and we reseeded tomorrow. Join us tomorrow at 9 o'clock. And I'd like to say thank you very much for being with us all these hours. Thank you to Frank. Thank you to Paul.
Hey.
Thank you to Jan. I was looking at the camera then. Thank you to Adam.
Thank you very much.
And thank you all for watching and listening. And we'll see you tomorrow morning for qualifying 3 rounds at the Neo 16.